On the first night in the new world, he rescued a superstar. Oh no. This superstar seems to have fallen in love with me. Lin Mo activated the god-level entertainment system. As long as he had enough reputation points, he could exchange them for songs, scripts, novels, and other works on Earth. So he began the great work of moving things. Originally, I just wanted to make a fortune by keeping it a secret, but ever since he got together with his superstar girlfriend, his talent has been constantly revealed. Su Qingyun, the novel you are reading was written by my husband, Su Qingyun. The song you are humming was composed, written, and arranged by my husband. Chapter 1 picked up a female gangster, Magic City. I in the alley next to the bar. Lin Mo, who was drunk, was staggering and walking forward drunkenly with his hands on the wall. At this time, he heard some people's gossip. Are you sure? That's for sure, there's no way I can be wrong, it's definitely that person. I can't believe it. If we could take a picture of her, it would definitely fetch a good price. That's right. You know, she's never had any scandals. If we can successfully film it, it might become her first scandal. But, do you know why she came to a place like this? I heard that he amicably terminated his contract with the company and opened his own studio. He came here to celebrate today. What good photos can I take? Well, after we get drunk, we can just take pictures. As long as we get a picture of her with her arm around a guy, we can write whatever we want about her, right? Who cares if she's drunk and needs help, or if she's spending the night with some gigolo? Hey! That makes sense. You're really smart. Looks like we're going to get rich this time. Hey! Listening to the voice in his ear, Lin Mo couldn't help but shook his head. It is said that gossip news cannot be believed, and it seems to be true. However, these two paparazzi are quite dedicated. You know, the weather in Shanghai has started to get colder in December, especially in the middle of the night. After drinking, the cool wind blew in his face, making Lin Mo shiver unconsciously. However, these two paparazzi were still waiting here for a female star to come out. They were really trying hard. Since it was none of his business, Lin Mo didn't meddle in it and just walked towards the exit while holding the wall. Just at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly rushed into his arms. Before Lin Mo could react, a cold voice rang out, "Don't move." No way. Lin Mo's mind became clear in an instant, and the first thought that flashed through his mind was, robbery. That's not right, it's obviously a girl's voice, and just by listening to this voice, I feel that this girl must be very beautiful. My wallet is in my left pocket, you can take it. Lin Mo said tentatively. I don't want any money. The girl in his arms responded coldly, and then seemed to realize that her behavior was misunderstood by the boy in front of her, so she quickly explained, don't get me wrong, I'm not robbing, I just want you to do me a favor, hold head high. Lin Mo nodded slightly, then looked down again. Although I couldn't see the full appearance of the girl in front of me in this dim street, I could get a glimpse of her and see that she was a beauty that could be described as a beauty of national beauty. She also had an inexplicable aloofness about her. It's really a top-notch product. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then he asked, tell me, how can I help you? There are paparazzi. Can you help me get out of here? Okay. This was not a big problem, and Lin Mo naturally had no intention of refusing. He gently placed his hand on her waist. The girl in front of him seemed to be very nervous as well. As soon as Lin Mo's hand touched her, her whole body trembled. Lin Mo explained, let's pretend to be a couple, and you hide it. Okay, I understand. The girl replied. Then, I felt a head buried in my coat, and a pleasant scent of jasmine came to my nose, making me feel distracted. Slightly suppress the evil thoughts in your mind. Lin Mo took the girl and slowly walked out of the alley. On one side of the alley, there was a cross alley. Lin Mo saw two people at a glance, who were standing guard with cameras in their arms. When Lin Mo saw them, they also discovered Lin Mo look at each other. Lin Mo didn't stop, but cursed boldly, what are you looking at? Damn, two grown men in an alley, how perverted. Bad luck, let's go, we can't stay here anymore. After saying that, he hugged the girl in his arms and continued to walk away. Puff, the girl in his arms was obviously amused by Lin Mo's words and laughed out loud, but she seemed afraid that her voice would be recognized, so she quickly covered her mouth, leaving only her shoulders shrugging. I in the alley, the two people were naturally the paparazzi whose conversation was overheard by Lin Mo. After hearing Lin Mo's words, their faces turned pale as if they had constipation, and they looked at each other. Damn. I really want to take a picture of this couple. No, just be patient. Can you make money by taking photos like this? Don't expose us. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. I know, I know. The other person waved his hand impatiently. The air fell into an eerie silence again. None of them suspected Lin Mo. This was a bar street. At this time, there would always be men and women who came to the alleys looking for excitement after drinking, so it was not very strange. However, after Lin Mo finished speaking, the atmosphere between the two of them became very awkward. Damn it, anyone would feel a little awkward if they were mistaken for a gay couple in an alley for no reason. After walking out of the alley, the woman still didn't dare to show her head. So Lin Mo reached out to stop a taxi and took her in. Where are you going? Lin Mo asked. Whatever. Is my house okay? Lin Mo asked again. Okay. After the two of them responded to each other, Lin Mo reported a place name and the driver drove away. It seemed like he was trying to avoid the driver's gaze. Along the way, the girl did not lift her face from Lin Mo's arms, but lay there quietly all the way in silence. When they arrived at their destination, Lin Mo shook her and said, "Hey, we're here." Apparently, during this short while on the road, the girl fell asleep in his arms. It's so heavy. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, paid the money, and could only carry her all the way to his home. Go back to your room. Just as he put her down, one of her hands went around her neck, and with a little force, Lin Mo fell on her. Their lips met. The girl half opened her eyes, looking both sober and drunk. Lin Mo quickly pushed her away, stood up, raised his hand and wiped his lips. "Sister, this is taking in a female hooligan." Fortunately, she seemed to be much more obedient afterwards. After taking off his shoes and covering her with a blanket, Lin Mo turned and left. What Lin Mo didn't know was that the moment he closed the door, the girl's eyes suddenly opened. There was no trace of drunkenness in her eyes at all. She was clearly sober. Chapter 2 God-level entertainment system. Early the next morning, the golden morning light shone through the window onto Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo couldn't sleep well because of the dazzle of the sunlight, so he slowly got up, leaned on the sofa and stretched lazily. Sit for a while, remembering that he had just taken in a female hooligan last night. He stood up and wanted to go into the room to see what was going on. As soon as I stood up, I saw that the door of the room was open. Take another look at the dining table. A sandwich, a glass of milk, a poached egg, and a note. Walk over, pick up the note and take a look. I was drunk yesterday. Thank you for your help and for not doing anything excessive to me. I'm really grateful. This is some breakfast I made. My cooking skills aren't great, but I just wanted to express my gratitude. Also, here's my cell phone number. Feel free to call me and we can set up a time. I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. The handwriting is quite beautiful. Throwing the note aside, Lin Mo had never even thought about asking her to treat him to a meal. They were just casual acquaintances, and he was not the kind of person who would act casually. Naturally, he did not harbor any bad thoughts. After a simple wash, he sat down and ate breakfast while thinking about the problem. I didn't expect that on my first day of traveling through time, I would take in a female hooligan. That's right, Lin Mo came here through time travel. After searching online all day yesterday, he understood what his current world was like. It could be said that it was extremely similar to Earth. There are just some differences in culture. What a bummer. Lin Mo, halfway through his meal, couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart, why do other people who travel through time bring systems with them? But when I travel through time, there's only a female gangster left? I don't want a romantic encounter. I want a system to accompany me and lead me to the pinnacle of life. As soon as the words fell, a mechanical voice appeared in my mind. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully withstanding the test of Peach Blossom luck. Now officially activating the God-level entertainment system. God-level entertainment system? After hearing the voice in his head, Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, what are their functions? Also, what the hell is this Peach Blossom luck test you just mentioned? The system explained, with the God-level entertainment system, as long as you have enough reputation, you can unlock various entertainment items on Earth, such as movie scripts, song sheets, and numerous classic books, etc. At the same time, the system mall can allow you to acquire various God-level skills. Paused, the system continued. As for the test of romantic luck, it is a test given by the system to the host. If the host is the type who is dominated by the lower body, then the system will dislike the host and would rather remain in an inactive state than appear. Fortunately, Lin Mo secretly rejoiced in his heart that he was not the kind of animal who thought with his lower body. That's what I told you, the girl yesterday was top-notch in terms of temperament and appearance, but she suddenly did something so bold to me. It seems a bit unreasonable to just say that she was drunk. Now that I think about it carefully, it is obvious that the system is deliberately doing this to test me. Host, because you have successfully passed the test of Peach Blossom Luck, the system rewards you with a novice gift package. Would you like to open it now? Yes. Ding, opening the newbie gift pack. Congratulations to the host for achieving God-level hand speed. The complete volume of demigods and semi-devils and a body tempering pill. God-level hand speed, Lin Mo frowned a little strangely. The name of this skill sounded dirty, but in fact, it is not the so-called Kato Eagle's hand or something like that. God-level hand speed can be used in many places, such as playing the piano. With God-level hand speed, you can play at an extremely fast speed. For example, playing the guitar, apart from musical instruments, typing speed will also become very fast. In short, this is a serious skill, although it is also very powerful in unserious areas. As for the demigods and semi-devils, Lin Mo was even happier. The book tells the story of how during the Northern Song dynasty, foreign races began to eye the territory of the Song dynasty, leading to a situation of confrontation between the Han and the Hu people. Among them, Duan Yu is romantic and dashing, Xiao Feng is heroic and ambitious, and Su Zhu is honest and dull. It can be said to be Lin Mo's enlightenment work on the martial arts world in his childhood. During the winter and summer vacations every year, he would watch the drama on TV every day. When he was excited, he would hang the sheets over himself and use the 18 dragon subduing palms, dog beating stick, 6 meridians divine sword, and Lingbo Weibu in turn. As for the final body tempering pill, isn't this something from novels about cultivating immortals? Lin Mo asked doubtfully. After taking it, the host will not be able to fly to heaven or into the earth, but it will definitely prolong his life and protect him from all diseases, the system explained. Lin Mo understood a little. This is just a weakened version of the elixir. It is definitely impossible to use it to cultivate immortality, but it can greatly enhance one's physical fitness, so it is also a good item. Breakfast was just around the corner, so Lin Mo spread out his hands and said, "Extract the body tempering pill." A white pill without any impurities suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand, and a refreshing fragrance came to his nose. Just smelling it could make people feel relaxed and happy. Eat it. The body clearly felt a heat radiating from the inside out, and soon the impurities in the body gradually emerged. Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all. He quickly took off his clothes and ran to take a shower. Lying in the bathtub, his mind began to extract 2 other skills, God-level hand speed and the complete set of the demigods and semi-devils. The other side, the girl woke up early and left Lin Mo's house and returned to the studio she had just founded. She was still a little dizzy from the hangover. However, his consciousness was unusually clear, especially his sudden and bold action last night, which seemed to be engraved in his mind and would pop up from time to time. Ouch. It's just a thought. The scene reappeared in her mind. Just thinking about it, a blush appeared on her cheeks, adding a touch of shyness to her cold and aloof appearance, but even she herself didn't know what was going on. She did fall asleep in Lin Mo's arms last night, but when Lin Mo carried her back to the room, she was actually awake. At first, she was still worried that she would escape from the tiger's den and fall into the wolf's den, but unexpectedly, Lin Mo not only did not do anything out of line, but was very well behaved. As a result, she felt a little dissatisfied. Am I not pretty enough? Is it because I am not charming enough? As soon as this thought came up, she seemed like a different person. Under the influence of alcohol, she hugged Lin Mo's neck and forced an intimate contact. Chapter 3. Preparing to publish your work. Such thoughts are really a bit strange, and I would do such actions for no reason. This is also the reason why she woke up instantly after Lin Mo closed the door and left. She was also extremely scared by that action, but this morning, when I was about to leave the house, I actually made him breakfast. My first time being intimate, and my first time cooking for a boy. All of this was so magical that even she herself felt complicated and couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Are you in love? Not likely. The two of them didn't spend much time together last night, and I didn't dare to run over to see her face this morning. I just thought she looked good, but I wasn't sure what she looked like in detail. Then, why did you do this? Good impression, right? It must be a good impression. Just as I gave myself a reasonable excuse, the office door was pushed open. A tall and beautiful woman with an exotic look on her face walked in. She was not very polite and walked up to her with a smile on her face and high heels, waving her fair and tender hand in front of her. She teased delicately, "Hey, Su Qingyun, what are you thinking about?" After being teased like this, Su Qingyun finally came out of her own thoughts. After being stunned for a moment, she raised her head and looked at the exotic woman in front of her. He said angrily, "Nothing, seriously, I think I'll have to lock the door in the office from now on. Don't even knock when you come in. Harmful." The foreign woman didn't care. Instead, she pinched her chin and said jokingly, "What's the big deal? It's not like I haven't seen your body before. There's no need to be shy." Then he asked, "But tell me the truth, where were you last night? Didn't we agree to leave separately and then meet up at the car on the next street? I've been waiting for you for hours, but you didn't show up. I called you, but your phone wasn't turned on. The most important thing is?" The foreign woman scanned Su Qingyun with her eyes, looking like a detective, and asked, "Just now I saw that you looked very excited. This is an expression I have never seen on your face before. Tell me, did something good happen to you? Go, go, go." Su Qingyun felt guilty after being told this. She didn't dare to look at her. She just shook her hands helplessly and complained, "I got drunk yesterday and slept in the hotel. My phone was off because it was out of battery and I forgot to charge it. And Zhao Xiuya, how many times have I told you to stop watching those idol dramas? There aren't that many good things in real life, cut." Zhao Xiuya was full of disbelief. After so many years of contact, didn't she know what the other person was like? Judging from the current appearance, it is obvious that something has happened. She pursed her lips and muttered softly, "You still call us sisters? After all these years, our sisterhood isn't as strong as the little brother you've only known for a few hours, and you're already hiding things from me." "There are only 2 people in the office," she said. It was a whisper, but Su Qingyun heard it clearly. She was so angry that she said, "Hey! What do you mean by a little brother who you have known for a few hours? Explain it clearly." "Forget it," Zhao Xiuya rolled her eyes and sarcastically said, "Isn't it? I told you, I was looking for you all night yesterday. Don't tell me you were staying in a hotel. I already arranged for people to look for you everywhere, but there was no news of you." She tapped her eye bags with her finger and said sadly, "I've been so busy and haven't slept yet. I'm almost getting dark circles. If you hadn't returned to the company this morning, I would have called the police. What about you? You're so indulged in the tenderness of this little brother. You have no conscience." "Hey," seeing Zhao Xiuya's acting look, Su Qingyun was also amused. He stood up and closed the office door tightly. Then, he took the initiative to confess. "I'm telling you, you can't spread this outside," Su Qingyun said unhappily. Okay. Zhao Xiuya's eyes were full of curiosity, and she nodded obediently. "You tell me, I will definitely not tell anyone else." Here's what happened. Su Qingyun told the story of how she sneaked out of the back door of the bar last night, but found paparazzi hiding in the alley ready to take pictures. She then briefly recounted her experience with a man. The effect of the body tempering pill is indeed amazing. If before, Lin Mo was still at the level of 70% handsome, then now he has reached 90%, which is close to the full mark of handsomeness. In addition to the handsome and 3-dimensional facial features. After being transformed by the body tempering pill, his body is also very perfect. Standing in front of the floor-length mirror, I can see the streamlined muscles on my body. Anyone who sees them will feel the terrifying power contained in each muscle. The important thing is that the body tempering pill expels all the impurities from the body. Lin Mo felt extremely relaxed at this moment, without any discomfort at all. After making a cup of hot tea, Lin Mo sat in front of the computer. And now that I have the complete version of the demigods and semi-devils in my mind, I naturally plan to publish it. He was planning to publish it online so that it could be spread to a greater extent. After a quick search, he found a website called Daqing Literature Network. In fact, each website has a different audience, and this website's audience tends to be young people. It also has some traditional literary works. It can be said to be a situation where 100 flowers bloom, which is very suitable for Lin Mo to develop. The key point is that this website is almost a state-owned website, and the review is stricter. Generally, after a work is uploaded, it will take a week of review to determine whether it will be released. If it does not meet the standards, it will be required to be modified. Lin Mo plans to give it a try. It is precisely because of the strictness of this website that it has a very high possibility of extending copyright. Whether a work can make money cannot be determined only by the royalties. Copyright is the real big deal. Register your own identity as a writer. Author name: Fried Hawthorne. Created the work, Demigods and Semidevils. Then Lin Mo started typing officially. Lin Mo was not too worried about whether his work could pass the review. This work had become a classic on Earth and was a childhood memory for countless people, so there was no need to worry too much. Lin Mo, who has god-level hand speed, quickly danced his hands on the keyboard, crackling. With this hand speed, if Lin Mo participated in any typing competition, even if it was world-class, he would probably be able to get a ranking. Chapter 4. Are you attracted to me, girl? Is that it? Zhao Shoya looked at Su Qingyun with some suspicion and asked. That's it. Su Qingyun nodded affirmatively in response. She described the whole thing in a general way, in a natural way, hiding some key things, such as how she took the initiative to hook her arms around Lin Mo's neck and the two of them had their first contact. She was ready to keep this matter to herself and not tell anyone. Strangeness. Zhao Shoya frowned, pinching her chin and analyzing. That's not right. You're so famous, but that guy didn't recognize you? I really didn't seem to recognize him. Su Qingyun shrugged helplessly. Recently, she peacefully terminated her contract with her original company and founded her own studio. Various news were flying around. Moreover, she was also very well known before. Logically, even if a young person is not a fan, he should know her, but Su Qingyun was very sure that the man last night didn't know her. He just treated her as an ordinary drunk woman, playing hard to get. It doesn't look like it. Okay, but seriously, that little brother really didn't touch you? Zhao Shoya asked doubtfully. Su Qingyun's beautiful appearance, coupled with her good figure and cool temperament, can be said to be a perfect goddess that is close to perfect in the minds of countless people. After getting drunk, a single man and a single woman, it was really unbelievable that nothing happened between the two of them. It's true. Speaking of this, Su Qingyun became more confident and said with some resentment, to be honest, sister, I am a gentleman, so I naturally escaped a disaster. But I feel a little uncomfortable inside. Tell me, am I getting older and losing my charm? Puff. Zhao Shoya rolled her eyes and grumbled. Sister, may I ask how old you are this year? I'm 25, what's wrong? You are 25 years old and have never even held hands with a man. I really don't know how you live. Zhao Shoya complained. I haven't met anyone I like. When saying this, Su Qingyun inexplicably recalled the boy from last night in her mind. Didn't you just figure it out? I did such a bold move after drinking because I had a crush on that boy. So that means, was the boy last night the only man she had ever been moved by in the past 25 years? Hello? 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 Zhao Shoya waved her hands, each voice getting louder by several decibels. Ah. Su Qingyun came back to her senses. What's wrong? What else is wrong, my God? Zhao Shoya slapped her forehead helplessly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Su Qingyun almost said hopeless. She asked, what's wrong with you? You used to be such a strong woman, but today you're so distracted that you're suddenly blushing in the middle of a conversation. What's the meaning of that smile? Su Qingyun touched her face with her hand. Is it red? Have. Zhao Shoya nodded affirmatively, and she looked so shy. She's aroused. Confess and I'll give you a fair shake. Tell me the truth, are you attracted to this girl? No way. Su Qingyun didn't dare to admit it and quickly changed the subject. By the way, you just said you didn't sleep the whole night, right? Then go back to bed quickly. The studio has just been established and there are still many things to get busy with. It seems that there is no gossip to be found, and I am indeed a little tired. Zhao Shoya nodded and said, okay, I'll go back and catch up on some sleep. You too, you need to think carefully about which aspect of our studio we should focus on next. I know. You should have a good rest. Su Qingyun pushed Zhao Shoya out. After seeing off Zhao Shoya, Su Qingyun was the only one left in the office. Call. After letting out a long breath, Su Qingyun sat down thoughtfully. He glanced at the time. Before I knew it, it was already 11:30 in the morning. I wonder if that person is up yet? Has he eaten the breakfast I made? Has he seen the note I left for him? Most importantly, when was he going to call me? When she left the note, Su Qingyun felt a little regretful. She wondered if it was a bit wrong to leave her phone number to a strange boy, but now she was extremely glad that she had left her phone number. All we have to do now is to wait for the phone call with joy. Su Qingyun secretly gave herself a reason in her heart. I just wanted to thank him for taking care of me last night and not touching me. This is etiquette, it's what I should do. Gurgle, his stomach began to protest. Looking at the time, Lin Mo realized that several hours had passed and he was already hungry. However, when I saw that I had written more than 30,000 words this morning, I still felt a sense of accomplishment. First, choose to publish in the background, and then you just need to wait for the editor of the platform to review. After the review is completed, the website will send a text message to notify you whether it needs to be modified or passed directly. Lin Mo is inclined to approve it directly. If it needs to be modified, Lin Mo would rather try other websites. The original version of The Demigods and Semi-Devils is still better. There were not many vegetables in the refrigerator at home, so Lin Mo took his mobile phone and went downstairs to find a Sichuan restaurant. He ordered a plate of twice-cooked pork and stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and asked for a bowl of rice. It happened to be dinner time, so the restaurant was not very quiet. While I was waiting for the food to be served, a few children in school uniforms walked in. He looked like a regular customer. As soon as he came in, he shouted in his voice, which was still changing, "Boss, where's the remote control?" "It's at the counter, get it yourself." The boss leaned half of his body out from the kitchen at the back. He was holding a pot and a spatula in his hands, and the aroma wafted out of the kitchen. The students didn't say much, but ran to the counter to get the remote control, and then shouted to the boss, "Same old as always, boss." "Okay, just watch some TV first, I'll make it for you right away." Several people who looked like students quickly turned on the TV and started choosing channels while chatting. Su Qingyun has terminated her contract with the company. Do you think we'll be unable to see her in the future? Oh, no, you're overthinking it. That's what I'm saying. Su Qingyun and the company terminated their contract peacefully. After she founded her studio, she also signed a strategic cooperation agreement with her former company. The situation you described will definitely not happen. Oh, why don't you understand what I mean? I mean, maybe now that she's become a boss, she'll show up less often in the future. After all, if she makes a lot of money, she won't have to work as hard as before. Chapter 5 received a text message from the website. If you look at it from your perspective, it's not impossible. Su Qingyun, Lin Mo next to him couldn't help but smile. This Su Qingyun should be the star of this world, and she is quite famous. The students who come to eat here are all discussing her. Not long, the boss came over with twice-cooked pork, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and rice. After placing the food on the table, he said enthusiastically, "Please eat, sir. You look unfamiliar. You must have just been here, right?" "Yes, I just came yesterday." Lin Mo responded with a smile. Hee, that's what I said. If I had met someone like you, I would definitely have an impression of you in my mind. The boss said with a smile as he opened the refrigerator. Someone like me? Lin Mo was stunned, so handsome. The boss said happily, "You look more handsome than those stars on TV. If I had seen you, I would definitely remember you." Now Lin Mo's body has been tempered by the body tempering pill. Whether it is his appearance, figure, or even his temperament, they all make him stand out from the crowd. Lin Mo smiled and said, "You're welcome. Well, if you like it, please take care of my business in the future." As he spoke, the boss took out a glass bottle of Coke, inserted a straw and placed it in front of Lin Mo. "This is a free gift." He is good at doing business. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. "Thank you very much. It seems I have to come here more often in the future." Ha ha ha. The boss laughed heartily. He still had to prepare lunch for the students, so he didn't continue chatting with Lin Mo, but went back to the kitchen to work. On TV. According to reports, after Su Qingyun terminated her contract with the company, she immediately signed a strategic cooperation agreement for the future. This action suggests that the previous speculation about a deterioration in the relationship is untrue. It is reported that she will continue to work closely with her former company to bring us even better works. Hey! I told you, there's definitely no problem. I hope she can appear in shows more often in the future. I really enjoy watching her dramas. The students next to him gathered together to chase their idol, but Lin Mo didn't care much and ate his meal quietly. Don't say that, the boss's cooking skills are really impeccable. Whether it's stir-fried pork with chili or twice-cooked pork, the dishes are fat but not greasy. and the ingredients are very substantial. The pork belly used is of good quality, unlike some restaurants where you only see fat and very little lean meat. As time goes by, there were more and more people in school uniforms in the store. There was even a girl in school uniform helping out at the counter. After taking the order, she would turn to the kitchen and shout, "Dad, a mapo tofu rice bowl, over here." And every time she turned her head, you could see the two little ponytails on the back of her head swinging back and forth, which was quite cute. When she finished shouting, a loud voice came from the kitchen, "Got it." Business is surprisingly good. After finishing his meal, Lin Mo picked up the tissue beside him and wiped his mouth briefly, then stood up and slowly left. Back home, the information bar in the website author's backend will show new unread messages. Lin Mo quickly clicked it open and took a look. "Dear Mr. Fried Hawthorne, congratulations on your work. The demigods and semidevils, having passed our website's review. It will soon enter the storage phase. Please continue uploading your chapters and maintain a steady update. We will continue to pay attention to your work and give you a certain amount of recommendations based on your performance. Thank you for choosing us, and I hope you have a good day." As expected, not much surprise, his own The Demigods and Semidevils has successfully received the approval news. Lin Mo was not surprised by this. Instead, he felt that it should be so. "What I have to do next is to finish writing the story and publish it." The writing process is always boring, but fortunately Lin Mo is a man with god-level hand speed, which can greatly improve his typing efficiency. Moreover, as long as I can successfully publish a book and have fans, I should be able to gain reputation points, right? According to the system's description, as long as I have enough reputation points, I can continue to unlock other works, or other god-level skills. The system can even have black technology such as the body tempering pill. I wonder if there will be other magical gadgets. Out of curiosity, Lin Mo continued typing. In a room in the studio, there was a sign for the conference room hanging at the door. Su Qingyun sat in the main seat, talking seriously, while the people sitting on both sides were taking notes. "Our studio's main focus in the future will definitely be on film and television dramas. We have more resources in this area, but we are relatively weak in movies and music. Xiaofang, please contact and sign more cooperation agreements with a few more musicians, but they need to be well known. We don't have the resources to train newcomers right now." Okay. And Shaoli, your marketing department's mission is to quickly find a novel that can be adapted into a film or TV series. Novels naturally have fans of the original novel, so our studio's chances of a successful start will be higher. But be sure to carefully select one that's popular and well received. And please don't try to find me a novel like The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me, because that's definitely not suitable for us. Okay, I understand. We'll go look for it on the Daqin Literature Network in the next few days. Daqin Literature Network is the novel website that has produced the most high-scoring film and television dramas. Although the price may be higher, it is worth it as long as you don't make a mistake. Su Qingyun nodded and continued. "And Xiaogua, although our resources in the film industry are a bit weak, we should still try to get more exposure. Even guest appearances are fine." Understood. People outside are saying that Su Qingyun has made it big after leaving the company and starting your own business. You will be able to make the most of the profit, but in fact, only she herself understands the hardships involved. The entertainment industry is a circle with so many twists and turns. As someone who has already reached the top level of traffic, if she wants to leave the company, doesn't she have to sign a strategic cooperation contract? If she doesn't sign, the company won't let her go. The current model is more like tying her up in disguise. If you want complete independence, there is only one way, that is to expand the studio. When the studio has great reputation and connections in the entertainment industry, then he can be considered truly successful. Otherwise, in the eyes of those big companies, he is just an ant that can be manipulated at any time. Strength is the only truth. Chapter 6. The biggest dark horse of the website appears after arranging all the matters of the company. Su Qingyun dragged her somewhat tired body back to her office. Ouch. Leaning weakly on the boss chair, Su Qingyun sighed. "I'm exhausted from working all day long." Touching his stomach, he said, "I'm a little hungry." I picked up my phone and saw that there was no new information except for a few pieces of news. Damn it. Su Qingyun couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. "You already have my phone number. Why haven't you called me to invite me to dinner?" "Really, haven't you woken up yet?" Su Qingyun pursed her lips and secretly complained in her heart, "He really can sleep well. It's already afternoon and he hasn't woken up yet." I was complaining in my heart when my cell phone rang. I quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Hey, have you eaten? Oh, it's you, Shioya. Hearing the girl's voice, Su Qingyun looked at the phone screen and found that it was Zhao Shioya's name. She felt a little empty in her heart and asked, "What? Are you still not asleep?" "Sister, I woke up hungry and was so sleepy. Please bring some food to save the child quickly." Zhao Shouya said pitifully on the other end of the phone. Since she hadn't eaten yet, Su Qingyun didn't refuse and asked, "Okay, what do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine. Please come quickly. If you're any later, your good sister, will starve to death in my bed. It's simply the tragedy of the century." Puff. Su Qingyun was amused by Zhao Shouya on the other end of the phone and said jokingly, Okay, I'll buy some food right away. Just wait. If I don't stuff you to death, I'll be incompetent. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingyun picked up her phone and ordered a bunch of takeout, planning to take it away to find Zhao Shouya after the front desk collected it, in the editorial department of Daqin Literature Network. Hiss. I found a treasure. A round-faced girl wearing round-frame glasses suddenly stood up from her seat, scaring her colleagues next to her, asked, "Lin Can, what are you doing? You're making such a fuss, you scared me to death." He. Lin Can's smile revealed two small canine teeth. She stuck out her tongue shyly, looking incredibly adorable. Her face flushed as she nodded and said, "I'm so excited, but I found a treasure today." If the author keeps up this performance, then he might very well become the biggest dark horse of our Daqin Literature Network this year. Really? A new author, a colleague asked doubtfully, or is it the old author's new pseudonym? He's a new author. Lin Can nodded affirmatively. I took a special look at his registration information. At least he's a new author on our website. Is it well written? Asked a colleague. Speaking of this, Lin Can nodded rapidly like a chicken eating rice and said, "Otherwise, why would I say that he might be our biggest dark horse this year?" Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to go and see the editor-in-chief. Okay, go ahead. Although various excellent works appear every year on the Daqin Literature Network, they are generally fantasy works or urban novels, which are the two mainstream categories. Although we don't want to admit it, martial arts novels have fallen from their heyday and become a niche genre. Everything that needed to be written had already been written, and readers had nothing new to learn, so naturally fewer and fewer people read. This repeated pattern naturally led to the decline of martial arts novels, but Lin Can is sure that the book she discovered today will definitely lead to the rise of martial arts novels again. The reason is very simple. In the past, martial arts novels often followed a routine. The protagonist was persecuted by his enemies, then learned peerless martial arts, and then took revenge and returned to beat up his enemies. The martial arts styles are also well known, such as Baguaquan, Tai Chi, Drunken Fist and so on. However, the novel Demigods and Semidevils is different. People have Qingdong, flying over eaves and walls, and there are internal and external skills. Moreover, the names of martial arts moves are completely different, such as 18 dragons subduing palms, light footsteps, 6 meridians divine sword. All of this shows that this novel is likely to create a new world of martial arts. Thinking of this, Lin Can's face became even redder because of excitement. She took small steps all the way to the editor-in-chief's office and knocked on the door. Knock, come in. After hearing the editor-in-chief's voice, Lin Can excitedly opened the door. As soon as she entered, she couldn't wait to shout, "Editor-in-chief, this year's dark horse is about to appear." Oh? The editor-in-chief, an elderly man with a rather literary air, wearing a Mao suit and gold-rimmed glasses, asked in confusion, "What book is it?" "Martial arts novels." Lin Can replied. "A martial arts novel?" The editor frowned, a sense of doubt rising in his heart, but he did not question it immediately. Instead, he asked, "Which one is it?" "Let me see. The Demigods and Semidevils." By name, the editor-in-chief quickly logged into the backend on his computer, found the novel, and began to read it carefully. The Demigods and Semidevils has been praised by countless people. Some people say that it shows a pacifist spiritual realm and is an oriental version of War and Peace and Crime and Punishment. Moreover, this is a novel that depicts the lives of all kinds of people. The story is bizarre and tortuous, with many characters, a wide range of historical background, and extremely large martial arts battles. It fully describes human nature and is an epic masterpiece with a strong tragic color. It's no wonder. On Earth, whenever we talk about new style martial arts novels, demigods, and semi-devils is a work that cannot be avoided. Time flies. The number of words that Lin Mo has uploaded so far is actually not too many, so you should be able to finish reading it quickly. But the editor read it word by word and sentence by sentence over and over again, from the initial indifference to the current sense of shock in his heart. All these changes in expression appeared on his face unconsciously. In the end, the editor was directly immersed in it, and it seemed that such a world really existed in his mind. As a bystander, Lin Cancan saw this series of changes clearly. At first, the editor-in-chief seemed expressionless, and she was a little worried. Was she bragging too early? Did the editor-in-chief not like this novel? But this idea didn't last long before Lin Cancan dismissed it, because she found that the editor-in-chief looked completely immersed in it. Chapter 7 Give him the best contract call. Lin Cancan, who was standing aside, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this novel has also conquered the editor's picky taste. After all, based on my observations over the past few years, I have never seen the editor-in-chief read a novel so seriously. As an editor-in-chief, he often has heavy tasks and always reads novels at a glance, but today's editor-in-chief studied it word by word. There is hope. Lin Cancan was secretly happy in her heart. Good. Finally, the editor-in-chief withdrew his gaze from the screen, turned to look at Lin Cancan with admiration, and praised, "You have a good eye. This author's writing style is so sophisticated that I can't even compare to him." Who is the author of this work? No, it's a new author. Lin Cancan explained. Newcomer? This time, even the editor-in-chief was surprised. He frowned as if he was confused. After some operations, he came to the background of the author's registration information and took a look at the information above. He was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "So young." Lin Mo is only 24 years old, and at this age, he doesn't have much time left before graduating from university. However, this level of sophistication in writing is something that countless people can only dream of. Gifted. It can only be described in these 4 words. No, this seedling cannot slip away from my hands, the editor-in-chief quickly instructed. Put down everything you're doing right now and contact this. He glanced at the author's name registered above. Fried Hawthorne. Yes, contact this Hawthorne and prepare to sign an exclusive contract with him. Everything will be favorable. Let's negotiate. Yes. I'll do it right away. Lin Cancan immediately agreed and asked, "Editor-in-chief, why do we recommend it?" "Don't worry about it. I'll just put the book on the front page." The editor-in-chief waved his hand. "Go ahead, other websites haven't reacted yet. If they did, they would definitely come and poach us." "Okay, then I'll go back and contact Mr. Shanja right away." Lin Cancan nodded and left the office. Actually, after coming out of the editor-in-chief's office, Lin Cancan's mind was still in a daze. She went to see the editor for one reason: she wanted to get an excellent recommendation. After all, it was the work she was responsible for. The better the performance of the work, the richer her bonus would be. But what she didn't expect was that the editor-in-chief actually asked her to contact Lin Mo directly and give him a special contract. This special contract is truly the best of the best. To date, among the hundreds of thousands of authors in the entire Dachin literature network, no more than 10 people can have such a contract, which shows how precious it is. It also shows how much importance the editor-in-chief attaches to this matter. I have to work hard and do this thing well, so that I can catch this wave of opportunities and have a bright future. And inside the office, the editor-in-chief looked at the author name registered by Lin Mo, Fried Hawthorne. He muttered in amusement, "This taste is quite unique." I read it again. The writing is really good. Wow. Why did you come here just now? I'm almost starving. As soon as she opened the door, Zhao Xiaoya couldn't wait to grab the food from Su Qingyun's hand, complaining, "If I starve to death at home, you, the capitalist, will definitely be severely punished." "Come on, I haven't eaten yet either. Let's eat together." After Su Qingyun changed her shoes, the two of them sat on the sofa and started eating lunch together. Cut. Zhao Xiaoya curled her lips and said, "You must have come late on purpose. Otherwise, it wouldn't take 2 hours to get to the company from here." Their takeout is slow, and I'm busy with some company stuff. Su Qingyun said with a vague look in her eyes. Actually, why is she so slow in coming? The main reason was that she couldn't explain why she drove around and passed by the man's building. This feeling was so strange that she couldn't describe it. When she got downstairs, she didn't get out of the car and go upstairs to look for the man. Instead, she sped up as if feeling guilty and headed straight back to her destination. The peaceful life seemed to be completely broken because of the contact last night, and the culprit who created all this was herself. This made her feel extremely complicated. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It seemed that whenever her mind was free, she would think of that person. Zhao Shoya frowned and stared at Su Qingyun with some confusion in her eyes until Su Qingyun felt uncomfortable all over. Just eat. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Su Qingyun asked. Have. Zhao Shoya nodded solemnly and said seriously, your face is full of ripples. Pooh, Su Qingyun kept chattering. So she put down her bowl and chopsticks and was about to pounce on the chattering girl and teach her a lesson. Seeing this, Zhao Shoya knew the situation and said simply, I surrender, I admit defeat, I know I was wrong. 3 consecutive admissions of defeat, then he added, but seriously, tell me honestly, are you still thinking about that guy from last night? How could I? Su Qingyun denied. However, the two have been best friends for so many years that they can tell what the other is going to fart just by the others but sticking out. Zhao Shoya naturally couldn't believe this pale denial. I think you should get to know them better. With your charm, as long as you're willing to make a move, wouldn't they be easily swallowed up by you? What do you mean by swallowing it in one gulp? Do you think I'm a monster? Su Qingyun rolled her eyes. Besides, do you think I'm the kind of girl who takes the initiative? Oh, my dear sister. Zhao Shoya said earnestly, what era is this? Don't play coy anymore. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. What's more, this woman is you, a recognized goddess. As long as you are willing to make a move, then he will definitely be happy to death. You're so happy? Su Qingyun wanted to imagine the scene, but found that she couldn't imagine it. So Zhao Shoya suggested, how about this, you take me to meet that man? What are you going to do? Su Qingyun asked her with a wary look on her face. Great. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you afraid that I'll steal your man? As she spoke, Zhao Shoya's acting spirit came into play again, and she said aggrievedly, I can't believe that after so many years of being good sisters, we were finally separated by a man. You really can't see that, girl. You're already blocking me before we even officially start. Chapter 8, God-level hand speed merits. Su Qingyun's face flushed red as she said this, and she said coquettishly, no way. I'm just worried that you'll talk nonsense. I promise, I won't do anything rash. Zhao Shoya said with a smile, I just want to see what kind of man can be so obsessed with our goddess Su Qingyun. Who is so obsessed with him? Su Qingyun rolled her eyes at Zhao Shoya with a hint of shame, and warned with a fierce look on her face, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll starve you to death and won't bring you food anymore. Ouch, I was wrong. Zhao Shoya quickly pulled Su Qingyun's arm and started to act coquettishly, how about this, let's go over to the roadside and take a look at him. You were drunk yesterday. What if he's fine? Is this just a figment of your imagination? Once you see clearly, then consider whether you want to get to know him better. That would be great, wouldn't it? Just taking a look? Su Qingyun warned, don't try to surprise me with any surprise attacks. Don't worry, I promise, I'm just taking a look. Zhao Shoya quickly raised her hand to make an oath. All right. Not only Zhao Shoya, but Su Qingyun also wanted to take another look at that man. At least a little. She also wanted to know if it was really as Zhao Shoya said, that all this was because she automatically beautified the other person in her mind after drinking. Now if that is not the case, then I was absent-minded in everything I did the whole day and always missed him inexplicably. For Su Qingyun, this kind of life was really magical. She didn't know how old the man was, what his name was, or even what his face looked like. Without knowing anything, I still worry so much this is hard to justify, so the idea that it was beautified after being drunk is somewhat feasible. After making the decision, the two men ate some food and started discussing again until dusk fell. After disguising themselves, they drove to their destination. The whole afternoon was spent typing quickly. After Lin Mo hit the last enter key, He finally leaned back in his chair and stretched hard to relieve the stiffness in his joints, glanced around the room. The only source of light was the computer screen, and outside, tall buildings were dotted with lights. The day just passed like this. Lin Mo helplessly picked up the cup beside him and took a sip of the cold water in it, but today's harvest was still enough. After a whole day of hard work, I wrote a total of 100,000 words. Demigods and Semi-Devils has a total of over 1.5 million words. It seems that I have to continue this kind of life for a while. Fortunately, his body had been tempered by the body tempering pill, and he also possessed god-level hand speed. It's not that no one can type 100,000 words a day, but the feeling of fatigue. With this amount of code, you often have to rest for a long time after finishing one stroke. You feel tired both physically and mentally, and in severe cases you may get diseases like tendinitis. Lin Mo was not like that. After typing 100,000 words, he only felt that his stomach was beginning to feel a little hungry. As for other discomforts, they went away after a short rest. After packing up and preparing to go downstairs to the Sichuan restaurant where I had lunch for dinner, my cell phone rang. Hello, I'm Lin Mo. Hello, I'm the editor of Dachin Literature Network. Are you Mr. Fried Hawthorne? A soft, babytone female voice came from the other end of the phone. When Lin Mo heard her say Dachin Literature Network, he was about to stand up but sat down again and replied, Yes, I am Fried Hawthorne. What can I do for you? Hello. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Can, and I'm your editor. I'm so sorry to bother you. I just saw you uploaded a new chapter, so I took the liberty to call you to discuss the contract. About the contract? Yes, we intend to sign an exclusive contract with you. All the terms and conditions are negotiable. However, there is one catch. During the validity period of the contract, you can only publish novels on our website. As if afraid that Lin Mo would find this too restrictive, he quickly explained, Of course, please rest assured that we won't interfere too much with your work. Unless we encounter a principled issue, we generally won't interfere with your creation. In addition, we will give you the best recommendations and other preferential treatment. What does the specific contract look like? Lin Mo was really interested. At least from the description, it is in very good condition. Dachin Literature Network is somewhat like a state-owned enterprise. The only difference is that in other places, you can take advantage of the situation, but here, at least the authors cannot take advantage of the situation. Even if we give you a recommendation position, you still have to work hard. How well you perform depends entirely on how hard you work. Lin Mo, who possesses god-level hand speed, naturally has no problem with this. Now it all depends on how he is treated. Lin Can asked, How about this, Mr. Shanja, are you free tomorrow? Let's meet at a certain place. You live in Shanghai, right? Well, yes. Lin Mo said frankly. Then he said, How about this, let's meet at the Wind Wings Cafe at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Okay, I'll bring the contract over then and you can take a look at the terms. If you're not satisfied with anything, we can discuss it again. Lin Can agreed immediately. After the two agreed on a time and place, they hung up the phone. It seems that although his Demigods and Semi-Devils has not yet been displayed on the website, it has been approved internally and has received great attention. Otherwise, he would not have been given a top-level contract. This kind of contract does exist in the online literature world on Earth, commonly known as the Godhead. Only top authors can be called like this. It seems that after coming to this world, I will become a god with one book. However, according to the quality of Demigods and Semi-Devils, one book made him a god. It's not a very strange thing. After things were finalized, Lin Mo went downstairs to prepare for dinner. The streets at this moment, although night has fallen, for the bustling magic city, the street lights are as bright as day, and people are coming and going in an endless stream. Can he come? Su Qingyun leaned on the steering wheel, somewhat doubting her life. The two had been waiting in the car for more than an hour. Chapter 9 I am a serious old driver. The two of them only realized at this moment that they might have taken it for granted. Coming here doesn't mean people will go downstairs. What if the man doesn't come downstairs at all? What should they do? Just wait here forever? That would be really stupid. Or, Joshua asked hesitantly, how about you go over and see if he's home? I'm not going. Su Qingyun refused without any surprise, and the rejection was very straightforward. Asking her to come over is already the limit. Asking her to take the initiative to knock on the door is absolutely impossible. Even if I really knocked on the door, What would I say? Could I just say, I just wanted to see if you were home? That would be too awkward. Then what should I do? Jashoya half slumped on the chair helplessly, and said helplessly, this is a bad idea. If I just wait like this, it will take forever. You were the one who said you wanted to come. Why don't we go? Su Qingyun suggested. When she came, her mind was warm, but now after such a long wait, to be honest, she was secretly regretting it in her heart. I don't know why I agreed to it and ran over excitedly with Xiao Shoya to wait downstairs. Thinking about it later, this kind of thing seems magical and doesn't seem like something I can do. In fact, this is also because Su Qingyun has not figured it out, but it is normal. Although she is 25 years old and has seen a lot of ridiculous things in the entertainment industry, she is a real blank slate when it comes to emotions, and today, I found that I had a romantic attraction to a man for the first time. In addition, Jashoya next to me had been tempting me, so I got carried away and ran over without thinking. Now that the enthusiasm has passed, I naturally regret it. Okay. Not to mention Su Qingyun, even the curious Xiao Shoya had lost interest, so she nodded and fastened her seatbelt again. Okay, let's go. As soon as the words fell, just as Xiao Shoya was fastening her seatbelt, she suddenly saw a man walking out from the side. He was wearing simple casual clothes, but his appearance was like a magnet, with a magical power that made people unable to look away once they saw him. Look at the temperament on his body, there is a hint of elegance in the sunshine. Even though there was clothing between them, I could still feel how good her figure was underneath. Fuck! Jashoya couldn't help but burst out a curse word, exclaiming, top-notch na Qingyun, here comes a top-notch one. What a top-notch product. Su Qingyun didn't understand what was going on. She thought Xiao Shoya was teasing her and looked to the side. A moment's effort, she was stunned. It's him. There is a very strange feeling in the dark. Although she had never seen the man's face, she was very sure that the man last night was him. It wasn't until she saw Lin Mo that Su Qingyun finally understood. It turned out that after getting drunk, she hadn't beautified him, but rather uglier. He looked several times more handsome than she had previously imagined. Hello? Xiao Shoya shook Su Qingyun's shoulders vigorously. Come back to your senses, Qingyun. Su Qingyun came back to her senses, and her originally fair neck turned pink. A hint of shame flashed in her eyes, and she didn't dare to look at Xiao Shoya, and became flustered. Oh, let's go, right? Let's go right away. Where's the accelerator? Where's the brake? Lin Mo, who had just come downstairs, was also a little confused. The car was parked on the side of the road where he came out. The left turn signal flashed for a while, then the right turn signal flashed, and then the hazard lights turned on. What's going on? Lin Mo frowned, looking a little strange. He must be a novice driver who was panicking for a moment. Forget it, let's take a detour. I just took 2 steps, beep, beep, the horn honked, and Lin Mo glanced at the car oddly, thinking, how about I go help some people? In the car.su Qingyun really wanted to die. She was completely at a loss at the moment. It usually drives fine, but at this moment it seemed like she couldn't drive at all. She didn't know which was the brake and which was the accelerator. She even turned on the wipers, but the car didn't move. What made her even more desperate was that she saw the man walking towards her. Shoya, what should we do now? Su Qingyun asked in panic. What to do? Compared with Su Qingyun, who was in a state of panic, Xiao Shoya seemed much calmer. Although she was very excited to see the handsome guy, she was not as flustered as Su Qingyun. He slapped Su Qingyun's hand away from the steering wheel and said, all right, stop struggling. We're already by the window. Hearing this, Su Qingyun turned around and saw that it was true. The man who had made her so busy had already come to the window and was raising his hand to knock on the glass. Knock, knock, knock. The window was gently knocked. Then, the car window began to slowly lower. Su Qingyun was already wearing a mask and sunglasses. As a celebrity, these were almost items she carried with her at all times, and they came in handy at this moment. Seeing this, Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, not knowing if it was an illusion, but he felt that he and this girl seemed somewhat familiar. But he quickly recovered and asked, are you the new driver? Su Qingyun was also stunned when Lin Mo spoke. He bent down slightly. Under the cover of his sunglasses, Su Qingyun's eyes were so straight and naked that she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Fortunately, she could still do 2 things at once. While admiring Lin Mo's appearance, she replied, no, I'm an experienced driver. Old driver? Lin Mo looked at the working wiper with a strange look on his face. He didn't look like an old driver at all. Lin Mo's strange expression took on another meaning in Su Qingyun's eyes. In the past, an old driver naturally refers to a driver with a lot of experience in driving, but now, the three words old driver have been given other meanings. Seeing Lin Mo's expression, Su Qingyun thought that Lin Mo had misunderstood her words, so she quickly explained, "I'm a serious veteran driver." Is this woman crazy? Lin Mo looked at the woman in front of him speechlessly, thinking to himself, I didn't say you were indecent, what are you talking about? Chapter 10 I think you are dreaming. The words had just come out. Su Qingyun really wanted to bang her head against the steering wheel. What's going on, Su Qingyun? What's wrong with you? Look at what you were saying. I originally wanted to explain myself, but now that I've said it, people who didn't think that way before have to think that way. Zhao Xiaoya, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a face full of black lines. Well, she really couldn't understand why her sister couldn't even speak properly after seeing a handsome guy. Forget it, let me do it. Zhao Xiaoya couldn't count on Su Qingyun anymore, so she boldly asked, handsome boy, I think you are definitely not suitable for love. Why? Lin Mo asked subconsciously. Because I think you are suitable for marriage. Zhao Xiaoya said with a smile. That's so unfashionable. Lin Mo said bluntly. Puff. Su Qingyun couldn't help but laugh at Lin Mo's straightforwardness. Zhao Xiaoya was completely withdrawn. She glanced at Lin Mo with a sad look in her eyes and asked, handsome boy, what's your name? What for? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaoya warily, personal information will not be disclosed. Can't I do it too? Zhao Xiaoya deliberately pinched her throat and asked in a coquettish voice. I think you're dreaming. Lin Mo interrupted her whining without hesitation and stood up straight. Well, since you're not newbies, then just drive slowly. You're making a scary scene. He was about to leave, muttering, is there something wrong with the feng shui of this street? Why do I run into female hooligans every day? Naturally, these words were heard by the two people in the car. Puff. As soon as Su Qingyun closed the car door, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't laugh. Zhao Xiaoya was so angry that she looked like she was going to unbuckle her seatbelt and get out to challenge Lin Mo. She was still shouting, I'm so pissed. This guy is definitely a straight man. I'm going to get out of the car and teach him a lesson. He was shouting loudly, but he didn't stop practicing with his hands, but after busying around for a long time, she didn't actually get out of the car to find Lin Mo to argue. Why didn't you stop me? Zhao Xiaoya couldn't act anymore and could only vent her anger on Su Qingyun. Hey, Su Qingyun took off the mask and sunglasses that covered her face and said with a smile, you deserve it. Who told you to flirt with me so casually? Hey, I'm just teasing him, why are you so anxious? Zhao Xiaoya looked at Su Qingyun with amusement and teased, you haven't even started dating that person yet, and you're already starting to dislike me? But seriously, you have really good taste. Recalling the brief contact with Lin Mo just now, Zhao Xiaoya had to say that this was truly a charming man. I won't say much about his looks, he's absolutely stunning. His temperament is also very elegant, and... Zhao Xiaoya's eyes sparkled as she grabbed Su Qingyun's arm and said excitedly, the most important thing is his figure. Wow, I dare say he has an absolutely amazing figure. Well, she sighed with some regret, if you hadn't spotted him first, I would have definitely gotten off the car to look for him. Aren't you going to argue with him? Su Qingyun said with a smile, so you're conquered by his looks? Hey, that's what you don't know. Zhao Xiaoya began to analyze the situation logically. Let me tell you, as long as a man and a woman start to quarrel, they are more likely to become a couple in the end. It would be best if they look at each other as if they are enemies from the beginning. That would be the best. Where did you see this theory? Su Qingyun asked with some confusion. It's an idol drama. Zhao Xiaoya said as a matter of course. Su Qingyun was not impressed by the love theory that Zhao Xiaoya learned from idol dramas. In her heart, the most important thing was to see how the other person stood in her mind. It's like making friends die in front of outsiders. She is a strong woman who devotes herself to her work, but in front of her best friend Zhao Xiaoya, she appears to be a little enthusiastic. The same should be done when facing a lover. To other men, she would be very cold and just maintain the most basic politeness, but to the one she likes, she is willing to give her all. Of course, Su Qingyun has no experience in love, so for now, all she thinks about is what she hopes for in her heart. What the specific reality will be like can only be tested by time. Same as noon, Lin Mo still ordered 2 dishes, mapo tofu and fish-flavored shredded pork, with a bowl of white rice. At night, there are fewer students coming here. Most of them go home for dinner. Only those students who want to go out with friends or who don't have cooking at home come here to eat. But it is not very deserted. Those who work nearby will drink and chat here, and it is still very lively. Come, sir, your food is ready. The boss put the food on the table with a smile. Lin Mo took a pair of disposable chopsticks from the side and chatted, "Boss, your shop is doing good business." "Well, I just make a living. It's been many years since we opened the shop to have these repeat customers," the boss said with a grin. "It will get better and better in the future," Lin Mo replied. "Well, that's true. This is how life is. As long as you work steadily, things will always get better and better." The two chatted for a while, and then the boss went to greet other customers. At the counter, the girl with twin ponytails was still wearing her school uniform. She took orders and served dishes skillfully. Every time she turned her head to report the dishes to the kitchen, her ponytails would swing. After Su Qingyun and Zhao Xiuya returned to their residence, we drank some wine and chatted. The topic, of course, is inseparable from what happened today when I met Lin Mo. "I'm not saying anything, sister, you should take the initiative." Zhao Xiuya's little face had begun to turn slightly red because she had drunk a few sips of wine. "That won't do." Su Qingyun lowered her head, looking a little hesitant. She said shyly, "That's so embarrassing. Besides, I don't even know his name. I can't just pursue him because he's handsome. What kind of woman would he think I am? I'm not a crazy girl." "Hey!" Having been sisters for many years, Zhao Xiuya could not help but hear the eagerness in Su Qingyun's words, so she asked, "Then let me ask you this, did you see his full face yesterday and know how handsome he is?" "No." Su Qingyun shook her head. "I didn't see her yesterday. I just thought she looked good, but the feeling she gave me was particularly good." Under the influence of alcohol, Su Qingyun also bravely expressed her true feelings, saying that she had had a very good impression of the boy since last night. Chapter 11, New Style of Martial Arts sparks heated discussion. If it was just a beautification of imagination, it would be fine, but now that Su Qingyun saw Lin Mo's appearance, she felt that he was even better than she had imagined. This made her even more certain that her previous fondness for Lin Mo was not because of his appearance, but because of his overall feeling. Therefore, at this moment, she has already developed a special friendship towards Lin Mo in her heart, but it's just that she wasn't very self-aware at that time. The two chatted until late at night. Zhao Xiuya has been persuading Su Qingyun to be braver. It is already this century, and it is not shameful for a girl to take the initiative to pursue the boy she likes, but Su Qingyun's personality was originally rather cold. Although she is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, until now, she still doesn't know the man's name. How can Su Qingyun take the initiative? Finally, I just said, let it be. If fate allows, I will see him again. To end the conversation, on the homepage of Daqin Literature Network, once you click in, you can see a big banner. On the banner is the Demigods and Semi-Devils that Lin Mo just released today. It seems that they are really nice to us. Lin Mo muttered softly after seeing the banner. Strictly speaking, I haven't signed a formal contract with Daqin Literature Network yet. If at this time there are editors from other websites who know that they have not yet signed a formal contract with the website, I'm afraid he would have come to your door and made offers like a cat smelling fish. However, in fact, Daqin Literature Network has taken a dark path by doing this. Often, a banner is one of the best recommendations for the entire website. Naturally, only our own authors have the opportunity to be recommended like this. Therefore, when Daqin Literature Network directly put Lin Mo's works online, outsiders would not think at first that this was an author who had not yet signed a contract with the website. They would only habitually think that Daqin Literature Network had signed another talented writer. It is precisely because of this that Lin Mo's backstage is quite idle, with no one coming to poach him, and the discussion area is basically all about the content of the Demigods and Semi-Devils. It looks great. Shanja, please keep updating. I was wondering why the banner on Daqin Literature Network today is a martial arts novel. It turns out this one is completely different from previous martial arts novels. Oh my god. It's not good enough. It's so beautiful. I feel like this is a group portrait martial arts novel. It really tests one's writing skills. If one's writing skills are not good enough, it is impossible to write such a martial arts novel. I wonder who is the senior author of this novel. What you said before makes sense. I haven't heard of Fried Hawthorne before. It should be a new pen name used by the old author. Can anyone analyze something based on the current writing style? In our great scene, there aren't many people who can write group portraits of this quality. There are only a handful of them, but their writing styles don't even match up to the demigods and semi-devils. I agree, but one thing is certain, this Mr. Shanja is definitely a person with a very rich cultural background, and some of his sentences are quite poetic. Most people are guessing about Lin Mo's identity just based on this sophisticated writing style. No one would think that it was written by a new author, and no one would guess that it was written by a young man of only 24 years old. In addition to guessing the author's real information, more people are addicted to the martial arts world of demigods and semi-devils. The charm of the new martial arts lies in the fact that the world of martial arts described in the book makes people yearn for it, especially those who read books online. Many of them are young people, because the development of martial arts in this world has been stagnant and no new themes have appeared for some time. Martial arts has always been a very old theme for young people, but after watching Demigods and Semi-Devils, they were surprised to find out, it turns out that martial arts novels can be written like this. It turns out that martial arts are not limited to Tai Chi, Drunken Fist, and Wulong Bagua Stick. Turns out that the martial arts moves in martial arts novels can be so elegant and graceful, everything is so new. The Demigods and Semi-Devils simply breaks down the entire martial arts world of the past, blends it all together, and recreates a new martial arts novel. In this novel, people's martial arts skills allow them to climb walls and fly over rooftops, pick leaves and flowers. Wonderful, it's so wonderful. This change has led many people to read it repeatedly, and then to call their friends to come and watch it. Then the Demigods and Semi-Devils quickly began to spread. At the same time, in Suching Yun's studio, Shali from the marketing department is still working overtime to select works from the Dachin Literature Network. As Suching Yun's first work after establishing her own company and studio, the best way is to gain both fame and fortune, but quality must be up to standard. In terms of word of mouth, we must also gain everyone's praise. If the first work fails, regardless of whether it will affect the morale in the company, it will definitely affect Su Ching-yun herself. The core of the entire studio is Su Ching-yun. Only when Su Ching-yun's status and position are higher, the salaries and benefits of these people will increase. Therefore, the selection of the first work needs to be done with great care. After watching for several hours, Shali rubbed his nose bridge tiredly, then pressed F5 to refresh the interface. After reading books for so long, he still wasn't sure if he could come up with a novel that would live up to the ratings and reputation of the adaptation. This is also normal. If it were really that easy to find a book, there would be no need to set up a special department. So Shali has made good preparations for the long term. He had a notebook at hand with the titles of 4 or 5 novels written on it. He planned to select 10 and then screen them, and then choose the final 3 to have Boss Su finalize personally. The page refreshes. A new banner comes into view. Demigods and Semi-Devils? Xiao Li's eyes, which had been narrowed slightly due to fatigue, suddenly widened, a hint of curiosity flashing across them. It's quite novel to see a martial arts novel appear on a banner at this time. You know, the last martial arts movie that received good reviews was more than 10 years ago. That's even with the support of a kung fu superstar. After that, people still made martial arts films from time to time. However, neither martial arts movies nor TV series, even martial arts novels, have attracted much attention. Let's take a look first. Driven by curiosity, Shali clicked on Demigods and Semi-Devils and started watching it. Chapter 12. Buy it. Boss, buy it. Rating 9.9, 2,879 people rated it. Number of people who gave rewards 3093. Wow. Shali took a quick look at the ratings and the viewers who gave gifts, and found that so many people had already given gifts only a few hours after the recommendation. As for the rating of 9.9, Shali didn't take it seriously. All books will have high scores at the beginning, but as time goes by, as more and more people read and rate them, the scores will drop accordingly. It will take at least 10 days or half a month to see the actual score of this book, but let me be frank, in such a short period of time, there were more than 3,000 people giving rewards, which really speaks volumes. You have to understand, this is a martial arts novel. It is a martial arts novel that has been regarded as an outdated subject for more than 10 years. Not many people write it anymore, and no one reads it, how can we not be surprised that he has gained such high popularity in such a short time? Out of curiosity, Xiaoli started to read. Chapter 1. A man in a green robe walks on a dangerous peak. Chapter 2. The jade disc shines brightly in the moonlight. Chapter 3. The horse gallops and the fragrance is faint. Chapter 4. The cliff is high and the people are far away. Before I knew it, time began to pass, but Xiaoli became more and more excited as he watched, and even started gesturing with his hands, without noticing that when he first started watching, it was still pitch black outside. At this moment, the morning sunlight has gradually penetrated into the office windows. Wow, no way, brotherly, you're here so early? A colleague walked in, tapped his work card on the time clock, then walked over and asked, "What's so early?" Xiaoli raised his head with some doubt. It's okay when I'm immersed in it. I feel like I have unlimited energy and don't feel the time passing at all, but as soon as I broke away, I felt exhausted immediately, unable to help but yawn. He exclaimed, "No way? It's already the second day?" After hearing this, the colleague finally understood and asked, "Brotherly, have you been working overtime at the company all night?" Xiaoli nodded wearily, rubbing his eyes and saying, "I'm telling you, I found a novel. If our studio can get this, I guarantee it will become a huge hit." "Is it true? Which one?" "The Demigods and Semi-Devils." My colleague returned to his workstation with a puzzled look on his face, searched for Demigods and Semi-Devils, and started watching it. Xiaoli came to the tea room tiredly and made himself a cup of coffee, his mind still thinking about the martial arts world described in Demigods and Semi-Devils. "It feels great, very good," Xiaoli praised, "although it is just a beginning, but just like a masterpiece, once the scroll is slightly unfolded, you can already feel the vastness of the world within it." Xiaoli even feels that this is the world in our hearts. Take pleasure in settling grudges and be free and easy. It will be popular. If this were made into a TV series, it would be a huge hit. I have to quickly ask my boss to buy the film and television rights to this novel. As long as it is not perfunctory, this will definitely be a phenomenal martial arts TV series. Not even a single sentence needs to be modified, a complete remake is enough. This is not something magical. At most, it is just hanging steel wire and then doing some slight processing later. Money should not be a problem. At this moment, Xiaoli was like a person who had been thirsty in the desert for 3 days. Suddenly, he got a map and saw that there was a freshwater lake not far from him. But it's so exciting, just thinking about it makes me feel relaxed all over. Holding the brewed coffee, Xiaoli immediately started to prepare. As for the contents originally written on the notebook, he had already thrown them aside. Those books. No other book can be compared with The Demigods and Semi-Devils. We still have to act first. If we are slow, the film and television rights of Demigods and Semi-Devils may be bought by others. That's called being at a disadvantage. 8 o'clock in the morning. Su Qingyun stepped into the company wearing high heels. After all, the studio had just been established, and she still had a lot to do, and there were too many things that needed to be handled and arranged. Certainly, most importantly, she postponed all the announcements. Burn one's boats. The purpose is to make the studio's first success. As long as the first work of your studio is a hit, then when you take projects out in the future, people will rush to give you money, and they will get angry if you don't accept it. It sounds a bit exaggerated, but this is the reality. Capital works like this. As long as you attract them, they will be eager to give you as much as you can. This is what Su Qingyun wants to do. As long as the studio can succeed with one film, then in the future when there are other projects, people will be eager to give you money instead of making excuses and waiting and watching. Just sat down. Su Qingyun asked her assistant to make her a cup of coffee she drank with Zhao Shoya last night. For some reason, I dreamed that I was driving to Lin Mo's building. She was still in a panic, but in her dream, she didn't turn on the wipers, but stepped on the accelerator. When she was about to hit Lin Mo, she woke up from her dream. Really? Su Qingyun rubbed her head in distress. He was secretly worried. What's going on? Could it be true what Shoya said? Am I having sexual thoughts? It's really weird. Ever since I met that man, his figure would flash through my mind anytime and anywhere. I even dreamed about him last night. This is the first time I dreamed of a man. The funny thing is that I don't even know his name. Just when I was in a daze, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The person who came in was not the assistant Su Qingyun thought it was, but Xiaoli with bloodshot eyes. As soon as you enter the door, Xiaoli was very excited, and with his bloodshot eyes and messy hairstyle, he really looked a little crazy. Boss. Buy it. Buy it quickly. Calm down. Su Qingyun was startled by Xiaoli's mental state and asked, Xiaoli, did you not sleep last night? Well, I didn't sleep, but that's not the most important thing. Boss, I found a book. As long as you can buy it, I'm 90% sure it can be made into a phenomenal TV series. Xiao Li said excitedly. Oh? Which novel? Demigods and Semi-Devils. Xiao Li said excitedly, it's still hanging on the banner of the Daqin Literature Network. We need to hurry up, people in other companies should know about this novel by now. Chapter 13. You are already the eighth one. The Demigods and Semi-Devils. Su Qingyun opened the Daqin Literature Network as soon as possible. Xiao Li had been arranged to go here to find novels that could be adapted, so she naturally knew where to go. As soon as you enter the webpage, the big banner on the homepage is about the Demigods and Semi-Devils. The content of the novel is different from that of Xiao Li. Su Qingyun was more interested in reading the comments in the comments section. As long as the word of mouth is good enough, it will have fans of the original work. This is one of the reasons why so many novels are adapted. It's so good, I watched it over and over again all night long. I feel like Shanja's update speed is really fierce, with tens of thousands of updates a day, but it's still not enough. Take care of yourself, Mr. Hawthorne. Duan Yu is so romantic and unrestrained. In comparison, I still prefer peerless heroes like Xiao Feng. I love it. Shanja's writing is so good. When I read it, the world of martial arts he described automatically emerges in my mind. Wait for this morning's update, then I'll go to bed. Keep reading, almost all of them are positive reviews. There were also many compliments, such as, the newcomer king of Daqin Chinese website must be Shanja. We found a treasure. It seems that the biggest dark horse this year is Shanja, and so on. The rating remains stable at 9.8 points. Seeing this response, even without seeing the content, Su Qingyun knew that this was a novel that could easily become a hit. The only question now is, what kind of novel is this? The types of novels are different, and the directions of their adaptation will also be different. For example, novels such as fantasy and Western fantasy are suitable for anime and game adaptation. Urban or fictional history novels are more suitable for adaptation into TV series or movies. No time to read the content. Su Qingyun raised her head, looked at Xiao Li, who looked tired and had bloodshot eyes, and asked, is it suitable for adaptation into a TV series? Suitable. Xiao Li nodded immediately and said, this is a martial arts novel. Although martial arts has been in decline for a long time, the filming techniques have not been lost. It just takes more effort to shoot it. Okay, go and rest. I'll credit you for your contribution. When Su Qingyun heard that it was a martial arts novel, she immediately felt relieved. As Xiao Li said, martial arts has been in decline for a long time, but it was very prosperous in the past, so finding someone who can shoot martial arts films is really easy. Just find an old veteran. At most, you can add special effects and use wire ropes, which will cost more money and effort. Well, I'm going to go back and rest. Seeing that his boss had finalized it, Xiao Li felt relieved. However, before leaving and closing the shop, he did not forget to emphasize, boss, you must get it. This is a new style of martial arts. In addition to fans of the original novel, it can also attract fans of those old martial arts novels. Okay, I understand. Su Qingyun nodded and agreed, and she didn't delay. As soon as Xiao Li left, she picked up her phone and called someone from Daqin Literature Network. She had previously filmed several film and television works adapted from the Daqin Literature Network, and she also had some accumulated connections, so naturally she would have the phone number of an insider. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is the Daqin Literature Network's adaptation contact number. May I ask who you are? Hello, I'm Su Qingyun. Oh, it's Boss Su. The person on the other end of the phone smiled and said politely, Boss Su called today. He must be interested in the adaptation rights of our novel, right? I wonder which one Boss Su is interested in. The Demigods and Semi-Devils. Su Qingyun was a little surprised. Why did the other side become quiet after she said that? Shouldn't you just tell us the price you want to offer, and then we can haggle about it? Su Qingyun naturally didn't know the actual situation. This is the eighth call this morning. Not surprisingly, the first thing he asked for was the film and television adaptation rights for the Demigods and Semi-Devils. However, Daqin Literature Network is unable to sign the copyright yet. After all, Lin Cancan and Lin Mo have not signed the contract yet. So they naturally do not have any rights. However, in this situation, Dachin Literature Network will not take the initiative to tell the truth. Instead, he said ambiguously, you mean the demigods and semi-devils? That's a bit difficult. The price is negotiable. I really like this novel. I didn't send anyone but called myself. You should be able to feel my sincerity, right? Just name your price. Su Qingyun said in a shrewd manner. Well, it's really not a question of price. My superiors haven't given me a price, so it's difficult for me to quote you. The person on the other end was also very shrewd and laughed it off. What's the problem? Su Qingyun asked. I won't hide it from you. The person on the other end of the phone said, as if he had made up his mind. Well, since I started working, 7 companies have already called and asked about it. You're the 8th one, and we're still hesitant about who to give it to. Have you read the novel? We really value authors of that caliber, and we need to carefully consider their opinions. Who is the author of Demigods and Semi-Devils? Really, when Su Qingyun heard that 7 companies had already contacted her, she became even more anxious. Good job. How popular is this? Generally speaking, to adapt a novel, as long as both parties agree on the price, there won't be any big problems. Even if it is really popular, there are usually only 2 or 3 companies competing for it. After so much scramble, people may end up joining forces and investing together. 7 or 8, this is the first time I've heard of it, and it's only been one morning. How many people will be interested in this novel in the end? I'm afraid there will be more than a dozen, even if most of them are just there for show. But Su Qingyun knew clearly that her current studio was just a small shrimp in the entertainment industry, and any resource could crush her. Are we just going to give up like this? No, it doesn't exist. Su Qingyun was determined not to give up, so she asked for the author's information. Tell me who he is? I'll come and have a good chat with him. This is naturally not a threat, but rather a plea. She really needs a work to help her studio gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. Well, who is it and where do you live? Naturally, people would not reveal this kind of information. So he said, don't be so anxious. How about this? I'll register your company. If there's hope, we'll let you know. Please. Su Qingyun lowered her attitude and said, if possible, can you arrange for me to meet with Master Shanja to have a chat? Try your best, try your best. Chapter 14. Going to see Lin Cancan. Obviously, whether Su Qingyun could be allowed to contact Shanja was not something he could decide. After hanging up the phone, he was complaining to himself. This is truly amazing. Demigods and semi-devils. I used to have a leisurely position in the company, but I didn't expect to be so busy today. But I don't know if Lin Cancan can successfully sign Shanja Dada's contract today? People outside don't know what's going on, but as the department in charge of managing the company's various copyrights, he naturally understood what was going on, and now all he has to do is delay first, whet the appetites of the people in those companies, and then once Lin Mo's contract is signed, they can get the sky-high adaptation fee. I guess my bonus must be very generous. I had just started daydreaming when the phone rang again. Pick up the phone. Before he could say anything, the person on the other end of the phone shouted urgently, hello. I want the film and television rights to the Demigods and Semi-Devils. Has it not been sold yet? Alas, the 9th call came. Keep working. Lin Mo was also busy all morning. Wake up first. I uploaded the new chapter of the Demigods and Semi-Devils, and then opened my own author background to check the data. The result was still a shock. Although I had already determined that Demigods and Semi-Devils would be a huge hit, I didn't expect it to be so successful. Among those who gave rewards, there was actually someone who gave 10,000 yuan in one go. It's $10,000 in real money, and this is not just one person, but a large group of people. If you look closely at their profile pictures, you will find that many of them are already middle-aged or elderly, and they are new accounts that have just been registered. I didn't say much when I came up, just gave a reward first and then left a message. The message also has a sense of chivalry. This brother's writing is quite poetic. I hope you will work harder. It's so comfortable to read. I don't know how long it has been since I read a martial arts novel. Amazing, awesome. In my mind, the hero of our time should be like Xiao Feng. The younger generation, there are many varieties. Although the amount of tips was not much, the wealthier ones gave 100 or 80 yuan, while those who were short of money would give 1 or 2 yuan to show their appreciation. All that's left is to urge for updates in various ways. Walking through the Norwegian forest, I walked into your dream. The setting sun fell on my armor. Princes don't always ride white horses, the dark horse prince is at home everywhere. It's 3:30 in the morning. Is the author still asleep and not typing? But real leather. Ha 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 ha, this fancy way of urging for updates is really making me laugh to death. You're the one who caused our blacksmith shop to not receive any orders for blades recently? Civilization urges updates. Hey, Lin Mo also found this comment interesting, silently gave him a thumbs up, and then continued to devote himself to the career of typing. With my god-level hand speed, I am actually very fast in typing efficiency, but no matter how fast, it's just impossible to read faster than the readers. I kept coding until I forgot everything in my life, and only went downstairs to eat at noon when I was hungry. When I came back, I just took a shower, changed my clothes and went out. I made an appointment with people from Dutchin Literature Network to meet at Wind Wing Cafe yesterday. Wings of Wind Cafe IT is a concept of coffee restaurant that has begun to emerge in recent years. Exquisite decoration, authentic coffee, and a delicious restaurant. This makes it very popular among young people who pursue a petty bourgeoisie. The main reason why Lin Mayo was here was because this was the only place nearby that was suitable for discussing things. No taxi either. It's near my home and I can walk there in about 10 minutes. When we arrived, it was almost 1:40 in the afternoon. Lunchtime had passed, and except for a few scattered people, most people were chatting with colleagues over a cup of coffee, talking about gossip and small things. Lin Mo just appeared at the door and hadn't even walked in yet. I could feel several pairs of eyes locked on me in an instant. I could hear some people whispering in my ears. Wow! Xiaoli, look at the door. That guy is so handsome. Hey! Don't turn your head to look. Just look, keep looking. Oh my god, what kind of divine aura is this? I wonder if he has a girlfriend. He's so handsome, he must have a girlfriend. Hey! I don't agree with what you said. It's just like many boys who subconsciously think that some goddess-level people have boyfriends when they see them. It's precisely because of your thinking that such a handsome guy may not have a girlfriend. Soon Lin Can, who was sitting in her seat, also heard everyone's discussion and turned her head curiously to look at the door. In an instant, he recognized it as Lin Mois. I took a deep breath and said in shock, the real person is so handsome? She had seen Lin Mo's photo, and when filling in the author information, she needed to send photos of the front and back of her ID card, but at that time, Lin Mo had not yet taken the body-tempering pill. So even though he looks handsome in his ID photo, he's not so handsome that people can't help but fall in love with him at first sight. Fortunately, the body-tempering pill only tempers the body and does not change the appearance. It only makes more fine-tuning to perfection. Therefore, Lin Can was still able to recognize at a glance that the person standing at the door was Lin Mo. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. Lin Can stood up, waved his hand, and shouted, "Big brother, I'm here." Hearing the sound, he looked over. Lin Mo saw the girl wearing a JK uniform. The voice was similar to the one on the phone yesterday, soft and crisp, with a feeling of being boneless. So Lin Mo walked up to her and naturally extended a hand. "Hello, I'm Shanja, are you Lin Can?" It's me. Lin Can excitedly stretched out her hands and shook Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo just shook hands lightly and immediately let go after shaking hands, without any intention of taking advantage. On the contrary, Lin Can felt a little empty in her heart, a little reluctant to let go, and wished she could hold the hand forever. But soon Lin Mo got straight to the point and asked, "Yesterday you said you would bring the contract to show me. Did you bring it with you?" "Ah, I brought it." Lin Can nodded quickly and turned to look for the contract in her bag. Her little face turned a little pink because of her own loss of composure. The two people were sitting in a corner discussing the contract, therefore, no one else heard what was said. They just saw Lin Mo and Lin Can sitting together and thought they were a couple. Chapter 15. The best contract in the industry. Here, this is the contract. All the benefits are top-notch in the industry. Take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can discuss it. Lin Can took out a folder from her bag and handed it to Lin Mo. Good. Lin Mo wouldn't just flip through it and move on. It is better to read the contract carefully. The first is about the place where Lin Mo wrote. If Dutchin Literature Network has not done anything to harm Lin Mo's legitimate interests, then Lin Mo cannot publish novels elsewhere. It is specifically noted here that the word count is over 100,000 words. In other words, Lin Mo can publish some short stories in other places, and there are no restrictions. However, there is no website dedicated to publishing. Short stories, so the idea is just to post articles on blogs, the rest are issues of their respective benefits. First of all, there are online subscriptions, which are split 30% and 70% respectively, with LinMO accounting for 70%, same gift as above. Next, it's time to look at the big picture. For various copyrights, Dachin Literature Network will help to contact them. If it is published or adapted into film and television animation, the website needs 40% to 60%. After all, websites also need to make money. LinMO does not need to pay for the daily operating expenses. In fact, among the 4 levels of the website, it can only earn 2 levels in the early stage, and it is estimated that it can get 3 levels of income in the later stage. It's acceptable. LinMO read it word by word. Lin Cancan sat quietly opposite, sipping her coffee and looking at LinMO cautiously. I exclaimed in my heart, "Oh my God. Isn't this so handsome?" Even when he's seriously reading the contract, his expression is so charming. The high nose bridge, the 3-dimensional facial features, and more importantly, he's worthy of being the author of a work like the demigods and semidevils. He really has that literati temperament. It's really deadly. Lin Cancan felt like she was about to become a nymphomaniac. However, neither of them noticed that at this moment, a woman wearing a hat and sunglasses was watching this side on the second floor of the Wind Wings Cafe. "What are they doing?" Zhao Shoya frowned, and there was some confusion in her eyes behind her sunglasses. She had her back to LinMO and was at some distance, so he could only see the woman opposite LinMO handing something to him, and then LinMO looked at it very seriously. "A book? No, no. If you want to read, you two should go to a place like a library. Besides, even if you want to read in a cafe, 2 people should each hold a book and read. How can one person read a book while another person watches others read?" I thought about it over and over again, but I couldn't figure it out. So Zhao Shoya simply took out her phone and prepared to notify her good sisters. Beep, beep, beep. After a few phone calls, Su Qingyun's voice sounded, and she asked tiredly, "Shoya, what's the matter? What's wrong with you?" Zhao Shoya was stunned. "From your voice, you sound tired." "Well, in the office." Su Qingyun sighed and slumped down in her office chair, pinching the bridge of her nose with one hand. "Don't mention it. We found a novel that was just released yesterday. If we can get the copyright, then our studio will be able to gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry." "It was just released yesterday? Then take it down quickly," Zhao Shoya said in confusion. In her opinion, for some big hits, the studio may compete with those big companies. The rest of it, apart from some small companies, there are also some studios that make online movies. Compared with Su Qingyun, those people will not be afraid no matter whether it is competing for resources or funds, and the most important thing is that she is Su Qingyun. For people who equate appearance with ability, as long as the script is good, almost any role they play will become popular, and they are not afraid of losing money at all. It would be extremely easy for Su Qingyun to get a newly published book. "Oh, it's not as easy as you say," Su Qingyun said tiredly. "Don't think that the book was just released yesterday, but it became a hit overnight. Almost all the reviews were positive, and it even attracted those old martial arts fans." Martial arts fan. "Don't think that there have been no hit martial arts works over the years. That's not the audience's problem, it's the martial arts works problem, but now it's different. Demigods and semidevils created a new concept of martial arts, which immediately ignited the hearts of countless martial arts fans. This is a huge market. The people in those companies are not fools. They smelled the evil in an instant and came to our door. Long ago. Su Qingyun said tiredly, "I called this morning and I was the 8th person to ask. I asked again after lunch at noon, and there are already 15 companies that want to buy it, 3 of which are large companies. I'm holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to solve the problem. Have you come up with a solution?" Zhao Shoya asked. "It seems that it's unlikely that we can take it all by ourselves. There are 2 options. One is to rely on large companies. They eat the meat and we drink the soup. The other is to unite with other small companies. We can get a piece of the pie, but our competitiveness will definitely be inferior to those of the big companies. Only when you become the head of the household do you understand the necessities of life: rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea." The studio had only been established for a few days, but Su Qingyun was already feeling a little tired. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when you will encounter it again, so Su Qingyun put all her efforts into it, wanting to have a bite of it. "That's right." After talking about the troubles in the studio, Su Qingyun asked again, "What's the matter with you calling me? If you're still hungry, forget it. I'm afraid I can't bring you food today. Oh, no. Speaking of this, Jia Shoya recalled the main purpose of her calling Su Qingyun that he glanced downstairs again. At this time, Lin Mo had finished reading the contract and was generally very satisfied with it. He had done a quick check before coming and was sure that this was indeed a top-notch contract in the circle. One higher, there is only one thing left, and that is to give the shares of Daqin Literature Network to Lin Mo and let him join in it. Just reading the demigods and semi-devils is not enough. Lin Mo was very clear about this, so he only made changes to the length of time. It was originally supposed to take 5 years. Lin Mo asked to change the time to 2 years, but promised to write and publish 3 million-word novels in 2 years, and after 2 years, Daqin Literature Network will give priority. Lin Cancan called the editor-in-chief and formally modified the contract. The two people finished signing the contract and were about to leave together. Jia Shoya covered her mouth with her hands and said hurriedly, "I'm telling you, your boyfriend is dating a girl." Chapter 16. The two of them entered the hotel. Little boyfriend? Su Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then she realized which one Jia Shoya was talking about. Her face immediately turned red, and she said coquettishly, "What little boyfriend? What nonsense are you talking about? Oh, don't pay attention to this for now. He is dating a woman now." Jia Shoya said anxiously, "What time is it now? Why bother worrying about names, Su Qingyun? Can you have some sense of crisis? Who he's dating is none of my business." That's what I said, but for some reason, after Su Qingyun finished speaking, a bitter regret immediately surged in her heart, and then turned into distress. However, she still gritted her teeth and endured it. She was not the kind of person who didn't understand things. She knew very well in her heart that even though she had a good impression of the man, at the moment, he was still a stranger to her, not even a friend. In other words, I don't even have the right to be jealous. After that, she understood that no matter how bitter her heart was, she could not show it. How could Jia Shoya not understand what her best friend was thinking? It's just that she has always advocated that Su Qingyun should take the initiative to pursue her. She advocated taking the initiative. This is just the difference in the personalities of the two people. Hey, don't be so stubborn. Let me tell you, this is the first time in all these years that you've met someone you've developed feelings for. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, there's nothing wrong with getting to know each other, right? Jia Shoya followed Lin Mo and Lin Cancan stealthily all the way and said, "Let me tell you, that girl is quite cute. Although she can't compare to you, she is wearing JK and is pure and cute." "So what?" Su Qingyun asked with a wry smile. "What else?" Jia Shoya said with a look of disappointment, "Sister, if you don't take the initiative, he will be seduced away by another woman." I saw clearly that the two of them were talking and laughing, and the way the woman looked at the handsome guy was so bright, hold head high. I don't know why, but my mood got worse. Even a nameless fire began to rise. It feels like my man is out dating another woman. Although Su Qingyun knew very well in her heart from the beginning that she and the man were strangers, but that's how people are. The left brain controls reason and the right brain controls emotions. So even though she understood all the reasons in her heart, she still couldn't control the feeling of jealousy, etc. Before Su Qingyun could continue speaking, Jia Shoya cried out. On the street corner, Jia Shoya, who was hiding aside, secretly showed half of her head and saw with her own eyes that two people walked into a building and looked up at the sign, Hilton Hotel. Hiss, it was this scene that made Jia Shoya scream in surprise. "What's wrong?" Su Qingyun was startled by the sound and asked quickly, "What happened? Were you discovered?" No, Jia Shoya stammered. "Well, I think Qingyun, you're right. Let's change our target. This guy has no background and only a beautiful appearance. Forget it." Something is wrong. When Su Qingyun heard Jia Shoya change her words so quickly, she instantly had an ominous premonition in her heart. "What happened?" It's okay, I'll go back now, we won't follow you," Jia Shoya said with an awkward smile. Su Qingyun, feeling upset, immediately said seriously, "Jia Shoya." Well, Jia Shoya was afraid of this trick. When she heard her name being called so seriously, she didn't dare to hide anything. I had no choice but to confess honestly. The two of them entered the Hilton Hotel. "Qingyun, forget it. You two don't have any relationship now anyway. That guy's private life is." Before he could even utter the word chaos, the only sound on the line was a dead tone, ding ding ding. The next moment, Su Qingyun asked her to send her location on WeChat. It's over. Jia Shoya said it 3 times in a row. As a close friend of many years, She understood it immediately. Don't be fooled by Su Qingyun's stubborn words, but looking at her demeanor, it's obvious that Su Qingyun is really in love with her, otherwise, he wouldn't be so impatient and even speak to me in such a serious tone. Have no choice. Zhao Xiaoya was afraid of this move, so she sent her current location over. I could only pray in my heart, I hope that by then, things won't get too serious. Otherwise, she could already imagine what the headlines in tomorrow's newspapers would be. Popular actress Su Qingyun threw a tantrum on the spot, suspected of having an affair with her boyfriend and being caught. Now Zhao Xiaoya wanted to slap herself twice. You said you had some free time today. Couldn't you just stay home and play games or watch a show? You had to worry about it and come over here to help Su Qingyun find out about that guy. Now you're done, right? Things are getting out of hand. Even if you hadn't made that call, it would have been fine. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that I had done something ridiculous. Su Qingyun didn't understand what was happening to her at this moment. I feel wronged, sad, and there is an unknown fire in my heart. Su Qingyun even had a ridiculous thought in her mind. I'm busy running around in the company, and you dare to mess around with other women behind my back? How can you be so fair to me? Although this thought just appeared, it was dismissed by Su Qingyun. She knew that she had no relationship with that man now. But once this thought came to her mind, she could no longer suppress the resentment in her heart now. Her only thought was to go and see it with her own eyes. As for what she would do after the meeting, Su Qingyun hadn't thought about it at all. At this moment, it seemed like she was doing something in the heat of the moment. Inside the Hilton Hotel, Lin Mo followed Lin Cancan into the hall and said, "I'm so sorry." It's okay, I was just too excited." Lin Cancan quickly shook her head, glanced at the large coffee stain on the hem of her skirt, and said with a smile, "It's my fault for being so stupid. I even knocked over the coffee cup while receiving a folder. I'll just go upstairs and change my clothes. Do you want to come with me?" "No need, I'll just wait for you here." Lin Mo shook his head and declined the request. Others go upstairs to change clothes, so what's the point of following them? Pointing to the leisure area next to the lobby, he said, "Look, aren't there magazines here? I'll be waiting for you over there. When you're done, just come find me. I'll treat you to dinner." Chapter 17. If I were a man, I would dream of marrying her. Then please wait here for a while. After hearing Lin Mo's refusal, Lin Cancan felt a little empty in her heart, but I also admire Lin Mo's integrity. After saying goodbye, Lin Mo ran to the leisure area in the corner alone, picked up a magazine and started flipping through it. Su Qingyun. Lin Mo looked at the name on the magazine cover and was stunned for a moment. I have heard this name often. At noon, I was having lunch in that uncle's Sichuan restaurant, and the group of students were still discussing Su Qingyun, but what made Lin Mo stunned was not the name, but the woman on the cover. Strange, it looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Lin Mo muttered to himself. After all, to be on the cover of a magazine, one needs to put on makeup and dress up, and also do some retouching, so it is impossible for Lin Mo to recognize her at first glance. The most important thing is in daily life, even if a celebrity passes by you, you may not recognize him or her at first glance. This is a subconscious reaction, feeling that you are far away from celebrities and that they are unlikely to appear in your daily life. Then he opened the magazine, just casually read the contents to pass the time. Outside, Su Qingyun had stopped the car and came to Zhao Xiaoya's side. "Is this the hotel?" Su Qingyun asked with a dark face. "Qingyun, calm down." Zhao Xiaoya quickly pulled Su Qingyun to persuade her, "Calm?" Su Qingyun was so angry that she pointed at the store name and said, "He's already going to the Hilton Hotel with someone, how can I stay calm?" But. Zhao Xiaoya reminded softly, "He's not your boyfriend yet." No. Su Qingyun burst out word by word. It was precisely because she understood this in her heart, otherwise, she would have rushed in to catch the adulterer long ago, and would not have stood outside to discuss things with Zhao Xiaoya. But knowing is one thing, the anger in your heart is another matter. "I'll just go in and take a look, see it with my own eyes, is that okay?" Su Qingyun felt more and more aggrieved, and in the end she even felt a little sour in her nose. After all, he was the first boy I had feelings for. Seeing each other for the last time, seeing each other secretly for the last time, is not too much, right? Su Qingyun pretended to be strong, took a deep breath, and suppressed the frustration in her heart. She said softly, "After the meeting, I will go back to the studio. I still have a lot of things to deal with today." "Really?" Zhao Xiaoya asked doubtfully. Okay. I'll go with you." Jashoya also took the risk. It can't be stopped. It would be better for me to go with them, rather than letting Su Qingyun go in alone. Even if things get out of hand in the end, at least I can be a helper. The two people who made up their minds held hands and took firm steps forward. The wind was whistling and the river was cold. The hero's momentum of never returning made many people on the roadside look sideways. What are these two girls trying to do? In addition to changing her clothes, Lin Cancan also seemed to have simply touched up her makeup. So it took more than half an hour to get down. When she came to Lin Mo, Lin Mo could clearly smell a faint scent of perfume entering his nose. He raised his head in confusion and took a look. It turned out that Lin Cancan had come to his side without him knowing when, and was looking down at the contents of the magazine in his hand. "When did you come?" There was no sound at all. Lin Mo said with a smile as he closed the magazine. "Just arrived." Lin Cancan, who had changed into a set of JK clothes, said with a smile, "I saw that you were looking at it seriously, so I didn't bother you." After that, he asked curiously, "Do you prefer this kind of girl?" "Which one?" Lin Mo asked. "It's Su Qingyun. She has a perfect temperament, a good figure, good looks, and great acting skills. The key is that she is completely different from other actresses. There has never been any scandal about her." Lin Cancan said with some admiration. "Hey," Lin Mo jokingly said, "I think you are the one who likes this kind of girl the most." "That's it." Lin Cancan seemed to be a real fan of Su Qingyun. She raised her chin proudly and said proudly, "I'm just a girl. If I were a man, I'd dream of marrying her." "Hey, that's the woman." As soon as you enter the door, Asia Shoya happened to see Lin Cancan walking out of the elevator, so she quickly pulled Su Qingyun to hide on the other side and watched from afar. Really, the girl walked straight to Lin Mo's side and bent down. Then, the two of them were talking and laughing, and they seemed to be having a great time. "Qingyun, are you okay?" Zhao Shoya looked at Su Qingyun beside her with some worry. She felt that Su Qingyun's breathing was getting louder and louder. Through her sunglasses, there was a kind of anger that was about to come. She was really afraid that Su Qingyun would lose her composure for a while. There are quite a lot of people in the lobby of this hotel. If a commotion really breaks out, it will be a big incident. "I'm fine." Su Qingyun gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. "Calm down, you must calm down." Zhao Shoya kept persuading. Just at this moment, Lin Mo put the magazine back on the bookshelf and prepared to go out for dinner with Lin Cancan. Seeing this, Su Qingyun's head got even hotter. She shook off Zhao Shoya's hand and rushed directly to the door, blocking the two of them. "Oops." Zhao Shoya's head buzzed, and she reacted immediately the next second. Sure enough, things started to get out of hand. She had never expected that Su Qingyun suddenly got the courage from somewhere, shook off her hand, and rushed to the man and the woman. "It's over, it's over. Things are going to get out of hand." Zhao Shoya was panicking, but he didn't just stand there stupidly. No matter what, she had to run to Su Qingyun's side first. No matter what she had to face next, she had to face it together with her good sister. Lin Mo and Lin Cancan were also stunned. Just as the two were about to walk out of the hotel, a woman wearing a mask and sunglasses suddenly rushed in front of them. Although she was wearing sunglasses, Lin Mo could feel that the woman was staring at him intently, which made him feel a little confused. Lin Mo asked hesitantly, "Do you have something to talk to me about?" Su Qingyun didn't say anything and didn't make any movements. The pair of beautiful eyes behind the sunglasses just looked at the man in front of her, a man whose name she didn't even know, but who appeared in her dreams and would be the one she would think of whenever she had some free time. Chapter 18. This man's name is so weird. Zhao Shoya also came running over. He didn't dare to call out Su Qingyun's name, and could only stand silently behind Su Qingyun to express his support for her. Looking at Lin Mo's handsome face, Zhao Shoya sighed inwardly. Alas, looking at such a handsome guy, how could he be such a person? As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. And Su Qingyun, there was not a single word or action from beginning to end. I just feel mixed emotions at this moment. This was a man whose name she couldn't even call out, but he held such an important position in her heart. This was something Su Qingyun only realized now. There is a feeling of unwillingness. 25 years old. This is the first time I've met a boy I've developed a crush on, but is it over before I've even officially interacted with him? A melancholy mood lingered in my heart. My nose felt sore and tears began to well up in the corners of my eyes behind my sunglasses. However, this scene made Lin Cancan, who was confused, even more nervous. He quickly stood halfway forward, half blocking Lin Mo. He said, Master Shanja has already officially signed a contract with our Dachin Literature Network.
Isn't it a little too late for you to come here now?
She thought the two people in front of her were colleagues. As mentioned before, although The Demigods and Semi-Devils written by Lin Mo was featured on the homepage banner of the Dachin Literature Network, that was the treatment generally given to contracted authors. It's just that Dachin Literature Network created an information gap and put it up before the contract was signed, giving others the illusion that the contract had already been signed, but such a thing can't be concealed for long. Long as people in the industry really want to find out, such things will be found out soon. This is also the reason why the other party agreed so quickly when Lin Mo proposed to change the 5-year term to 2 years. On the one hand, Lin Mo promised to write 3 novels of 1 million words each in the next 2 years. On the other hand, it is because of the huge hit of Demigods and Semi-Devils that the company's copyright operation department is so busy today. Can't delay. If you procrastinate, you might be poached by people from other websites in advance. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if the editor is willing to change the 5-year contract to 2 years, he will have to call a meeting with the higher-ups to discuss it, which would take a month or so. This is completely a special case. Now, Lin Cancan mistook the two people in front of her for editors of other websites. Although the two people opposite were wrapped very tightly, judging from their figures and the temperament they exuded, their appearance was definitely not bad call. Lin Cancan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, today, thanks to the editor-in-chief's decisiveness, otherwise it might have been intercepted by someone else. But honestly, what website editor is this? How can he have such a temperament? I was thinking this in my heart, but I didn't say it out loud. He emphasized again, we at Dachin Literature Network have already signed a top-level contract with Mr. Shanja.
As an industry insider, you must understand our strength, right?
Dachin Literature Network is a semi-state-owned enterprise. As long as the contract is signed, almost no one dares to poach them, otherwise the legal department will not be a pushover. He was poached before signing, that was because we were blind, but if you still want to dig after signing, that's like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Hawthorne? Zhao Shoya curled her lips and muttered softly, how could someone have such a strange name?
However, Su Qingyun's heart was shaken. Hawthorne, fried hawthorns?
She had heard these 4 words too many times today. She saw this pen name for the first time this morning when Shelley introduced the Demigods and Semi-Devils to her, and then mentioned it countless times in the afternoon meeting with the studio staff. She even called the Dachin Literature Network several times, all for the purpose of having a meal with that fried hawthorne and asking him to give her the film and television adaptation rights of the Demigods and Semi-Devils. Turn out to be.
Phew, Su Qingyun laughed out loud all of a sudden. So that's how it is.
It turns out that after searching everywhere for something, it was finally found without any effort. The person she had been looking for and the person she had been thinking about were actually the same person. It's over. Zhao Shoya's heart skipped a beat when she heard Su Qingyun's laughter.
She thought to herself, could it be that she's gone crazy from all the excitement? Su Qingyun was naturally not crazy.
She raised her fair and tender hands, slowly took off her sunglasses, and then took off the mask that was covering her body.
Hello.
Su Qingyun grinned coldly, her eyes red as she said, I'm not here to poach people, I'm here to discuss something with Master Shanja. Su Qingyun is absolutely beautiful when she takes off her disguise. The grievance just now made him look quite pitiful at this moment. However, Lin Cancan was stunned and stammered, Su Qingyun. I never dreamed of it. The idol you were admiring in the last second appeared in front of you in the next second. This is really so happy.
Hello. Lin Cancan started to get nervous. It's you.
Lin Mo recognized who it was. When I was looking at the magazine just now, the photo looked familiar, and now standing in front of him, Lin Mo understood at a glance why he had a familiar feeling. It turned out that this person was the female gangster whom he rescued on the first day he came to this world.
It's me.
Su Qingyun smiled. Deep down in my heart, a sweet feeling seemed to begin to secrete.
Why didn't you call me? Su Qingyun rolled her eyes at Lin Mo, complaining, are you worried that I can't afford to treat you to a meal?
No, it's just a piece of cake. Lin Mo said with a smile.
Anyway, I still owe you a meal. Are you free now? Su Qingyun insisted, without waiting for Lin Mo's answer. Lin Cancan's little head nodded repeatedly. I'm free. No need for you, idol, to treat us all. I'll treat everyone to a meal. No, it's my treat. Where are we going to eat?
At this moment, Su Qingyun had returned to her usual cold and aloof self. The only thing that proved her discontent was her still slightly red eyes.
How about eating at a Sichuan restaurant?
Lin Mo suggested.
As you say. After hearing Lin Mo's proposal, Su Qingyun agreed without any hesitation.
Okay, let's go. At this moment, only Zhao Xiaoya was still a little confused. What is going on? Why is the situation different from what I imagined before? Could it be? Zhao Xiaoya looked strange, thinking to herself, is this man's name really that weird?
Hawthorne?
Chapter 19. Sorry, it's full. Looking at Lin Mo and Lin Can walking in front, Zhao Xiaoya behind him finally figured things out. Hold head high, you mean to say that you've been busy all day trying to get the copyright to Demigods and Semi-Devils, and this Demigods and Semi-Devils was written by him?
Su Qingyun squinted her eyes and replied cheerfully, yes. So it's a pen name. I was wondering why his name was so strange, Hawthorne.
Zhao Xiaoya, who finally understood what was going on, muttered softly, but she quickly remembered and said excitedly, wow.
Great, Qingyun. Judging from the popularity you mentioned, this guy must be very talented.
You have to get him quickly. The misunderstanding has been resolved. Zhao Xiaoya naturally returned to her previous state and began to encourage Su Qingyun to learn to take the initiative. Oh, let's talk about this later. First, help me figure out how to get the copyright for Demigods and Semi-Devils.
Let me tell you, the competition here is fierce. In front, Lin Can approached Lin Mo and asked in a low voice, Master Shanja, did you know Su Qingyun before? I think we've met once. Lin Mo replied casually. How did you know each other?
Lin Can asked curiously, blinking her eyes. How did you meet? Lin Mo turned his head to look at Su Qingyun, who had put on her sunglasses and mask again, and thought to himself, she is a celebrity after all. I can't just go around saying that she is drunk and behaved like a hooligan to me, right? So he said, little girl, don't be so gossipy, hold head high. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't say anything, Lin Can didn't ask any further questions, but just asked again, can you help me get her
autograph later? I really want her autograph.
Okay.
This favor didn't matter, and Lin Mo didn't refuse it.
He just added, but I don't know whether they will agree or not.
I know. Thank you, Mr. Hawthorne.
When Lin Can heard that Lin Mo agreed to help, she was extremely happy. When facing Su Qingyun, she was so nervous that she couldn't even speak clearly. It was really embarrassing. Lin Can recalled what had just happened and couldn't help but stick out her tongue.
Look.
Zhao Xiaoya grinned and nudged Su Qingyun with her shoulder, raising her eyebrows under her sunglasses. She said with a smile, I said that with your looks, he would be completely captivated.
He must have been secretly looking at you just now. I feel like he really wants you to catch up and stand by his side. Stop talking nonsense.
Su Qingyun said coquettishly and rolled her eyes. However, the face under the mask has begun to turn red. 4 people, 2 cars. Zhao Xiaoya grabbed Lin Can's arm and said, well, take my car.
This is so embarrassing. Hey, we're all friends, why should we be embarrassed? Come on, get in the car.
Zhao Xiaoya half pulled and half pushed Lin Can into her car. In other words, Lin Can felt embarrassed. Seeing that she kept her eyes on Su Qingyun when she got into the car, she knew that if she had a choice, she would have gotten into Su Qingyun's car long ago. Lin Mo originally wanted to follow, but after Zhao Xiaoya closed the door, she immediately extended her hand to make a stop gesture and said, sorry, the place is full.
Is it full? Lin Mo looked at the 2 empty back seats in confusion. Yes, it's full. Zhao Xiaoya explained seriously, you don't understand, right?
For us girls, the back seat is where we put our bags.
You take the other one, go.
Hearing this, Lin Mo was a little hesitant. The main reason was that when Lin Mo saw the car, he remembered that the people who had parked downstairs were this pair of sisters, and his driving skills are worrying. When you start a car, the wipers can be turned on. As if Su Qingyun understood Lin Mo's expression, her face flushed and she said softly, why don't you drive?
You don't mind? Lin Mo asked. I don't mind. Then I'll drive.
So Lin Mo sat in the driver's seat, and Su Qingyun went around and sat in the passenger seat. While fastening his seatbelt, he said, actually, I'm not a road killer.
I haven't even committed any traffic violations while driving. Well, I know, you are an old driver.
Lin Mo teased. When talking about the old driver, Su Qingyun blushed. Fortunately, she is an actress, so she quickly calmed herself down and began to change the topic naturally.
Thank you so much for that day. Without your help, I would have been secretly photographed by those two paparazzi.
Who knows what they would have said about me in the entertainment newspapers.
Then he changed the subject, asked, that day, you didn't do anything weird to me, right? Hearing this, Lin Mo glanced at Su Qingyun with a puzzled look in his eyes. I thought to myself, I didn't do anything to you, but does what you did to me count? Forget it, girls are always thinner skin. So Lin Mo had no choice but to respond, no, I slept on the sofa. That's right. Su Qingyun nodded solemnly and asked, then I didn't say anything weird, did I? No.
Lin Mo replied, I didn't really say that, but you were being rude to me. It wasn't a long journey at all. It only took Lin Mo about 10 minutes to walk there, and 4 or 5 minutes to drive there. The main thing is that you have to wait for 2 traffic lights, otherwise it will take only 1 or 2 minutes to get there. It's still the Sichuan restaurant near my home. Although the store is not big, the taste is authentic.
Lin Mo is not the kind of person who likes to show off. When it comes to eating, the most important thing is to have good taste. It was late at night and there were not many people in the store. The girl in school uniform was sitting at the counter, holding a pen and writing furiously on her homework book. Lin Mo walked over and asked, is there any room in the private room on the second floor?
Yes, what do you want to eat? The girl raised her head as she spoke. When she saw Lin Mo, her eyes became crescent-shaped and she said, I thought you weren't coming today.
Oh, you still remember me?
Lin Mo joked with a smile. These past 2 days, when I came here, the students hadn't finished school yet, so I didn't say a word to her.
I didn't expect that this girl remembered me.
Yeah, my dad was just saying that maybe his cooking skills are not good enough, so why didn't he keep a regular customer like you? When the little girl smiled, her 2 small canine teeth were exposed. She then glanced behind her secretly and whispered to Lin Mo, he thought you had dinner at someone else's house.
Hey, Lin Mo said, well, with your dad like this, can I still go to other places to eat in the future?
Go.
The little girl nodded naturally and said as a matter of course I will go.
It's your own money, so it's your freedom to eat whatever you want.
My dad is just confused. If you like it, come often.
You have to change your taste occasionally.
Nizi, who are you talking to?
A loud voice came from the kitchen, and Lin Mo knew it was the boss's voice.
Chapter 20. The star looks at you with a strange look. Listen to the sound. The boss lifted the curtains covering the counter in the kitchen and came out. As soon as he saw Lin Mo, he smiled and said embarrassedly, now that you're here, don't listen to this girl's nonsense, snort.
The little girl pouted slightly, wrinkled her nose, and retorted, I'm not talking nonsense.
Ha! The boss smiled brightly but a little embarrassedly, not daring to respond. He could only say, how about it, handsome guy? What would you like to eat tonight? I want a private room on the second floor. It's for 4 people. Just a small meal is enough.
Lin Mo said with a smile. Just at this time, the 3 women also parked their car and came in together.
It's quite difficult to find a parking space here,
Zhao Xiuya said as she walked over.
Su Qingyun.
The little girl had sharp eyes. Although Su Qingyun was not wearing a mask, her sunglasses were still covering most of her face, but she still recognized her at a glance.
Shu.
Su Qingyun quickly put her index finger to her lips, smiled gently, and said softly, don't be so loud, or you'll attract other people.
Okay, I understand.
The girl nodded cautiously. He seemed to feel that it was not appropriate, so he covered his mouth with his hands. The boss was also a little surprised.
Su Qingyun? Isn't this the famous star his daughter always talks about?
Most of the students who come to the store are her fans. When he saw Su Qingyun looking at Lin Mo again, he could clearly see a different emotion in her eyes. Ahem. The boss quickly coughed twice and said in a low voice, then go to the private room upstairs.
And bring 4 menus and show them the way.
Hey! The idol came to his family's restaurant to eat, and the girl was obviously very happy. She immediately took 4 menus and ran to the front. Then he whispered, Sister Qingyun, I'll take you upstairs. Hey! Seeing the girl's appearance, several people laughed out loud. A few people went up first, and Lin Mo fell behind. The boss secretly gave him a thumbs up and whispered, young man, you are really amazing.
I thought you were an office worker nearby. I didn't expect you to know such a big star. Oh, don't tease me, I'm just an ordinary person.
Lin Mo grinned and jokingly said, "Your daughter is quite cute."
Is she in junior high school now?
Just started the first grade.
The boss sighed and said, "This kid is really suffering.
He has to help me with the reception after school."
Why don't you hire an employee?
Lin Mo was a little confused.
Your store should be making good money. Business seems to be doing well.
No need to look for her.
She'll only be helping out for a while.
The boss shook his head and said with a look of joy, "Originally, my wife was in charge of the front desk. She went back to her hometown to take care of some things and wanted to send her son from the countryside to study in the city."
Wow, that's great. It seems your life is much more fulfilling than mine. Lin Mo said happily.
Oh, what's the point of being perfect? The boss raised his eyebrows and said, "I think that famous star likes you too.
He even looks at you differently." Don't talk nonsense.
Say half the words. The little girl ran down again and shouted, "Brother, why don't you go up quickly, otherwise I don't think they will order much."
Okay. Lin Mo nodded to the boss, "Let's go." Go ahead.
Inside the box, the three girls somehow became like good sisters, and there was no awkward atmosphere at all. Before I even entered the house, I heard Lin Cancan's voice.
Yeah, right.
Our editor-in-chief said the same thing at the time.
Fried hawthorns, what kind of strange flavor is that?
Poochie, ha 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 ha.
I didn't understand at first.
I thought his last name was Shanja.
Lin Mo pushed the door open and asked knowingly, "What are you talking about?"
I can hear your laughter in the corridor.
Nothing, nothing.
The three of them spoke in unison and shook their heads to indicate that it was nothing. Now I don't know if it was intentional. Li Zhao Shoya sat next to Su Qingyun, and there was an empty seat between Su Qingyun and Lin Cancan, which looked as if it was specially reserved for her. Lin Mo didn't ask, but sat down and said, "Okay, let's start ordering. I don't know what your tastes are, so don't be polite, everyone."
You can all handle spicy food, right?
Can, no problem. I can handle spicy food. It would be even better if everyone can eat spicy food. Lin Mo ordered the chicken hot pot first, and then some side dishes like twice cooked pork. Several other people ordered some as well. The girl came up with 2 large bottles of drinks, put them on the table, then took out a notebook from her arms and ran to Su Qingyun. She said in a half coquettish tone, "Sister Qingyun, I like you so much.
Can you sign an autograph for me?"
Okay, do you have a cell phone?
Let me take a photo with you? Su Qingyun didn't put on airs at all.
She naturally took the pen and notebook, signed her name, and even asked a follow-up question.
Yes.
I'll get it right away. When the girl heard that she could take a photo, she was so happy that she forgot to collect the menu and even couldn't wait to get the signed notepad, and ran downstairs. Just at this moment, Lin Mo felt his feet being gently kicked twice. Confusedly, he looked in the direction he was going, and saw that it was Lin Cancan who had kicked him. When she saw him looking at her, she kept winking at him, hold head high.
Lin Mo remembered and asked casually, "Can you sign one more name?" Su Qingyun was secretly delighted and asked, "Do you want one too?" "No." Lin Mo shook his head. "Can is also your fan. Have you forgotten?"
"How could I forget?" Su Qingyun's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she quickly concealed it and said to Lin Cancan with a smile, "An autograph is nothing. Let's take a few more photos together later."
Okay.
Lin Cancan nodded her head quickly like a chicken eating rice. Soon the girl came back, took a photo with Su Qingyun happily, and then went to order the dishes excitedly with the menu.
Mr. Shanjiao."
Su Qingyun turned her head and said to Lin Mo, who was sitting next to her,
"My name is Lin Mo."
"I finally know what it's called." A barely perceptible smile flickered across Su Qingyun's lips as she changed the subject. "Well, Lin Mo, I really want the film and television adaptation rights for your demigods and semidevils.
I wonder what you're hoping for deep down. We can discuss it."
Ouch, Zhao Xiaoya, who was sitting on the side, wanted to slap Su Qingyun on the head. My good sister. At this time, can't you just ask people what their hobbies are?
Do you have to talk about work? Chapter 21 Women's Intuition Editor. It's so hard to sit together. You're telling me to talk about work instead of chatting with people and getting to know each other better with such a great opportunity? As Su Qingyun's good sister, Zhao Xiaoya knew that she had some signs of being a workaholic, but the person he is facing now is Lin Moy. This is the only man who makes your heart beat. Can't you put your work aside for a while and talk to him about romance under the moonlight? Ahem. Zhao Xiaoya faked coughing twice and gently tapped Su Qingyun's calf with her foot. Ha? Su Qingyun turned around with a puzzled look and asked, "What's wrong?" "What else?" Looking at Su Qingyun's confused expression, Zhao Xiaoya felt a lump in her chest filled with blood. With a shy smile, he whispered, "Let's eat first, and then we can talk about work later." "We just ordered the food. Isn't it time now?" Su Qingyun reached out and patted Zhao Xiaoya's hand, whispering, "Are you hungry? Be good, just bear with it a little longer, and you'll be able to eat soon." So desperate, Zhao Xiaoya raised her head with a look of despair, looking at the light above her head, feeling so disappointed in herself. "A sister, how could you be so slow in this regard? Can you understand what I mean a little bit?" But Zhao Xiaoya touched her stomach and felt that she was indeed a little hungry. She waited downstairs early in the morning, and secretly followed Lin Mo at noon. Because she was wearing a mask, she did not eat at noon. She just ordered a cup of coffee and took a sip secretly when no one was paying attention. Su Qingyun continued her career. "Lin Mo, I'm sincere. Although I may have some disadvantages compared to those big companies in terms of resources, I can give you more compensation in other aspects." "I'm sorry," Lin Mo said apologetically. "According to the contract, you have to discuss my adaptation rights with the copyright department of Daqin Literature Network. I'm only responsible for the final decision." "I know." Unconsciously, Su Qingyun's small hand was already pinching Lin Mo's sleeve. "But your opinion is also very important. If you are willing, then my chances of getting it will be greater." "Yeah, I understand." Lin Mo calmly moved the hand that was grabbing his sleeve away. He thought to himself, "Good girl, she is really a female hooligan. She didn't forget to take advantage of me while talking." "You agreed?" Su Qingyun asked excitedly with her eyes wide open. Lin Mo gave a heads up and said, "I just said I would help you speak, but I can't say for sure whether it will be you in the end. After all, in terms of copyright, the beneficiaries are not just me, the website as well. In the end, it will definitely depend on the overall situation." But Su Qingyun didn't seem to care much about what Lin Mo said next. "I was very happy when I heard Lin Mo say that he would help me. Of course, the main reason she asked Lin Mo to plead for her was that she had no intention of taking advantage of him. At this moment, she was mentally prepared to join forces with other small companies and studios, at least to compete with those big companies in terms of funding. This alone is not enough, other chips are needed. Su Qingyun already had an idea. If, in addition to the copyright fee, a portion of the profit sharing can be given, then obtaining the copyright of the demigods and semidevils should be a sure thing. Make money, she could earn less, but she really needed an excellent work to build her studio's reputation. You can earn money later, besides, as long as the film is good, there will be no loss, it's just that the profit will be less than expected. Ahem. Zhao Xiaoya kicked Su Qingyun's calf again. "Since the matter has been discussed, let's talk about other things quickly." "Oh, are you hungry?" Su Qingyun asked with concern. "Yes." Zhao Xiaoya rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "I'm really starving." "Then I'll go and urge you." Su Qingyun didn't doubt him and prepared to stand up. Before Su Qingyun could stand up, Lin Kankan had already stood up and took over the conversation, saying, No, I'll go take a look." "Thank you for your help," Su Qingyun said politely. "No trouble, it should be quick." Came downstairs, Lin Kankan said to the boss in the kitchen, "Boss, your cooking skills are really good. It smells so good that we are a little hungry." Upon hearing this, the boss understood what I meant and realized that he was already starting to feel hungry. So he smiled and said, "It will be very quick. The chicken pot may take a little longer, but the other stir fries will be ready soon." "Oh, I see." Lin Kankan nodded in response. After saying that, however, she did not go back upstairs immediately. Instead, she took out her cell phone and called the editor-in-chief, repeating what Su Qingyun and Lin Mo had just said. The editor-in-chief paused for a moment before asking, "How did you sense that?" "Women have a keen eye for detail, editor-in-chief." Lin Kankan said firmly, "I'm sure of that." Just now, when Su Qingyun was talking, she unconsciously pulled up Shanzhe's sleeves and even started to act a little coquettishly. She glanced furtively at the stairs and lowered her voice. As a woman, I'm sure she did this unconsciously. She must be attracted to Shanja in her heart. And based on her conditions, I feel there's a high possibility that the two of them will be together in the future. On the other end of the phone, the editor was silent, said, Okay, I know about this matter. Just eat well, and I will mention it. Okay, editor-in-chief. Hang up the phone. Lin Cancan started to walk back. I just felt a little magical in my heart. Although there was no accurate evidence, the woman's intuition told her that her guess was absolutely correct. As a fan, Lin Cancan knows Su Qingyun's temper very well, not to mention using a coquettish tone to a man. It is even unlikely to do so to a woman, except for her good friend Zhao Shoya. But just now, she was obviously acting coquettishly towards Lin Mo, even if this coquettishness is very childish. It is still coquettishness, but that's true. Lin Cancan understood after a little thought. Only someone as handsome and talented as Lin Mo could attract Su Qingyun, right? Thinking about how she felt a little amorous when she saw Lin Mo today, Lin Cancan couldn't help but pat her chest. Good fellow, you almost became Su Qingyun's love rival. After making fun of himself, he went upstairs. Inside the box, Zhao Shoya's mouth was moving, but no sound came out. Su Qingyun looked confused. Oops. Seeing that Su Qingyun still didn't understand what she meant, Zhao Shoya became anxious and simply took the initiative to say, Lin Mo, Qingyun really wants your contact information. Chapter 22 2 million rewards. Whoosh, Su Qingyun's little face turned rosy. She really didn't expect that her good sister would say this so loudly. Her heart was beating fast all of a sudden. Then he looked at Lin Mo with some trepidation. Avoiding Lin Mo's eyes, he lowered his head slightly and whispered, Well, once I have your contact information, I can ask you if I have anything in the future. Yes, sure. Lin Mo had no problem and opened WeChat directly with a beep sound. There is one more person among the friends. Come on. The boss walked in with the dishes, and Lin Cancan followed him in with a dish. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, the boss said with a smile. It's okay, Lin Mo replied calmly. You guys try it too. I don't know if you can get used to it, the boss said happily. Don't be fooled by the fact that this is just a small restaurant, but the most important reason that has always attracted Lin Mo to eat here is the taste. The ingredients are very fresh and are all bought on the same day. In addition, the boss's craftsmanship is very superb, and the Sichuan cuisine he makes is very authentic. Zhao Shoya was extremely hungry, so as soon as the dish came, she picked up the chopsticks and said, I'll start eating first. Then she started eating. He picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and put it in his mouth. Suddenly his eyes lit up a little. He praised repeatedly, Boss, your twice-cooked pork is really good. It's so delicious. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the compliment, the boss's smile became even more obvious. He laughed heartily and said modestly, I'm glad you like it. I was worried that you usually eat those chef's food, and my cooking skills made you laugh. Of course not. Su Qingyun smiled, just smelling this fragrance is enough to whet my appetite. As long as you like it, as long as you like it, the boss said with a grin. This time, the little girl downstairs shouted, Old man, you still have chicken in the pot. Ouch. The boss patted his forehead quickly and said, I was so happy to hear you all praise me for this meal that I almost forgot about the chicken hot pot. You guys enjoy it first, I'm going to get busy. Go ahead. Don't worry, just take your time. This dinner was the first lively meal Lin Mo had eaten since coming to this world. During the meal, Su Qingyun was very quiet. If Lin Mo hadn't felt that she would behave rudely towards him, he would have probably thought that she was a cold and aloof person. Most of the time, it was the girl Zhao Shoya who spoke. Lin Mo, how old are you this year? 24. Oh, you're so young and talented. What do you like to do? I read books, play games, and go out for exercise. Wow, you're such a good young man. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Return to your home. Lin Mo turned on the computer and looked at his author background. The demigods and semi-devils had been hanging on the homepage banner for a whole day. During this period, many middle-aged people came over specifically to read the book. This can be seen from the countless first-level accounts in the comment section. They are not the internet trolls hired by Lin Mo. Instead, they originally had no habit of reading books online,
but because of the demigods and semi-devils, they specially registered accounts to read it. There are also more than 10,000 people who have given rewards on the reward list, and there are many first-level accounts that have come to give rewards. However, what attracted Lin Mo the most were the first two. The messages that kept popping up in the background proved that this matter was still ongoing and had not stopped. Shi Jutian rewards the author, 10,000 yuan. Wang Chanyu rewarded the author, 20,000 yuan. Shi Jutian rewards the author, 30,000 yuan. Wang Chanyu rewarded the author, 40,000 yuan. All the people watching the fun below started to make a noise. Oh my god, a fight between gods. It's a rare sight. I wonder who these two people are. I know, they both run gaming companies. I guess they both fell in love with demigods and semi-devils and wanted to develop a game. You're really rich. Judging from the list, the two people have already spent nearly $1 million, but they don't seem to stop at all. Instead, they are getting entangled. If you give me a reward of 10,000 yuan, I will give me a reward of 20,000 yuan. If you give me a reward of 20,000 yuan, I will give me a reward of 30,000 yuan. The two people seem to be competing with each other, and each time they gave each other 10,000 yuan more. Soon, it's over $1 million. Awesome! Two people broke the $1 million mark at the same time. It's rare to see gods fighting. However, the two seem to have a tacit understanding. After the cumulative rewards reached 1 million, both sides began to stop. You guessed it right, both companies are indeed interested in the game adaptation rights of demigods and semi-devils. That's why we are all giving rewards here together. But the problem is, no matter how much reward you give here, it is useless. Whoever gets it in the end has to negotiate with Daqin Literature Network. Wow. Lin Mo was also a little surprised. After just this one performance, his after-tax income was at least 1 million, not counting royalties and tips from other people, but only the result of the rivalry between the two bosses. It seems that I will be rich soon. When I came to this world, I gave a lot of things, such as this house, which belongs to Lin Mo, as well as his ID card and 100,000 yuan in his bank card. I wonder what my current reputation points are. Lin Mo is more concerned about this aspect of himself. As long as you have reputation points, you can continue to draw new god-level skills or new works, which all require a large number of reputation points. Close your eyes and repeat to yourself, check my current reputation points. Ding, the host currently has 12,269 reputation points. That's not right, system. There are more than 30,000 followers of my demigods and semi-devils. Lin Mo asked doubtfully. There are over 30,000 people, but most of them just follow you. They don't read you, nor do they have any emotions towards you, so they haven't been converted into reputation points. I see. That's right, many people just glanced at it and would not feel any affinity towards the author because of such a short article, so the system did not count it as reputation points. It is estimated that the more than 10,000 points today are because many old martial arts fans have developed admiration or praise for me after reading new martial arts novels. Otherwise, the reputation points may be lower. Well, there is still a long way to go, but it doesn't matter. Lin Mo continued, what's the difference between a lottery and a shopping mall? Chapter 23. I don't watch it, it's not healthy. The other side. Lin Cancan finally got into Su Qingyun's car as she wished, although she was only sent back to the hotel. Afterwards, Su Qingyun did not go home, but was taken home by Zhao Shoya. What can I say about you? Zhao Shoya was giving Su Qingyun some ideological education. Why didn't you talk to Lin Mo tonight? If I hadn't asked you all the questions, I'm afraid you wouldn't know anything besides his name now, right? When Zhao Shoya thought of this, her face was filled with a look of disappointment. Come on, sisters. Su Qingyun, who was accepting the criticism, lowered her head and said with a slight pout, I don't know what to say. I've never been in a relationship. Sky. Zhao Shoya helplessly put her hand on Su Qingyun's forehead. Su Qingyun was slapped away in an instant and asked, what are you doing? I think you've lost your mind, Zhao Shoya complained. You're not in a relationship with him right now, so why should you be shy? Just act like you normally do. Su Qingyun rolled her eyes and retorted, you say it's simple, but it's not that easy to do. But there is one thing. At this moment, she recalled the scene at the dinner party and felt a little distressed. Although he doesn't talk much, he is never a taciturn person, but today he seemed like a different person. He didn't dare to say a word. He was eating quietly and only responded with a few words occasionally. In fact, it was not that she didn't want to speak, but she was too nervous sitting next to Lin Mo. She always felt like her heart was about to jump out. I just think that Lin Mo is good looking, talented, and has a charming smile. Even his voice is extremely catchy. Looking back now, she felt very upset. I recalled many fragments in my mind, and then thought, when Lin Mo spoke like that, I should have responded like this. Well, looking at Su Qingyun's anxious look, Jia Xiaoya couldn't help but shook her head and sighed. I guess my sister's love life is going to be bumpy. I obviously like her, but I'm not the type to actively pursue her. The key point is that Lin Mo's behavior is also pleasing to the eye from beginning to end. But there is one thing, which gives people a feeling of politeness. No matter what, you should start by being friends with him, Zhao Xiaoya advised. Then, Su Qingyun hesitated. What should I say? Whatever you want, just a casual chat between friends. Zhao Xiaoya thought for a moment and said, how about this? You'll be nervous about meeting him anyway. Don't you have his WeChat? Let's chat on WeChat first and see what happens. Will it work? Su Qingyun asked doubtfully. How will you know if you don't try? Zhao Xiaoya widened her eyes and said solemnly, Qingyun, stand up, stand up. Then he stood up and ran back into the room. Soon he came out with a laptop and said, today, I'll show you the videos I've kept for years. A film I've kept secret for years? Su Qingyun moved back curiously. Xiaoya, why are you still watching this kind of thing? She covered her eyes and turned away. I'm not watching it. Why are you dragging me to watch this kind of thing in the middle of the night? Hey, don't be shy. What's there to be shy about? Zhao Xiaoya persuaded Su Qingyun, who was about to get up and leave. Don't look at it, don't look at it. This kind of thing is unhealthy. Xiaoya, you should look at it less. Su Qingyun was so anxious Zhao Xiaoya frowned in confusion. What's unhealthy about this? These are all the highlights I've painstakingly accumulated over the years. Or a highlight reel? Su Qingyun asked in surprise, how long have you kept this habit? I've been watching it since puberty. Zhao Xiaoya said as a matter of course, Sky. Su Qingyun was stunned and muttered, I can't believe that after so many years as sisters, I still don't know you well enough. You've actually been watching this kind of video all the time. Hey, let's watch it together. Sit down. Zhao Xiaoya pulled Su Qingyun to her side, pressed her shoulders to make her sit down, then clicked on a video, and kept reminding her, Su Qingyun. I'm not kidding you. Watch carefully and learn well. I don't want to learn this kind of thing. Su Qingyun wailed, but it was too late. The video has been clicked. Then, the film is filled with wonderful clips from various idol dramas. Su Qingyun was stunned and said with a smile, is this the video you've been hiding for years? Yes. Zhao Xiaoya was already immersed in it, and said with a look of longing, these compilations are all sweet clips I personally edited. I've never shared them with anyone else, so don't tell anyone. Okay. Su Qingyun patted her chest in fear and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just this. She thought it was something else. She was so scared. At home, the system explained to Lin Mo. If you buy directly, all prices are clearly marked. However, if you participate in a lottery, you might win a god-level skill or other high-priced items. Lin Mo first came to the mall. There is everything inside, but a large area of it is all red, indicating that the reputation points for purchase are insufficient. Looking at the name above, Lin Mo felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Books. The Three-Body Problem 500,000 reputation points. 400,000 reputation points in Demigods and Semidevils, already owned. To Live 200,000 reputation points, Song category. Blue and White Porcelain 200,000 reputation points. Big City, Small Love 100,000 reputation points, Film and Television. Farewell My Concubine 400,000 reputation points. Days of Being Wild 350,000 reputation points. The web drama Yuzue has 200,000 reputation points. Then there is the skill category. God level singing skills, God level directing skills, God level acting skills, God level reaction speed, etc. This type of skills is even more terrifying. Each skill starts at 1,000,000 reputation points. As expected. The reputation points required here are simply enormous, and they are simply not something I can afford now. It seems that considering my current Reputation, it would be more practical to just go and participate in the lottery. Compared with the diversity of them all, the lottery interface is much simpler. It is divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and god level draws. This corresponds to once every 1,000 draws, once every 50,000 draws, once every 100,000 draws, and once every 1 million draws. Looking at my reputation points, which are only 12,269, it seems that I can only draw bronze ones honestly. System, draw a bronze one. As soon as the words fell, a green light flashed, and the turntable in front of him began to turn slowly. Chapter 24, the chance of first prize, and then the god level skills. The turntable turned faster and faster. After about 10 seconds, the speed began to slowly slow down. Another 5 seconds passed, the increasingly slow pointer finally began to stop. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the recipe, crispy pork. You are worthy of being the one who won the bronze lottery. You drew a pretty good recipe for me. However, Lin Mo did not lose heart and said proudly, "System, give me a 10-pull combo." 10,000. The green light bloomed again, much brighter than the one just now. Then, various rewards came to mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the recipe, pineapple sweet and sour pork. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, primary guitar. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining strength attribute points, increasing a little strength. Suddenly, the turntable that originally emitted a green light emitted a golden light. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving god-level driving skills. God-level driving skills? Lin Mo was stunned. Among the bronze options, I actually pulled out a god-level skill? System, what is the probability? Lin Mo asked. I have to say, the host's luck is really strong. The chance of drawing a god-level skill from the bronze turntable is only 1 in 10 million. 1 in 10 million. This probability is almost equivalent to winning the first prize in the lottery. Would the host like to extract it? Yes. With a command, a warm current began to flow through his whole body. Not long after, Lin Mo felt that a lot of knowledge suddenly emerged in his mind. Now every muscle in the body seemed to have muscle memory. If he didn't have a car, Lin Mo would probably want to drive around and try it out. Not bad, not bad. Although this skill doesn't seem to be anything special to me now, it's better to be prepared. Besides, I can just apply for royalties from the website tomorrow, and I will buy a car when the royalties arrive. After the lottery, Lin Mo updated all the saved drafts in his computer. I have to keep working hard tomorrow. Lin Mo saw that his saved manuscripts were empty again. It seemed that he would have to continue writing hard tomorrow. However, before going to bed, Lin Mo did not forget what he had promised Su Qingyun, and casually mentioned the issue of film and television adaptation rights to the editor on WeChat. The next day, inside the headquarters of Daqin Literature Network. A large group of people gathered in a conference room early in the morning. The editor-in-chief stood aside and said with a smile, "Okay, next we will distribute the paper to everyone. Everyone can write down their conditions. We will combine the conditions given by everyone and choose who to sign the contract with. Next, distribute paper and pens." Everyone in the conference room fell silent and began to write down their own conditions. Don't think that the Demigods and Semi-Devils has just been online for a short time, but the extent of its popularity can already be seen. In addition, Lin Mo's update speed is so fast that although the number of words is large, the quality of the story has not declined, but is very stable. The entire world of martial arts is laid out layer by layer in front of the readers. Until now, tens of thousands of people have rated Demigods and Semi-Devils. However, the average score remains stable at 9.8 points. It is said that it is difficult to satisfy everyone, but the Demigods and Semi-Devils written by Lin Mo seems to have caught everyone's appetite at once. No matter whether they are men, women, young or old, they all gave positive comments when talking about the Demigods and Semi-Devils. An hour later, the editor-in-chief began to collect papers filled with conditions from everyone. During this time, he took a special look at Su Qingyun. This girl is indeed beautiful. Although she is not wearing any clothes that show her figure, one can already feel her tall figure. Coupled with her cool temperament, the whole person gives people an unforgettable feeling. "Hello, these are my conditions." Su Qingyun handed it over. The editor took a special look and nodded slightly when he saw the price given above. Rare, with Lin Mo speaking up, the chances were already very high. However, the price offered by Su Qingyun is still among the highest at the moment. The most important thing is that there are quite a few other additional conditions. Obviously, Su Qingyun did not think that she could get it at a low price just because of Lin Mo's recommendation. Instead, she went all out and was willing to give up more benefits to ensure that she could get this opportunity. Good, the editor nodded in satisfaction and whispered in a voice that only Su Qingyun could hear, you have a good chance. Go back and wait. Yeah. Su Qingyun nodded a little excitedly, she really tried her best today. It can even be said that if she takes it over, the amount she earns will be almost the same as those studios that have joined together, the resources invested will be the largest, but the profits will be about the same. From a business perspective, this is a losing proposition, but Su Qingyun's real goal is not money, but reputation. As long as the studio's reputation is established, money will naturally come to you in the future. As long as the reputation is established, you can make a lot of money by taking on a few advertisements and commercial performances. Therefore, this time she gritted her teeth and tried her best to obtain the film and television adaptation rights of Demigods and Semi-Devils. The editor's words made her even happier. It seemed that Lin Mo really helped her talk to someone yesterday, otherwise no one would have told her specifically get in the car. Su Qingyun immediately returned to the studio. Shaoli, boss. Start organizing the filming team right away. We should be able to pull it off this time. Shaoli asked excitedly, Boss Su, is this from Demigods and Semi-Devils? Yes, that's right. Su Qingyun nodded confidently. There is no other reason. On the way back, she received a message from Daqin Literature Network, indicating that she had been confirmed to be the filming partner and they hoped that she would fax the contract as soon as possible. Long live! Shaoli was extremely excited. In addition to the fact that he discovered the novel, what made him even more excited was that if Demigods and Semi-Devils became really popular in the future, his bonus would also be a huge sum of money. After all, everyone works to make money, and Shaoli is no exception. All right. Su Qingyun put on a rare smile and said, I'm afraid you'll be busy for a while. Don't worry, you won't be unfairly rewarded. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely work hard. Obtaining the adaptation rights is only the first step. Next, we need to set up a crew, send people out to find a filming location, and cast the characters. There are still many things to do. Su Qingyun also hurriedly asked the studio's legal department to draft a contract and fax it to Daqin Literature Network. Everyone in the studio became busy all of a sudden. Chapter 25, Pay as I Secret Method 1, Failure. Crackle. Lin Mo got up early in the morning, applied for royalties on the website and started typing. The whole room was filled with the sound of typing on the keyboard. Yesterday, I thought that the god-level driving skills I had drawn would not be of much use for the time being, but when I was typing today, Lin Mo found that it was indeed useful. My fingers have become more flexible, which is the benefit of combining god-level hand speed and god-level driving skills. When Lin Mo first discovered this feature, he looked strange. The system I obtained a legitimate system, first I gained speed. And now I have improved my flexibility. Why does the development trend feel a little off? Fortunately, I am a serious person. Lin Mo comforted himself in this way. Ding ding ding, a new message came up on WeChat. Lin Mo picked it up and saw it was from Su Qingyun. Lin Mo, I'm at your door. Please open the door. Why is she here? Lin Mo stood up with some confusion and went to the door to open it. Just open the door. Su Qingyun was holding a large bag of food in her arms. When she saw Lin Mo, a barely noticeable blush appeared on her face. She smiled and said, Have you eaten? Not yet. Lin Mo shook his head and replied. Then I'll make you lunch. Su Qingyun volunteered. I want to thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to secure the film and television adaptation rights for Demigods and Semi-Devils so quickly. I just mentioned it casually. It's mainly your own credit. Lin Mo replied. No matter what, Su Qingyun shook the bag in her arms and said, You have to let me go in first, right? Come in. Lin Mo made way for half of his body. As soon as you enter the house. Su Qingyun walked straight into the kitchen without even turning her head and said, Lin Mo, just continue with your work. I'll call you after lunch is ready. No need to go through so much trouble, let's go downstairs and eat? Lin Mo asked with some doubt. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer girls who can cook. What's more, Su Qingyun is a star. She must have been very busy in the past and had no time to study cooking. Now she stays in Shanghai only because the studio has just opened and she is indispensable. Otherwise, she would probably be away from home every other day.
Su Qingyun stuck half of her head out of the kitchen door. Don't you trust my cooking skills? Didn't I make breakfast for you last time? Lin Mo closed the door and said, Are you talking about the fried egg with one side burnt? Hearing this, Su Qingyun immediately hid back in the kitchen embarrassedly and said, Last time was an accident. I was afraid that you would wake up and your mind would not be on cooking. Don't worry, I will definitely make sure you have a good meal today. After saying that, he added, You continue with your work and don't disturb me. Then he closed the glass door of the kitchen. Well, since they were already here and brought food with them, Lin Mo couldn't say anything else and could only wait patiently. He shook his head and went back to his study to start working. I in the kitchen. Su Qingyun saw through the glass window that Lin Mo had left, so she quickly took out her cell phone and called Zhao Xiuya. Hey, Xiuya, I'm already at Lin Mo's house. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Xiuya's gratified voice came, Well done, sister, keep it up. Su Qingyun asked with some concern, Can this be done? After all, I'm not very good at cooking. Oh, didn't I find a recipe for you overnight? Didn't you see the title says zero failure? There will be absolutely no problem if you follow it. Zhao Xiuya assured. Su Qingyun couldn't help but nodded after hearing this. That makes sense. Zero has already failed, so how can I fail? Hearing you say that, I feel much more relieved. Ha, don't worry. Zhao Xiuya said with a smile, as the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Hurry up and use the first move of the pickup secret we discussed last night. Go ahead, Xingyun, you can do it. Okay, I'll start cooking then. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingyun's confidence was high. First up, the first dish, smashed cucumber. After taking out the video, Su Qingyun began to follow the steps in the video. It took only a few moments to complete, and the finished product looks pretty good. This gave Su Qingyun greater confidence. The second dish, braised pork, Lin Mo was typing, and occasionally he would look up at the kitchen. There was nothing unusual going on, but through the blurry glass he could see a pretty figure busy at work. Don't tell me, even though he could only vaguely see a back figure, Lin Mo could still feel the beauty of that back figure. I didn't expect that a star like her wouldn't be so arrogant. Just as he finished praising me, Lin Mo added another complaint, he's just a little bit stubborn. If you really want to thank me, why not just treat me to a meal at the Sichuan restaurant downstairs? Why did you have to cook it yourself? He shook his head and put aside the messy thoughts in his head. In the morning, I had already typed more than 60,000 words. I went to check on the car in the afternoon, and came back in the evening to continue typing 40,000 words. There would be no problem in typing 100,000 words, although it could be higher. Lin Mo did not choose to code all the chapters at once. After all, there are other things to do in life besides typing, so there is no need to put all your energy into work. Not long after, a shrill soprano voice came from the kitchen. Lin Mo hurried over, opened the glass door and asked, What happened? Seeing Lin Mo, Su Qingyun hurried over and said, My phone fell into the frying pan. Do you think it will explode? Hearing this, Lin Mo quickly ran over to turn off the fire, then threw the whole pot into the sink. Sizzle. A few sounds. It finally calmed down. Picking up a rag holding the oily phone, Lin Mo asked helplessly, What dish do you want to cook? Su Qingyun said with some fear, Braised pork, I want to make braised pork for you. Then how did your phone end up in the frying pan? Because there is zero failure. Su Qingyun muttered softly, No, it's nothing, it was just an accident. Su Qingyun said embarrassedly. Are you still going to cook? Lin Mo asked. I don't have my phone anymore, so I can't watch the zero failure tutorial and naturally I can't make this dish. Su Qingyun quickly shook her head and promised, Next time, I'll make it for you next time. I'll treat you to a meal at the Sichuan restaurant downstairs. I whispered in my heart, the first move of the Pao Zai secret method failed. Chapter 26. I prefer the taste of small restaurants. The two of them simply cleaned up the kitchen and went downstairs. I still asked for a private room and ordered a few dishes. Su Qingyun's cell phone was completely broken, so it was Lin Mo who treated her. Su Qingyun said a little embarrassedly, Well, today is really an accident, how about I come to cook for you tomorrow? Come on. Lin Mo quickly waved his hands and jokingly said, It's not easy to own a house. I always feel that you are here to take revenge on me and want to blow up my house. That's not true. After hearing this, Su Qingyun wanted to explain even more anxiously, and said stubbornly, I'm not lying to you. Today was just an accident. Tomorrow, I will definitely make you a table full of delicious meals. At worst, I'll just stay awake tonight and buy some more ingredients to practice. Besides, today was an accident. After watching the video, I was about to get the meat, but my hand slipped and the phone fell into the frying pan. Such a mistake is so unfortunate. Why do you always want to cook for me? Lin Mo asked curiously, because if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Su Qingyun thought so in her heart, but she explained it with other excuses. You helped me avoid the paparazzi last time, otherwise I would have been secretly photographed. I have to thank you for that. Also, the film and television adaptation rights for the demigods and semidevils are also thanks to you, otherwise I might not have been able to get it. Oh, these are all small things. It's a small matter for you, but it's a very important matter for me. Su Qingyun said seriously while looking at Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo looked at the serious expression on Su Qingyun's face for a long time before lowering his head. He sighed helplessly and said, Okay, but there's no need for you to cook for me yourself. Just treat me to Sichuan cuisine, or any other small restaurant that has something delicious. I can accept that. Su Qingyun asked with some doubt, Do you like small restaurants? Yes. Lin Mo nodded with a smile and said frankly, compared to 5-star hotels and the like, I actually prefer small restaurants like this. Of course, the food has to be authentic. Why? Su Qingyun was a little confused. Very few people have your opinion. If others were asked to choose, they would definitely prefer a 5-star hotel. After all, it is a 5-star hotel, and the chefs must be famous. Especially Su Qingyun, because she often travels to other places. She has basically stayed in hotels all over the country. Some good hotels have Michelin-starred chefs, and their skills are not empty talk. The food they prepare is indeed delicious and satisfying. Most importantly, the environment and surrounding decoration can also enhance the psychological feeling of diners. There are indeed few people like Lin Mo. Don't you have money? Absolutely not. Even though the royalties haven't been paid yet, Lin Mo isn't someone who's really short of money. Once the royalties are paid, there will be no doubt about it. So Su Qingyun was very surprised why Lin Mo had such an idea, because it's humane. Lin Mo took a sip of water from his glass and explained with a smile, Look at the food here, isn't it authentic? The ingredients are fresh, the cooking is authentic, and the tastes are compatible. The most important thing is the environment. Su Qingyun looked around. There is a white wall with a simple lamp on top. The rest is a large round table and a few chairs. There is nothing else. It is as simple as it can be. Looking at Su Qingyun's actions, Lin Mo shook his head in amusement and put his hand to his mouth to make a hush gesture. Then he pointed down and said, Don't talk, just listen quietly for a while. What do you want to listen to? Su Qingyun didn't quite understand, but didn't say anything. Instead, she pricked up her ears carefully. Eye in the box. Soon, silence fell. Gradually, a few words entered Su Qingyun's ears. Su Qingyun. My favorite. Ha ha ha, I heard she got it. A group of young voices in their voice change period were discussing enthusiastically below, and occasionally a few words could be heard bursting into the ears. Su Qingyun frowned and muttered hesitantly, What is this? I'm your fan. Lin Mo looked at Su Qingyun with a smile and explained, These students are regular customers of the store. They come here every day to discuss your affairs. If you have any program, I'm afraid they will be the first to control the remote control in the store. So that's how it is. Su Qingyun understood. As she listened, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly and she smiled, I think I'm starting to like this kind of environment. It sounds better than any piano accompaniment. Lin Mo smiled and said, This is only at noon. In the evening, people from all over the country who come to work in this city will come to the store to drink. While eating, I listen to them talk about everything, family matters, wives, children, and everything else. It's quite interesting to listen to them. Something like this, it often happens in small restaurants. There was no attention paid to etiquette. They just invited 3 or 5 friends, ordered a few side dishes, and had 2 boxes of beer. In the middle of summer, there were even shirtless men. A few people chatted, cracked peanuts, and went home after getting a little tipsy. Ordinary people. It's nothing more than a desire for stability. Su Qingyun felt like she understood a little bit, but not quite. However, it was really wonderful to be able to understand this feeling. I heard that you have good acting skills. Lin Mo suddenly asked. Su Qing Yun was stunned and said modestly, "It's okay, what's wrong?"
If you want to play the role of Wang Yuyan in Demigods and Semi-Devils, don't make any changes to the plot.
You can add what you like, but don't change the core points.
Su Qing Yun assured, "Don't worry, I will never make any changes to your novel."
Well, that's good.
After hearing this, Lin Mo felt much more relieved. Many novels have been made into TV series, but unsurprisingly they all flopped. It's not that the novel is bad, but many times the adaptation becomes a mess.
After all kinds of magical changes, it seems to have become another story. This is simply not worth the loss. It fails to attract new audiences and loses fans of the original novel. Eating. Zhao Xiuya, wearing sunglasses and a mask, also came into the box. She came to deliver a cell phone to Su Qing Yun and also to have a meal. Chapter 27. The royalties have arrived, and I am now a millionaire.
After stuffing a large piece of meat into her mouth, Zhao Xiuya couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy it.
Oh my, the spicy chicken is really well made by the boss.
Su Qingyan next to him was taking out the card from her old phone and putting it back into her new phone. Seeing Zhao Xiuya's eating habits, he smiled helplessly at Lin Mo. "I'm sorry, Xiuya has always been so careless." "Is fine." Lin Mo didn't mind at all and joked, "You have to be casual when eating. It would be too boring if you were to look serious while eating." "I'm glad you don't mind." Besides, Zhao Xiuya seemed to be eating all the time, but her eyes were looking back and forth between Lin Mo and Su Qing Yuan. "It feels like the two of them are already very familiar with each other. At least it's much better than last night when he was silent. It's just strange."
"Didn't you say you were going to cook? How did it become a place to eat? But it's not a good time to ask now. I'd better wait until I get back and ask for the details." After dinner, even though Su Qing Yun was reluctant, she had to go back to the studio for a meeting. She had just won the film and television adaptation rights of the Demigods and Semi-Devils today, so she naturally had to go back to take charge of the overall situation. But before leaving, Su Qing Yun specifically asked Lin Mo, "Do you really think I'm suitable to play Wang Yuyan?"
Lin Mo nodded affirmatively and said, "Wang Yuyan is a dignified girl with a touch of childishness. She also has a nickname, Fairy Sister. As for you..." Lin Mo glanced up and down at Su Qing Yun and praised her. "You have an extraordinary temperament, so I feel that you are very suitable for the role of Wang Yuyan."
"Okay, I understand."
Su Qing Yun agreed happily. My heart was filled with joy. "A fairy sister, extraordinary temperament, this is obviously just bragging about yourself." Zhao Xiuya, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but find it funny when she saw Su Qing Yun smile. The two of them had heard words like this so often that their ears were almost calloused. Logically, they should have been immune to them, so why would they be so happy to hear them? I guess if someone else said it, Su Qing Yun would just politely say thank you and get it over with. Only Lin Mo has this ability. No wonder people say that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Looking at Su Qing Yun's appearance at this moment is the best proof. After walking out of the back door of the Sichuan restaurant, it was time for the three of them to say goodbye. Lin Mo said, "Okay, I'll go back first."
"Walk slower." "I should be the one saying this. Please drive slower." After crossing the road, Lin Mo went upstairs. Okay, stop looking."
Zhao Xiuya grinned and teased, "If you keep looking at me, you'll almost turn into a husband-waiting stone."
This made Su Qing Yun feel embarrassed. She waved her little fist and gently hit Zhao Xiuya's arm. "What nonsense are you talking about? All right, let's get in the car first. You have to explain everything to me later. Didn't we agree to cook? How did we end up at a small restaurant outside?"
"Oh, this is a long story. Tell me slowly, we have plenty of time to listen."
After returning to his room, Lin Mo first cleaned up the kitchen. Although there was a small incident, the ingredients were not wasted and the meat and vegetables were all good.
While cleaning up, Lin Mo saw a bowl in the corner with a hole wrapped in plastic wrap. I picked it up in confusion and saw that it was smashed cucumber.
"Did she do it?"
Lin Mo whispered to himself. "Anyway, I didn't do it, so it's obvious who did it." He lifted the plastic wrap, picked up a piece of cucumber and took a bite. "You know what? It tastes really good." So Lin Mo took a photo and captioned it, "I ate the smashed cucumber you made."
Now I'm starting to believe that you're not here to bomb my house.
After finishing his meal, Lin Mo did not continue eating,
but put everything into the refrigerator. Ding ding ding, you replied so quickly. Lin Mo picked up the phone beside him in confusion, and saw that it was not a reply from Su Qingyun, but the news that his royalties had arrived. Motobank information, 1,556,321 yuan has been transferred to your account 1213. Current balance, 1,656,321 yuan. Wow, the royalties have been paid. I never thought I would become a millionaire all of a sudden. In fact, Lin Mo knew that the actual royalties were not that much. It was normal. His book had only been published for a few days. How could he get so much royalties all of a sudden? In fact, most of them were rewards from Shi Jutian and Wang Chanyu. Both of them gave rewards in the millions. After splitting the money with the website in a 30% to 70% split, and deducting taxes, they still earned hundreds of thousands of yuan. I don't plan to continue typing in the afternoon. When applying for royalties in the morning, Lin Mo had already decided to buy a car in the afternoon. After all, he now possessed god-level driving skills, and he had an urge to drive in his bones. So after a simple packing, Lin Mo took a taxi and went out to buy a car. The other side, the two people were driving their own cars on the road and talking to each other via Bluetooth. After hearing the whole story, Zhao Shoya said helplessly, "No way, you put your phone in the frying pan." Oops. Su Qingyun also looked annoyed. "I can't help it. I was watching too seriously and concentrating. As a result, when I was about to start cooking the pork, I put my phone down and ended up dropping it into the frying pan." Puff. Zhao Shoya couldn't help but complain. It seems that asking you to cook is really a very dangerous thing. This was an accident. You know what accidents are, right? Su Qingyun retorted, "I had no experience this time. I should have practiced a few times at home beforehand. Today, it's like I'm cramming at the last minute." Listening to Su Qingyun's words, Zhao Shoya teased with a look of amusement on her face. "Oh my god, the aloof goddess Su Qingyun is actually going to start learning cooking for a man. If this news gets out, I'm afraid countless people will cry their eyes out tonight." "You're talking nonsense again," Su Qingyun said coquettishly. Then he frowned again and muttered, "I seem to have forgotten something." "What is it?" "Oh, I remember now," Su Qingyun exclaimed. "I made some smashed cucumbers before the accident, but I put it in a corner to avoid it getting exposed to the sun. I don't know if it tastes good." "No, didn't you taste it after you finished?" Zhao Shoya asked curiously. Su Qingyun responded, "I was thinking of soaking it a little longer before tasting it, but after what happened I forgot about it." It's over. If it tastes terrible, then wouldn't I be exposed?" Chapter 28. Zhao Shoya, you are really a genius in love. Good job. I just called him a good guy. Now you remember that you also made a dish of smashed cucumber. Oh my god, what can I do to save my sister? Zhao Shoya felt 3 black lines on her forehead, but she still had to comfort him. Don't worry, we are looking for zero failure tutorials. Even if it's not delicious, it shouldn't be unpalatable. Are you sure? Sure. Zhao Shoya's affirmation made Su Qingyun feel a little relieved. The two of them quickly arrived at the studio. Stop the car. Su Qingyun looked at the message from Lin Mo on WeChat and immediately hugged Zhao Shoya, who had just walked over to her, excitedly shouting, he ate it. And he said the smashed cucumber I made was delicious. Okay, it's delicious. Don't get so excited. Zhao Shoya said helplessly, it's just a compliment. Why are you so excited? Of course not. Su Qingyun raised her head proudly and said excitedly, this shows that I am quite talented in cooking. I succeeded on my first try. It seems I must work harder in the future. Not bad. Seeing Su Qingyun's state, Zhao Shoya pinched her chin and nodded, jokingly saying, it seems that the second method of the Paozai secret is to cling to her. Su Qingyun glanced at him unhappily and said, what a stalker. How unpleasant it sounds. Oh, my dear sister, it doesn't matter if it sounds bad. The important thing is to eat up the enemy in one bite. Zhao Shoya instructed with an experienced look, I noticed at dinner today that you and Lin Mo have started to get to know each other better than last night, so you should press on and meet him more often. Su Qingyun was already very excited about going to find Lin Mo without Zhao Shoya telling her, just a little distressed. So what excuse should I use? I can't just buy ingredients and go to his house to cook every time it's dinner time, right? Oh, you're so stupid, Zhao Shoya said, annoyed. What's so difficult about this? Didn't you get the film and television adaptation rights for demigods and semi-devils now? He also said that you're suitable for playing Wang Yuyan, so you can talk about that aspect later. In order to better understand the character, it's better to ask the original author more questions. What's wrong with that? Yes. It really woke me up. After hearing what Zhao Shoya said, Su Qingyun suddenly understood. She could use this as an excuse as many times as she wanted. Who knows, maybe Lin Mo would even think she was acting seriously. Okay. Then I will have a reason to find him next time. Su Qingyun said with a smile. Zhao Shoya was not idle either, and continued to add, also, besides this matter, you can also talk to him about other things, preferably things related to his life. For example? Su Qingyun asked with a curious look on her face as Zhao Shoya leaned against the car and gave an example. For example, if you find out he just bought a new piece of clothing, you can chat about fashion, which you are familiar with. Or if you find photos in his home, you can ask where they were taken. Then you can extend the topic and ask if he likes traveling, which you are also very familiar with. See, isn't it simple? Su Qingyun looked at Zhao Shoya innocently and praised, "Oh my god, Shoya, you are simply a little genius in love." Alright, stop praising me. That's all I'll teach you today. You won't be able to digest any more. Now get back to work. Okay. Su Qingyun nodded and kept in mind the knowledge that Zhao Shoya had just taught her. Well, looking at Su Qingyun muttering as she walked in front, Zhao Shoya looked sad. Wow, you still say I'm a genius in love? If I were a genius in love, would I be single till now? Once she entered the working state, Su Qingyun completely changed her state and began to coordinate the operation of the entire studio, confirm whether the contract has been completed with the people from Dachin Literature Network. Then in terms of funding, we also need to urge the studios and companies that are collaborating on this project to get the funds in place as soon as possible. Most importantly, choose your role. Su Qingyun planned to give Lin Mo the final decision when the time came from. The moment Lin Mo told her that she was suitable for the image of Wang Yuyan, Su Qingyun had a feeling that in the readers' minds, those characters might be vaguely imagined, but in Lin Mo's mind, they seemed to be materialized. Therefore, letting Lin Mo do the final review will ensure that the TV series can be most authentic to the original. That's right. Speaking of roles, Su Qingyun thought of herself. Although the actors for other roles had not been decided yet, her role as Wang Yuyan was confirmed. Then I should be able to set the costume. Once the costume is out, I can wear it in front of Lin Mo. Hey. Who knows, maybe he will be charmed by it. Although she herself was also obsessed with Lin Mo's appearance, but Su Qingyun is also confident in her own appearance. Thinking of this, Su Qingyun quickly asked her assistant to make a set of clothes for her. Lin Mo went directly to Audi's 4S store. The goal is also very clear. I want an RS6 Avant. The salesperson immediately introduced the car with familiarity. Yes, this side. You're really lucky, sir. This is Shanghai. Most 4S stores can only order, but we have the car in stock here. No need to wait too long, and I can try to get a discount. In Audi, Avant is the name of a station wagon, and this type of car has always been a well-received but not popular model in the Qin state. The main reason is that station wagons have not yet become popular, but SUVs have already started to sell well in Qin state, which has led to station wagons being an unpopular model in Qin state, but it looks really good. The RS6 is also very powerful. According to official data, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 3.6 seconds. This is simply supercar speed. Of course, another major reason why station wagons are unpopular is the price issue. The official price of RS6 Avant is 1.35 million. Led by the salesperson, the two people came to the parking lot at the back. When you come in front of your dream car, you can't help but like its slender and elegant body lines. Sir, can you give it a try? No need. Lin Mo shook his head. After seeing the actual car, I had already made up my mind. Chapter 29. What is this woman doing? When he saw his dream car, Lin Mo decided to buy it without any hesitation. He took out his bank card directly. Pay in full and go through the paperwork, huh? The salesperson himself was stunned. This is an unpopular car model priced at 1.35 million. Even those who know that they come to buy Audi are generally not too poor, but there is a gap between being poor and not being poor. It's not often you see someone like this who pays over 1 million yuan in full. After being distracted for a moment, he immediately regained consciousness. I asked cautiously, "Okay, sir. I'll go and prepare the paperwork right away. Would you like to stay in the car for a while longer? Or should I take you to the VIP lounge to wait? Let's do it here. I want to get familiar with the car." Lin Mo replied. "Okay, I'll be back soon." The salesperson's head was still dizzy until he turned around to get the contract. Isn't that too decisive? This is a rare level of godly rich. Just returned to the lobby. Then a female voice called out, "Xiao Wang." "Hey." The salesperson who was in charge of receiving Lin Mo responded and walked over to ask, "What's going on, Sister Wang?" "Nothing, I just heard that you just received a super handsome guest." "Is that true?" "Yeah, that guest you're talking about is indeed much more handsome than those young handsome guys on TV, and his temperament is also top-notch." Xiao Wang nodded and said. "Where are he now?" asked Sister Wang. Xiao Wang said truthfully, "That guy is definitely super rich. He saw an RS6 Avant and bought it in full without blinking an eye. He talked as if he was buying a toy. I'm so envious." After hearing this, Sister Wang's eyes lit up even more, and her smile became even more charming. He said with a smile, "Oh, you're just surprised by what you've seen. For the truly wealthy, a car worth tens of millions, let alone $1 million, is just a toy. Stop talking nonsense. Where is he now?" "It's in the garage at the back. I came back to prepare the contract, and he is still familiarizing himself with the condition of the car." Xiao Wang replied. Sister Wang said kindly, all right, then get back to work and don't let this important client slip away." "Well, I'll get back to work then." Seeing Xiao Wang running to prepare the contract, Sister Wang quickly tidied up her clothes. How to organize it? She'd probably just unbuttoned a button, touched up her makeup, and made herself look more charming, then hurried to the garage at the back. RS6 Avant. RS6 Avant. Looking at the garage while searching, not long after, I saw Lin Mo in the front seat, familiarizing himself with the control keys. Found it. Sister Wang's eyes lit up. Even from a distance, she could feel Lin Mo's handsomeness. With this kind of temperament, I don't believe that he comes from an ordinary family. At least it takes a nobleman who has been nurtured by several generations to have such temperament. As Sister Wang spoke, she unbuttoned another button that he muttered, Wang Yan, if you can take him down, you'll be rich and powerful in the future. Come on. Saying come on 3 times seemed to give her a lot of confidence. Cough. He cleared his throat and walked over with his head held high. Hey, do you like this car? When they reached the car, Wang Yan pretended to be surprised and said, there are very few people in Qin who buy station wagons, let alone a station wagon worth over $1 million. Lin Mo was stunned. I was just trying out the car, why did someone suddenly come? Judging from the uniform she is wearing, she looks like a clerk at a 4S store, but her hair is messy and her clothes are not dressed properly. What does that mean? If you give a score, Lin Can and Zhao Shoya would get 90 points. They are just different types. Su Qingyun scored 97 points, a close to perfect score. As for Wang Yan, her score was only 70 at best, which could only be considered as being slightly pretty for Lin Mo, who has been used to seeing top beauties in recent days. The first thing he thought of was not that this woman wanted to seduce him, but he was wondering what the hell this woman was doing, so he calmly put his hand on the car door, ready to see what she would do next. At the same time, he replied in a somewhat impatient tone, as long as I like it. So cool. The impatience in Lin Mo's tone turned into coolness and attitude in Wang Yan's ears, and listen to what others say, as long as I like it, that's fine, he's truly a wealthy person. As long as he likes something, a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Wang Yan became even more excited and quickly took over the conversation. Yes, I always think people like you have taste, unlike those other people who only have their eyes on supercars and have no taste at all. As she spoke, Wang Yan came closer, even leaning down slightly to show off her cleavage. She asked, would it be my pleasure to sit in the passenger seat? I think we have a special affinity. Bang! Just as Wang Yan was getting closer and closer, almost reaching the car door, Lin Mo's hand, which had been on the car door, finally came in handy and he immediately closed the door. Wang Yan was also caught off guard by this situation. She was stunned for a moment, smiled awkwardly, and then asked coquettishly, what's the matter? We're just chatting. Chat? You're dreaming. Lin Mo directly raised the car window, and then with a click, he locked all 4 doors.
Wang Yan was even more dumbfounded. What's going on? Which of the clients she usually faces doesn't want to take advantage of her? Their eyes are shining when they see her. Aren't even those young people completely captivated by my charm? Why is the person in front of me guarding against me like a pervert? Suddenly, Wang Yan was so angry that her face turned dark, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Start scolding, she didn't have the courage. If she dared to do anything, even the nobleman in front of her wouldn't have to do anything. The general manager of the forest store would be able to kill her. Just at this time, Xiao Wang came back with the contract. Seeing that Wang Yan's uniform was about to be completely undone, he looked strange and greeted, "Hello, Sister Wang." When Wang Yan saw Xiao Wang coming, she knew that she had no chance at all. He stamped his feet in annoyance, then turned around and left, buttoning his clothes. Watching Wang Yan leave, Xiao Wang took a deep breath and muttered, "She's really ambitious." Chapter 30, Passersby's Envious Gazes. Drinking with the boss. Only after seeing the disheveled woman walk away did Lin Mo unlock the car door again. He looked at the salesperson oddly and asked, "Do you know her?" "Oh, I know her." Xiao Wang nodded and explained, "She's considered a top salesperson here. A lot of people want to buy cars from her. But her lifestyle isn't very well received." "Then why did she suddenly come to me?" Lin Mo asked with a frown. "Harmful," Xiao Wang said cheerfully, "I guess he wants to climb the social ladder. A promising young man like you, sir, most people would want to get close to you when they see you. Besides, you're so handsome, sir." "That's true." Lin Mo nodded in distress, thinking back to his appearance. Even a goddess like Su Qingyun couldn't help but act like a hooligan to him, so he was indeed more charming. I couldn't help but say with some distress, "Oh, is it my fault that I'm handsome?" Xiao Wang choked up. "Is this even human language? Forget it, forget it. I can't afford to offend this noble man," so I quickly said, "Sir, this is the contract I prepared for you. Please take a good look at it. If there are no problems, sign the contract and pay the money. I will give you an invoice and you can leave." Lin Mo took the contract and said, "Okay, let's take a look in the car." When Lin Mo was on the Daqin Literature Network, he read it very carefully, and now he has to read the car purchase contract even more carefully. After all, there is no shortage of news coming out of forest stores, and you can see news every now and then. "Okay." Xiao Wang also got in the car and sat in the passenger seat. "If there's anything you want to know, please let me know. Today, you can only have a temporary license plate. I'll send it to your house after the official license plate comes out from the vehicle management office in a few days." "Yeah, okay." After taking a closer look, Lin Mo felt a little relieved. This Xiao Wan looked pretty good. Lin Mo didn't bargain at all. He also gave him some discounts on the price, not much, but probably the highest within his authority. He also gave him a bunch of things as gifts. It's not that valuable, but the main thing is that Lin Mo can feel the thoughtfulness. Half an hour later, all the formalities have been completed, and Lin Mo drove the car on the main road. It was obviously just the first time, but the godlike skills that were integrated into Lin Mo made him feel as if he was one with the car. Cool, comfortable. I felt like every cell in my body was beating with joy. Many times when the car stopped at the traffic light, the car next to it would roll down its window and look at Lin Mo's car with envy. Overseas, a station wagon is a utility vehicle that many families have, but it was different in Qin, because the functions of SUVs basically cover all the functions of station wagons and have better traffic capabilities. Station wagons have not been popular in Qin state. This also leads to differences. In the Qin state, basically all automotive media people or workers will have a feeling when talking about station wagons: a slender and elegant body. Car-like driving experience, coupled with the feeling that the three words station wagon bring to people, it all gives people a feeling of yearning. As the saying goes, life is not just about the immediate, but also about poetry in the fields in the distance. In fact, it is not the station wagon that is sentimental, but people's reliance on the ideal of freedom. Therefore, after seeing it, many car enthusiasts would roll down their car windows and take a good look at it. Some even gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. Men all love cars. You can tell at a glance that this is the Audi RS6, which is almost one of the dream cars among station wagons. Fox. When I got downstairs at home, it was almost time for dinner. I'm having a relaxing day today. Lin Mo first went back home, took the smashed cucumbers out of the refrigerator, and then took them to a Sichuan restaurant to eat. The students have finished class at this moment. However, there were not many students in the restaurant at night as they all went home for dinner. It was a bit early for those who worked and drank, so Lin Mo was the only customer in the whole store. The little girl was sitting at the front desk, with her head down, writing her homework seriously.
Come on.
The boss came over with the dishes. Hot and sour potato shreds, Sichuan-style bacon, fried clams, rice, and a bottle of beer.
Eat slowly.
The craftsmanship is still excellent. As soon as the food is served, the aroma will whet your appetite.
Since we're not busy right now, why don't you sit down and have a drink with us, boss? Lin Mo invited.
Sure.
The boss didn't hesitate and went to get himself a bottle of beer. He sat down and said, "Then this meal is on me."
That won't work. Lin Mo quickly refused. After using my royalties to buy a car, I still had over 200,000 yuan left, and the money from the film and television adaptation rights was also a large sum, but it hadn't arrived yet. In a nutshell, I am now a wealthy man. I can't buy a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but I don't have much pressure in life. Compared to them, the boss is different. This restaurant has to support a whole family of people, young and old.
Oh, it's okay, it's just a meal.
The boss opened a bottle of beer with a beer opener and said with a smile, "I mainly want to take this opportunity to thank you."
Thank me?
Yes. The boss nodded, turned to look at his daughter, pursed his lips, and said, "My daughter really admires Su Qingyun, who came with you last time."
After taking the photo, she was so happy. After taking a sip of beer, he continued, "She even signed an autograph for my daughter, saying, 'Study hard.' Look at my daughter.
She's like she's been given a shot of chicken blood. She dreams about getting first place in the class."
These are all trivial matters. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head, saying, "But it's good to have someone to admire.
It gives me another direction to work towards," and, suddenly, Su Qingyun's beautiful face and the contact we had during this period came to my mind. Lin Mo also praised, "Su Qingyun is a very good person. Although she is very famous, she has no bad habits and is not arrogant.
She is a very good person. You two will be together sooner or later."
The boss said seriously. Lin Mo quickly shook his head.
"Don't talk nonsense. As a man, it doesn't matter to me.
But she's a girl, and a celebrity at that.
It's better to say less of this kind of thing." "I know. Isn't that what I said when we were together?"
The boss said happily with a smile, but there was a look in his eyes that said, "I've seen through everything." Chapter 31, Su Qingyun smashed cucumber. Who was the boss? I see so many guests coming and going every day. In most cases, those involved are confused while those on the sidelines can see things more clearly. Su Qingyun's eyes brightened up when she looked at Lin Mo, so the boss was so sure that the big star must like Lin Mo.
"Hey, speaking of this." Lin Mo looked at the smashed cucumbers on the table and said, "Can you ask your daughter to come and have some?" The boss said, "She's eaten."
"No, she just wants to try some smashed cucumbers."
Lin Mo explained, "Doesn't she like Su Qingyun very much?"
"This smashed cucumber was made by Su Qingyun, so it's okay for her to try it." "Yeah, she made this smashed cucumber." "I was wondering why you brought your own dish." The boss nodded in sudden realization, his eyes revealing a look of "I knew I wasn't wrong," and said, "You eat it yourself, she won't eat it. This is obviously a charity meal, you can't ruin people's good deeds."
"Oh, it's okay." Lin Mo didn't think too much about it and shouted to the girl at the front desk, "Little girl, would you like to have some cucumber?"
The little girl at the front desk poked half of her head out and shouted, "I've eaten.
I'm so full.
Besides, what's so great about smashed cucumber?
My dad's is the best."
Yo,
hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but grin.
He seemed to be quite protective of his father. So Lin Mo deliberately raised his voice and said regretfully, "What a pity.
I ordered so many dishes.
What if I can't finish the smashed cucumbers made by Su Qingyun?"
Boss, if we keep these smashed cucumbers until tomorrow, won't they go bad?"
"What?" The little girl who was originally sitting stood up immediately and shouted in surprise, "What? Are you saying that Sister Su Qingyun did it?" Fortunately, there was no one else in the store, otherwise, this reaction would definitely scare people. Of course, even if there were people there, probably no one would take it seriously. Only the boss and others knew that Lin Mo really knew Su Qingyun, so they dared to believe it. Even if other people heard it, they would just think it was bragging or a joke.
"Yeah."
Lin Mo nodded with a smile and said jokingly,
but you're already full, so forget it. I'll save it for dinner. No, 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 the little girl quickly put down her pen and ran over with her ponytail swinging on the back of her head. She didn't dare to eat right away, but stared at her father with pitiful eyes. It's okay, let the child eat something. Lin Mo also advised. Well, the boss sighed, shook his head helplessly, and said, well, you can only eat a little bit. This is made for your brother, you can just try it. How could the little girl listen to this? When he heard his father agreed, he immediately said with a smile, thank you, Dad. Then he took out a pair of disposable chopsticks from the chopstick holder next to him. Silly girl, why are you thanking me? The boss scolded her with a smile, then reminded her, if you want to thank someone, you should thank your brother. Thank you, brother. The little girl thanked Lin Mo with a smile again after eating a piece of smashed cucumber. So delicious. This is truly the best smashed cucumber in the world. Ha! The little girl's reaction really made Lin Mo and the boss laugh out loud. The boss even shook his head in amusement, sighing, just a minute ago you were saying that my cooking was the best. How long has it been since you betrayed me? The little girl was also very smart. She rolled her eyes and immediately responded, what I mean is that Dad's and Sister Qingyun's are tied for first place, they are on par. Wow, that's a pretty quick reaction. Lin Mo said jokingly, what a clever little guy. The little girl raised her chin proudly and said, of course, I'm smart. But the little girl is really sensible. He didn't eat much. After eating a few pieces, he quickly put down his chopsticks and said, I'm full. I'm going to do my homework. Then he ran back to the front desk, but occasionally he would poke out a little eye to glance at the smashed cucumbers on the table, but as he saw fewer and fewer of them, the light in his eyes dimmed a little. After a meal, Lin Mo didn't drink much, he just ate and chatted with the boss. When they were almost done eating, Lin Mo said goodbye as he had to go back to write some more. Okay, then take care. The boss also stood up to see Lin Mo off. When only the father and daughter were left in the store, the boss smiled and placed a small plate at the front desk, then asked, how's your homework going? I have finished my homework. I am now doing the test paper you bought for me. The little girl said obediently. Hey, not bad. The boss nodded with satisfaction and placed the small plate in front of her. Here, this is the plate that the brother just picked out for you before eating. Enjoy it slowly. Thank you, Dad. The little girl was immediately surprised. The boss took the plates and walked into the kitchen. He raised his voice and said, I told you not to thank me. You should thank my brother instead. Just study hard. The little girl replied, then I'll thank my brother next time he comes. Back home, Lin Mo washed the dishes first, then sat back at the computer desk. After working hard today, he is still 40,000 words away from 100,000 words. However, for him who has God-level hand speed and God-level driving skills, it is not very difficult. He can probably finish it in less than 2 hours. Hey, shouldn't I take some time to learn how to use a steno machine? Stenographer is a very unpopular profession. In most cases, it is used to record some on-site meetings, that is, the leader is speaking at the top and you can almost achieve synchronization at the bottom. Actually, Lin Mo's hand speed is now the same as that of a professional stenographer. There are only some limitations on equipment. Using an ordinary keyboard, you can already reach the speed of a professional stenographer. What if Lin Mo also uses a steno machine to type? With the help of God-level hand speed, writing hundreds of thousands of words a day is not a problem. Oh, forget it for now. Lin Mo shook his head. He remembered that this skill was sold in the mall, but the required reputation points were a bit high, so he couldn't buy it at the moment. Besides, my typing speed is fast enough now, and my life is quite sufficient, so I am not in a hurry to learn shorthand. It would be best if I have the chance to buy it or win it in a lottery. Keep typing. Chapter 32, the new martial arts that became popular. Chin Literature Network. The novel Demigods and Semi-Devils can be said to be completely popular now. From the author's perspective, the homepage banner is the top recommendation position on a website. Millions of readers click in every day and are the first to see the words the demigods and semi-devils. Even if only 1% of the people clicked in, that would still be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. From the reader's perspective, they really love Lin Mo's update speed. For other authors, writing 4 updates a day is considered diligent, and writing 10 updates a day is simply a blessing. But what about fried hawthorns?
from the time the book was published to now. The update volume is basically 100,000 words every day. No one thought that this was Lin Mo's hand speed, but thought that he had saved some drafts. The large amount of updates makes it a pleasure to read. Of course, the most important thing is that with such a large amount of updates, the plot is not sloppy at all, and it is all high-quality text. This is so lovely. One last point, that is Su Qingyun. The last news about Su Qingyun that was trending was about her peaceful termination of her contract with the company. Later, Su Qingyun was busy with the establishment of the studio and had no time to participate in other programs or shoot other works. There were rumors at the time that the peaceful termination of the contract was false, and that the situation was actually very tense. Su Qingyun has now been banned from the circle, so no one has seen her on the hot searches for so long. Fortunately, this rumor without evidence was brought to court after just 1 or 2 days of spreading, and the original company naturally won the case. The rumormonger compensated and apologized, although the matter is over, but it is a fact that Su Qingyun has not appeared in front of fans for some time. This really made the fans very upset. However, today, Su Qingyun and her studio's Weibo updates were announcing a piece of news. We've successfully secured the film and television adaptation rights for Demigods and Semi-Devils. Look forward to us bringing you a new kind of martial arts TV series. Hiss, the fans who had been holding back for a long time were suddenly overjoyed. What does it feel like? This is a blessing after a long drought. As a result, Douyin Literature Network became popular. The Demigods and Semi-Devils is the center of its popularity. Fans are all curious about what kind of story Su Qingyun will tell in the next TV series she is going to film. Just click on it. After watching some, then I was converted again and became a fan of Demigods and Semi-Devils. Surprise, admiration, the trend of new style martial arts has just begun. Some clues can be seen from the comment section. I've always been a reader of the Douyin Literature Network, and I know about the novel The Demigods and Semi-Devils, but I always thought it was a martial arts novel and never even opened it once. Now that I've read it, wow, this is real martial arts. I'm starting to look forward to it. The names of the martial arts in the book are really great. The 18 Dragon Subduing Palms is such a domineering name. If it weren't for Su Qingyun, I wouldn't have known martial arts novels were experiencing a second spring. It's so good, it's really good. I've read it countless times. I'm a long-time reader. The comments section is buzzing. On the reward list, a new rewarder appears every few minutes. Monthly tickets are even more terrifying. After all, due to the restrictions on the subject matter, even though it has been on the homepage of the website for almost a day or two, the monthly votes for Demigods and Semi-Devils are only more than 20,000 votes. It sounds like a lot, more than 20,000 votes. Given some time, it will probably reach 30,000, and will soon be in the top 10 of the website's monthly ticket list. However, the top 3 on the monthly ticket list all have monthly tickets exceeding 500,000. This is the upper limit of the subject matter. Many people have heard of or read this book, but when they clicked on it and found that it was a martial arts novel, they immediately switched to another one. In the inherent concept, everyone subconsciously thinks, what new ideas can martial arts novels have? It's nothing more than replacing Drunken Fist with Praying Mantis Fist or something like that. It's the same old story in a new bottle. It's boring. Only those who actually click on it will know. The Demigods and Semi-Devils is such an attractive martial arts novel. Fortunately, the pearl will never be covered in dust. In this world, as time goes by, the Demigods and Semi-Devils begins to gradually shine with its own dazzling light. About this, the talents at Douyin Literature Network know best. Outsiders may not know and think that the banner has only been hung for 2 days, but the monthly votes are only more than 20,000. If it was an urban novel, it would probably have 20,000 or even 30,000 monthly votes in one day. Only the people at Douyin Literature Network understand that 20,000 seems like a small amount, doesn't it? No. If you look at the background data, these more than 20,000 tickets are an extremely terrifying number. Novels of other categories may attract tens of thousands of new readers a day, but the conversion rate of monthly tickets is only 1/4 or 1/3. But what about Demigods and Semi-Devils? Over the past 2 days, the number of readers who clicked in to read the article was only close to 30,000 or 40,000, but it received more than 20,000 monthly tickets. This means that its conversion rate is 1 in 2, as long as the Demigods and Semi-Devils is given enough time. As long as it can break the traditional concept of martial arts novels in the minds of readers and let them know that this is a new style of martial arts novel, that potential, inestimably powerful, now is the time. The Demigods and Semi-Devils, written by Lin Mo, is like a warehouse full of dead grass. and Su Qingyun's official announcement is the spark that ignites the dead grass. Once ignited, unstoppable, it began to suppress the other books with its unstoppable momentum. What day is today? The editor-in-chief, who was looking at the background data, asked curiously. Lin Cancan next to her explained, "It's the last day of this month." The editor-in-chief asked again, "What time is it now?" Lin Cancan glanced at the time on her phone and said, "It's 11 o'clock in the evening." The editor sighed, "Alas, what a pity. It's also Lin Mo's fault for publishing the book too late. If it was at the beginning of the month, then the demigods and semi-devils would have taken advantage of this trend and would have had a high probability of rushing directly into the top 5, or even had a chance to break into the top 3. For an author, the monthly ticket list is also a very important position. But now it seems that it won't be a big problem to get into the top 10 before the deadline of 12 o'clock. As for breaking into the top 5, there is little hope. After all, the fifth place player now has over 200,000 monthly tickets, which is 10 times what Lin Mo currently has. With only an hour left until the end of the week, it would be difficult to surpass him. He would have to wait until next month. Really count it. It had only been 2 days since Lin Mo released Demigods and Semi-Devils. In just 2 days, being able to reach the top 10 of the monthly ticket list is already a very shocking result, one that is worthy of admiration. However, at this moment, suddenly a voice rang out, "Something's wrong. The website's server has suddenly been flooded with users." Chapter 33, Top 10 is not enough, go for the top 5. Just at this moment, the entire website was suddenly flooded with a lot of traffic, and even the server began to feel a bit burdened. The editor-in-chief immediately stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" Suddenly, too many users came online and went to the work page of the demigods and semi-devils. The programmer said as he worked on the site, "Luckily, because Su Qingyun posted a status today, we increased the server's capacity in advance. If it were any other time, I'm afraid this wave of traffic would have crashed our website." "So fierce?" The editor-in-chief was stunned, then quickly asked, "Have you figured out why? Was it targeting demigods and semi-devils?" "It's for demigods and semi-devils." The programmer answered affirmatively. Hearing this, the editor-in-chief grew a little annoyed. "Check it out for me. I want to see who's so bold as to mess with our Daqin literature network." At this time, the editor-in-chief thought that people outside were dissatisfied with the fact that Daqin Literature Network had signed another top writer, so they wanted to use such despicable means to discredit the demigods and semi-devils. Although Daqin Literature Network is not state-owned on the surface, but the shares behind it are all owned by state-owned groups. That is why the outside world has always said that Daqin Literature Network is half state-owned property. This is the reason. It is precisely because of this that no one has ever dared to do anything bad to the website. Of course, Daqin Literature Network does not attempt to monopolize the market. The website's initial style of writing was traditional or literary, and its main means of making money was copyright management. We won't start a full-scale fight, but today, someone actually dared to challenge the Daqin Literature Network? The editor-in-chief is so angry that his teeth itch. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think we are sick cats? Well, as soon as the programmer heard what the editor said, he knew he had misunderstood. He quickly explained, "That's not the case. What I meant was that they all came to support demigods and semi-devils." This time, the editor was also dumbfounded. He was originally full of murderous intent, but immediately collapsed and asked hurriedly, "What exactly happened? Please explain it to me clearly." "That's right," the programmer explained, "I don't know why, but suddenly a large amount of traffic poured in, and their goal was very clear. Once they entered the website, they did nothing but go straight to the page for the demigods and semi-devils and then gave him monthly tickets." "Give away monthly tickets," the editor-in-chief muttered in confusion. Aside, Lin Cancan also came over with a notebook, her voice trembling with excitement. Editor-in-chief, demigods and semi-devils has made it into the top 10. Harmful," the editor waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, "Young people just can't keep their composure. I knew demigods and semi-devils would be in the top 10 as soon as I knew Su Qingyun had posted." "No, editor-in-chief," Lin Cancan said excitedly, Shanja's demigods and semi-devils is now ranked 7th. "What the hell?" The editor-in-chief, who had just looked calm, exclaimed. He quickly said, "Put the computer on the table so I can take a good look at it." At this moment, the monthly votes for demigods and semi-devils are no longer the 20,000 votes a few minutes ago, but have directly surpassed the 30,000 votes for the 10th place, the 40,000 votes for the 9th place, and the 60,000 votes for the 8th place. Instead, it went straight to 7th place, with 120,000 votes. The editor-in-chief quickly asked, "What time is it now?" "It's 11:30, editor-in-chief." It's 11:30. In other words, in just half an hour, demigods and semi-devils gained an extra 100,000 monthly tickets out of thin air? Could it be brushed? Although it is a bit hard to believe, this data is unheard of, and this increase is also unprecedented. It is really hard to believe. Fortunately, before the editor could ask, someone from the marketing department rushed in. He muttered in a mysterious voice, "It's a huge hit. Editor-in-chief, Demigods and Semi-Devils is truly the best novel we've published in the past 10 years. "Oh," the editor-in-chief asked, feigning composure. "Why do you say that?" "Over in Hong Kong and Taiwan, The Demigods and Semi-Devils has become a phenomenal novel. Young people on the streets are all discussing it. It's not just influential among young people, the older generation is even more enthusiastic about it. Countless people from Hong Kong and Taiwan have emailed me, asking for a physical copy of The Demigods and Semi-Devils. They want to buy it." The editor-in-chief was a little curious. "That's strange. Why didn't you tell me about it before?" "Oh, editor-in-chief, you forgot," someone from the marketing department explained. "Aside from the copyright issues we're currently working on, everyone else has been completely focused on the copyright for The Demigods and Semi-Devils these past few days. Besides, we don't read those kind of opinion emails every day. The marketing department is mainly responsible for publicity in various copyright operations. As for the external opinion mailbox, it's good enough if you can read it once a month, and it's impossible to read it letter by letter. It is precisely because of this that the email sent by the readers over there has not been seen until now. Checked it out." The programmer also confirmed, almost all of the IDs are from Hong Kong and Formosa, and they all have registered information. They are definitely not robots. In this way, IT can prove a point: the explosive success of The Demigods and Semi-Devils is not due to the author paying people to use robots to inflate the results, but the power of real fans united. The editor-in-chief gasped. When martial arts were popular, Hong Kong and Taiwan were the main bases. It seems that this is why readers in these two places are so enthusiastic about the new martial arts novels. Okay. After understanding the whole process, the editor was in a very good mood. "Ha ha ha!" After a few hearty laughs, the editor-in-chief said cheerfully, "It seems your operations department has another task. We need to contact the publishing houses in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Don't they want us to publish a physical version? Okay, let's satisfy them. Okay, I'll send someone to discuss this matter with the publishing house tomorrow." Just at this moment, Lin Can shouted again, "Editor-in-chief, look. The monthly vote count for Demigods and Semi-Devils has reached 160,000, putting it in 6th place. The speed hasn't slowed down yet, and it's still chasing the 5th place with 210,000 monthly votes." Shocked, "I originally thought that the top 10 would be enough." As a result, he rushed to 7th place. "I thought 7th place was impressive enough, but now they are challenging 5th place, so scary. Not good enough for the top 10? Go straight for the top 5, the editor-in-chief quickly asked. "What time is it now?" "What time is it?" Lin Can quickly said, "It's 11:55. The monthly ticket list ends, there are only 5 minutes left, and the gap is still 50,000, an increase of 10,000 per minute. Is this possible?" The editor-in-chief was both nervous and excited. Chapter 34, not only overtaking, but even leading 11:56. A minute passed, it's gone up. Lin Can looked at the data on the monthly ticket list. In just 1 minute, the data increased by more than 10,000. Then he shouted, "The speed hasn't stopped yet, it's still soaring rapidly." Another 2 minutes passed, the time has reached 59, time is running out, and the final refresh is about to begin. On the computer screen, on the page of Demigods and Semi-Devils, the monthly ticket data is 212,303 votes, ranking 6th. The 218,937 votes for the 5th place are gradually catching up, but at this time, the speed began to slow down gradually. Seeing that the time is about to enter the countdown, the speed is slowed down at this time. Does it mean that the demigods and semi-devils will regretfully be ranked 6th today? Times of day. In just one day, the book Demigods and Semi-Devils surpassed the heights that countless other books could not reach in a month. 2 days, from 0 to the 11th place in the monthly ticket list. It took a few more hours to rush from 11th place to the top 10, and then he became unstoppable. 9th, 8th, 7th. Until now, he is in 6th place, with a gap of less than 10,000 votes from 5th place, 216, 365 monthly tickets. Lin Can shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, the fans of the 5th place fan have also started to make an effort, with monthly tickets exceeding 220,000. Others began to discuss in low voices. No, does that mean I'm going to miss out on the demigods and semi-devils? That's enough, and it's powerful enough. After all, they have accumulated a month's worth of data, and the book has been published for a long time, and they have loyal fans supporting them. Alas, I don't know why, but I feel a pity in my heart. The editor-in-chief stopped talking and sat quietly in his chair. Only if you looked closely could you see that his hands on the table were clenched into fists, and his fists were trembling slightly, indicating his inner unrest. Regardless of whether demigods and semi-devils makes it into the top 5 today, it is already a winner. It can be predicted that the online literary world tomorrow will basically be discussing this issue. No, wrong, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. This news is probably enough to shock the online literature community right now. Right? I looked down at the time on the computer. There are only 10 seconds left until the end. The monthly ticket sales for demigods and semi-devils have also successfully reached 220,000. Lin Can's eyes were fixed on the computer screen. Her palms were covered in sweat due to nervousness, and she continued to refresh the interface quickly. As I watched the interface slowly become laggy, I grew increasingly anxious and couldn't help but complain, why is it so slow? The programmer next to him said with a bitter face, it's really not our equipment's fault. It's because too many people are on this page. We just need to wait for the results. The last 5 seconds, the 5th place has 228,783 monthly tickets, the 6th place is the demigods and semi-devils, with 225,926 monthly votes. Lin Can said excitedly, the 5th place is starting to slow down. Now we only need 2,875 monthly tickets to catch up, less than 3,000, less than 3,000. Although the rate of increase in monthly tickets on both sides has begun to slow down, the rate of slowdown is different. As for the 5th place, he has been on the list for a month, and most of his fans have already voted and have no monthly tickets left. As for the 6th placed demigods and semi-devils, its slowdown is only relative to the terrifying increased speed in the past 2 hours. Compared with other books, it is still a bit terrifying. But, at this moment, there are less than 3 seconds left until the end. Lin Can pressed the refresh button again, her eyes fixed on the screen. Refresh. Refresh quickly. Card, the whole page is stuck. Suddenly, Lin Can looked at the computer and said in surprise, why did my page crash? The person watching nearby also said, I am devastated too. The programmer glanced at the backend and said, too many people pressed refresh at once. The server is overloaded and many people are squeezed out. Just refresh again. Then Lin Can and others refreshed their screen again. Really, the screen began to load slowly. Looking at the content on the screen, everyone in the room gasped and widened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Is this true? It's a huge hit. This Demigods and Semi-Devils is such a huge hit. It's terrifying. They achieved this in such a short time. It's unbelievable. It seems that next month, there is a high possibility that we will strive for the first place. That's right. From the current perspective, there's no problem getting into the top 3 this month. But the number 1 is also a terrifying existence. It's a very popular topic, and the author has accumulated several years of experience. He has a huge number of fans and even has a leader's guard. Let's leave it to fate, but with the speed of demigods and semi-devils, it can already be deified. There's really no doubt about it. The Demigods and Semi-Devils is definitely the best book we've published in the past 10 years. On the screen, the 5th place has surprisingly become The Demigods and Semi-Devils, with a monthly ticket data of 237,965 monthly tickets. The original 5th place has now dropped to 6th place, with monthly ticket data of 230,748 monthly tickets. It only took a few seconds. The Demigods and Semi-Devils not only overtook the opponent, but also took the lead by 7,217 monthly tickets. Fear, this speed is really terrifying. Each account will refresh the monthly tickets in the account at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the entire list will be restarted. In other words, this list will remain unchanged for 6 hours.
Amazing. That's amazing. Lin Can breathed a sigh of relief.
It was only at this moment that she realized that her palms were full of sweat.
Ha 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 ha, the editor-in-chief couldn't help but be delighted when he saw this result. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone has done a great job this month. Everyone should get a bonus." "It's great." Lin Can quickly responded, "Hey, editor-in-chief."
The editor-in-chief said with a smile, "Thanks to your keen eye for identifying a gem, we discovered it so quickly.
I'll double your bonus. Keep working hard, okay? Yes."
The bonuses were double, and Lin Can was immediately happier, and at this moment Lin Mo was typing when the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Chapter 35, Strange Things Found in the Golden Treasure Chest. Ding, it's detected that the host has successfully ranked in the top 5 of the monthly ticket list of Douyin Literature Network, and is rewarded with a gold gift package. Are you in the top 5 of the monthly ticket list? Lin Mo actually paid attention to the monthly ticket rankings, but after watching it for a while, I felt that there was little hope this month, and I was afraid that I would not be able to make the list until next month, so I simply stopped watching ITI in the author's circle. The monthly ticket ranking depends on the existence of the Godhead. If you can stay in the top 10 of the monthly ticket list for a long time, it means that your book is good and has many fans. If you can sell the copyright in the future, it will be an astronomical figure. At first, Lin Mo felt that it was a good thing that his novice gift package contained the book Demigods and Semidevils, which became so popular because of the concept of new martial arts. If it were an urban novel, I probably wouldn't have this recommendation on the homepage banner. It is even more unlikely that so many people would be chasing to buy the copyright before it even made it to the monthly ticket list. Scarcity makes things valuable. I have picked up a great bargain. It is the decline of martial arts novels in this world that has led to my Demigods and Semidevils attracting so much attention as soon as it was published. There is no rush to open the box. Instead, he opened the Douyin Literature Network first. You can see the results on the monthly ticket list at a glance.
How come I have so many extra monthly tickets?
Lin Mo exclaimed. The last time I checked, it was just over 10,000, and the rate of increase was still very slow. That's why Lin Mo decided not to pay attention to it this month and wait until next month. But what about now? I actually have 237,965 monthly tickets, a full 220,000 more than the last time I saw it.
Lin Mo muttered with a strange expression. Could it be that some reader who loves Demigods and Semidevils so much is helping me to brush it?
No wonder he had such thoughts. The speed of this increase was so fast, unheard of, that even he was shocked. What on earth happened? Lin Mo glanced at his own comment section in confusion, and immediately understood most of ITI in the comment section. Suddenly, a large number of people using traditional Chinese characters emerged. Come on.
Great. Shanjiao has successfully made it into the top 5 of the monthly ticket list.
Time is too short. Next month, let's keep working hard and strive for first place.
That's right, our whole family is supporting you. Shanja, you should also work hard on your writing.
I used to watch martial arts movies all the time when I was little, but when I grew up, there weren't any left. It wasn't until I saw Shanja's Demigods and Semidevils that I fell in love with it again.
This is the martial arts world in my mind. Shanja, please keep updating. It's not enough for me. I've read it over and over again.
The brothers from Hong Kong and Taiwan were really powerful today. They pushed Shanja's book to the top in no time.
Ha ha ha, I'll tell you guys a secret. I only have one monthly ticket, and I waited until the last second to give it to you. It's so exciting.
Me too. I had 3 in total, and I saved one specifically to give at the last 3 seconds.
It was too slow for me.
After reading hundreds of posts carefully, Lin Mo finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that his own Demigods and Semidevils had already become popular in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Even both sides have set up their own fan clubs. Today's battle for monthly tickets, after all, is actually more of a battle for their debut. Everyone deliberately kept their monthly tickets and waited for the last few hours to start working hard to get the Demigods and Semidevils on the list. There are certainly benefits to doing this. First of all, the fan club became famous. Secondly, doing so is more shocking. This is indeed the case.
In just 2 hours, Demigods and Semi-Devils was so thrilling that it stunned everyone who was paying attention to it. Is so strong, this is so powerful. However, it can also be predicted that in the next month, the goal of Demigods and Semi-Devils will no longer be the top 5, but to sprint to the top 3, or even win the first place. This is also thanks to the fact that there are relatively many martial arts novel fans in Hong Kong and Taiwan, otherwise such a battle would not have happened. After all, most mainland fans have long stopped watching martial arts films and have no great interest in them. This time, the battle for monthly tickets has completely opened up the topic. Mainland readers also began to know about the Demigods and Semi-Devils and became curious about why a martial arts novel that had been in decline for more than 10 years suddenly had such explosive power. Hey, after understanding the whole process, Lin Mo felt relieved. Since it's not malicious, there's nothing to worry about. So Lin Mo specially updated a chapter of thanks to thank the book fans who participated in the monthly ticket battle today. After the thank you chapter is posted, Lin Mo began to pay attention to the rewards he had received this time. A golden treasure chest? It was a novice gift pack. He used his god-level hand speed to get the 3 things, Demigods and Semi-Devils and the body tempering pill. Gold treasure chest, judging from the name, it should be better than the novice gift pack, right? In my mind, you can see a box emitting golden light lying quietly over there. Lin Mo said in his mind, system, open the golden treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level parkour, collection of Tang and Song poems, and a bad luck card. There is no need to say much about the collection of Tang poems and song lyrics. In this world, the Qin state remained consistent and there was no change of court. However, with the development of the times, the imperial system has long been abolished, and management methods have been constantly updated. In modern times, it also had a history of being invaded, but it was only a short period of time before it repelled the powerful enemy and carried out timely reforms. With the whole country united, the current Qin state is highly similar to China on Earth. Since the Tang dynasty and the Song dynasty had not appeared, naturally, there would be no collection of Tang poems and song lyrics in this world, but poems and lyrics would still exist. As for the bad luck card, Lin Mo looked at its introduction carefully. Bad luck cards have a limited duration of 24 hours. They require close proximity, and only the system owner can see and apply or remove them. Note that bad luck cards only work once. If applied and then removed, they will be discarded. What is this weird thing? It looks a bit like a must-have revenge item for home and travel, but for now, no one is bothering me, so it seems that it is of no use at the moment. So Lin Mo turned his attention to skills, and another god-level skill came. Chapter 36. You are really a fairy sister. Parkour is an extreme sport that is popular all over the world. It is relatively unpopular in the Qin state, but many people have seen videos of professional parkour players performing various sports in our daily lives, but there is no doubt that this is a dangerous sport that tests one's physical fitness, agility, and reaction ability. Of course, there are benefits. If a professional parkour trainer encounters a fire, earthquake, attack, car accident, or other emergency, his chance of escaping will be more than 20 times higher than that of an ordinary person. What he possessed was god-level parkour, which could be expected to increase to 40 times if he encountered danger. It's better to have skills than not to have any. Begin extracting god-level parkour and the anthology of Tang and Song poetry. As soon as the words fell, that familiar warmth once again filled my entire body. After feeling the collection of Tang poems and song lyrics in his mind and the parkour skills in his body, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a little more relaxed all over. Then I took a hot bath and went to bed. Oh my, Su Qingyun, please spare me. Zhao Xiaoya covered her stomach, her face pale. What the hell are you doing? Charcoal grilled pork tenderloin. Su Qingyun said, looking at the blackened lumps in the plate. Charcoal grilled pork tenderloin. I only see charcoal, where's the pork tenderloin? Zhao Xiaoya asked. Hey. Su Qingyun pointed at the plate and retorted, stop lying with your eyes open, okay? Isn't that just pork tenderloin? Stop it. That black mass didn't look appetizing at all, and it didn't look like food at all. Zhao Xiaoya said with a look of despair. Qingyun, can't you first learn how to make something with zero failure? Oh, I know. Su Qingyun said with a smile, I was just trying it out. Lin Mo praised my good cucumber smashing, but that was my first time making it, which shows that I have a talent for it. Why don't you try this charcoal grilled pork tenderloin? No, I don't have that blessing. Jashoda took 2 steps back in fear, holding her stomach with one hand and the wall with the other, and said sadly, that's what you said when you blindfolded me and made me eat twice cooked pork just now. My goodness, I've already gone to the bathroom 4 times since I finished eating it. I'm almost exhausted. Su Qingyun emphasized, this time I promise, shut up. Before Su Qingyun could finish her words, Jia Xiaoya interrupted her and said angrily, Su Qingyun, speak with your conscience. With that black face, do you have the nerve to promise me? If you have the guts, eat it yourself. I looked at the pieces of pork tenderloin on the plate that looked like black charcoal. Su Qingyun fell into silence. Eat, if it looked good, she would have eaten it, but she had no appetite at all, so she begged Jia Xiaoya so much. Ha! Su Qingyun smiled awkwardly, picked up the plate and threw the contents into the trash can. Then he clapped his hands. Ah! I suddenly remembered, the costume I asked my assistant to make has been made for me. It's the first version. I'll put it on and show it to you. After saying that, he ran back to his room. Stop. Zhao Xiaoya wanted to catch up immediately, but she was still a step too late. Su Qingyun entered the room first and locked the door immediately. Su Qingyun's voice was heard from the room. I need to change my clothes, please wait a moment. Damn it! Through the door, Jia Xiaoya gnashed her teeth in anger and shouted at Su Qingyun inside, if you have the guts, don't fall down. Why don't you take a bite? Don't hide in there in silence, I know you're laughing. Inside the room, Su Qingyun didn't dare to make a sound and could only cover her mouth and laugh secretly. Well, Jia Xiaoya leaned weakly against the door, muttering to herself, I haven't even been with Lin Mo yet, and you've already treated me, your best sister, as a test subject. If we're together in the future, won't I, your sister, be even more redundant? About 10 minutes later, the door still wasn't opened. Jia Xiaoya began to shout, Su Qingyun, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't open the door, I'll pack up your masterpiece and send it to Lin Mo's house right now, and force him to eat it. Here I come, don't worry. There was finally movement in the house. Not long after, the door finally opened. He. You're finally out. If you don't make it up to me today, I will definitely, hiss. Jia Xiaoya's eyes widened just as she was about to say something. At this moment, Su Qingyun has changed into ancient costume. The white skirt is covered with a layer of gauze, matched with a pure makeup and her own otherworldly and cold feeling. Beautiful, it's so beautiful. Lin Mo's vision is really sharp. Jia Xiaoya put her hand on her chin, circled around Su Qingyun twice, and said, you really are the fairy sister. Does it look good? Su Qingyun turned around with a smile. It's really beautiful. Jia Xiaoya said affirmatively. Even though she was a woman, she liked Su Qingyun very much when she saw her. This kind of beauty does not have the slightest sense of enchantment. It makes you feel only admiration in your heart. Hearing Jia Xiaoya's affirmation, Su Qingyun was even happier and quickly asked, then do you think I can charm Lin Mo by dressing like this, Abel? Jia Xiaoya nodded affirmatively and said, just based on this outfit of yours, wow, I guarantee you'll be able to attract men, women, young and old. It's so beautiful. That's good. Su Qingyun happily ran back to the room. Let me change back into my clothes first. I can't get these clothes dirty. I'll wear them tomorrow. Bang, the door was closed again, huh? Jia Xiaoya looked at the closed door and frowned. That's not right. Didn't I come to settle the score with her? Why did I just praise her? Jia Xiaoya, who had reacted, started banging on the door again. Su Qingyun, come out. Don't hide in there in silence. If I don't teach you a lesson today, don't even think about asking me for my pickup secrets. Right away. This time, Su Qingyun came out quickly after changing into pajamas. Seeing Jia Xiaoya's angry look, he quickly smiled and coaxed her. Oh, good Xiaoya, beautiful Xiaoya, lovely Xiaoya, Xiaoya who never gets angry with me, snort. Jia Xiaoya, who was sitting on the sofa, turned her head and said, that's it? It's useless. You've made me almost exhausted. Su Qingyun quickly said, then I'll treat you to a feast? Jia Xiaoya's eyes lit up, really? Of course, just tell me what you want to eat. Su Qingyun raised her eyebrows with a smile and recommended, how about some braised pork? The kind that has a zero failure tutorial. Chapter 37. The weather is nice, let's go hiking. Su Qingyun is obviously very experienced in how to coax a foodie. After much persuasion, and by promising to let Jia Xiaoya supervise the whole process and taking the first bite himself, he finally convinced Jia Xiaoya. Of course, another condition is that Jia Xiaoya orders a big meal as a midnight snack. On the sofa, Jia Xiaoya lay comfortably, holding Su Qingyun's phone in her hand and happily ordering takeout. Oh, this grilled fish looks really good. Let's buy it.
This salt and pepper pork knuckle is also good, it can supplement protein.
I want some crayfish too.
Su Qingyun, who was busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but shout, Shoya.
Don't order too much. Don't forget I'm still making braised pork.
Zhao Shoya looked towards the kitchen fiercely and threatened, you don't want me to order, right?
Fine. I won't eat anymore. I'm going to sleep.
Hey, no.
Su Qingyun quickly surrendered and said, I didn't stop you from ordering.
I was just worried that you wouldn't be able to finish it.
He.
Zhao Shoya shrugged and said, don't worry, I'm very free now anyway.
If I can't finish it, I can save it for tomorrow.
You don't need to worry about it, sister. After saying that, he added 2 more servings of grilled lamb chops. Tonight, it was obviously a full meal. The next day Lin Mo still got up early after having a simple breakfast. I didn't continue to work on typing after posting the draft I wrote last night. I took my car keys and went out. The weather is nice today. I just bought my dream car RS6. We are all mortals, not immortals who have no desires. Once I have a new car, I will inevitably want to stay in it for a while. So today I want to take advantage of the good weather and go for a drive in the mountains nearby. And by the way, see how good my god-level driving skills are. As soon as you get on the bus, Lin Mo felt as if his whole body was activated. It was only the second time I drove a new car, but I seemed to be extremely familiar with how to operate it. After navigating to the nearest mountain, Lin Mo drove there. Along the way, step on the accelerator, brake, shift gears, flowing like clouds and running water. If someone sits in the passenger seat of Lin Mo's car, they will find that watching Lin Mo's operation is like watching a performance. The entire car body is very stable, without any sudden braking or pause. This is not the car's problem, but its driving skills. It seems that there are quite a lot of people going for a run on the mountain road in the early morning, and you can see many cyclists along the way. Not long after Lin Mo started running in the mountains in earnest, there are few cars here and not many people early in the morning, so I feel a little bolder. It is a good opportunity to test my god-level driving skills. What Lin Mo didn't know was that more than 10 sports cars had just set off earlier than him. On the bodies of their cars are labels of the Magic City Supercar Club. Call out. In front of a U-shaped bend, a handsome young man was talking on a walkie-talkie. His position is at the finish line, and he is responsible for seeing who arrives at this position first. He is also responsible for observing whether there are any cars entering the mountain from this side, so that he can give early warning to the contestants. He was just sitting there leisurely, picking up the intercom and saying, the weather is nice today, and there's not much fog on the mountain. It looks like everyone can have a good time today. The person on the other end of the intercom responded, and there are very few cars. I've been waiting here for almost an hour, and there's not a single car, etc. There's a car coming, someone on the other end of the intercom suddenly shouted. Oh my god. It's an RS6. I just saw it corner so smoothly, it's at least professional level. Professional level, the person standing at the U-turn asked, what's the license plate? There was no license plate. It was a temporary license plate, and he drove off before I could see it clearly. Strangeness, although the Magic City is a big place, but there are only so many car enthusiasts in the world, and most of them know each other. I haven't heard that anyone has bought an RS6 recently, so he said, others, please pay attention and observe for a while. After saying that, he quickly picked up another walkie-talkie, which was connected to the car. Attention, there's a car coming up behind you. It just entered the mountain. It's an RS6. The drifting is very professional. I suspect it's a professional driver. Their identity is still unknown. You can have fun, but please be careful. Everyone in the Supercar Club is a restless person. On the track, they certainly can't compare with professional riders, but mountain racing is different. They had run this route countless times. It was no exaggeration to say that before they even reached their destination, they already knew what the next turn would look like and how they would float past it. Besides, these cars are supercars. Ferrari and Lamborghini are just standard. Are you still afraid of the RS6 behind you? What's wrong with professional drivers? I can still beat you on this mountain road. This is the mentality of many people. It was precisely because he knew everyone's mentality that the person said on the intercom that you can play if you want, but be careful. Lin Mo, who was operating the RS6, had completely entered the state. Those drifts just now to outsiders, it is already a very professional drift, but for Lin Mo, sorry. It was just to warm up the tires and adapt to his physical condition. Gradually, I just felt that the scene outside the window was getting slower and slower. Not fast enough, still not fast enough. Lin Mo continued to step on the accelerator. In fact, his car was already moving so fast that it was frightening. If he made a mistake and ran off the road, he would have fallen off a cliff, but for Lin Mo, who has god-level driving skills, too slow. It's still too slow. Swish, another clean drift. A roadside worker shouted, I saw him. He was going too fast to see the temporary license plate, but his drifting skills, what happened to the drifting technique? Top-notch, absolutely top-notch. I dare say that no one from our club today can drift as well as him. Who is he? This is definitely not his first time running in the mountains. Who is he? No one knows the answer, but when this news was passed on to the car, the people in the sports car began to feel a sense of unwillingness. Better than they handled it. How is that possible? Everyone who came today has run this route at least 100 times, and the way they handle each curve has been optimized at least 4 or 5 times, even to the point where it is considered perfect. How is it possible that no one else handles it better? Even if this person is a professional player, it will work. Oh. Lin Mo discovered that there was a car in front of him, and from the roar, he could tell that this car was obviously also here for mountain running, and it should be a member of the fierce mountain running group like himself. Chapter 38. Is this person crazy? Through the rearview mirror, the people in the sports car obviously also noticed Lin Mo behind them. That RS6 caught up with me, right behind me. Other people's questions came from the headphones. How is it? Can you see the technique? How can you tell it's a straight line now? But it's really powerful. It's really fast. The skill of speaking. Lin Mo had already followed behind him, and in front of him was an S-shaped turn, but Lin Mo's speed did not slow down at all, and he even began to speed up slowly. What the hell? Is this guy crazy? The drivers in the sports car were frightened when they saw that the RS6 did not slow down but started to accelerate. He knew very well that if the road ahead was all uphill, then this S-shaped bend was a watershed. The first bend is still an uphill slope, but the second bend immediately becomes a downhill angle. Forget it, I'd better be a little cowardly. The sports car slowly began to move to the side to make room. People who like to race cars all like to pursue excitement, but pursuing excitement is not seeking death. They still have self-awareness. On this bend, people who don't usually drive fast can easily have an accident if they are not careful, let alone they are driving fast at this moment. I want to live longer. After slowing down, the person in the sports car began to pay attention to Lin Mo's RS6. He also wanted to know how this car was going to handle this S-shaped curve. We're about to turn. In Lin Mo's eyes, everything seemed to have been calculated. This is a mysterious feeling that is hard to explain, but it seems that everything has already been integrated into the bones. Shift gears, accelerator, brake. The front of the car enters the curve and the body of the car is swung forward directly. Then it accelerates, and with the help of the four-wheel drive system, it passes the first curve quickly without any unnecessary movements. Another big swing. The front of the car continued to swing in quickly, and then accelerated again. The entire car's posture is like a Z, and it moves as fast as lightning. Hiss. Inside the headphones, other teammates were still asking curiously, how's it going, Shinzi? Did he surpass you? Speak? Overtaken. Shenzi smiled bitterly and began to tell everyone about the scene when Lin Mo turned the corner just now. That handling isn't just for a pro, it's absolutely world-class. The entire car's posture through the corner is flawless, without a single unnecessary movement. Any more or less would be unnecessary. After hearing Chen Zi's words, everyone in the channel fell silent. Everyone who came today has been playing together for a long time. They all knew each other's skills clearly, and since Chen Zi could say that, there was absolutely no falsehood in what he said. Soon another voice came from the headset. That RS6 caught up with me. Lin Mo had already completed his warm-up. As he drifted around each bend, he began to enjoy the pleasure of centrifugal force with his whole body and soul. No wonder so many people are hooked on racing. It's really thrilling, especially once the adrenaline starts flowing, the whole person becomes hyper. Soon, Lin Mo overtook another sports car and continued to chase forward. He had no idea how much shock his simple action in his mind caused to others. For Lin Mo, who possesses god-level driving skills, these operations are just basic operations for him. This kind of mountain road is not enough to force him to use his full strength. Today's trip is more like a way to relax, but what Lin Mo didn't know was his idea of relaxing made the people in the Magic City Supercar Club feel despair. 3 minutes later, surpassed me. 5 minutes later, he surpassed me and brother Lin consecutively. Lin Mo was also a little confused. Aren't there too many supercars on the road today? But they were driving too slowly. I guess they were some rich second-generation guy taking his girlfriend for a tour around the mountains. If those people knew about this, they would probably want to cry. Dude, take a good look, there's no girl in the passenger seat. You're wronging us. Besides, we're not playing around, we're seriously racing on the mountain road. Take a good look at our speedometer, it's actually not slow. Fortunately, they didn't have the ability to read minds, and had no idea that Lin Mo was disapproving of their speed. Instead, they were concentrating on admiring Lin Mo's driving skills. Is there anyone else ahead? Only Mr. Bai is left. I wonder if Mr. Bai can be the first to reach the U-shaped curve. Mr. Bai is the best car enthusiast among them. Although he has never participated in any professional competitions, he has a professional level master and rich experience in underground racing. It can be said that as long as he is not on the track, Mr. Bai is an underground professional player. Those who run on this mountain assume that the U-shaped curve is the end point, because if we drive further, we will be connected to another road, which has heavy traffic and is not suitable for continuing the race. Hurry up, be faster. After getting used to the speed, Lin Mo felt that the speed of RS6 was no longer enough to satisfy him. Everything around seemed to be slowing down, but the movements of his hands and feet were moving very quickly. Catching up. A person standing by the roadside and observing shouted, "The RS6 is probably only 2 turns away from Mr. Bai now." No, there are 3 bends. Mr. Bai has also passed one. The last stretch of the road, it's almost a series of bends. If it was a long straight road, I'm afraid no one would be so nervous. If it is a straight line distance, then the supercar will probably win without any suspense. As for the curves, what is more tested is the driver's drifting skills. Brush, 2 more bends past. It's so fast. The RS6 drift is so neat and beautiful, without any unnecessary body posture. Again. They're catching up. Across a bend, Lin Mo also discovered that there was a supercar in front, which was actually the Lamborghini Sixth Element. This car has the bloodline of a racing car. It is almost entirely made of carbon fiber materials. In terms of vehicle performance and handling, it is almost a dream racing car in the hearts of men. But now we are facing a bend. I still have a chance to surpass them. The front of the car swung, and the rear end was almost pulled in by the centrifugal force. Lin Mo continued to step on the accelerator deeply, and the speed that was already as fast as lightning was increased in vain. Holy crap! Is this RS6 crazy? Others were stunned. Ahead. It's the last turn, the U-turn. Chapter 39. Why did you fall asleep at my door? Using extremely fast speed, Lin Mo bit the Lamborghini Sixth Element tightly. It's still a straight line now, because supercars are lightweight. Lin Mo's RS6 has no advantage at all. Of being able to bite tightly is already the limit of operation. Everyone held their breath, not daring to say a word, all waiting for the young man at the U-turn to give an answer. Closer. We're about to turn a corner. Call out, squeak, a shrill sound was heard. Then, only the roar of the car remained. What happened? Everyone asked hurriedly. Nothing. Has the winner been decided? Everyone asked again. Well, it's divided. Everyone quickly asked, who won then? More than 10 seconds later, the young man who had been waiting at the finish line said, the RS6 won. Mr. Bai lost half a car body to the RS6 when he was exiting the final turn. Hiss, we lost. The first person to go up the mountain was driving a supercar. In the end, they were all killed instantly by an RS6 that arrived at the mountain a minute or two late. Where is the car? Everyone asked hurriedly. If you lose, you lose. Everyone is willing to accept the loss, and the question everyone wants to know more at this moment is, who is driving that RS6? Losing once is acceptable as long as I can get to know such a world-class driver. Who knows? Maybe after we become friends, I can even get some pointers from him, even if I don't teach you personally. I think just sitting in the passenger seat once will help improve my skills a lot. He didn't stop, he just drove away. And let me tell you another piece of news. Although I can't see the temporary license plate clearly, I can be sure that his car has not been modified. Hiss, when the people on the mountain heard this, they all gasped, not modified. In other words, the car owner really relied entirely on his skills to crush them. What kind of technology is this? Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to meet him. After running up the mountain, Lin Mo felt relaxed all over that he had no idea how much the person he had just passed wanted to get to know him. By the time I got downstairs at home, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. There's no rush to eat, although the mountain road just now was just an elementary level mountain road in Lin Mo's eyes. In order to constantly surpass himself, Lin Mo performed various extreme moves and micro operations continuously. With a layer of sweat on his body, he thought about going back to take a shower first. Just arrived at the door, I saw a person wearing a black hooded sweatshirt squatting by my door. Because the hood was on, I couldn't see what she looked like. Lin Mo nudged her with some confusion and asked, "Hey? Who are you?" The man shook his head dazedly to clear his mind. Lin Mo also saw her face. Although she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, Lin Mo still recognized her at a glance. He asked in surprise, "Su Qingyun? Why are you sleeping at my doorstep?" When Su Qingyun heard Lin Mo's voice, her eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing that she was squatting against the door, she quickly stood up. While adjusting his clothes, he said, "Sorry, I waited too long and fell asleep." "Why didn't you call me?" Lin Mo asked doubtfully. "I remember you had my phone number." "I thought you were sleeping." Su Qingyun smiled sheepishly and said, "You work so hard typing every day, I thought I'd let you get enough sleep before we get up, but I ended up falling asleep while waiting." After saying that, seeing that the hair on Lin Mo's forehead was a little wet, he asked curiously, "Did you go out for exercise?" "Well, that's about right. I'll open the door." Lin Mo responded. "Aha." Su Qingyun quickly made room with a big bag in her arms, entered the door. Lin Mo poured her a glass of water and said, "Come, have a drink." "Were you busy until late last night?" Su Qingyun was stunned and asked, "How did you know?" "You look a little haggard, and you have some dark circles under your eyes. It's obvious that you worked until midnight yesterday." Lin Mo analyzed and asked, "Why are you carrying so many things to my place so early in the morning?" "Oh, you're talking about this." Su Qingyun quickly put down the cup she was holding, then opened the bag while explaining, "It's like this. Yesterday, I asked my assistant to get me a costume. It's a first draft, and I wanted to come over and show you if it's suitable for the role of Wang Yuyan." "There's no rush." Lin Mo looked up at the clock, thinking that it was almost time for dinner anyway, so he said, "How about this? Wait for me for a while, I'll go wash off the sweat on my body, and then I'll take you downstairs to have dinner. We can talk after dinner." "Yeah, sure." Su Qingyun nodded like a good baby. So Lin Mo got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Su Qingyun didn't even turn her head, quietly holding a cup of water, staring at the TV in front of her without looking away. As for her thoughts, they were no longer on the TV, and her beautiful eyes kept turning around until I heard the sound of water in the bathroom. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned her head to take a look. Lin Mo was taking a shower in the bathroom in the room. Su Qingyun was naturally left feeling lonely, but she had other plans. I quickly ran to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to take a look. Su Qingyun smiled foolishly. She didn't see any smashed cucumbers, which meant that Lin Mo had already finished eating them. So I rolled up my sleeves and took out the ingredients from the refrigerator. She didn't work overtime last night. Instead, he pulled Zhao Xiaoya to practice cooking together. The braised pork last night was a great success, even took a night. In addition to braised pork, she also learned how to stir-fry vegetables and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It can't be called the most delicious thing in the world, but at least it's not bad. Excited, Su Qingyun went to the company early this morning. After explaining most of the things, she couldn't wait to run over. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. So he rang the doorbell twice. Naturally, there was still no movement. Su Qingyun thought Lin Mo was still sleeping. She was afraid of waking Lin Mo up, so she didn't dare to call him. She could only stand at the door holding her clothes and wait. I get tired of standing for a while, so I squat down. While squatting, he leaned against the door. She hadn't slept all night, and she leaned against the bed and fell asleep unknowingly. This is what happened when Lin Mo came back and saw it. Fortunately, she covered herself tightly, wearing sunglasses, a mask, and the hood of her sweatshirt to hide her face. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape tomorrow's headlines. Chapter 43. Dishes in one soup. Girls are more interested in beauty. The ingredients have been taken out of the refrigerator, but I didn't start cooking right away. Instead, I took a look at myself in the mirror first. Oh, it really is Su Qingyun took out a makeup mirror from her bag. Maybe it was because I didn't sleep all night and just took a short nap. My complexion looked even worse, so I quickly took out the concealer and covered myself a little bit. Only when her dark circles were no longer so obvious did she feel at ease to put her makeup back on. He turned around and started busying himself in the kitchen. One night's work. She was already familiar with the process. She first made a dish of smashed cucumber, and then started to make braised pork according to her previous plan. While it's stewing, I smashed a head of garlic and started stir-frying the vegetables on another stove. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo had finished his shower and walked out of the room. When he heard the noise, he walked to the kitchen door and saw Su Qingyun busying around. "Why are you cooking again?" Lin Mo asked with some confusion. "Oh, it's okay." Su Qingyun grinned, a smile with a touch of tenderness on her lips. She wiped her scarf with her hand and said, "I just saw that the vegetables I bought yesterday were still in the refrigerator, so I started cooking. If they are left out for too long, they will lose their freshness." Lin Mo shook his head in amusement and jokingly said, "I always feel like you have some obsession with cooking. You want to cook every other day. Do you really like cooking?" "It would be strange if I liked it," Su Qingyun secretly complained in her heart. "If I liked cooking, I would have cooked a long time ago. Isn't all this done for you?" Although I thought so in my heart, I could never say it out loud, just smile and say, "Yes, I like cooking. It's healthier when I cook myself." Lin Mo asked, "Do you need help?" "No need." Su Qingyun smiled and pointed at Lin Mo's still slightly wet hair, and said, "I can finish it right away, but the braised pork needs to be stewed for a longer time to make it taste better. Go blow dry your hair first, it's dripping wet." "Yeah, okay." Halfway done, Lin Mo didn't know what to say, and judging from Su Qingyun's attitude just now, she seemed to be quite virtuous and there was nothing weird about her. After blow drying my hair, Lin Mo went to the study again, turned on the computer, and updated the update made at noon. Then he took another look at the monthly ticket list. Now there is finally a qualitative change from before. Today is only the first day, and Lin Mo's monthly votes have already jumped directly to 5th place, reaching 220,000 votes, although the 4th place has more than 300,000 monthly tickets. But any discerning person can see that as long as demigods and semidevils is given some time, it will not be surprising if it surpasses it. Everyone now knows it. The 4th place will definitely beat demigods and semidevils. The problem is the top 3. According to the current trend, there is a high probability that the 2nd and 3rd place will get in. But can I win the 1st place? This is what everyone wants to know most. The 1st place has been on the list for 5 months. And every month it has been at the top with a far-leading performance. Besides, fans of that book weren't going to be caught off guard by demigods and semidevils as much as others. I heard that it's only the 1st month and they have already started preparing for war. The most brutal wars are often not at the beginning of the month, but at the end of the month. It seems like the last few hours of yesterday were the real battle for the monthly ticket rankings, and now, this is just the appetizer. Lin Mo, I'm ready, come out and eat. Lin Mo, who was in the book review section, heard Su Qingyun's voice coming from the living room and responded, "I know, I'll be right over." Closed the page. As soon as I walked out of the study, I saw Su Qingyun wearing an apron. This moment, she had taken off her coat and was wearing a white sweater, a khaki apron, and a casual bun. A few strands of hair fell casually in front of her forehead. See Lin Mo coming over. Su Qingyun immediately put on a gentle smile and said, "Come on, sit down quickly. Time is tight, and I didn't make a big meal. I just made 3 dishes and a soup. Don't mind. Smashed cucumber, braised pork, stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of winter melon and clam soup. It looks good and smells good." Lin Mo said blankly. He was a little lost in thought as he looked at the strands of hair falling from Su Qingyun's forehead. Those strands of hair did not make her look messy, but instead added a homely atmosphere. Just a smile, and a gentle and tender feeling like water filled my heart. This made Lin Mo's heart beat faster. He said in shock to himself, "I didn't expect that a female gangster could have such a virtuous side." Hearing Lin Mo's affirmation, the smile on Su Qingyun's face became even more cheerful. She quickly picked up a soup bowl and ladled some soup into it. As she ladled the soup, she said, "Take a couple of sips of soup first to whet your appetite. The old people say that a sip of soup before a meal will bring longevity and health. You can also try it to see how salty it is. I'll serve you rice right away." Seeing this, Lin Mo hurried forward to take the bowl, saying, No, I can do it myself." "Oh, it's okay. I got my hands dirty."
The two people were being polite. Su Qing Yun had already prepared the soup and placed it in front of Lin Mo. She smiled and said, "Try it and see if it's too bland." After saying that, he looked at Lin Mo and laughed. Lin Mo's heart gradually began to get nervous. The first time, Lin Mo didn't dare to look up and look directly at Su Qingyun's face. Before that, he clearly treated her as just an ordinary friend, but this friend was a star, and would behave like a hooligan to her when drunk. But at this moment, Lin Mo, feeling the tenderness, began to feel confused. What's going on with this female hooligan who seems quite virtuous? Not daring to look up, I could only lower my head. When I lowered my head, I saw the bowl of steaming soup. Lin Mo picked up the soup spoon, blew off the hot steam on it, and then took a sip. It tastes so fresh. Well, it's delicious, the taste is just right. Lin Mo praised from beginning to end. Su Qingyun looked at Lin Mo nervously, until Lin Mo said delicious. The smile on her face was as radiant as a blooming flower. He quickly said, "That's good. I've been watching you eat Sichuan cuisine, and I was worried that this dish would be too light for you. Drink it first, I'll get you a bowl of rice, and then you can try the braised pork." After saying that, he turned around and ran to the kitchen with brisk steps. Chapter 41. I'll make you what you like next time. With Lin Mo's affirmation, Su Qingyun was naturally overjoyed. I worked hard all night. She had only learned how to make these 3 dishes in one soup, and today she finally managed to cook them perfectly without any accidents. He excitedly filled a bowl of rice and didn't even have time to fill a bowl for himself. He hurriedly ran out with the rice. "Rice is here, try the braised pork," Su Qingyun said with anticipation. "This is a real dish." Well, Lin Mo was stunned for a moment and asked, "What about yours? You can serve mine later. Hurry up. Let me tell you, braised pork and rice are a perfect match," Su Qingyun urged. "All right." Seeing how enthusiastic she was, Lin Mo couldn't refuse. I scooped a little of the braised pork broth on the rice, and then ate it with a piece of braised pork. Don't say that. Lin Mo was a little surprised, and nodded quickly and said, "Delicious. Your braised pork is really delicious." He. After hearing Lin Mo's praise, Su Qingyun's eyes became crescent-shaped and she said with a smile, "You're not exaggerating, are you? My craftsmanship is not that good." "I'm not exaggerating." Lin Mo shook his head and said, "It's really delicious. If you don't believe me, come and try it yourself and you'll know." "Okay." Obviously, of the meals I cooked today were all up to standard and there were no failures. This made Su Qingyun, who had been worried, secretly relieved. She quickly took off her apron and put it aside. She also served herself a bowl of rice and sat next to Lin Mo. Su Qingyun also looks extremely beautiful when she eats. He chewed slowly and grinned from time to time. Lin Mo asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" Su Qingyun shook her head again without saying a word, then buried her head in the bowl. The two of them ate quietly for a while. Su Qingyun finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Lin Mo, what's your favorite dish?" "Me?" Lin Mo chewed the braised pork in his mouth and said after swallowing it, "I'm not particularly picky about taste, but if you ask me what my favorite flavor is, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, I still like spicy." Hold head high, Su Qingyun nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the food she had cooked today. It seemed that none of the 3 dishes in one soup were spicy. So I said, "Then I'll make spicy dishes for you next time." Cough, cough, cough. Lin Mo was eating rice. He choked when he heard this and coughed for a long time. He took a sip of soup and felt bettered. I asked in surprise, "You still want to cook for me?" "What?" Su Qingyun pouted and looked at Lin Mo. "Didn't I cook very well today? You still don't believe in my cooking skills? Or are you lying to me? In fact, you don't like my cooking." "That's not the case," Lin Mo explained. "These things you made are all delicious, and you ate them yourself. How could I possibly deceive you?" Su Qingyun stared at Lin Mo. "Then tell me, why do you look so embarrassed when I say I'll cook for you?" "Why?" Lin Mo pursed his lips and muttered inwardly, "Isn't it because your image is so irresistible to me?" It's just that Lin Mo couldn't say this. So he hesitated for a long time. Lin Mo made an excuse. "You just created a studio, so you should be very busy. Besides, you're a big star, and you often come to my house. If you're accidentally photographed by paparazzi, who knows how they'll spread the news?" Su Qingyun stared at Lin Mo's face. "Is that really what you think?" "Aha." Lin Mo nodded quickly and continued sincerely, "I heard that you have never had any scandals. Now that you have just established your studio,
everyone is waiting to see your achievements. If any scandals are photographed at this time, it will definitely be a big blow to your image. I'm not afraid of any scandals. Su Qingyun blurted out, not afraid of scandals. Lin Mo was stunned. When the two of you first met, weren't you afraid that paparazzi would take pictures of you and spread rumors? Su Qingyun was also stunned. Is she afraid of scandals? To be honest, it wasn't that she was afraid, but she didn't want any scandals between her and other men. But the person he is facing now is Lin Mo. If she were to ask herself honestly, she didn't seem to be very opposed to any scandal between her and Lin Mo. It is for this reason that she blurted out so confidently, I'm not afraid of scandals. To be precise, what Su Qingyun wanted to say was, I'm not afraid of scandals, but I am willing to have scandals with you. That, Su Qingyun couldn't say this and began to stammer. That for a long time, then he lowered his head and explained in a low voice, what I mean is, you are the author of Demigods and Semi-Devils, and I am the one who will play Wang Yuyan, so we are not afraid of what they say. After all, we both know that we are innocent. The more I talked, the more guilty I felt. The more guilty Su Qingyun felt, the softer her voice became. It seems that he feels that his reason is not convincing enough. So he immediately straightened his back and said loudly, besides, I, a woman, am not afraid of something, so why are you, a grown man, afraid? Then you don't have to cook. Lin Mo said in a low voice, no. Su Qingyun said righteously, I cooked for you specially to thank you. This meal is to thank you for saving me last time, and the next meal is to thank you for your demigods and semi-devils. They are different. Yeah, that's different. Looking at the aggressive Su Qingyun, Lin Mo had no choice but to nod and said nothing more. After dinner, Lin Mo originally wanted to wash the dishes. After all, someone else did the cooking, so it wouldn't be too much to wash the dishes himself, but when I stood with Su Qingyun and washed dishes, I always felt uneasy and messy. Well, let me wash the dishes, why don't you go back first? Lin Mo asked tentatively. No. Su Qingyun raised her head and looked at Lin Mo, her eyes full of blame and pouting. How can you be like this? You wipe your mouth clean after eating and then you want to chase people away? This sounds a bit weird. Lin Mo had a strange look on his face. Why did he act like a scumbag? Puff. It seemed as if he was amused by Lin Mo's expression at this moment. Su Qingyun smiled, then waved her hand to drive Lin Mo away, saying, all right, just go and do your thing. I came here today specifically to show you the costumes. After I wash the dishes, I'll change into the costumes and show you. I'll go back after you're done. Don't think I'm free, I'm also very busy. Chapter 42, the spring peach blossoms are smiling, and the clouds are piled up in the green hair. The lips are blooming with cherry blossoms, and the teeth are fragrant with pomegranates. I stayed in the study and started typing, listening to the sound of running water from the kitchen, and the occasional noise of dishes and chopsticks. For some reason, I felt a warm feeling in my heart, usually inside. I am a loner. I get up every day and write. When I feel hungry, I go downstairs to have a meal in a Sichuan restaurant. After eating, I come back to rest and then continue writing, but today's feeling is different from usual. With a woman in the house, things seem to become more interesting. What are you laughing at? Su Qingyun's voice suddenly came from the door. Up. Lin Mo raised his head and saw that Su Qingyun had arrived at the door of the study room without him noticing. Her beautiful eyes were looking at him in confusion. No, nothing. Feeling guilty, Lin Mo quickly denied it and made up an excuse, saying, I'm writing a plot and I'm quite satisfied with it, hold head high. Su Qingyun didn't doubt it and nodded as if it was true. Lin Mo quickly changed the subject and asked while typing, by the way, are you done with your work? Yeah. Su Qingyun nodded and pointed to Lin Mo's room. Can I go to your room to change clothes? I only have one room at home. Lin Mo naturally had no objection and agreed, okay. Then I'll go. Su Qingyun ran in with a smile, carrying her bag of clothes. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Motsai turned his eyes away from the computer and looked at the empty door. He muttered, why do I feel a little uneasy when I see her now? Leaning back in the chair, he rubbed his face with both hands and said, Lin Mo, don't let your imagination run wild. People just want to thank you, but you can't start to be sentimental just because of this. This is not good, not good. After rubbing my face, I finally calmed down. My mind continued to be immersed in the work of the demigods and semi-devils. Lin Mo is now increasingly eager to acquire the skill of a stenographer. If he possesses this skill, preliminary calculations show that, based on his god-level hand speed, he can even reach a speed of thousands of words per minute. Generally speaking, the passing score for senior stenographers is 220 words per minute. However, this is not the limit of the stenographer.
The speed in Yahweh's video is 500 words per minute.
Later, E-News even posted a transcript, which showed that the speed could reach 1,000 words per minute. This is already close to the limit of hand speed, which can be said to be several times faster than speaking speed, but this is not the limit for Lin Mo with his god-level hand speed. If he also has god-level shorthand skills, he can probably reach a speed of 1,500 words per minute. So, based on a 7-hour workday, you can type 630,000 words that day. Even if I slack off in the middle, I can still write 300,000 to 400,000 words. Compared with writing 100,000 words a day, this is 3 to 4 times more effective. But unfortunately, even after the monthly ticket rankings, Lin Mo looked at his reputation and found that it was only 167,853 points. If you want to buy skills directly, the god-level speed recording skill costs more than 2 million, and if there is a lottery, bronze players can draw happily. But what about getting a god-level skill again? Lin Mo doesn't dare to gamble on this luck.
It's like buying a lottery ticket and winning the first prize, and then buying another one to win the first prize again. The probability of this is less than 1 in a billion, right? As for the silver lottery, it costs 50,000 reputation points to draw once. The amount I have now is only enough for 3 draws, which is really a bit of a waste. Tolerate. Lin Mo shook his head and could only mutter inwardly, just bear with it for a while. Anyway, updating 100,000 words a day is already amazing enough. Just treat it as killing time and wait for the next opportunity to draw. As for when the lottery will continue, Lin Mo planned to wait until his reputation points were higher before drawing. The more times he drew, the higher the chance of getting good things. After all, my current demigods and semi-devils has not been updated yet, so there is still time to accumulate reputation points. About half an hour later, the door to the next room was opened. A graceful figure walked out slowly. There was no doubt that this figure was Su Qingyun. She put on light makeup, changed into a white ancient dress, and came to the door of the study. Blinking, with a gentle taste on the corner of her mouth, she asked softly, "Lin Mo, do you think this outfit of mine suits you?" Lin Mo raised his head and took a look. A poem suddenly came to my mind. The spring peach blossoms are smiling, and the green hair is piled up like clouds. The lips are like cherry blossoms, and the teeth are fragrant like pomegranates. Yes, Lin Mo looked up and took a quick glance. He felt that Su Qingyun standing at the door was absolutely beautiful. Her smile was as beautiful as the peach blossoms blooming in spring. Her hair was tied up in a hairpin like a waterfall, and she had bright eyes, white teeth, and a cherry mouth. Unforgettable. I just felt my heart was in turmoil. All of a sudden, puff, when Su Qingyun saw Lin Mo staring at her in a daze, she felt even more proud. I couldn't help but laugh. She walked up to him again and waved a pair of white and tender hands in front of him. He said with a smile, "Hey, idiot, what are you looking at?" Lin Mo came back to his senses and realized that he had just lost his composure. So he quickly looked away and said a little uncomfortably, "It's nothing, you look pretty good in this outfit." "Yeah?" Su Qingyun put her hands behind her back with a smile on her lips. I felt secretly proud in my heart. "Luckily you responded, otherwise I would have almost thought that my charm was worthless in front of you." Always. Su Qingyun always felt that Lin Mo's gaze when looking at her was calm, as if he were looking at a friend. How could Su Qingyun, who was eager to go further, tolerate this? Sometimes she even thought, how nice it would be if Lin Mo was a big pervert. Of course, this is just a thought. If Lin Mo was really that kind of person, Su Qingyun probably wouldn't have any other feelings for him. All our acquaintances started with an impulsive kiss that night. It made her start to miss the man in front of her, but now it's fun. Su Qingyun's expression revealed a quirky demeanor. It was the first time she saw Lin Mo looking at her without looking at her with a dull gaze. On the contrary, a little shy, Su Qingyun couldn't help but want to tease Lin Mo. She pouted and pretended to be angry and said, "You said it's beautiful without even taking a look at it. How can you be so perfunctory?" Chapter 43. She is like the warm sun in winter. No, I've seen it, it's really good. Lin Mo responded, pretending to be calm. "Yeah?" Looking at Lin Mo, who tilted his head and didn't dare to look her in the eye, Su Qingyun suddenly felt like teasing him. He walked around the computer desk, trying not to laugh. Swish! It jumped to the side where Lin Mo turned his head. He asked with a smile, "Then tell me, why is it so beautiful?" "Hey!" Lin Mo was startled by Su Qingyun, who suddenly jumped in front of him.
He turned his head to the other side in panic and said, "Do I need to tell you this? You can see it yourself in a mirror." I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart. It's true, this girl usually wears more conservative clothes when she comes to see me, just like what I saw at the door. He was dressed in a neutral outfit, with a loose hooded sweatshirt and the like. Although it was also very beautiful, it was definitely not half as beautiful as it is now. After changing into ancient costume, Su Qingyun's extraordinary temperament was revealed several times. Lin Mo secretly compared himself with the fairy sister on Earth in his heart, and found that Su Qingyun's temperament and appearance were slightly better. Facing such a stunning beauty, even though Lin Mo is usually a bit straight, he was still a little confused. If he said he wasn't moved, he would be lying. "Hey, please look at me before you comment." Su Qingyun held Lin Mo's arm with both hands and shook it, and spoke in a coquettish voice, as if she was acting like a spoiled child. "I came here specially to wear it for you today. Please take a good look at it. If there's anything wrong, I'll have to modify it." Lin Mo swallowed and pretended to be calm before asking, "Don't you have a costume designer on your crew? Just let them decide." "Oh, that's different." Su Qingyun said coquettishly, "You are the author of the original novel, so your inner feelings must be the most accurate, so what I want most is your approval as the author." Okay, I got it." Lin Mo gently used his hands to push away the hands that were pulling his arms swing further. "I really can't stand it anymore, but now I was really uneasy, so I simply said, you go to the living room, I'll upload the chapter 1 just wrote, and then I'll think about whether to modify the costume." "Will it take a long time?" Su Qingyun asked. "No, it'll only take a few minutes." "Good." Hearing that it would only take a few minutes, Su Qingyun nodded and said, "Then I'll wait for you outside. Hurry up." After saying this, he left slowly. When she walked out of the study and came to the living room, she couldn't help herself and immediately picked up a pillow from the sofa and hugged it in her arms, with the corners of her mouth curled up in pride. "Haha, Lin Mo, you've finally come to this." Su Qingyun proudly hugged the pillow, her hands restlessly pinching the corners of the pillow, and said with a smile, "You usually look so calm and composed, but I dressed up a little bit, and you still can't resist?" The look on Lin Mo's face as if he didn't dare to look at him just now came back to his mind. Su Qingyun felt even more amused. "I in the study, call." Lin Mo also leaned back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time a woman could make him so embarrassed with her appearance. She is worthy of being called a goddess by so many people. Lin Mo sighed before, although Su Qingyun's beauty could be seen. After all, Lin Mo had previously given her a score of 97 in his mind, which was close to full marks, but Lin Mo felt that he had made a mistake. How can she get 97 points when she is wearing ancient costume? It's simply overwhelming, okay? That kind of beauty is not voluptuous, but makes men want to take her back to the bedroom as soon as they see her, and makes women secretly curse her in their hearts as a vixen. The beauty of Su Qingyun, it's a sense of transcendence. It's like the warm winter sun shining into people's hearts, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling. Men looking at her would simply regard her as a perfect goddess and want to marry her, and women seeing her would be filled with envy, wishing they could also possess such beauty without even a trace of jealousy. Breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the cup next to him and drank all the water in it. Su Qingyun's voice urged from the living room, "Lin Mo, are you not well yet?" "Ah, coming right up, calm, be sure to stay calm." Lin Mo tried hard to comfort himself psychologically. "People said that they came to me, the author, specifically for the demigods and semidevils. You have to use a professional perspective and not let your imagination run wild." After a while, Su Qingyun urged again, "Lin Mo, hurry up. Here I come." Lin Mo stood up and walked out slowly with an empty water cup. As soon as she saw Lin Mo coming out, Su Qingyun quickly stood up, turned around in front of him, and asked with a smile, "How is it? Is there anything that needs improvement?" This time, Lin Mo didn't turn his head away. Instead, he looked at it seriously and said, "Not bad. Overall, you have captured the feeling of the fairy sister. And white suits you very well. When the time comes, let the stylist design your hairstyle. It shouldn't be too exaggerated, but should be gentle." Su Qingyun was stunned and looked at Lin Mo's eyes again in confusion. She found that there was no trace of panic in his eyes. What was left was only calmness and unconcealable admiration. "What's going on? Weren't you so panicked when you saw me in the study just now? How did you become so calm in just a few minutes? Your own charm expired." Su Qingyun walked up to Lin Mo without giving up. Her eyes seemed to be able to seduce people. Then he asked, "I'll have to deal with the hairstyle later.
Take a good look at my outfit. Is there anything you can modify? After he finished speaking, he quickly added, take a good look at it and see if there's anything that needs to be modified. I'll get my assistant to do it right away. Then, a pair of eyes stared at Lin Mo's eyes, trying to see something from Lin Mo's eyes, but Lin Mo was already mentally prepared to therefore, there was no flaw at all. Instead, he took the initiative to walk around Su Qingyun and commented, there won't be any major changes. This style suits you very well. Oh, and besides your hairstyle, your earrings and headwear should also be simple and elegant. Do you understand? Su Qingyun pouted and said weakly, I understand. I feel so much hatred in my heart, isn't it a bit too quick for my charm to expire? She was sure that Lin Mo's eyes did not fluctuate at all just now, and Lin Mo's serious comments made Su Qingyun think that he had become immune to her charm. Damn it, I'm so angry, now. Su Qingyun felt a little regretful in her heart. She should have stayed in the study for a while longer. Lin Mo's state was not common. Chapter 44, I'm a little moved. As the saying goes, once you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Lin Mo, who had already prepared himself, naturally would not be embarrassed by her teasing. Have no choice. Su Qingyun had no choice but to give up. I thought to myself, Lin Mo, do you think this is over? No, you are wrong, this is just the beginning. After knowing that Lin Mo still had some reaction to her appearance, Su Qingyun felt like she had discovered a new world. I only brought a set of clothes today, it doesn't mean it's the end, you know, there are many sets of costumes when shooting a movie. You can specially pick out a few of the best looking clothes and use this excuse. Su Qingyun secretly said in her heart, I just don't believe that I, Su Qingyun, can't take you down. But no matter what I say, that's all for today. Have no choice. Su Qingyun had no choice but to say, okay, I'll tell the costume designer and stylist your opinion. I'll show it to you again next time I've made some changes, etc. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, his heart tightening, and he quickly pretended to be calm and said, next time? Yes, Su Qingyun said as a matter of course, what can a set of clothes express? There must be other things. When the time comes, you can take a look and check it out. By the way, explain the character of Wang Yuyan to me in detail. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Lin Mo expectantly, with a watery look in them. She asked softly, I really want to play the role of Wang Yuyan well, and only you, the author, can guide me. You won't reject me, right? That's not the case, it's just, great. I knew you couldn't bear to let demigods and semi-devils gather dust. I'll go back to my room and change my clothes. Bye. Without waiting for Lin Mo to finish his words, Su Qingyun interrupted him happily and ran back to the room. Bang. There was a sound, the door of the room was closed. I was the only one left in the living room, only the faint scent of jasmine was still lingering in the air, which was the scent of Su Qingyun. Lin Mo remembered this smell very clearly. He had smelled it when he helped her avoid the paparazzi. Well, after sighing, Lin Mo pursed his lips and said softly, what I want to say is that you don't have to come here every time. Can't you just ask on WeChat? However, it was obvious that Su Qingyun could not hear these words. Looking at the closed door call, Lin Mo breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly ran to the kitchen to fill his cup with water. Drink it all in one gulp. I poured myself another glass and continued drinking. After drinking, keep pouring. After drinking 4 or 5 glasses of water in a row, Lin Mo felt his heartbeat begin to slow down. How could I not be moved by the scene just now? It's nothing more than pretending to be calm. Fortunately, I seem to have successfully deceived Su Qingyun, otherwise I would probably be laughed at by her. Lin Mo. Hey. When I walked out of the kitchen, I saw Su Qingyun, who had changed back into her daily clothes. Lin Mo held a cup of water, glanced at her briefly, and then pretended to drink a sip of water without saying anything. Su Qingyun smiled and said, well, I'll be leaving first. The meal is ready, the clothes have also been displayed. Naturally, she had no reason to stay any longer. Yeah, okay. Lin Mo nodded and asked, do you want me to see you off? No need, just have a good rest. Su Qingyun declined politely after putting on sunglasses and a mask. I'm leaving. Take care. As soon as the door is closed, looking at the house that has become empty again, I don't know what happened to I in the past. When I was alone at home, I just felt very comfortable, but now it seems a little too quiet. Take a deep breath, smelling the lingering scent of jasmine in the air. Lin Mo actually felt a sense of reluctance in his heart. I'm somewhat moved. Lin Mo shook his head with a wry smile.
Even though he kept telling himself not to be so self-indulgent, reason and emotion could coexist. So even though my mind told me not to think too much, ripples still rippled in my heart. Or forget it, let's just get back to writing. The other side of the door. Su Qingyun pressed the elevator button and leaned against the wall waiting. The corners of his mouth behind the mask couldn't help but rise. Compared to the first time they ate together, no one said a word. The interaction between the two people today was obviously much more natural. Su Qingyun believed that as long as she could maintain the state she was in today and try a few more times, she would be able to succeed. Ding! The elevator arrived. Su Qingyun walked in and pressed the button for the first floor. Oh my, Lin Mo likes spicy food. Su Qingyun thought thoughtfully. No wonder Lin Mo went to the Sichuan restaurant downstairs to eat every time it was time for dinner these days. That's right, the shop owner's cooking skills were indeed good. Su Qingyun had eaten there herself, so she understood it very well. In that case, an idea popped up in Su Qingyun's mind. Could she learn to cook a few dishes from the boss? I didn't have to learn much, just a few of the dishes that Lin Mo ordered most often. The one you order most often is naturally your favorite. I just don't know if the boss is willing to pass on his skills to others. Hey, what are you thinking about here alone? Su Qingyun slapped his forehead in amusement. Whether he is willing to teach or not, just ask him yourself and you will know. There is a high probability that there is no problem. Right. The elevator reached the first floor. Just as Su Qingyun was about to walk out of the elevator, a small figure rushed over and pulled Su Qingyun in again. It's you? Su Qingyun was about to scream out loud, but fortunately she finally saw clearly who the figure was, not someone else. She is the daughter of the owner of the Sichuan restaurant opposite. Shoo! The little girl put her hand to her mouth as a gesture of silence, and then quickly and casually pressed a floor button. When the elevator door closed again and began to rise, the little girl smiled and said, "Okay, Sister Qingyun, it's okay now." Su Qingyun beside him was still patting his chest. "You almost scared me to death. Were you playing hide and seek with someone? Don't be so reckless next time. It's good that it happened to me, but if it was someone else, you would be scolded." "No way," the little girl said proudly. "I've been waiting at the elevator for a long time. I saw it was you, so I stopped you." "Hey," Su Qingyun asked with a smile, "you, don't stop me. I'm going to your restaurant to find your dad right now." "Why are you looking for my dad?" The little girl blinked in confusion. Chapter 45, Making an Escape Plan. "I want to learn a few dishes from your dad." Su Qingyun bent down with a smile and asked softly, "Please say a few good words for me when the time comes." "Okay, leave it to me," the girl promised, patting her chest. Su Qingyun asked again, "By the way, you haven't told me yet. You weren't playing hide and seek with the other kids, so why did you suddenly drag me in?" "Oh, I remember now," the girl quickly explained. "I noticed two paparazzi squatting outside, ready to take a sneak shot of you." Hey, Su Qingyun still didn't quite believe what the little girl said. It's not that I think she's lying to me, but paparazzi are usually very well hidden. Even celebrities may not be able to defend themselves against them, so how could they be spotted by a little girl? So Su Qingyun said jokingly, "How do you know he's a paparazzi? Don't mistake him for a paparazzi just because he's holding a camera." "No." The girl arched her nose and said confidently, "Those two people didn't know where to look. They actually ran to my restaurant to eat. When I was serving them food, I overheard their conversation. They said your car was nearby, so you must be nearby too, oh?" Now, Su Qingyun had to believe it a little. The little girl continued, "I told my dad about this secretly. He said you must be here to look for your brother, so he asked me to come over and let him know. But I didn't know where your brother lived, so I had no choice but to wait in front of the elevator door on the first floor. If even the boss thinks so, it seems that this matter is almost certain." In fact, when Su Qingyun heard the little girl say that the two paparazzi were there because her car was nearby, she had already believed it halfway. Really, because she came here after going to the company this morning to arrange today's tasks. If it were in the past, she would have gone back to change a car, but today because she hadn't slept all night and was eager to show Lin Mo what she looked like in ancient costume, she was lazy and came here without changing the card. "I just didn't expect that this was the first time I was targeted by paparazzi." "Then let's go to brother Lin Mo's house first." Su Qingyun pressed the elevator floor again. "Sister Qingyun." As the elevator was rising, the little girl suddenly asked, "Have you been at your brother's house all day?" "Well, yes, we have work to discuss."
Su Qingyun explained with a smile. The little girl blinked her eyes and asked surprisingly, "Are Sister Qingyun and brother in love?" Cough, cough, cough. This question was asked a little suddenly. Su Qingyun was caught off guard, and her face began to turn slightly red. The little girl didn't seem to mind anything. Instead, she acted like an old lady and said calmly, "It's okay. I'll keep it a secret from you, Sister Qingyun. It's just a love affair. My brother is also very handsome. He's a good match for you." Bye. Just then the elevator arrived. Su Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief and pulled the little girl aside, admonishing her, "Don't say such nonsense. Lin Mo and I are still friends now." "What about next?" The little girl blinked her eyes, looking innocent. Shoo! There was no way Su Qingyun would talk about emotional issues with a little girl, so she just asked her to stop talking. The little girl shrugged and stopped talking. The two came to Lin Mo's door and knocked. "Ha!" When he opened the door and saw that it was Su Qingyun, Lin Mo was stunned for a moment and asked, "Did something fall into my house? And why are you here, little girl?" "What happened is, I was just about to walk down the stairs." Su Qingyun recounted to Lin Mo what the little girl had just said, and then said with some distress, "I shouldn't have been so lazy. I knew that this car had already been discovered by the paparazzi, but I still drove over. How stupid." "Oh, so that's what happened." After hearing the whole story, Lin Mo finally understood what had happened. It's not a big surprise. Celebrities often encounter paparazzi in their daily lives. It can even be said that a large part of their daily lives is spent battling wits and courage with paparazzi. Although I hate paparazzi, but it is impossible to resist it completely. Some people will even actively cooperate with paparazzi and let them take pictures of themselves in order to increase their exposure and popularity. But Su Qingyun is definitely not such a person. Otherwise, she would have been surrounded by scandals. After thinking about it carefully, I suddenly remembered that when I opened the golden treasure chest 2 days ago, I got a bad luck sticker. Who knows, it might come in handy. Let's do this. Lin Mo looked at the little girl and asked, "If I let you see those two paparazzi again, would you be able to recognize them?" "Of course." The little girl nodded affirmatively and said, "They were wearing bucket hats, sunglasses, and jackets. One was wearing blue, and the other was wearing army green. I recognized them very well." "Good. If you can recognize it, things will be much easier," Lin Mo suggested. "How about this? Let's sneak out together. Little girl, you can identify the paparazzi. When you recognize them, I'll be responsible for approaching them. Su Qingyun, there's an RS6 downstairs that belongs to me. When the time comes, find a chance to get in it and I'll take you home. Also, call Zhao Xiuya now." "Why are you calling Xiuya?" Su Qingyun asked puzzledly. Lin Mo explained, "Let her buy some things, then come back and drive away, so the paparazzi will think that the car was driven by Zhao Xiuya and she was just here for shopping." "Ah," Su Qingyun nodded, took out her phone and started to make a call, then stopped and asked, "That's not right, the car keys are with me, how can she open it?" "We'll have to leave this matter to our little girl." Lin Mo pointed at the little girl and said with a smile, "Little girl, go wait on the street. Anyway, we've met before and know each other." "Aha." When the little girl heard that she also had her own things to do, she immediately felt a sense of participation and nodded solemnly, "Leave it to me. I can recognize Sister Xiuya, good." There was nothing wrong with Lin Mo's plan. The general process is that the little girl would wait on the street to give the keys to Zhao Xiuya, and then she would pretend to have just come back from shopping. Afterwards, Su Qingyun found an opportunity to get into Lin Mo's car. Lin Mo would get closer to the two paparazzi to distract them. Actually, Lin Mo also had another goal, which was to create an opportunity for contact so that the bad luck sticker could be successfully attached to any one of the two paparazzi. Su Qingyun hung up the phone and said, "Okay, Xiuya will be here in about 20 minutes. It seems that the plan can be started." The three of them planned to go downstairs first to find out where the two paparazzi were hiding and taking pictures. Chapter 46. I really didn't mean it. The three of them took the elevator downstairs together. Lin Mo handed the phone to the little girl and instructed, "Take this and keep in touch with her. When you go to the street, Sister Xiuya will also call you on this number." "Okay." The little girl nodded to show that she understood. After taking the phone, the little girl went out to see what the situation was like outside. Just walked to the door, then he turned around and came back. "Brother Lin Mo, Sister Qingyun, there's a paparazzi squatting at the door." "Oops." Su Qingyun slapped her forehead in frustration and explained,
I parked directly on the curb in front of the door this morning.
He must be waiting here.
I thought so. Originally, Lin Mo's RS6 should have been parked there, but because he drove out for a mountain race in the morning, he had only seen Su Qingyun's other car that was not exposed, so he didn't know that the one was Su Qingyun's car.
Shoo! Lin Mo comforted him, it's okay, let's not panic.
Qingyun, you wait in the elevator. I'll go out with her to check the situation.
Yeah, okay.
Su Qingyun nodded and reminded, be careful and be careful.
So, under the guidance of the little girl, Lin Mo followed out. At the door. A man in a blue windbreaker was leaning against the wall and smoking silently, but his eyes were always fixed on a Mercedes-Benz at the door. It seems that this car belongs to Su Qingyun, but where did the other paparazzi go? Go take a walk outside and see if you can find another one.
Pay special attention to the cars parked on the roadside. You never know if the other person is hiding on top of the car, preparing to take secret photos. If you find anyone, call us and then go to the street and wait for Sister Xiaoya. Lin Mo warned. The little girl nodded smartly, don't worry, I understand. After saying that, he ran outside. Lin Mo returned to the elevator, and Su Qingyun hurried forward and asked, what's going on? It's indeed a paparazzi wearing a blue jacket, but the other one hasn't been found yet. I asked the girl to look around outside to see if she can find anything, and then go directly to the street to wait for Zhao Xiaoya.
Su Qingyun nodded and asked, so what should we two do now? Follow me a little.
Lin Mo reminded, once Zhao Xiaoya drives away, the two paparazzi should be leaving. However, if we don't find the other one, it's still hard to say.
Then we can pretend to be a couple and get in the car. I'll take you home.
This is a just-in-case strategy. As long as he could get in the car, Lin Mo would be able to tell at a glance whether there was a car following behind. Besides, Lin Mo, who possessed god-level driving skills, didn't think anyone could keep up with him.
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Su Qingyun responded obediently. Time passes by little, however, the two of them never received a call from the little girl, and it seemed that they had not found the other person. There are only two possibilities in this situation. One possibility is that one of them is hiding somewhere secret, another possibility is that the two paparazzi are taking turns. One is watching, and the other may be resting in the back seat of a car. The little girl doesn't know, however. Lin Mo felt that the first possibility was the most likely. After all, it's broad daylight now, not late at night. Ding ding ding, Su Qingyun received a text message on her phone. She picked it up and saw that it was from Zhao Xiaoya, saying that she had successfully met the little girl, got the car keys, and was about to go over and drive away. In addition, the little girl did not find the location of the other paparazzi.
Lin Mo, look.
Su Qingyun handed the phone to Lin Mo. Looking at the content of the text message, Lin Mo was not too surprised.
He just said softly, it's pretty much what I imagined. Okay, one for each. Follow me. Lin Mo reminded. Su Qingyun nodded quickly, okay, I'll follow you. The two people slowly approached the door along the wall, walked to the door. A distance of a wall. Outside was one of the two paparazzi. Inside were Lin Mo and Su Qingyun. Wait, the street is very close to here, and Zhao Xiaoya, who has got the key, should be able to come over and drive the car away soon. At that time, Lin Mo will need to go out and cooperate, whether it is pretending to talk to disturb him or doing something else. In short, he cannot be allowed to catch up with Zhao Xiaoya's car at the first time. About a few minutes later, Zhao Xiaoya came over carrying a lot of shopping bags, opened the trunk and put all the things in, then walked around the car so that Lin Mo, who was hiding on the side, could see her, and then she got into the driver's seat and prepared to drive away. This is the time. Lin Mo has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, I silently said to myself. Bad luck post. A black talisman with white characters appeared in Lin Mo's palm. Only Lin Mo can see this bad luck sticker, no one else can see it, so Lin Mo is not afraid of being discovered. Anything unusual. Holding the bad luck sticker in his hand, Lin Mo turned to Su Qingyun and said, wait here, I'll go out and disrupt that person. Okay. Be careful. Su Qingyun nodded in response.
I was holding the bad luck sticker and was about to go out. A small figure rushed in again, just in time to collide with Lin Mo, who was just coming out. Lin Mo, who was holding the bad luck sticker in his hand, was afraid that it would touch someone else, so he subconsciously swung his hand in a circle. Bang.
Lin Mo was stunned for a moment.
Why did he seem to have photographed something so soft? This was the thought that flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Turn your head. He saw Su Qingyun, who was at a loss, with her head down. Lin Mo followed her gaze and looked down at his. Oh my god. He quickly withdrew his hand and explained, I didn't mean to do that. Su Qingyun lowered her head, twisted her body, and replied in a low voice, I know. The little face under the sunglasses and mask had already turned red, but Lin Mo couldn't see her expression and thought she was angry. But I really didn't mean it. I just subconsciously felt that I couldn't let the bad luck stick to the person who bumped into me. I didn't even think about letting the bad luck stick to Su Qingyun, who was following behind me, and only Lin Mo could see the bad luck post. So at this moment Lin Mo looked at Su Qingyun's chest with a strange expression. That bad luck sticker with black and white letters is so conspicuous. You're still looking. Su Qingyun didn't know what Lin Mo meant. She just saw that his eyes were fixed on the place where he had just taken the photo, so she immediately turned away. Little did he know that there was only one thought in Lin Mo's mind. It's posted here. How do I tear it off? Chapter 47. Lin Mo wants me. Luckily, I stopped you guys, brother. Small figure. Of course it's the little girl. She didn't realize that the current situation was caused by her. He just breathed a sigh of relief, then said as if to take credit, I know where the other paparazzi is hiding. Lin Mo moved his eyes away, looked at the little girl and asked, where is it? It's on the rooftop of the building opposite. The girl said, I was watching inside the car and in the alleys, but I didn't see anything. When I came back, I asked Uncle Chen next door, and he said he saw a stranger going upstairs and not coming down. I looked up and saw him. If you guys go out, you will definitely catch him in the act. Thank you so much. It's okay. The little girl smiled and shook her head. This is what I should do. Sister Qingyun hates those paparazzi the most, right? Su Qingyun was still shy and could only nod and respond softly, hey. The little girl took out the phone she had given her from her pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. Brother, I'm returning your phone to you. Okay, you go back first. We won't go back for now. We'll leave later. Lin Mo took the phone and said, well, goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Sister Qingyun. After separation, only Lin Mo and Su Qingyun were left at the scene. The paparazzi are still here, so, Lin Mo touched his nose with a guilty conscience, can you stay at my house for a while? I'll drive you back later. He was talking about the paparazzi. In fact, what I was thinking in my heart was that I had to find a way to tear off the bad luck talisman. You know, the bad luck charm can be broken once it is torn off. It's just that the place to post it now is a bit difficult, so it's better to go back and plan it first. Su Qingyun didn't doubt him and nodded. Oh, then I have to tell Xiaoya so that she won't worry about me. Okay. So Su Qingyun took out her phone. What's wrong? Lin Mo asked. Strange, why is there no signal on my phone? Su Qingyun held the phone with a puzzled look on her face, muttering, my signal was full just now in the elevator. No cell phone signal? Lin Mo looked down at his phone and saw that the signal was full. Without a doubt this must be the work of the bad luck post. He took the initiative to hand over the phone. Do you want to try using my phone? All right. Su Qingyun took the phone and looked down. Oh, isn't it all the same, not full? It seems the signal in this corridor is a bit weak. He returned the phone to Lin Mo and said, forget it, it doesn't matter. There's still one bar left, so the message can still be sent. Lin Mo stared at the phone that Su Qingyun handed back. It was clear to see that in her hand, the signal bar on her phone was indeed only one, but as soon as she took it, it was immediately full. Bad luck charm, how scary. Lin Mo looked up strangely at the bad luck charm on Su Qingyun's chest and was secretly shocked. What power, too metaphysical, right? Su Qingyun also noticed Lin Mo's gaze, and her face, which was almost returning to normal, suddenly became hot. It's just that Su Qingyun was wearing sunglasses and a mask, so Lin Mo didn't notice it. Su Qingyun turned around, took 2 more steps to the side, and then started sending a voice message to Zhao Xiaoya. Well, I won't leave. Lin Mo wants me. The words were not finished, the screen went black, the power is turned off. Su Qingyun looked at the black phone screen in confusion and muttered, strange, when did the battery run out? Why didn't I notice it? Never mind anyway, the voice message should have been sent, so let's go back to Lin Mo's house and sit down. Actually, this is quite good. The corners of Su Qingyun's mouth curled up slightly.
In her heart, she wished she could spend more time with Lin Mo, and now she just had a reason. Su Qingyun put her phone back into her bag, walked to the elevator, pressed the button, and said to Lin Mo, "I've sent the message, let's go back," etc. If it were normal times, it would be fine, but at this moment, Su Qingyun had a bad luck charm on her body, so Lin Mo immediately thought of the elevator accident. If you are unlucky when taking the elevator, you will definitely be trapped in the elevator. It should not be a problem to be rescued by someone at that time. After all, the bad luck talisman is not a death talisman and will not kill anyone. However, if that happened, the news of Su Qingyun's coming would definitely be revealed. So Lin Mo immediately decided, let's take the stairs. Su Qingyun looked at the empty elevator in confusion and asked, why? Well, Lin Mo guiltily found an excuse, life lies in exercise. You should walk more often. It's good for your health. Hold head high. Although Su Qingyun felt a little strange in her heart, since Lin Mo said so, she didn't feel much rejection in her heart. Anyway, as long as we can walk together, I won't be lonely. So the two decided to go up together from the stairs next to them. Fortunately, Lin Mo's residence was not very high, only on the 8th floor, so they could reach the top in no time. In the car, Zhao Shoya was driving the car happily. Looking at the shopping bags of various sizes on the back seat through the rearview mirror, she felt even happier. He muttered, Xingyun, I bought so many things just to save you. Hey, when you come back later, it's not too much to ask for a refund, right? Ding ding ding. At this moment, WeChat received a WeChat message. Hey, Zhao Shoya glanced at it and found that it was a voice message from Su Qingyun. She was immediately happy. Ha, she must be here to thank me. Humph, saying thank you is not sincere enough. Reimbursement. I turned on the turn signal and stopped by the side. Then he immediately picked up his phone to see how Su Qingyun replied to him. Well, I'm not leaving. Lin Mo wants me, no more, etc. Zhao Shoya's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. I listened to it again in disbelief. Well, I'm not leaving. Lin Mo wants me, hiss. Zhao Shoya's eyes were filled with disbelief as she muttered, no way? This is developing too fast, isn't it? Xingyun. Are you okay? Although I know you like Lin Mo, but you can't be so unrestrained, right? If Lin Mo wants it, you give it to him? It's over. Zhao Shoya felt a little guilty again. In the past few days, she has been the one who advised Su Qingyun to be more proactive and bolder. Chapter 48 is obviously doing that kind of thing, but what she meant was that Su Qingyun should take the initiative and bravely pursue the boy she liked, instead of becoming what it is now. No, I have to stop her quickly. Zhao Shoya quickly called Su Qingyun. Beep, the user you dialed, Su Qingyun's phone was out of battery, so naturally the call couldn't be connected. It's over. Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Zhao Shoya was extremely anxious. Could it be that the two of them have already started doing it? Otherwise, why would Su Qingyun turn off her phone if she had nothing to do? Zhao Shoya lay back on the chair with mixed feelings. For a moment, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She muttered, I can only hope that the two of you can be together for a long time. Don't do this on impulse. Thought about it for a while. No. Zhao Shoya couldn't believe it. After all, in her mind, the Lin Mo she knew didn't seem to be the kind of person who thinks with his lower body, since Su Qingyun is not that kind of casual person, and Lin Mo is not that kind of person either. Could it be that I have misunderstood something? Or, give Lin Mo a call. But what if I'm not wrong, and the two of them are really what I suspected before? How awkward would it be to call them now? In her imagination. At this moment, the two people should be doing something unspeakable. Little did they know, the two people are suffering terribly at this moment. Su Qingyun, wait a minute. Lin Mo suddenly shouted. Su Qingyun, who was walking in front, turned around puzzledly and asked, what's wrong? Lin Mo pointed to the ground below him. It's a sole. Your shoes. My shoes? Su Qingyun looked down in confusion, and found that the upper of the shoe was still on her foot, but the sole had completely disappeared. Obviously, the sole in front of Lin Mo was his own. Well, Lin Mo sighed, well, I'll carry you up. After all, it was you who put it there, so it's your responsibility. He walked up to her and half knelt. Come on, come up. No, that's not necessary. Su Qingyun said awkwardly, I can go barefoot. It's okay. Lin Mo shook his head and insisted, come up. It's obviously only the 8th floor, but Lin Mo was very tired when he left. When she reached the 2nd floor, Su Qingyun's shoelaces inexplicably fell off and were stepped on, causing her to fall and hit her knee. The skin was not broken, there was no wound at all, but my knees hurt, and I suddenly felt like I had no strength in my legs. Arrived on the 4th floor. Su Qingyun slipped and her forehead came into close contact with the wall. She almost cried because of the pain. Seeing this, Lin Mo also learned his lesson and stopped following her. Instead, he came behind her. If she were to fall, with my reaction ability, I would have no problem helping her up, but I never expected that this time he didn't fall, but changed his tactics. Now, on the 6th floor, the soles of my shoes are all gone. Look at the soles of your shoes, Lin Mo shouted loudly in his heart. I'm sorry, Su Qingyun. I stared at that bad luck charm with guilt. Could you use less of its power? I thought, you big idiot. You're targeting the wrong person, don't you know that? Come up quickly, I still have some strength. Lin Mo urged. Oh, here I come. Seeing Lin Mo's insistence, Su Qingyun, who had already had some expectations in her heart, naturally agreed. Call. I secretly took a deep breath and thought to myself, isn't it too heavy? His body began to bend slowly moving closer to Lin Mo's strong back. Lin Mo only felt the scent of jasmine coming from his nose, and soon felt a special touch on his back. Rahem. Lin Mo quickly coughed twice, pretending nothing was wrong. I'm up. Su Qingyun felt that her face must be extremely red, because her ears were already burning. So he responded in a voice as quiet as a mosquito and stopped talking. He stood up and put his fists behind his head. Go upstairs slowly, there are only 2 floors left. If you are careful, there shouldn't be any big problems, right? Go upstairs, 7th floor, no problem, 8th floor, no problem, call. Arriving at the door of his home, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He would be more careful later and find a chance to tear off the bad luck sticker. This way, the problem would be solved perfectly. I put you down. Lin Mo half knelt and slowly let go. As the fragrance and touch disappeared, a feeling of reluctance rose in his heart unconsciously. Ding-ling-ling, the cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo took it out of his pocket and saw that it was a call from Zhao Xiuya, so he just pressed the answer button. As soon as Su Qingyun's feet touched the ground, she suddenly screamed and was about to fall to the ground. Lin Mo was quick and threw his phone aside, then rushed over to block her. Having successfully made himself a human punching bag, he asked with concern, how is it? Are you hurt? Pain? Su Qingyun covered her thigh with one hand. She didn't know what happened, but when she landed and just raised her head to walk, she suddenly got a cramp. Lin Mo looked at Su Qingyun, who was pressing on him, and asked, do you want to get up first? But her foot was still cramping. Su Qingyun gasped in pain and didn't care about being shy anymore. She just whispered, can you just stay still? It shouldn't hurt after a while. Lin Mo responded, I'll do as you say. Neither of them noticed that the screen of the phone next to them was still on, but at this moment, it went dark. Hiss. Inside the car, Zhao Xiuya was stunned, her hands still on her ears, but the phone in her hand had slipped down at some point, but she no longer has time to care about her phone. I just felt my brain buzzing. What did she hear just now? Are you in pain? Pain? Do you want to get up first? Don't move yet. It shouldn't hurt after a while. Sky, oh my god, Zhao Xiuya felt like her brain was about to crash. These two people are obviously doing that kind of thing. She immediately started to blame herself. Zhao Xiuya, why did you only teach Su Qingyun the secrets of picking up girls? You should have taught her some self-defense secrets too. I'm really at a disadvantage now. But soon, Zhao Xiuya narrowed her eyes with murderous intent and said viciously, Lin Mo, if you don't take responsibility, I will kill you. Chapter 49. Can you take off your sweatshirt? It has already happened. It would be superfluous to say anything more now. Even if we go back and knock on the door now, there is no way to change what has happened. So Zhao Xiuya could only calm herself down and wait for Su Qingyun to come back later. I can't. You won't be back all night, right? Well, let's talk about it tomorrow. A feeling of powerlessness. After a while, Su Qingyun stood up shyly and said embarrassedly, I don't know what happened. Suddenly, my thigh cramped up. I've never had this before. I seem to be particularly unlucky today. Isn't that unlucky? With the bumps and collisions, the soles of my shoes were completely worn off as I walked. I still have leg cramps now. Lin Mo sat on the ground, and she knew in her heart why she was so unlucky. I could only comfort her. Well, it's okay. Just take a good rest later. Yeah. Su Qingyun nodded. Seeing Lin Mo sitting on the ground, he frowned in confusion. Aren't you going to open the door?
Lin Mo pursed his lips, feeling that something was wrong with his body, so he said helplessly, "Wait a moment.
I just need to rest and catch my breath." Did you get hurt? Su Qingyun asked with concern without. Is that because I'm too heavy? Lin Mo shook his head. I'm fine, don't think too much. Yeah, okay. He didn't dare to hand the key to Su Qingyun and ask her to open the door to in her current state with the bad luck charm on her body. What if the key breaks inside? Anyway, Lin Mo now understands the terrible power of the bad luck talisman. Before tearing it off. If you can prevent Su Qingyun from doing anything, do it as little as possible. It's safer to do everything yourself. Take a few deep breaths. Only when I felt that I had suppressed the impulse did I stand up and open the door. Click. Simply opening the door made Lin Mo nervous, but fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Come in.
Lin Mo didn't dare let Su Qingyun move around.
What if something unexpected happened again? Why don't you sit on the sofa for a while?
You must be tired from climbing the stairs.
I'll get you a glass of water.
Su Qingyun's leg had just been cramped and was still a little sore, so she didn't refuse.
Thank you.
I went to the kitchen and got a new cup. Pour warm water on it. I checked it specifically and found that there was no problem with the cup and the water temperature. After confirming that it was done, Lin Mo took it out and said, "Come on, take a break."
Is your foot feeling better?
Yeah, much better.
Su Qingyun took the water cup with a smile.
After all, she had climbed 6 floors, so she was really thirsty. She took the water cup and took a sip.
As soon as he finished drinking, Su Qingyun frowned. Lin Mo asked doubtfully, "Is the water too hot?" No. Su Qingyun shook her head and said strangely, "Do you have a toothpick?"
It really proves the old saying that when people are unlucky, even drinking water will get stuck in their teeth. No doubt a bad luck sticker is valid for a full 24 hours. In other words, if you don't tear it off, it will become invalid until this time tomorrow. And now, in just a short time, this bad luck talisman has already made people physically and mentally exhausted. We have to tear it off as soon as possible. Su Qingyun put down the water cup and found that Lin Mo's eyes were focused on
her chest again.
She blushed immediately. "Lin Mo, stop staring at me like that." After entering the house, Su Qingyun had already taken off her sunglasses and mask. So this time Lin Mo finally saw her expression. She is so beautiful that it makes people feel itchy in their hearts when they see her, but Lin Mo is helpless. "I am not looking at anything else, I am looking at the bad luck talisman." That's right, Lin Mo suddenly had an idea. Maybe this way, he could tear it off easily. He quickly asked, "Can you take off your sweatshirt?"
Su Qingyun was stunned and blinked at Lin Mo in surprise. What do you want to do?" "Don't get me wrong. I don't want to take advantage of you.
What I mean is, how do I say this?" Lin Mo hesitated and couldn't come up with a reason. Indeed, asking people to take off their clothes is very strange, right? But what Lin Mo was thinking was that the bad luck sticker was stuck on her sweatshirt. If she took off the sweatshirt, if the bad luck sticker was still stuck on the sweatshirt, she could tear it off easily. Lin Mo quickly came up with an idea and explained, "What I mean is, when you put on that ancient costume, I think there is something that needs to be improved, but I can't tell you the details.
I need to take another look." "Yeah?"
Su Qingyun felt something was strange, but he knew in his heart that Lin Mo was not that kind of playboy, so he couldn't figure out what was strange about it. Hesitated for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he asked with a smile, "Then I'll go to your room to change into it?"
Okay.
Lin Mo nodded quickly and reminded him repeatedly, "After you change, be sure to bring your sweatshirt out."
"Why?"
Su Qingyun was a little confused.
"Oh, don't worry about it. Just listen to me. I'm counting on you,"
Lin Mo said with a sad face.
Okay.
Su Qingyun stood up with a smile, picked up the bag of clothes and walked towards the room. I thought to myself with amusement.
Really? He must be shy, right?
He clearly just wants to see me in ancient costume, but he has to find other excuses.
It's really embarrassing for him.
Because I don't need to wear makeup this time. So the speed is also very fast. After just a few minutes, Su Qingyun opened the door and came out. "Lin Mo, I'm done." Lin Mo, who had been sitting on the sofa waiting, immediately turned around and looked over. He just glanced. "I have an urge to vomit blood." On Su Qingyun's chest,
the bad luck sticker with white letters on a black background was still stuck on it, but this time it was not on the sweatshirt, but on her ancient costume. Does it look good? In Su Qingyun's eyes, she only saw Lin Mo staring at her with his eyes wide open. When he turned around, she smiled brightly, walked up to Lin Mo, and spread out her hands. Let me spin around for you. Don't! Lin Mo was about to shout. It's too late. Su Qingyun kicked her right foot with her left foot, and her body immediately fell to the ground unsteadily. Fortunately, Lin Mo had been prepared and knew that she would be in trouble if she turned around like this, so while shouting, he had already stood up and prepared to rescue her. He immediately stood up, grabbed her hand, and then pulled hard. If you have to fall, it's better to fall on the sofa than on the ground. But Lin Mo forgot one thing: Su Qingyun had her hands spread out, so when she fell over, he was pressed down as well. What worried Lin Mo the most was that when he fell down, he heard a ripping sound. Chapter 50 finally tore it off after hearing the ripping sound. A thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Could it be that the skirt is torn? If this breaks, it will be a big joke. Su Qingyun was also very anxious. No way? She just wanted to show off a little bit. It couldn't be so unlucky, right? She wouldn't feel too bad if a skirt was torn. The key is I was showing off in front of Lin Mo and my skirt was torn. That would be a big deal. Ouch, the two of them finally fell firmly on the sofa. Fortunately, it was a sofa, so it didn't hurt. Lin Mo didn't dare to open his eyes. He kept them tightly closed, and said, what's broken? Su Qingyun stood up in a panic and looked at herself. There is no problem up front. Looking back, it was fine. It was just that the hem of the skirt was damaged, probably because I stepped on it just now. At most, only the calves were exposed. Seeing that it was only this extent, Su Qingyun was completely relieved and turned to look at Lin Mo, who was lying on the sofa. I only saw him close his eyes tightly and said in panic, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. If it's broken, go back to your room and change back into your original clothes. Anyway, I already have the answer I want. Even if she changed her clothes, the bad luck sticker would still be on Su Qingyun's body. Bad luck stickers follow people, not clothes. Lin Mo, who already knew this, naturally could only think of other ways to solve this matter. Of puff. Seeing Lin Mo's panic, Su Qingyun couldn't help laughing and muttered, idiot. What? Lin Mo asked in confusion. Nothing, Su Qingyun said with a smile. Okay, open your eyes, the skirt is only torn a little bit. Yeah? Lin Mo opened his eyes carefully and was relieved to see that Su Qingyun was indeed fully clothed. Su Qingyun asked with amusement, why? I'm not a monster, why are you so scared of seeing me? No, it's a matter of politeness. Lin Mo retorted. In fact, politeness is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, I don't know if I can hold on. Sometimes, good and evil are just a matter of thought. However, looking at the conspicuous bad luck sticker, Lin Mo fell into distress again. How should he tear it off? Su Qingyun asked. Didn't you say there was something that needed to be modified? The hem at the back is broken, but you can't really tell. Is it somewhere else? What needs to be modified? Got it. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, let's go for it. Even if people think I'm a gangster, I have to get this resolved quickly. After making up your mind, have. Lin Mo nodded firmly. What needs to be modified? Su Qingyun asked that. Lin Mo pointed to the place where the bad luck sticker was and asked, can I touch here? With a whoosh. Su Qingyun's little face turned red and she looked at Lin Mo strangely. Say you are a gentleman, you want to touch my chest, let's say you're a gangster, and you closed your eyes on your own initiative before. It's hard to guess. Well, don't get me wrong, I don't mean to be a hooligan. Lin Mo explained weakly. That's right. Su Qingyun bit her lower lip, struggling in her mind. Even if she liked Lin Mo in her heart, she was not a casual person at heart. It was difficult for her to accept being treated like this by someone, even if that person was Lin Mo, but she also felt that she should trust Lin Mo after all. Lin Mo closed his eyes on his own initiative just after listening to the sound. This is obviously not something that someone who wants to take advantage of others would do. Never mind, take a gamble. Okay. Come on. Su Qingyun also acted as if she was ready to go all out. She wanted to see if Lin Mo was really that kind of person, then she would just leave. She would rather be photographed by paparazzi than do such a thing. After all, neither of them has officially confirmed their relationship yet. Seeing Su Qingyun close her eyes, Lin Mo couldn't help swallowing and whispered, then. I'm coming? As we get closer, Lin Mo could also see everything more clearly. Her neck is very beautiful, and her facial features make up an exquisite face.
When you look at her carefully while she is motionless, she looks like a fairy. Call. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and his hand trembled a little when he stretched out, gently pinch a corner of the bad luck sticker. One pole of the bad luck sticker was torn off easily. Ahem. Lin Mo quickly took a step back and said, actually, after a closer look, I think it's still not refined enough. If you could add a delicate pattern on the corner, the overall texture would be much better. Finished. Su Qingyun was very sure that Lin Mo had touched her just now. The moment she touched it, she felt her whole body tense up and her heart was beating as if it was about to jump out of her throat. There's a struggle in my mind. I wonder what Lin Mo will do next. The result surprised her. Lin Mo seemed to have only touched the surface of her clothes, and it only lasted for less than a second. And then there was nothing unusual. In fact, Lin Mo had never thought of touching her. The feeling she had was actually caused by Lin Mo accidentally touching her clothes with his knuckles when he was holding the bad luck charm. Is that it? Su Qingyun asked in surprise. Yeah. Lin Mo nodded seriously and said, you are very beautiful, so you don't need too many things. Just show off your natural elegance, hold head high. Su Qingyun always felt that something was strange, but after thinking about it, I still can't figure out what's strange about it. I had no choice but to ask, is this all you've been wanting to say? Yes. Lin Mo nodded righteously. I wasn't sure before, but after taking a closer look, I do think adding some patterns would make it look better and more refined. Seeing that Lin Mo looked serious and didn't seem to be lying, Su Qingyun finally let go of the doubts in her heart. Lin Mo rubbed the bad luck sticker on his hand. This thing is disposable. Once it is torn off, it is completely ineffective. Even if you stick it on again, it will have no effect, but I have to rub it to relieve the hatred in my heart. I walked to the window and took a look at the rooftop opposite to make sure there was no one there. Lin Mo said, there's no one here. They must have left. I'll take you back. Heard you were leaving. Su Qingyun was a little reluctant again. Could it be that he is hiding? In fact, he has not left at all. Lin Mo thinks this possibility is unlikely. Chapter 51. If I choose, there will be no added value. First of all, why did the two paparazzi think Su Qingyun was nearby? Because Su Qingyun's car was parked here. After Zhao Xiaoya drove the car away, the two paparazzi probably thought that the person driving the car today was not Su Qingyun at all, but her good friend Zhao Xiaoya, who was driving it out for shopping. This is how normal people think. Before, Lin Mo found an excuse to invite Su Qingyun to his house. The only purpose is to tear off the bad luck sticker on her body. Such a long time. There's no way those two paparazzi could stay here forever. Su Qingyun obviously knew that the reason she gave was not very likely. It was just something she blurted out because she felt reluctant, but, in reality, she really had to go. Already been gone all morning. There must be some things piled up in the studio that she needs to go back to deal with and coordinate what to do next. What size shoes do you wear? Lin Mo left the window and came to the sofa and asked. Size 33. So small? Lin Mo looked at Su Qingyun's feet strangely. Well, it's indeed small enough. When I saw Su Qingyun before, I estimated that she was about 168 centimeters tall, but her body proportions were of the golden ratio, so even if she was barefoot, she gave people the impression of being tall. But now I heard that her feet are only size 33. I feel a little bit like a beautiful girl next door. Su Qingyun blushed and nodded gently, saying, yes, it's natural. Then wait here for a while. There's a shoe store next to it. I'll buy you a pair of shoes and then take you back. Good. Go downstairs. As soon as I came out, I saw the entrance of the Sichuan restaurant opposite. The little girl moved a chair out of the store and sat at the door, holding her head with both hands and looking at this side. When she saw him, her originally expressionless face suddenly widened into a grin, and she stood up excitedly and waved to him. Then, like a little swallow, it saw that there were no cars on either side and quickly ran over. Brother, where is Sister Qingyun? He's still sitting in my house. Are those two paparazzi gone too? Aha! The little girl nodded vigorously, her ponytail swaying as she said with a smile, after Sister Xiaoya drove away, they left within a few minutes. I was secretly observing them from the door the whole time, but they didn't come back. Hey, Lin Mo said with a smile, it's really thanks to you today, otherwise Su Qingyun would definitely be photographed by those paparazzi. Who knows what kind of scandal would spread then? I remember hearing the conversation between the two paparazzi before I met Su Qingyun. It can be seen that some paparazzi really have no bottom line at all for them. The truth of the matter is not important, the truth can be fabricated. What they care about is whether the title is eye-catching enough and whether it can bring them huge profits. In short, he is not a good person. Where? She spoke modestly, but one could tell from her expression that she was very proud. Look, only Lin Mo came down. The little girl asked curiously, where is Sister Ching Yun? She's still upstairs. Her shoes are broken, so I came down to buy her a pair. Then I'll go with you, become. They were just a few shops apart, and the two of them walked slowly together. Brother Lin Mo? The little girl suddenly asked. Lin Mo responded. The girl walking in front suddenly turned around, looked at Lin Mo with a smile, and asked in a low voice, Brother Lin Mo, are you in love with me? Ahem, Lin Mo was caught off guard by this question and quickly glanced around. Fortunately, no one cared about the two of them. Shoo! He quickly made a shushing gesture and warned, don't talk nonsense. Don't worry. The little girl also imitated Lin Mo and whispered, I'm talking about my sister. They don't know who I'm talking about. Brother Lin Mo, please answer quickly. No. Lin Mo answered simply, hold head high. The little girl nodded thoughtfully, and then asked softly, does Brother Lin Mo like me very much? I'm going to. Lin Mo pursed his lips helplessly. Children should not ask about adults' affairs. I'm not a child. I'm already in the first grade of junior high school. The little girl folded her arms across her chest, acting like a grown-up, and said, don't think we're still stupid. In fact, we know everything very well, have to. This is not wrong. With the development of society, many of the things that we dreamed of when we were young have long become something that every child can have. For example, the telephone, for example, computers. There are a lot of information sources here, and it has become a social norm for children to mature early nowadays. Okay, we're here. The two walked into the shoe store. Lin Mo picked up a pair of black and red shoes and asked, do you have size 33? Wrong. The little girl snatched the shoes from Lin Mo's hand, put them back on the display stand, and said, Brother Lin Mo, you should buy shoes with white as the main color. Why? Lin Mo asked in confusion. The girl explained logically, because my sister's favorite color is white. This is your first time giving her something, right? Shouldn't you choose carefully? That makes sense. It seems that we really can't underestimate this girl. That's the case, Lin Mo said. Why don't you choose size 33 shoes? No, but the girl shook her ponytail again and said, I can only give you a reference. I can't help you choose directly. Why? Lin Mo asked curiously. I chose it myself, and if she thinks it's not good enough, doesn't she have to put it back? It would be better to let her choose directly, which would be more convenient. Oops. The girl looked at Lin Mo with a look that said, you're so stupid, and said, didn't I tell you? Just choose shoes with a white base. If that doesn't work, you can just buy pure white. You know, these are shoes you bought for your sister, so they have added value. If I choose them, there's no added value. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, knowing in his heart that what the little girl said was right. All along, I have always treated Su Qing Yun as an ordinary friend, but this friend is a celebrity, so I have to be more careful when interacting with her, that's all. But today, I have to admit that since the meal, I seem to have gradually stopped considering Su Qing Yun as a friend. Chapter 52. Do all boys like to act cool like this? Childish, but Lin Mo was still struggling in his heart at this moment. He didn't understand where the feeling that suddenly surged in his heart today came from. If he was simply attracted by Su Qing Yun's appearance, Lin Mo would probably run away from her. It's very simple, appearance will change. No matter how beautiful a face is, it will lose its appeal after looking at it for a long time. Only the personality, hobbies, temper, and the like are combined together. Only then can we be together for a long time. In addition, Lin Mo came into this world alone, so he was naturally more cautious about choosing his other half. Okay, don't hesitate, just choose quickly. The girl probably saw Lin Mo standing there in a daze, confused, and thought he was wondering what kind of shoes to buy. Anyway, I have a feeling that as long as it's bought by you, my sister will definitely like it very much. The girl said seriously. Are you so sure? Yeah, not only my dad, but even I can see that the way my sister looks at you is different from the way she looks at others. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Lin Mo glanced around. I actually found a pair of shoes that combined pure white and beige. It looks a little fresh. Is this pair of shoes okay? Lin Mo picked them up and asked the girl. The girl shrugged and didn't object. That's fine. So Lin Mo said, shopkeeper, do you have size 33? Some. After buying the shoes, the girl didn't follow him.
Instead, she looked around at the door and found that there was no one else around. Then he began to encourage, "Come on, brother Lin Mo, try to eat the enemy in one bite." After saying that, he turned around and went back home without caring about Lin Mo's helpless expression. If Su Qingyun were here, she would probably be very familiar with this scene because Zha Xiaoya has been shouting this sentence every day these days: eat Lin Mo in one bite. When I get home. Su Qingyun has changed her clothes. Here, these are the shoes I bought for you. I hope you like them. Lin Mo handed her the shoebox. Su Qingyun opened it and took a look. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise, "I like it." Lin Mo, how did you know I like white? Well, Lin Mo smiled sheepishly and confessed honestly, "It's not me who knows." He pointed downstairs across the street and said, "It's that little girl who knows you like white." After saying that, he added, "But I chose the shoes myself." As soon as the words fell, Lin Mo felt a little strange. Why did I add this sentence? Su Qingyun looked at Lin Mo with a sly look, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she teased, "Hey, I'm not mad at you, why are you so nervous?" Lin Mo sat down feeling a little guilty. How can I feel guilty? I just said it casually. After saying that, he quickly picked up the cup and pretended to drink water, but his eyes looked over the rim of the cup and secretly watched Su Qingyun put on her new shoes. She seemed to have an expression that was hard to conceal, and it seemed as if she had indeed made the right purchase, as she really liked this pair of shoes. Just as I was thinking about it, Su Qingyun had already changed her shoes. Lin Mo quickly retracted his gaze and pretended to be drinking water seriously. Hey, Su Qingyun also noticed Lin Mo's little look. After all, someone is looking at you. Many times, even if you don't turn your head to look, you can feel it. Seeing that Lin Mo was trying hard to pretend not to look away, Su Qingyun did not expose his mistake. Instead, she raised her feet in the air and asked, "Lin Mo, can you help me see if these shoes match my clothes?" Harmful, Lin Mo put down the water cup in his hand, leaned against the back of the sofa, and said in a relaxed tone, "It's just a pair of shoes, just use them for now. If you don't like them, you can just go back and get another pair." He, but I like it very much," Su Qingyun said with a smile, looking at Lin Mo. "Well, as long as you like it." I don't know why, but when I heard Su Qingyun say that she really liked the shoes I bought her, I felt very happy. So he quickly picked up the key and stood up. "Let's go, I'll take you home, ha." The sharp-eyed Su Qingyun noticed that at the end, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth began to curl up, and he looked very proud. Taking advantage of Lin Mo's back facing him, he immediately made a huge face and muttered secretly, "You stupid fool. You're obviously very happy, but you still have to pretend to be indifferent. If you're happy, just smile. Do all boys like to act cool like this? Childish. Hello?" Lin Mo raised his hand and pointed to the glass door of the kitchen next to him. Through the glass door, I could clearly see Su Qingyun making a face. Discovered this scene. Swish, Su Qingyun's face turned red all of a sudden, and she hurriedly picked up the sunglasses and mask from the table and put them on. "Let's go back." "Hey, you childish guy." Lin Mo complained, "There is retribution in the world, who can escape the fate?" Su Qingyun was full of helplessness. She had just finished complaining about Lin Mo being childish, and the next second she was complained back, but it seems pretty good, right? Both of them are childish. After going up the stairs, the two of them walked a few steps to the side of the RS6 and got in. Su Qingyun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt and asked, "When did you buy the car? I thought you never had a car." "I just bought it not long ago." Lin Mo pointed at the glass and said, "Well, I guess I won't be able to get the license plate until tomorrow. Right now, I still have a temporary license." Not bad. Not many people buy station wagons. Do you like traveling? It's okay. Su Qingyun said expectantly, "Then let's go traveling together next time?" Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. "We?" He turned his head to glance at Su Qingyun, then quickly looked away. "I'm going to drive, stop talking." Two people going out to travel together. After Su Qingyun said that, Lin Mo almost agreed. Fortunately, I swallowed my words immediately. A man and a woman going out to travel. It sounds too much like something a couple would do. Lin Mo admitted that he was moved, but he had to figure out why he was moved. To think about it again, Lin Mo didn't want to develop further before thinking it through. Profound. Su Qingyun was a little confused. Why did they suddenly become serious when they were chatting happily? The car started. Destination, Su Qingyun's home. Chapter 53. What is the meaning of giving shoes to each other? At Su Qingyun's home, Zhao Shoya would raise her wrist from time to check the time, and then look at the door. When she didn't hear any movement, she would puff up her cheeks and mutter, "You're so good, Su Qingyun. Are you so happy that you don't want to leave? It's already this late and you haven't come back yet. I'll wait for you for 10 more minutes. If you don't come back in 10 minutes, I'll call and ask about the situation." This sentence Zhao Shoya has said this countless times to I looked at the time for most of the day, but I didn't make a single phone call. It's really not convenient. In Zhao Shoya's heart, the two of them must be very affectionate at this moment, and it is hard to say what they are doing at this moment. It would be such a shame to call her at this time. Another 10 minutes passed. As usual, Zhao Shoya glanced at the watch on her wrist, then turned to look at the door just as he was about to start. Muttering again, suddenly there was the sound of a door opening. "Are you back?" Zhao Shoya quickly got down from the sofa and ran to the door without even having time to put on her slippers. Just as she reached the door, Su Qingyun walked in. Seeing Zhao Shoya's anxious and flustered look, she asked in confusion, "Shoya? What are you going to do in such a hurry? Why are you still going?" Zhao Shoya looked at Su Qingyun angrily and scolded, "It's all because of you and Lin Mo. No, I can't say this. Even though the two are good sisters, it is still a bit strange for them to discuss such things together. Forget it." Zhao Shoya shook her head, walked over and took the package from Su Qingyun's hand, and said, "Take 2 steps, huh?" Su Qingyun didn't understand what was going on and looked at Zhao Shoya strangely. "You don't have a fever, do you? What are you trying to do so strangely?" Zhao Shoya didn't explain, but just said, "It's okay, just walk a few steps and let me see." Weird. Su Qingyun, confused, took a few steps forward, then turned around and asked, "Is there anything behind me?" "No." "How strange," Zhao Shoya frowned, a little confused. "Wasn't it said that there would be some discomfort?" After thinking for a while, he asked again, "How did you and Lin Mo get along today?" "Very happy," Su Qingyun said with a smile. "I think he is very gentle, and his physical strength is really good. I can feel that he didn't even breathe heavily." The scene on the stairs came back to my mind. Lin Mo half knelt in front of him without saying a word, and even when he put him down, he was very careful and cautious. This is the gentleness that Su Qingyun talked about. She had good physical strength, of course, because Lin Mo carried her on his back and walked up 2 floors in a row without even taking a breath. But these words sounded different to Zhao Shoya's ears. Very happy? Gentle and in good physical condition, not even breathing heavily, but good job. I just exclaimed. Wow. Zhao Shoya stared at Su Qingyun in amazement. You hesitated for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence. "Are you okay?" After Su Qingyun took off her shoes, she lifted them up and looked at Zhao Shoya in confusion, asking, "What's wrong with you today? Why do you feel different from usual?" "No, nothing. Calm. Be sure to stay calm." Zhao Shoya took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. He thought to himself, "It seems that there is still a big difference between a young girl and a young woman." In the past, Su Qingyun would blush even when she said something as simple as kissing, let alone such lewd words. But look at his expression now. How could he look blushing at all? There was even a look of nostalgia and reluctance on his face. No, is this still the Su Qingyun I know? Hello? At some point, Su Qingyun had already walked in front of Zhao Shoya, holding her shoulders with one hand and shaking her up. Zhao Shoya came back to her senses and asked, "What's wrong? What else?" Su Qingyun rolled her eyes and complained, "What on earth happened to you? Why are you acting so weird?" "I'm fine." Zhao Shoya shook her head and added in her heart, "You're the one who's in trouble." Then he saw Su Qingyun holding a pair of new shoes in her hand. "Did you buy these new shoes?" He. Speaking of this, Su Qingyun's eyes narrowed into a line, and she said happily, "These are the shoes Lin Mo bought for me." "Don't they look good?" "Fine." Zhao Shoya nodded thoughtfully. I started to wonder again, giving him shoes? What does it mean? By the way, I bought a lot of things. Please reimburse me later. Zhao Shoya said. What did you buy? Su Qingyun ran up to the living room and took a look. Wow. So many. While Su Qingyun was rummaging through things on the sofa, Zhao Shoya quickly took out her phone and searched Baidu for the meaning of what does it mean when couples give each other shoes as a gift. Answer: if it is given by an elder, it means that they hope you will go further in the future, but if it is given by a couple, it is likely a metaphor for breaking up. Separate. Seeing this answer,
Jia Xiaoya felt her scalp tingling. What a scumbag, just after having sex, you're already hinting at a breakup? I really can't believe that Lin Mo is such a person. Looking at Su Qingyun taking out a piece of clothing and trying it on herself on the sofa, with a happy smile on her face, Jia Xiaoya couldn't bear to tell this matter. Forget it, I'd better ask around. If you really want to let Su Qingyun down, Lin Mo, just wait for me. Thinking of this, Jia Xiaoya pretended to know nothing and walked over with an unnatural smile on her face. Well, tell me, what did you do when you went to see Lin Mo today? Oh, what can I do? Su Qingyun was trying out the clothes on herself while talking about her schedule for the day. First, I cooked for Lin Mo, and then I tried on some clothes. Tried on clothes? Jia Xiaoya picked up the bag in her hand and asked, is this the set? Yes. Su Qingyun nodded, and then patted her forehead as if she had thought of something. Oh, look at my head. The skirt is torn and needs to be repaired. I'll call my assistant to come over. Is the skirt torn? Jia Xiaoya took it out of the bag and quickly found the hem of her skirt, which was obviously torn out. He looked at Su Qingyun strangely. You were wearing this dress at the time? Yes. Su Qingyun nodded. Thinking of the scene in the study, the corners of her mouth curled up even more. She said with a smile, you don't know, when I appeared in front of Lin Mo wearing this outfit, his eyes were wide open. Chapter 54 Lin Moya is a scumbag. I send it straight? Zhao Xiaoya complained in her heart, the skirt is even torn. Good fellow, this is a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. You, seeing Su Qingyun still smiling, Zhao Xiaoya didn't know what to say for a moment. She could only smile awkwardly and said, you two are quite interesting. Harmful, Su Qingyun smiled and waved her hands, saying, how can this be considered interesting? Let me tell you, what makes me happier is what's coming next. What will happen after the skirt is torn? Zhao Xiaoya looked at Su Qingyun with horror and stammered, You still want to tell me what happened next? Yes, you are my good sister, so of course I have to share this kind of thing with you. Su Qingyun looked at Zhao Xiaoya strangely and asked, what's with that expression on your face? No. Zhao Xiaoya covered her forehead and then put her palm on Su Qingyun's forehead. He muttered, you don't have a fever? Why did you suddenly become like this? Oops. Su Qingyun slapped Zhao Xiaoya's hand away, finally unable to bear it anymore. I'm telling you, what's wrong with you today? Don't tell me nothing happened. I could feel it the moment I walked in. You've been acting weird today. Do you still consider me a good sister? And you're hiding it from me. Zhao Xiaoya pursed her lips and swallowed, struggling in my heart. Dia, we have to start sharing this with good sisters. My God, I am a virgin and have never experienced anything like that. But, looking at Su Qingyun's serious expression, Zhao Xiaoya was most afraid of her expression. That's all. Zhao Xiaoya gritted her teeth, took out her cell phone, and opened the last voice message Su Qingyun sent her. Well, I won't leave. Lin Mo wants me, Zhao Xiaoya said ashamedly. Listen to what you said. It's my fault too. I usually told you to take the initiative and eat Lin Mo in one bite, but I was just encouraging you. I didn't expect you to actually eat him in one bite. Before, Su Qingyun had never thought about it in this way, so after she sent the message, she didn't take it seriously after all. She thought that it was enough for the notice to arrive, but now when I listen to it again alone, I can also hear some of its flavor, coupled with Zhao Xiaoya's face full of guilt. She understood that Zhao Xiaoya had misunderstood the message in her voice message. No, this sentence is because, without waiting for Su Qingyun to finish her words, Zhao Xiaoya shook her head and interrupted her, continuing, after hearing the voice message, I didn't react at first. By the time I realized it and called you, your phone was already turned off? Su Qingyun quickly explained, no, I turned off the phone because, stop making excuses, sister. Zhao Xiaoya sat down weakly, covering her forehead with one hand, and continued, I thought about it for a long time and felt that I might have misunderstood you. I couldn't get through to your phone, so I called Lin Mo. Do you know what I heard? What did you hear? Su Qingyun asked puzzledly. Zhao Xiaoya raised her head in astonishment and looked at Su Qingyun. You still want me to say it out loud? How would I know if you don't tell me? Su Qingyun really wanted to know. She didn't know what went wrong, why Zhao Xiaoya was so sure about it. Zhao Xiaoya looked at Su Qingyun's ignorant expression. I was even more angry and laughed. He shouted, think carefully. If I tell you, you won't be the one to be embarrassed, it will be you say? Su Qingyun was also tough.
Originally, she and Lin Mo had an innocent relationship. She wanted to take it a step further, but Lin Mo never expressed any interest. She didn't understand what made Zhao Xiuya so determined that something had happened between her and Lin Mo. After all, such a thing really didn't happen. Anyway, there are only two of us in this room. Whatever you say about face or dignity, just say it. Su Qingyun responded confidently, okay. Zhao Xiuya nodded angrily and said viciously, you asked me to tell you, okay? Then I'll tell you what I heard when I called Lin Mo. As he spoke, he began to describe. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard Lin Mo asking if it hurt. You said yes, and Lin Mo asked if you wanted to get up first. You said no, it would stop hurting and you could move after a while. Good fellow. I just call him good fellow. When she said this, the usually carefree Zhao Xiuya started to blush, and it was unclear whether she was blushing from anger or embarrassment. Zhao Xiuya continued, the key is what makes me most angry, do you know? What is it? Su Qingyun asked. Zhao Xiuya pointed at the shoes Su Qingyun had placed on the table. Anyway, the words have already been spoken, and there's no hiding them anymore. Su Qingyun, I'm telling you, Lin Moya is a scumbag. Do you know what giving shoes to a couple means? It means breaking up. This Lin Mo, after eating, wiped his mouth clean and wanted to run away? You wish. The more I talk, the angrier I get. Zhao Xiuya has been thinking about it for long enough today. From the beginning, he was the one who tinkered with things from the side, and asked Su Qingyun to take the initiative. Why? Because she knew that this was the first time in 25 years that Su Qingyun had fallen in love with a man. If it weren't for this, she would have suspected whether Su Qingyun liked women, but now it can be proved that Su Qingyun is absolutely normal now that they have finally met. In Zhao Xiuya's heart, this is true fate. The two people met by chance and then began to fall in love. According to the plots of idol dramas she had always watched, it was natural for men and women to start pulling each other, so Zhao Xiuya began to encourage Su Qingyun to take the initiative. As long as she took the initiative, the pulling and tugging in the middle could be completely omitted. Everything started from this moment. Zhao Xiuya felt that it was because she had been bewitching Su Qingyun that she ended up in Su Qingyun's current situation. Blame yourself. Deep self-blame filled my heart, but she still held some hope. She had met Lin Mo before, and he was indeed a good man, not to mention his appearance. I was stunned when we first met. It's no exaggeration to say that he was the most handsome man I had ever seen. There is no need to mention much about talent. The book Demigods and Semi-Devils became a legend, and was followed by countless people. Fans even shouted that the era of new martial arts was coming. If two people really get together, they are a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Except for the fact that things develop a little faster, everything else is fine, but these shoes, it became the spark that ignited the powder keg of Zhao Xiuya. Chapter 55, My beloved, please don't be angry. Let me explain it slowly. These shoes? Su Qingyun looked at the shoes on the table with a puzzled look on her face. Lin Mo had just bought them not long ago, and she had just put them on. It seemed that they were not in the story just now. Why were they suddenly talking about shoes? Puzzled, he asked, what's wrong with these shoes? Oh, my silly sister. Zhao Xiuya took out her phone and opened the answer she had just searched. Take a look at what it means when couples give each other shoes as a gift. Su Qingyun took the phone and started looking at it. Zhao Xiuya, standing by, put her hands on her hips and said indignantly, you're such a jerk, Lin Mo, you want to get away so soon? You wish. He raised his hand with a face full of loyalty and patted Su Qingyun's shoulder. Don't worry, it was me who instigated you to take the initiative. I also have a part to play in the development of the situation to this point. I was blind and didn't see his true nature. I will help you deal with him. Puff, ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyun burst into laughter after hearing what Zhao Xiuya said. What are you laughing at? Seeing Su Qingyun's reaction, Zhao Xiuya became even more worried. She couldn't help but worry in her mind. Could it be that the stimulation was too great and she went crazy all of a sudden? Qingyun, don't scare me. Are you okay? Zhao Xiuya asked with a worried look on her face at Puff, ha 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 ha. Looking at Zhao Xiuya's expression, Su Qingyun laughed even louder. It's over, I've gone completely crazy. Zhao Xiuya muttered. Okay. Su Qingyun couldn't stop laughing. She pulled Zhao Xiuya to sit down and explained, you misunderstood. Lin Mo and I didn't do anything. You don't need to comfort me. Your skirt is torn. He must have pounced on you like a hungry tiger. I actually hope he is like that. Su Qingyun muttered in her heart, but she couldn't say it. He just laughed for a long time before explaining, "My beloved, please don't be angry. Let me explain it slowly. I will tell you the truth after you know it." Are you kidding me? Zhao Shoya angrily slapped Su Qingyun's arm and demanded, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Okay, actually, this is what happened. Su Qingyun recounted her entire day and explained her voice problem and the reason why Zhao Shoya heard those words later. Look. Pulling her phone out of her bag, Su Qingyun said, "Maybe I forgot to charge it last night. I didn't notice it for a while, and I was cooking by watching a video to avoid misremembering the steps. I guess that's why it ran out of battery and shut down. As for what you heard later, it was actually because I had a leg cramp. It's not what you think." Zhao Shoya still couldn't believe it. "Is everything you said true?" "Of course it's true." Su Qingyun glared and said righteously, "Hey. Who do you think I am? I haven't even confirmed my relationship with Lin Mo yet. How could I possibly do that kind of thing with him? Do I look like that kind of person? Hiss, think about it this way, that makes sense. Don't even mention being casual. Su Qingyun is someone who doesn't even want to stir up gossip, so naturally she is not a casual person. Too much concern leads to confusion." Zhao Shoya was deceived by her own ears after hearing the voice message. "I heard the conversation between Lin Mo and Su Qingyun. It's hard not to think in a crooked way, so," Zhao Shoya thought back and suddenly found it a little funny. She glanced at Su Qingyun's feet and asked with a suppressed laugh, "So you were really walking? The whole sole of your shoe fell off?" "No." Laughing. "We have been good sisters for so many years." Seeing Zhao Shoya's appearance, Su Qingyun naturally saw through her true nature at once. Don't laugh, don't laugh." Zhao Shoya immediately shook her head, but still asked, "Do you have any evidence?" Ding ding ding, as they were talking, a message suddenly came on Zhao Shoya's cell phone. "Take a look." Zhao Shoya immediately shook her phone with a smile and said, "It's a message from Lin Mo." Let me see what Lin Mo said. Su Qingyun was about to grab it immediately. "Don't move." Zhao Shoya dodged her arm and quickly opened the message to take a look. "Is Su Qingyun home yet? I called her but her phone was turned off. She must have gotten lost and forgot I told her to charge it. Do you have any other way to contact her?" See this passage. Zhao Shoya understood that Su Qingyun was definitely not lying. It becomes clearer now. It turns out that everything was made up in my imagination. Let me see quickly, what did Lin Mo say? Su Qingyun pounced forward and successfully grabbed it after reading the above message. Oops. He immediately picked up his phone and found a charging cable, complaining, "It's all your fault. Lin Mo specifically told me to charge it before getting off the car, but you made me forget about it." The matter has been made clear. Zhao Shoya naturally began to return to her original nature, and she just felt that her random thoughts every day were a bit funny. Leaning naturally on the sofa, he jokingly said, "Oh my, you're already complaining about me being redundant before we're even officially together? Oh, if we get together again, shouldn't I disappear from this world? Go! Go! Go!" Su Qingyun walked over, pushed aside Zhao Shoya's outstretched foot, and then sat down. "It's all because of your own unhealthy thoughts." Cut. But this incident, however, aroused Zhao Shoya's interest in education. "No, besides teaching you the secrets of Peizai, I also have to teach you how to protect yourself." "Can you teach this?" Su Qingyun asked doubtfully. Zhao Shoya said confidently, "Of course I can teach you. I'll read a few more books tonight and then summarize the key points for you. Forget it, I'm not a child. Although I've never been in a relationship, I'm not an idiot. I know how to protect myself." Su Qingyun shook her head and refused. "How can that be possible?" Zhao Shoya retorted, "Besides the necessary safety knowledge, do you know how long it takes before you can hug someone in a relationship? Do you know how long it takes before you can kiss someone? Have no idea?" Su Qingyun turned her head to look at Zhao Shoya, blinked, and asked, "Shoya, I want to ask, if two people start to fall in love, then if it is not based on current feelings but on rules, can it still be called love? When was love strictly regulated?" As she spoke, Su Qingyun's heart suddenly became clear. I think it's better to be more relaxed. I can kiss him when I want to, and hug him when I want to. As long as he loves me and I love him, that's enough. I don't need those rules to dictate when I can kiss and when I can hug. Chapter 56 System. Let's do a 5-draw silver. It seems so. Zhao Shoya also thought about it seriously. Really, if two people in a relationship have to be dictated to what to do and when, that would be too boring. Dating is like being controlled like a robot. What's the point? It's better to just follow your own content and love to your heart's content. After the phone was charged, it turned on quickly. As soon as Su Qingyun opened it, she saw several messages from Lin Mo, all asking her if she had arrived home safely. Hey, there were 5 messages in total. Su Qingyun was secretly delighted in her heart, but she was quite anxious. She replied, "Don't worry, I'm already home. I was just chatting with Shoya and forgot to charge it." The other side, Lin Mo just returned home. Along the way, he kept checking his phone and found that Su Qingyun had not replied, which made him feel a little worried. Lin Mo didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he saw the reply. He took a look at the old shoes that Su Qingyun had left at his home, put them in a shoebox and threw them into the storage room. I didn't write properly the whole day today, and I was completely relying on my saved drafts. Now was the perfect time to start typing. I poured myself a glass of water, then sat in front of the computer and started working. But every time I write about Wang Yuyan, the beautiful figure of Su Qingyun would appear in Lin Mo's mind, and he could faintly smell the scent of jasmine in his nostrils. A tranced it was as if she was in the study, walking towards him slowly. Call. Lin Mo took a deep breath, came back to his senses, looked at the empty study, and felt a little uneasy. I stood up and poured cold water on my face a few times before my head became clearer. Before I knew it, it was dark. So Lin Mo went downstairs to eat at the Sichuan restaurant. Same as usual, the restaurant wasn't very busy at this time. Students go home for dinner at night, and people who work won't come here at this time for late night snacks and drinks. So Lin Mo was another guest, just walked in. The boss came over with a grin on his face and said, "You didn't come down for lunch at noon?" "I ate at home." Lin Mo answered truthfully. I know. The boss raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "I knew you were good." "Okay, what do you want to eat?" "Let's have a grilled fish and fried snails, and the rest of the meal will be rice and a bottle of beer." "Okay, just sit for a moment and I'll make it for you right away." Inside the Magic City Supercar Club, in the morning, everyone sat in a conference room. "Here, this is what Brother Chen found for us. Not many people buy the RS6, so there are only 2 channels, 4S stores and the used car market. The used car market is huge, but one thing is certain, there haven't been any RS6 transactions in the past month. The 4S store only opens once in a while, and the last time it sold an RS6 was yesterday. Suddenly, many people's eyes lit up. Just right, I bought it yesterday, so I haven't registered it yet and am using a temporary license plate. It matches. Brother Shui, when are we going to go find him? That's right, Brother Shui, now that we've found the person, why don't we hurry over and kill him? That guy's a really good driver. If he can give us some pointers, we'll make a killing. Quiet. The young man sitting at the head table knocked on the table and asked, "Are you used to being flattered? Now we're the ones asking for favors, not them asking us. Tell me, are you ready? Are you going to just walk over and say, 'You, come teach us how to drive'?" That's true. That's right. Drivers all have tempers, everyone knows this. Even though they are a group of second-generation racers, to be honest, they cannot beat those professional racers. The reason is simple, there are also clubs behind those drivers. For the clubs, the cars are not important, the drivers are the top priority. Let me express my attitude first. A man in casual clothes stood up and said, "I decided to give him my 6th element, hiss." Mr. Bai, are you kidding me? Yes. The 6th element is your favorite car, and you've only driven it less than 5 times. It took over a year from the time you placed the order to the time you received it. Are you going to give it away like this? I also think it's a bit too high. This guy's driving skills are good, but we still don't know what kind of car he is. We haven't even had any contact with him, and you're just giving away your beloved car, Mr. Bai. That's not nice. Brother Shui also nodded in agreement. He said, "Xiao Bai, you really need to think carefully about this matter. If you give away such a valuable item all at once, people may not be willing to accept it. And most importantly, we only know his preliminary information now. We haven't even found out what club he belongs to. Everything really needs to be discussed after we meet him in person. Look at that, it is a gift for meeting someone. It cannot be too light, but also not too heavy. This made everyone start to worry. What should I bring to meet people tomorrow? Probably because I was upset. Lin Mo drank a few more sips of wine, but he didn't get drunk. Instead, he tried to drown his sorrows in alcohol, which only made him more sorrowful. I just felt like I missed her even more in my head. It seems that I am really a little crazy, but looking at the empty house, Lin Mo couldn't help but think of the scene of the two of them having lunch together. No, Lin Mo shook his head and stopped thinking about her. He decided to draw a prize to divert his attention. System, check how many reputation points I have now. Ding, the host currently has 257,898 reputation points. Wow, Lin Mo was really surprised when he looked at his reputation points. It seems that my Demigods and Semi-Devils has just begun today. After the film and television version is released, I guess I will have even more reputation points, but after taking a look at the lottery plate, I saw that the silver prize alone cost 50,000 reputation points each time. With my more than 250,000 reputation points, I can only do a 5-draw streak. Suddenly I felt that something was missing. System, give me a 5-draw combo for silver. Ding, the turntable is starting. As the speed of the turntable increased, a silver light gradually became brighter. 5 prompts began to appear in my mind. Hiss. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a little angry when he looked at the reward he had drawn in his mind. He cursed in his head, System, get out. Are you spying on my thoughts? Chapter 57, Sister, how did you do it? Ding, congratulations on obtaining the skill, Advanced Guitar Techniques. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the music sheet, Love is Not a Choice. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the skill, Advanced Singing Technique. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the book, The Complete Legend of Chu Liuxiang. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the recipe, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Looking at the first three, Lin Mo seriously suspected that the system had spied on his thoughts. System. Is it you who made me miss Su Qingyun so much? Lin Mo asked. Host, please do not shirk your responsibilities. Learn to find the reasons within yourself. Lin Mo curled his lips, and naturally understood why this happened. It's just that I'm attracted to her, but I still need to learn more about it. But let me be frank at this time, I really made a lot of money from the things I won. Although I still didn't draw any god-level skills, the 2 high-level skills are also good. It would take hundreds of thousands of reputation points to convert them into. The most important thing is, the next book appeared, The Legend of Chu Liuxiang. The difference between this book and the Demigods and Semi-Devils is huge. The style of Demigods and Semi-Devils is grand and tragic. It is an epic masterpiece that fully describes human nature and is full of tragic colors, but The Legend of Chu Liuxiang is completely different. It tells the legendary story of Chu Liuxiang and his friends in the martial arts world. Chu Liuxiang's popularity is known to everyone, clever, righteous, and unrestrained. The thief Chu Liuxiang is a perfect protagonist in the world of Jianghu. The whole series is more like a crime-solving series. It can be said to be a novel that combines martial arts and criminal investigation. Actually, the current popularity of Demigods and Semi-Devils is visible to everyone. The concepts proposed in it are undoubtedly a reform of the old-style martial arts, but not many people dare to write. The reason is simple. It's too difficult. The story starts with 3 protagonists, and the villains and scenes are even more magnificent, making it a group portrait novel. This really tests a person's writing skills. This situation should be much better after The Legend of Chu Liuxiang comes out. Because The Legend of Chu Liuxiang is creative. It can also be regarded as giving others an idea, allowing them to incorporate other things into martial arts. After drawing the prize, Lin Mo went to bed to rest because he felt sleepy. So, your relationship has progressed by leaps and bounds? Su Qingyun's home. Zhao Xiuya did not return to her own residence, but stayed together and listened to Su Qingyun's detailed account of what happened today. Yes. Su Qingyun nodded with a smile and said proudly, don't be fooled by Lin Mo's usual calm demeanor, but when he saw me in ancient costume, his eyes widened. That reaction, even now when she thought about it, Su Qingyun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh secretly, saying, that reaction was just like that of a shy little boy. A real? Why would I lie to you? Of course it's true. Thinking of the scene in the study, Su Qingyun couldn't help but feel proud and said happily, I used to think he was immune to my appearance. It turns out he can still be moved. Of course.
Joshua said as a matter of course, if he doesn't react to someone as beautiful as you, he must be gay. Then he frowned again, holding his chin with one hand and began to think. He muttered, but seriously, what does he mean? It feels like he likes you, but he's not taking the initiative. Lin Mo doesn't seem to be an introvert. Su Qingyun was also a little confused and said, I'm not sure either. Can you help me analyze it? When he saw that I really liked the shoes he bought me, he was actually very happy, but he pretended not to care. And more. Su Qingyun continued, when we were in the car, I saw he bought a station wagon, so I asked him if he liked traveling. Well done. Zhao Xiaoya nodded with satisfaction. That's it. What next? Then I said we should go on a trip together, but he suddenly said he didn't want to chat anymore and wanted to drive away without letting me talk to him. Su Qingyun asked, somewhat puzzled, Xiaoya, can you help me analyze this? Did I say something wrong? Let me think about it. The half-baked master of emotions began to think. According to Su Qingyun's description, indeed, Lin Mo should have fallen in love with Su Qingyun, but wasn't his attitude change a little too quickly? Is it a strategy, right? Zhao Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and she suddenly felt her mind suddenly become clear. I understand. What do you understand? Su Qingyun asked quickly as Zhao Xiaoya began to analyze it logically. He's playing hard to get. This is definitely his strategy of playing hard to get. How do you explain it? Su Qingyun asked doubtfully. Zhao Xiaoya looked as if she had already seen through everything and analyzed. Think about it yourself, he must be attracted to you, right? Yeah, that's right. Su Qingyun was still very sure about this. So Zhao Xiaoya continued to analyze, so, he panicked, right? When he panicked, he got nervous when he saw you, right? That makes sense. Su Qingyun sorted out her thoughts and it seemed to make sense. She quickly asked, what's next? Zhao Xiaoya became more and more confident and said affirmatively, it's because he was nervous inside, but his personality has always been relatively calm. So when he knew you liked the shoes he bought, he became shy. He just turned his head away and pretended not to care. Oh. Su Qingyun suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Does that mean he's actually very happy inside? Of course you should. Think about it, if you bought a pair of shoes for Lin Mo and Lin Mo liked them very much, would you be happy? Then he must be happy. Su Qingyun blurted out after saying that, I suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems that the feelings between Lin Mo and I are similar. If Lin Mo heard these analyses, I would definitely give Zhao Xiaoya a thumbs up and ask her, how did you do it, sister? The process was a mess, but in the end you could guess 70% or 80% correctly, amazing. But then Su Qingyun started to ask again, how do I explain that Lin Mo suddenly didn't want to chat with me in the car? Zhao Xiaoya shook her head confidently and said teasingly, sister, this is where you're wrong. Chapter 58. Who is in charge? My question? Su Qingyun was a little confused. What did I say wrong then? Hey, Zhao Xiaoya shook her index finger confidently and said with a smile, young people are still impatient. You should first talk to him about your similar hobbies, and then praise him. Praise him? Right. Zhao Xiaoya nodded and said, for example, praise him, saying you're very caring and that being with you must make him feel safe. In short, praise him first, then invite him to go out for a walk together to relax. Perfect. Oh my god. Su Qingyun looked at Zhao Xiaoya in astonishment and asked, Xiaoya, where did you learn all these tricks from? They're amazing, aren't they? Of course. Zhao Xiaoya raised her chin with a smug look on her face. Who am I? Do you think the name of the founder of the Paozai secret manual is fake? The next day, the powerful biological clock allowed Lin Mo to wake up on time. Last night, I seemed to dream about her. Many dreams are like this. Once you wake up, you only remember that you had a dream but cannot describe any details, but Lin Mo vaguely remembered that he dreamed of a woman, and so far, there is only one woman who makes him so obsessed with her. I just don't know if she will come today? Gradually Lin Mo actually began to look forward to Su Qingyun's return, and outside, many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Oh my god! Lamborghini! Ferrari! Isn't this a GTR? The island nation's god of war. Hiss!
Look at that one, a Lamborghini Sixth Element, so scary.
Indeed, a car of the Sixth Element's level is very difficult to obtain in the future if it is not available at birth. It was indeed the first time that passers-by saw this kind of lineup. Although there are many people coming and going on this street, most of them are ordinary people. The RS6 parked by Lin Mo is already the most expensive car on the entire street, but this morning I wonder if the sun rises from the west, this group of guys driving sports cars came here one after another, and dared not make any sound. The whole process can only be described in 3 words, well-mannered. A man came over and pointed in the direction of Lin Mo's building and said, "Brother Shui, Mr. Bai, I found it. The RS6 is parked there." Mr. Bai immediately said, "Let's go over there and wait." Brother Shui nodded and followed, saying to the person next to him, "Be careful not to make any noise, okay? If you make any of the masters unhappy, don't blame me for being rude." "I understand." The brothers are all very strong today. They would rather push the car than make noise. Although that's what I said, but it is a sports car after all, so as long as it is started, there will be some noise, but at this time, no one thought it was noisy anymore, because the people watching nearby with their mobile phones were talking and making noises no quieter than the car engine. "Brother, open the door." The doorbell rang and the little girl's voice was heard. Lin Mo opened the door puzzledly, and when he saw her, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Brother." The little girl looked at Lin Mo doubtfully and asked, "Did you offend anyone outside?" Offend someone? Lin Mo shook his head, "No. A lot of guys drove over this morning, and a lot of people were surrounding your car, looking around. The old man said they were all rich, second generation rich." Strangeness. Lin Mo walked to the window and looked down in confusion, and found that there were indeed many more sports cars below, and some of them looked familiar. After taking a closer look, I actually found a Sixth Element inside. As soon as he saw the car, Lin Mo immediately knew who these people were. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the group of people I overtook when running in the mountain yesterday morning. How about this? Lin Mo handed his phone to the girl and said, "Ask them who the leader is and give them the phone." "Yeah, okay." The girl nodded and took the phone. Before leaving, he turned back and asked again, "Brother, do you want me to ask the neighbors to help you out? There are more than 10 people in that group." "Hey," Lin Mo was amused by the little girl's reaction. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "No need. We're not fighting. I think she has something to talk to me about." Aha! After realizing that those people were not here to cause trouble, the girl seemed to feel much more at ease and came out of the elevator with her cell phone. That's really strong. Mr. Bai walked around the RS6 and carefully looked at the wheels and brake discs. He was immediately amazed. This car is absolutely original. It hasn't been modified at all. Even the screws are new. There are still some marks on the tires. I guess they were worn out during the last drift. Shuiga beside him nodded in agreement and said solemnly, "I just don't know his previous identity. I've made careful inquiries, and there haven't been any drivers retiring recently. Could he have been abroad before? Do you mean we are both mountain runners?" Mr. Bai asked. Brother Shui pursed his lips, crossed his arms over his chest, and said uncertainly, "It's not very clear right now, but there is this possibility. I wonder if he just returned to China recently, but I asked my friends overseas, and I haven't heard anything yet. This matter is indeed very strange. The car enthusiast community is only this big. It's nothing more than a professional circle or a mountain running circle. It is easy to find people in the professional circle. Just ask each other and you can quickly find out which club and which driver they are. It's hard to say about the mountain running circle. There are countless of them all over the world, and many places are still small circles with little connection with each other, just like the Shanghai Supercar Club. The conditions for joining are that you must have a supercar, identity, and member recommendation at the same time. If there are restrictions, messages will not flow well. Anyway, it would be great if we could invite him today. Even if we can't invite him, it would be nice to be friends." While we were talking, the girl came out with her ponytail swinging and came to the side of Lin Mo's car. 4 or 5 people were surrounding the car. When they saw her coming, they all looked over at her. The little girl suddenly felt a little nervous. To give myself some courage. The girl straightened her chest, raised her chin high, glanced across, and found that her old man was standing at the door. She immediately felt a lot more at ease. Pretending to be arrogant, he put one hand on his waist and pointed at the group of people with the other hand and asked, "Who of you is in charge?"
Chapter 59. My brother is super strong. Where did this little girl come from? Why is she so arrogant? The people who were asked were stunned for a moment and did not react immediately. A few seconds later, Brother Shui finally came back to his senses and said with a somewhat amused expression, I am one, so what? Does what you say count? The little girl looked at him with some confusion. Manager. Hey. The girl took out her cell phone from her pocket and said, take this phone. My brother will call you later. Yeah, okay. Brother Shui picked up the phone, looked at the girl in front of him with amusement, and asked, are you his sister? Of course not. The girl was about to blurt out the words, but she quickly choked back. He glanced over and saw 4 or 5 people standing next to him, and some people were gradually approaching from behind. My heart was also starting to pound with fear. So he took advantage of the situation and started bragging, saying, of course, you guys should pay attention, my brother is really good. She really is the sister of that master. As for the little girl saying that her brother was very good, Brother Shui and Mr. Bai looked at each other. It was undeniable that the master's driving skills were indeed very impressive, and this was obvious to all. Mr. Bai quickly asked, hey, beautiful lady, let me ask you, was your brother overseas before and just returned recently? Were you abroad before? The little girl rolled her eyes and thought to herself, if I say it's from abroad, it should be more intimidating, right? So he immediately said, that's right. My brother used to be abroad, and he was very successful. Because he was so successful, many people wanted to be his younger brothers. But my brother looked down on them, so you should be careful, otherwise if he makes a call, many people will come back to help him. Really? After hearing what the girl said, Mr. Bai and Brother Shui became more certain of their previous guess. This master must have been famous abroad for a long time. There must be many people who want to become their disciples like them. But the little girl said that others look down on them. In this case, this master does have requirements for accepting disciples. That's right, racing is a sport that requires a lot of experience and talent, not to mention talent. Just looking at their experience, many of those professional drivers started driving at a young age, starting with karting and then becoming professional drivers. Mr. Bai said quietly, we've been playing with cars since we were young, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Shui shook his head uncertainly and whispered, I'm not sure. After all, you saw it yourself. Compared with that master, our skills are just like children playing house. He may not look down on us. The 2 people talked about it. I found that I was really unsure about what to do, and most importantly, the small mountain road before was not difficult at all. They had run the race so many times, yet they lost to the expert who was running the mountain road for the first time. Think about it. It was a very basic mountain road, and they had run it dozens or even hundreds of times, but they still couldn't beat the expert's first time running. What does this mean? This shows that there are big problems with the technology. It also shows that they are indeed lacking in talent. It's like success requires 99% diligence and 1% inspiration, but the most critical part is often that 1% inspiration. I need to continue to learn more about the master's hobbies and other things, then we can cater to their needs, right? So Brother Shui asked curiously, little sister, can you tell me how powerful your brother is? How amazing is that? The girl looked around and found that there were more than 10 people surrounding her. Each one was tall and strong, staring at her in silence. In the little girl's mind, these people felt murderous. What are they going to do? Are they going to beat me up? This idea suddenly popped up in the little girl's mind, and then she quickly thought, no, I have to praise Brother Lin Mo more, so that they won't dare to act rashly. My brother is super strong. After looking around, the little girl bravely shouted, all of you combined are no match for my brother. As expected, after hearing what the girl said, everyone no longer had any doubts about the fact that the girl was Lin Mo's sister. After all, what they said is right, all of us were indeed surpassed by that master at the beginning. Well, now that it has been exposed by a little girl, everyone's face will have some embarrassment. Mr. I also smiled awkwardly, well, that's true. We just wanted to ask, what does your brother like to do? What do you like to do in your daily life? How could this little girl know? She told Lin Mo that she knew him, but in fact, she was not very clear. If you ask her, which dish does Lin Mo like best cooked by your old man, the little girl could definitely blurt out, chicken pot. But if you ask Lin Mo what he likes to do, he can't give an answer. But it's okay, I don't understand. Can't I just blow it? I remember in a boxing match, there was a very powerful guy who could bite people's ears. He is so awesome. I heard he is the world boxing champion. I said he was taught by my brother, so doesn't that mean my brother is more capable? My brother is amazing. He's so ruthless and fierce. He's taught many people, some of whom have already won medals. Even the one with the strongest bite was taught by my brother. The bite was severe. Brother Shui and Mr. Bai looked at each other, somewhat confused. What does bite mean? I don't think there's a word for it in racing.at this time, the person next to him muttered. Indeed, I accelerated at the time, but that expert also accelerated at the same time. He continued to accelerate when turning and passed me in an instant. He is indeed the most fierce and ruthless driver I have ever seen. That's right, is this a bite? Brother Shui and Mr. Bai both understood what was happening. It seems that biting means following, closely following the car in front, and then overtaking it with your own cornering skills. Awesome. This concept is really wild and fits the temperament of a mountain running expert. What about your brother's temper? Brother Shui asked cautiously. And not good. The girl immediately said, my brother has a bad temper. When he gets angry, the rumbling sound is really scary. Rumbling? Are you talking about the sound of the car engine? Judging from the speed of that expert, the engine sound was indeed terrifying. That, Brother Shui still wanted to ask for some more information. After all, knowing more would allow him to be more careful when communicating. But the phone in my hand rang at this moment. Drip, 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 drip. Looking at the number above, Brother Shui's face darkened and he said solemnly, it must be that expert calling. The people around him stopped whispering at once. The atmosphere gradually quieted down. Brother Shui pressed the answer button and asked cautiously, hello, are you the owner of the RS6? Chapter 60. The warm sun is everywhere. I am thinking of you. It's me. Lin Mo asked doubtfully, what are you doing? Yeah, it's like this. We saw your driving skills when we were running in the mountains yesterday, so we wanted to come and visit you. That's all. Brother Shui asked cautiously, I hope it won't disturb your rest? I heard from the master's sister that this master has a bad temper. Therefore, Brother Shui was very polite when he spoke and didn't dare to speak loudly at all. After saying that, he waited quietly for the answer from the other end of the phone. Yeah, that's not the case. Lin Mo said with a smile, it's mainly because there are so many of you here in luxury cars, it really attracts too much attention. You can just bring 1 or 2 people up, and let the others go back first. This street, the flow of people is usually quite good, but most of them are self-employed individuals. There are a lot of vehicles coming and going, but the road is not very wide. If the car is scratched, these second-generation people may think that money is not a problem, mainly because they will feel sad about their beloved car being scratched. But for ordinary people, that money is a huge sum of money. Okay, I'll do it right away. Brother Shui agreed immediately. Well, I live in room 1 on the 8th floor. I understand. I understand. Hang up the phone, Brother Shui said to the people around him. It seems that masters like to keep a low profile. We drove a luxury car here, which would attract too much attention. So, today, Mr. Bai and I will go up and take a look at the situation. You guys drive back first. I will tell you what happened when we get back. Okay. Okay, we'll listen to you. Brother Shui, Mr. Bai, I'm relying on you too. Yeah, let's try to get the experts into our club. If he doesn't have a supercar, he can choose any of our cars. Others are also easy to talk to. The main reason is that people usually focus on Brother Shui and Mr. Bai, so they don't have any special opinions. Let's wait and see how the situation develops. Soon. One supercar after another slowly drove away in the eyes of passers-by. Let's go. Seeing this, Mr. Bai and Brother Shui went upstairs. He seems to be a pretty nice person. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo was a little surprised. The person who just answered the phone spoke in a very polite tone, without any of the arrogance of a second-generation person. I just don't know why they came here. Are you planning to go hiking next time? Didn't think much about it. The doorbell rang. Lin Mo opened the door and saw 2 people standing there. One of them had well-defined muscles and was obviously the type who worked out regularly, while the other was a little thinner. Seeing Lin Mo, the 2 were stunned for a moment. They hadn't expected this expert to be so handsome. If they hadn't known the address correctly, they would have thought he was an international male model or a new-age idol in the entertainment industry. The slightly thinner man was the first to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Chen Miao, but my friends usually call me Brother Shui or Shui. Another sturdier man also grinned and greeted. My name is Bai Hao, you can just call me Xiao Bai.
I dare not mention the title of Mr. By at all, because by how saw Lin Mo's muscles. As an insider, he could feel the power contained in Lin Mo's muscles at a glance. In terms of dimension, he might win a little, but in terms of strength, he would definitely lose.
Hey, don't be so polite. My name is Lin Mo. Come in and talk.
Lin Mo smiled and let them in to talk. To be honest, when I first met them, I had a pretty good impression of them. After meeting, the two men did not show any domineering attitude. On the contrary, they seemed to respect themselves quite a lot. It seems that these two people admire their driving skills. When he thought of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel secretly happy. The warm sun is shining, and I am thinking of you. Su Qingyun, who looked like she was sound asleep, suddenly burst into laughter and murmured, Lin Mo, I know you like me, but you're still pretending. Come into your sister's arms. Talking in his sleep, the curtains in the room were drawn open, and sunlight suddenly shone into the room.
Ugh! It's so dazzling.
Su Qingyun pulled up the quilt to cover her head, turned over and complained, Xiaoya, close the curtains.
Hey! Zhao Xiaoya hung the curtains and asked jokingly, do you know what time it is now?
It's almost 9:08.
Aren't you going to work?
Su Qingyun, who was half asleep, replied weakly, no matter what, I'm going to take a nap for a while, just for a little while. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoya was not in a hurry. She leaned over to sit on the bed and whispered in Su Qingyun's ear, I forgot to tell you that Lin Mo is here as a guest.
Su Qingyun, who had been reluctant to open her eyes, suddenly woke up and quickly sat up. Is this true?
It's fake. Zhao Xiaoya said with a smile. That's disgusting. Su Qingyun angrily picked up the pillow and prepared to teach this guy who teased her a lesson. Oh my, Zhao Xiaoya was not afraid at all. She also picked up a pillow and shouted, oh my god.
Lin Mo's wife is going to kill someone. Don't talk nonsense.
Su Qingyun immediately lifted the quilt and started to teach Zhao Xiaoya a lesson with a pillow. Early in the morning, the two of them started a pillow fight. After playing for a while, Su Qingyun no longer felt sleepy at all.
Okay, breakfast and other things have been prepared for you. Hurry up and wash up and eat.
Zhao Xiaoya said. Su Qingyun carelessly combed her hair with her hands and complained, really?
I was having a sweet dream, why did you wake me up? I'm worried that something might happen to you.
Zhao Xiaoya imitated Su Qingyun's dream talk and said, come to sister's arms, don't pretend, come quickly, come and have fun, come to sister's arms and have fun, pooh. Su Qingyun's face flushed red with embarrassment, and she immediately rushed towards Zhao Xiaoya, shouting, nonsense.
I'm not like what you said.
Zhao Xiaoya immediately stood up and slid away, not forgetting to spit out a harsh remark. You know whether you have it or not, do you still need me to tell you?
Su Qingyun yelled and chased after him barefoot, shut up.
Chase into the living room. Zhao Xiaoya has been forced into a corner by Su Qingyun. Seeing that she was about to be tortured, Zhao Xiaoya immediately shouted, wait.
I have a way to let you and Lin Mo go on a trip together. And I guarantee that the reason is legitimate and he won't be able to refuse. Chapter 61. I knew it was O. Su Qingyun raised her eyebrows, waved the pillow in her hand, and said viciously, then tell me quickly. If it's a good plan, I will definitely reward you handsomely.
If it's a bad plan, don't blame me for being cruel. Facing such a ferocious Su Qingyun, Zhao Xiaoya, on the other hand, wasn't afraid at all.
Instead, she calmed down and asked, oh? Looking at your attitude, what's the point of me saying it?
After saying that, he puffed out his chest, looking ready to die, and shouted, come on.
Beat me to death if you dare. If I even frown, I'll be a coward. Ouch. Su Qingyun was stunned, then laughed, I really didn't expect you to try to be ruthless with me? It won't work on me.
Today I'll show you what it means to be tortured into confessing. She grabbed the pillow on the sofa and raised it high. Watch this.
I surrender. I admit defeat. I'm a coward.
Zhao Xiaoya shouted without hesitation. Su Qingyun proudly lowered her raised arms, hugged the pillow in her arms, sat on the sofa, and asked, okay, I won't make a fuss anymore.
Tell me quickly, what is the solution? It's very simple.
Zhao Xiaoya also sat on the sofa with a smile, stretched, and explained, aren't we about to start filming demigods and semi-devils?
As for the filming location, we can definitely ask him to go with us to see it. This is work, not fun. He can't refuse, right? Yes. It really woke me up after Zhao Shoya said this. Su Qingyun immediately understood. Zhao Shoya continued, if he disagrees, then you can say that he's worried that the environment he finds will be too bad and won't conform to the original novel. You have no selfish motives at all, you're just doing it to respect the original novel. That's right. Su Qingyun nodded and hypnotized herself. I have absolutely no selfish motives. Everything I do is for work, to better film the demigods and semi-devils. Why don't you hurry up? Zhao Shoya pushed Su Qingyun towards the bathroom and urged her, then you should wash up and have breakfast quickly. After that, go to the studio and arrange work for everyone. Urge them to find a filming location quickly. Then you can take Lin Mo with you on a trip. No, an inspection. Okay, I get it. Don't push it anymore. Su Qingyun responded with a smile. That's not right, thinking about so many things, today must be extremely busy. That, Su Qingyun was stunned for a moment, and said reluctantly, then I can't go see Lin Mo today? Hurry up and have someone find a place near the Magic City so we can go together for an inspection tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Zhao Shoya shrugged and said, Qingyun, you can go on a solo trip with Lin Mo. What's the big deal about not seeing each other for a day? Just bear it and it will pass. All right. There is nothing wrong with what he said. I can go traveling with Lin Mo, oh no, for inspection, but I can bear not seeing him for a day. That's decided. Come, have a drink of water. Lin Mo poured water for the two of them, then sat down and asked, excuse me, what's the matter with you coming to see me? Well, Chen Miao and Bai Hao looked at each other, then smiled awkwardly at Lin Mo. It's like this. Bai Hao spoke first. We were driving in the mountains yesterday. Didn't we run into that RS6 downstairs? You were driving it, right? It's me. Lin Mo nodded calmly. It's him. The two people didn't have much doubt about this, they just asked to confirm. So Chen Miao took over and asked, excuse me, which racing club were you a driver in before? No. Lin Mo shook his head. His driving skills were god-level skills given by the system, but he certainly couldn't tell anyone about the system. So Lin Mo said, I learned it all privately, so it's hard to explain it too clearly. Learned privately, it seems that I was right in my guess. Bai Hao and Chen Miao both had an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. The two of them had previously guessed that with Lin Mo's amazing driving skills, if he was in a regular club, there was no reason why they would not have heard of him. After all, we are all racing enthusiasts. It would be irresponsible of us if we don't even know which driver is better. Only underground drivers have this possibility, because underground information is not very connected, not to mention across countries. Even within a country, people may not recognize each other if they cross several provinces. Many times, we just meet on the street and exchange a few words without even knowing each other's names. It seems that Lin Mo has been playing underground overseas before, but to be able to play so. Well, it seems that he has great talent. Lin Mo asked doubtfully. So many of you came here today just to ask me this question? Not really. Bai Hao quickly replied, we're from the Magic City Supercar Club. We came to see you today mainly because, he nudged Chen Miao, who was sitting next to him, with his elbow and winked at him, meaning that he wanted him to speak, but Chen Miao next to him started thinking about it carefully. Chen Miao felt that with Lin Mo's driving skills, there must be many clubs overseas who would like to recruit him, but Lin Mo was able to return home today, and obviously he did not join those clubs. Since they had experienced such scenes many times, it was obvious that Lin Mo had already seen through the purpose of the two of them coming here today. However, now that Bai Hao introduced himself as a member of the Magic City Supercar Club, Lin Mo did not say anything. Obviously, this is an attitude of rejection. It seems that Lin Mo doesn't want to join any club, but if you don't want to join, then find another way. After thinking for a moment, Chen Miao took over the conversation. It's like this, we admire your driving skills, so we wanted to come over and make friends with you. Yes. Although Bai Hao didn't understand why Chen Miao didn't invite Lin Mo to join the club, he cooperated immediately. Just save any questions for when you get back. Oh, what did I think it was? Lin Mo smiled and thought to himself, as expected, we are here to meet up for our next mountain run. It's great to meet some fellow cyclists. Not bad. So I asked, when will we go hiking together next time? Let's go hiking together next time? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Bai Hao and Chen Miao became excited. This means, are you willing to guide both of us? So the two of them immediately said in unison, just set a time, we'll listen to you. Chapter 62, The Co-Pilot's Dispute. Are you so polite? Lin Mo was a little surprised. It seems that these two people really like racing, otherwise why would they come to find me specially, and they have been very polite from beginning to end. After entering the door, he sat quietly on the sofa. At that moment, Lin Mo understood a little. These two people must be racing enthusiasts. After knowing my driving skills, they immediately came to me just to get to know me. Alas, who said that rich second generations are all arrogant and domineering? Rumor. This is absolutely a rumor. Look at these two people, how nice they are. They don't have any arrogant attitude at all. Lin Mo even feels that they are both quite humble. The master is the one who was more accomplished. It must be because he was conquered by his own driving skills. Seeing the two people looking at him expectantly, Lin Mo thought for a moment. It was just past 10 o'clock now. He could go out for a run and come back in time for lunch. He could just stay at home and write in the afternoon. Great time management. After thinking it over, Lin Mo said, how about this, let's go for a run together now. Really? Bai Hao and Chen Miao's eyes lit up, and they said in unison, I want to sit in the passenger seat. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other, and they both saw in each other's eyes that they didn't want to give this opportunity to each other. Obviously, Lin Mo is not the type of person who likes to join a club. Then it's obvious, there are only two ways to learn technology. One way is to become Lin Mo's apprentice and ask for his hands-on teaching, but now that I have just met Lin Mo, it is really not easy to bring it up. What's more, I have nothing in my hands, which makes it even more difficult to bring it up. Another way. He was sitting in the passenger seat, carefully remember every step and handling method of Lin Mo when operating the vehicle. To put it simply, it's just imitation. There is no need to imitate it 100%. You just need to know Lin Mo's handling movements and think about how you pass this corner. Then you can see the differences and make modifications. In this way, you can also quickly improve your skills. At present, the second method is the most suitable for both of them, so both of them want to sit in Lin Mo's passenger seat and are unwilling to give it to the other. I'll do it this time. Bai Hao was the first to offer his own conditions. Haven't you always wanted to drive my sixth element? Let me take a ride first, and I'll lend you my car for a month. TSK, I thought you were going to give it to me. Chen Miao curled his lips in disdain and said, next time, I'll lend you my yacht parked on the island for a month. Isn't it your birthday? It's perfect for a party. Get lost. I need your yacht? Get out of here too. Do I need your sports car? Oh my god? Lin Mo was stunned. These two people were really amazing. Was it necessary to fight so hard? However, it can be felt from the conversation between the two that these two people are definitely not short of money. They are worthy of being from a wealthy family and have not brought shame to the rich second generation. Hey, stop. Lin Mo waved his hand and asked curiously, I didn't seem to ask you to sit in my passenger seat, did I? The two people who were still arguing were stunned for a moment, looking at each other. It seems so. Lin Mo only said that they were going out for a mountain run, but he didn't say that he could sit in his passenger seat. It was all because the two of them were too impatient too. How could such a problem involving one's own technology be leaked so easily? Bai Hao immediately extended his olive branch. Well, Lin Mo, please let me sit in the passenger seat. I'll lend you my car for a month. Chen Miao, standing next to him, was even more unwilling to be outdone. He quickly said, a car is nothing. I have a yacht. Lin Mo, let me sit in the passenger seat and I'll lend you my yacht for a year. Don't worry about the repairs and maintenance, I'll take care of it. Stop. It's not that serious. It's really not that serious. Lin Mo quickly stopped the two. Good job. Sports cars are definitely not Lin Mo's favorite car. It's not that I don't like sports cars, but they are too high profile and don't really match Lin Mo's personality. As for the yacht, how many times can it be used throughout the year? To be honest, those are just money-burning sports and toys for the rich. Although Chen Miao said that he would be responsible for all the costs of repairs and maintenance, Lin Mo still refused to agree. It's just a chance to sit in the passenger seat. If I accept it, I'll be owing a favor. It's hard to repay a debt of favor, but since these two people really want to sit in my passenger seat, I can't spoil their fun, right? Since we are all racing enthusiasts, it's simple, just let our driving skills speak for themselves. Lin Mo thought for a moment and asked, how about this? You two know each other well,
so the one with better driving skills can take the first seat,
and we can take the other one next time.
Okay. Bai Hao grinned and agreed immediately. He is the best driver in the club, there is no doubt about that. Chen Miao could only nod somewhat frustratedly. Then I'll listen to you. Since the experts have spoken so, they naturally won't have any other opinions. However, Chen Miao secretly made up his mind that he must practice his driving skills hard in the future. After the three people finished their discussion, so he went downstairs and prepared to leave. As soon as he walked out of the corridor, he saw a girl sitting in front of the Sichuan restaurant on the opposite street. When she saw Lin Mo coming out, she immediately smiled and waved her hand, shouting, "Brother! Where are you going?" Lin Mo also waved and greeted her cheerfully, "I'm going out for a walk with my friends.
I'll be back for lunch at noon."
"Oh, I understand." The girl nodded, seeing that the two people seemed to be talking and laughing with brother Lin Mo. I felt relieved and moved the stool back into the store. Seeing this scene, Chen Miao and Bai Hao both breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the relationship between the two siblings is quite good. Fortunately, the first thing we discussed in the meeting yesterday was to be humble and not cause trouble. So when I came here this morning, the scene wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Anyway, it didn't affect anyone else at all. Instead, it earned me some good reputation among the neighbors. "Let's go." Lin Mo greeted with a smile. "Yeah, okay." Bai Hao was so excited that he grinned and immediately trotted to the passenger seat and sat on it. Chen Miao took Bai Hao's car keys. "You're sitting in the passenger seat, so you have to let me drive the car for a while, right? Otherwise, I'll feel unbalanced." Set off. Last time, Lin Mo was still in the familiarization stage, and this time, Lin Mo has obviously perfectly integrated with the god-level driving skills. I believe that I can perform better this time. Chapter 63 Nonsense. Who is he? My eldest brother. After getting on the bus, Chen Miao directly called his friends in the club.
"Hello, I'm Chen Miao.
Tell the brothers to get ready to work.
Remember, everyone at every corner should set up a camera."
"Okay, brother Shui, we'll get it done right away." This is how I arrange it every time I go mountain running. Although it is a sparsely populated road, it does not mean that there will be no vehicles going there. If it was early morning or midnight, that would be easy, but it's almost noon now, so it's inevitable that some people will want to drive and get some fresh air. Just like Lin Mo, his initial purpose of mountain running was just to drive a new car, and not everyone is a drag racer. Therefore, people must be arranged to monitor every intersection and report any vehicles and the like in a timely manner. What people are looking for is excitement, not death. When Lin Mo and others arrived at the foot of the mountain, the people in the club were already ready. After all, I have been running on this mountain road for many years, and I know what to do and where to go, so I have already become a professional. "Boss, bye." A man ran over, handed over 2 headphones, and said, "Brothers, everyone is here."
"Here are the headphones."
"Yes, thanks." Bai Hao took the earphones, handed one to Lin Mo, and explained, "People from our club will have someone monitoring the road conditions at every bend. If there's a car coming the other way, they'll alert us through the earphones." Very professional. Lin Mo didn't force himself and took the headphones and put them on. He is confident in his skills, but when running in the mountains, in addition to being responsible for yourself, you must also be responsible for others. If you drift in a bend and there is a car coming from the opposite direction, at that time, you may be able to make the turn normally with your skills, but the ordinary people on the opposite side may be frightened and cause an accident, which will make you hate them. After putting on the headphones, Chen Miao's voice came, "Lin Mo, we have set up cameras at every bend, but I didn't let them use them.
I want to record your drifting movements.
Is that okay? If you agree, I'll let them use them.
If not, we absolutely won't. Open it, and remember to send me a copy."
Lin Mo did not object to this. Become. As soon as they heard Lin Mo agreed, Chen Miao and Bai Hao immediately became excited. So touching, Lin Mo is so loyal. For a driver, technology has always been the most valuable thing. As long as you understand the technology, the rest of the people, as long as they are not really without talent, can master it through diligent practice. There is no doubt about it. Although they had just met Lin Mo had no intention of hiding anything. Not only did he let Bai Hao sit in the passenger seat, he also agreed to let the club film his graceful movements when cornering. What does openness mean? What is the atmosphere? Bai Hao looked at Lin Mo with a touching expression and said in a deep voice, "Lin Mo, I understand you. From now on, you will be my big brother."
Chen Miao also said in the headset, and me, no problem, you will be our big brother from now on.
Put yourself in their shoes, the two were conquered by Lin Mo's generous way of making friends. He was willing to put his best skills in front of them. Such a sincere person is rare. Lin Mo had a strange look on his face. Good guy, it seems that these two people really love racing to the court. I just agreed to run a little up the mountain. Why are you so excited? Do you want to claim me as your big brother? Oh, after thinking about it carefully, Lin Mo understood a little. I guess it means that they particularly admire my driving skills, but there's no need to call myself big brother, right, etc. I see. They should be ranked according to driving skills, right, really, after all, he is a person with God-level driving skills. It is natural for him to rank first in front of these people. Lin Mo even feels that he will not be intimidated even in front of professional drivers. He probably only feels some pressure when participating in the world's top competitions. After all, there is never a shortage of geniuses in this world, and there will always be people who can reach the God level through their talent and hard work. After everything is ready, Lin Mo started the car and set off. Because he had already run on it once, Lin Mo was already familiar with the road, and it was more thoroughly integrated with his God-level driving skills. This time, Lin Mo seemed even crazier. Hiss, Bai Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took a deep breath and one hand involuntarily grabbed the door handle. The first turn, Lin Mo stepped on the accelerator deeply, changed gears, applied the brakes, changed gears again, and stepped on the accelerator hard. The whole car almost floated sideways. As soon as the front of the car entered the curve, it immediately rushed forward, causing the car to rush into the next curve immediately. Oh my god? Bai Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was stunned. He sat here because he wanted to learn some skills, but now I realized that I was too naive. With such a high-intensity car body posture, people sitting inside would sway from side to side, let alone see how Lin Mo operated it. No, the gap is too big. Bai Hao thought about it and realized that he couldn't watch the road anymore. He had to stare at Lin Mo's movements and learn one or two skills, otherwise he would waste this opportunity. In particular, he remembered what the little girl said. A lot of people want to be my brother's younger brother, but I look down on them all. Why don't you look down on it? If Bai Hao didn't understand something before, now he is very clear. Obviously, it's a lack of talent. Just like now, Lin Mo has put the opportunity in front of him, but if he can't even learn a little bit of Lin Mo's moves, it would be strange if he could become Lin Mo's younger brother. For the sake of technology, hold on, to be a good little brother, hold on. After making up his mind, Bai Hao held the handle above tightly with both hands, his eyes fixed on Lin Mo's movements. Lin Mo was seen using his hands and feet to perform various operations continuously. The entire car was clearly moving at an extremely crazy speed, but Bai Hao looked at Lin Mo's expression and understood that outsiders might think that the car was on the verge of losing control at any moment, but in fact, everything was under Lin Mo's control. It's so strong, it's so powerful. Chen Miao, who was behind, originally wanted to compete with Lin Mo. Although he knew that his skills would definitely be weaker, there should be no problem in keeping up, right? As a result, we only passed 3 corners. He became desperate. Holy crap, what kind of ferry is this? He stopped the car and stopped chasing. He could no longer see the taillights, so he got out silently and lit a cigarette. Wow, Brother Shui, this expert is even more awesome than last time. The people on the bend praised. Nonsense. Brother Shui exhaled a puff of smoke with pride and said proudly, who is he? My eldest brother. Chapter 64, Peach Blossom Island. Inside the headphones. After passing this corner, the master's speed is obviously faster than last time. Not long. I've been here too. It went by so fast. Lin Mo drifted through the successive bends at an extremely fast speed. Although I've only run once before, but as soon as Lin Mo arrived in front of the bend, his mind automatically recalled what kind of bend it was, whether it was a U-shaped bend or an S-shaped bend, and he was very confident. Bai Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked very pale. As an expert in mountain running, he started to feel carsick while sitting in the passenger seat of Lin Mo's car. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Mo's movements, trying his best to remember them in his mind. I have long been full of admiration for Lin Mo in my heart. It's amazing. Every turn is a combination of pushing and drifting, and all the movements are done just right. In Bai Hao's eyes, Lin Mo's movements were smooth and flowing, as if he was performing art, full of beauty. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo drifted out of the last corner and stopped successfully. Bang! Almost as soon as the car stopped, Bai Hao hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt,
opened the car door and ran to the side of the road to vomit. I can't take it anymore. If he hadn't been afraid to vomit in Lin Mo's car, he would have wanted to vomit halfway. I managed to make it to the end thanks to my willpower, which is a good thing. Boss Bai, are you okay? The person next to him looked at Bai Hao with a strange expression and asked. It's okay. Bai Hao shook his head. After vomiting a few times, he finally felt better inside. It was really terrifying to sit on it. Every time I turned a corner, I felt like my heart stopped for a few seconds. It was so exciting. No way, Lin Mo's style is really too radical. There is only one way along the way, that is to accelerate nonstop, straight line acceleration, drift or acceleration, several times. Bai Hao felt that the car was going to roll off the cliff, but deep down he still believed in Lin Mo. To outsiders, the car seemed to be out of control, but he understood that the car's posture from beginning to end had not escaped Lin Mo's control. Therefore, there is only one word in Bai Hao's mind now: I surrender. We're pretty lucky today. No cars have come. Lin Mo walked over with a smile and asked, how is it? Can you handle it? I can handle it, I can handle it. Bai Hao nodded immediately and said stubbornly, even if I have to sit through it again, I can handle it. Lin Mo looked at Bai Hao with some suspicion. This guy's lips are still turning white. He smiled and shook his head. Forget it, let's talk about it later when we have a chance. Now that I'm done running, I'm going back first. I guess Shui will catch up in a few minutes, so I won't see you off. Okay. Bai Hao nodded. He watched Lin Missouri drive the RS6 away until he could no longer see the taillights. He then quickly ran to the side, holding onto the railing, and said, ugh. After breakfast, Su Qingyun went straight to the studio. Actually, the studio had already made its goal clear 2 days ago, which was to shoot demigods and semi-devils. So in fact, everyone has been acting according to the steps, but some major matters still need Su Qingyun to make the final decision personally. This is already much easier than before, otherwise Su Qingyun would not have the time to look for linmo.as. Soon as you enter the company.su, Qingyun asked someone, how's our filming location search going? Are there any near Shanghai? We did find some, but there aren't any near the Magic City. The person in charge shook his head and said, it seems there aren't any. Those from nearby provinces are also fine. Su Qingyun asked. Well. The person in charge thought for a moment, picked up the folder at hand and flipped through it. Boss, there's a place that's not too far away, on Taohua Island in Zhoushan. Do you think it's possible? Peach Blossom Island. When Su Qingyun heard this name, her eyes lit up. Just the name alone can give you an idea of how beautiful it is. I in that kind of atmosphere. It's so beautiful that Lin Mo and I are walking and chatting together, boss. Ahem, Su Qingyun coughed twice and returned to her usual calm demeanor. She said, this place has a good name. I'll go to the site to investigate in the next 2 days. It shouldn't be a big problem. You can continue looking good. As soon as she returned to the office, Su Qingyun quickly turned on her computer and began to search for information about Peach Blossom Island on the internet. The other side, Lin Mo drove back to the downstairs of his residence. I didn't go back immediately, but went to a Sichuan restaurant to have lunch first. Brother, who are those people? The little girl was already somewhat familiar with Lin Mo. In the past, when she saw Lin Mo, he would still sit at the counter, but now he would take the initiative to come over and chat with her. Well, it's nothing, just a group of friends who like cars. Lin Mo explained with a smile. Hold head high. The little girl patted her chest with lingering fear and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I thought they were coming to cause trouble for you. There were more than a dozen people before you came down. How? Lin Mo looked at her with amusement. Seeing her expression of lingering fear, he couldn't help but ask jokingly, are you scared? No, no. The little girl raised her chin proudly and said proudly, there are so many of them, but they don't dare to touch me. Why? Lin Mo asked happily with a grin. Because I praise you so much as my backstage, the little girl murmured quietly in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud in front of Lin Mo. Instead, she explained, because I'm right across the street. If his daughter was bullied, would he dare not help? Hey, seeing the little girl like this, Lin Mo found it very funny and nodded quickly. Yes, yes, you old man are very domineering. Of course, the little girl said proudly. At this time, the boss, who had been busy in the kitchen, came out with the dishes. He served the dishes to the guests next door first, then walked over with a smile. "Swallow, have you finished your homework?" the boss asked, wiping his hands. "Not yet." "Then do it quickly." The boss glared at him, hold head high. Seeing the little girl sitting back at the counter with her cheeks puffed out, Lin Mo grinned and said happily, "Her name is Yanzi?" "Yes." The boss shook his head and laughed, "You're such a smart kid. Did she tell you about what happened this morning?" "Oh, I did." Lin Mo replied. The boss nodded and said, "That's all I have to say." "You don't blame her, do you? It seems that many people are concerned about when the two will be together." "I will give you a spoiler. Peach Blossom Island will be the place where the two officially get together at the end of the first volume, chapter 65, The Aggrieved Swallow. Oh, I should be the one telling you this. You're just a kid, it's okay." "Okay." Seeing that Lin Mo didn't seem to be lying, the boss smiled and asked, "What are you having for lunch today?" "Mapo tofu and fish-flavored shredded pork." "Okay, wait a moment, I'll make it for you right away." After the boss turned and left, Lin Mo shook his head and thought to himself, "Boss, this is really too polite. I just met that group of people, and the girl didn't say anything. Why should I be surprised?" The boss came to the counter and whispered, "Yanzi, you are not allowed to praise brother Lin Mo so much in the future. It's okay today because they didn't come here to cause trouble. If they did come here to cause trouble for brother Lin Mo, wouldn't you cause trouble by praising him like this?" "How could I?" Swallow puffed out her cheeks and said unconvincedly, "Those people were intimidated by me." Cut. The boss didn't believe it and curled his lips. "I didn't give you any trouble because you're a little girl. Otherwise, who would believe you? And you're so angry? Learn your Chinese better. I don't understand any of your metaphors." "No way." Yanzi was about to retort, but the boss glared at her, still trying to quibble. A moment's effort, tears rolled down Yanzi's big eyes, and she said aggrievedly, "I didn't say anything nonsense. People really believe it. I can see it." Seeing my daughter like this, the boss's momentum suddenly deflated, and he said helplessly, "Oh, it's my fault. Stop crying, it's not good to cry. What I mean is, don't do it next time. What if they come to cause trouble for Lin Mo? What if they hear you say that and bring more people over? Right?" Yanzi lowered her head, tears dripping down her face, her shoulders shrugged as she sobbed, "Yeah, I know." Well, when the boss saw his daughter crying, he scratched his head in embarrassment. "I want to comfort you, but I don't know how." After thinking about it, he returned to Lin Mo and smiled awkwardly at him. "What's wrong?" Lin Mo asked curiously. "Well, it's nothing. I accidentally made the girl in the house cry, so I wanted to ask you for a favor." The boss said embarrassedly. "Tell me what it is. I will help if I can." Lin Mo said immediately, "That girl has helped me a lot, so it's only right that I help her." "That's right, tomorrow is Yanzi's birthday. Doesn't she like Su Qingyun the most? Can you ask her to write a few words to my Yanzi?" The boss smiled awkwardly. Although he was 1.8 meters tall, he felt a little shy when talking about this, and his face was full of embarrassment, but in order to make his daughter happy, the old man still bit the bullet and asked Lin Mo for help, saying, "You don't have to write anything. I'm busy. Just write something like study hard and happy birthday." That's what happened. Lin Mo immediately agreed. "Oh, I thought it was a big deal. Okay, I'll ask about it when the time comes. It shouldn't be a problem. The main thing is that Yanzi has helped Su Qingyun and helped her avoid paparazzi once. Can you help me write a few words now?" "That's not a big deal." Su Qingyun is not the kind of person who acts superior, so Lin Mo is still confident about this matter. Hearing Lin Mo agree immediately, the boss immediately put on a smile on his face. "Hey, thank you so much, it's really troublesome for you. I'll treat you to lunch today. Please keep this matter a secret for the time being, don't let Yanzi know." "No problem." After dinner, Lin Mo went back upstairs. As usual, I first uploaded the chapters of my novel and took a look at my monthly ticket list. As everyone predicted, The Demigods and Semi-Devils has indeed made it into the top 5. It has now reached 4th place, and the gap with 3rd place is not that big, but after taking a look at the 1st place, Lin Mo was a little surprised. I already have 420,000 monthly tickets, the 3rd place has 510,000, the 2nd place has 870,000,
and the first place has reached 1.02 million. Is it so fierce? It's only been a few days at the beginning of the month and it's already exceeded 1 million. I got some news from looking at my own comments section a while ago. I heard that the fans there have also begun to accumulate strength. If they dominate the monthly ticket list for another month, they will have successfully reached the top for a year. Everyone knows that their biggest enemy now is not the second or third place. These two are old rivals and they know their strengths well, so there is no need to worry. What they are more afraid of is the fourth-placed demigods and semi-devils. It's very simple, because until now, the 420,000 votes for demigods and semi-devils are all from newly attracted readers, while the real old fans have not made any moves at all, and they are obviously preparing for the battle on the last day. After looking at the monthly ticket list, Lin Mo took another look at his reputation. Points. After the last smoke. He had accumulated a lot of reputation, a total of 128,386 points. As usual, I don't plan to participate in the lottery, but I plan to wait until I save more money before continuing to draw, so that the chance of winning the jackpot will be higher. Let's continue coding. After reading for a long time, Lin Mo opened the typing software and started his struggle for today. Inside the studio, Zhao Xiaoya bent over and looked at the place on the screen. Isn't this place a little too desolate? Although the scenery I saw on the internet is indeed good, but in comparison, this place has not been vigorously developed. Whether it is food or accommodation, it is relatively simple, and even the flow of people is pitifully scarce. It's okay. Su Qingyun said with a grin, take a look at this. She clicked on another page, which was a B&B. Take a look, I'm planning to rent it here for 2 days and 1 night. It has food and everything, and no one will bother me. Most importantly, it has a kitchen with everything I need for cooking. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Xiaoya expectantly and asked, what do you think of this place? Zhao Xiaoya looked at Su Qingyun like a fool. He complained helplessly, silly girl, can't you see the real reason? The real reason? Su Qingyun frowned. Isn't it to experience farm life and become self-reliant? Well, Zhao Xiaoya sighed deeply and explained, because no one comes here, they can't afford to hire waiters or anything like that. I guess if someone makes a reservation, they'll just clean up and leave, leaving everything alone. That's self-reliance. Chapter 66. Why am I more worried about Lin Mo now? Just give me the house and get out of here. Su Qingyun didn't know what she was thinking about. The corners of her mouth turned up sharply and she muttered, wouldn't that be more to my liking? You. Zhao Xiaoya raised her hand and gently pushed Su Qingyun's forehead, saying with a smile, please pay attention to your expression. Why are you so vulgar? Really? Su Qingyun rolled her eyes. I'm a serious person. It's obviously because you think my smile is vulgar that you have the wrong idea. Okay, I won't argue with you about this. Zhao Xiaoya felt that she needed to explain the house to Su Qingyun in detail. If I'm not mistaken, this place is a bit remote and the surrounding conveniences may not be very good. It's okay. Su Qingyun said, they gave us an electric car as a gift. We can just drive it when the time comes. How naive. Zhao Xiaoya secretly complained in her heart, and continued, then eating must be solved by myself. It's okay. I'll learn a few more things today. It should be no problem in 2 days, right? Su Qingyun said confidently. Are you really planning to go? Zhao Xiaoya asked seriously. Su Qingyun also nodded seriously, I really plan to go. That's not a hotel, there won't be any waiters to help you. Zhao Xiaoya reminded. Don't worry, I have hands and feet, no problem, have to. Seeing that Su Qingyun was determined and only wanted to spend some time alone with her, Zhao Xiaoya had no choice but to use her own unique trick. He leaned down with ill intentions and whispered in Su Qingyun's ear, the most important thing is, at night, if Lin Mo transforms into a werewolf, then you will be helpless. It's true. Zhao Xiaoya was satisfied. After she finished speaking this time, Su Qingyun finally calmed down and did not refute her immediately. He. Su Qingyun suddenly laughed foolishly. Zhao Xiaoya stood up straight in a strange manner, staring at Su Qingyun's face. I saw that the originally fair and tender little face had now become a little rosy, as if she had applied blush, and even the ears began to turn red. There was a ripple in his eyes, and he would occasionally make silly he sounds. No way, this girl? What are you thinking about? Zhao Xiaoya looked at the scene with a strange expression on her face, and an idea that even she thought was a bit absurd popped up in her mind.
I seem to be worried about the wrong person? Why am I more worried about Lin Mo now?
The smile is really scary. It was as if the victim would not be Su Qingyun, but Lin Mo. No, we have to wake her up.
Hello?
Zhao Xiaoya hurried over, put her hands on Su Qingyun's shoulders and began to shake her. Su Qingyun, wake up.
Stop thinking about nonsense. After shaking it several times, Su Qingyun finally came back to her senses and asked, Xiaoya, what did you just say? Don't worry about what I just said. Zhao Xiaoya pressed on. Just tell me honestly, what were you thinking about just now?
I just think of Lin Mo eating the food I cooked and falling completely in love with me.
Su Qingyun said sweetly and narcissistically, do you think I should be more reserved when the time comes?
But if I'm too reserved, what if he thinks I'm rejecting him? Impossible. Zhao Xiaoya didn't believe this statement. He retorted, what I just said was that if Lin Mo turned into a werewolf in the middle of the night, why are you telling me this?
Good fellow. I'm just saying good fellow. Are you really eager for Lin Mo to turn into a werewolf sooner? Of course not. Su Qingyun quickly shook her head and denied it. Do I look like someone who would give myself away so easily?
Zhao Xiaoya pinched Su Qingyun's chin and looked left and right, up and down, and finally, he nodded seriously and said, you don't look like it, you are it.
That's not right.
Su Qingyun arched her nose and said, I believe Lin Mo wouldn't be like that. Just now I was really thinking about Lin Mo's confession to me, not about those messed up things you said.
Then tell me, what if Lin Mo really turns into a werewolf and no one can help you? Zhao Xiaoya asked. Oh no. Absolutely not.
Compared to Zhao Xiaoya, Su Qingyun felt that she understood Lin Mo better. After all, she was drunk at the time and even took the initiative to give Lin Mo a kiss, but Lin Mo did not move at all. Instead, he took the blanket and went to sleep on the sofa. Su Qingyun did not tell Zhao Xiaoya about this matter, so in comparison, Su Qingyun knew Lin Mo better. Therefore, Su Qingyun said firmly, Lin Mo is not the kind of animal who thinks with his lower body. Cut. Zhao Xiaoya didn't believe this. The only reason he hadn't turned into a werewolf yet was that the temptation wasn't great enough. So she didn't believe what Su Qingyun said. Do I have to follow him then? That won't work either. If I follow her, I'm afraid the first thing Su Qingyun would do is to kill me and make me into braised pork. If we really can't stop it, then this is the only way. After Zhao Xiaoya thought about it, she nodded firmly and did it.
What are you thinking about?
Su Qingyun asked with a puzzled look. Zhao Xiaoya picked up the bag on the table and said, nothing, I'm going out for a while, you can continue working. After saying that, he left without looking back, as if he was going to do something urgent. Looking at her back, Su Qingyun felt a little puzzled and muttered, strange. The location has been decided, just tell Lin Mo when you're done with work. I picked up the folder on the table, which contained the resumes and costume photos of various actors. Su Qingyun still needs to select some suitable people from these photos and then give them to Lin Mo for the final decision. Unconsciously, the sky gradually darkened, the entire study was immersed in darkness. With the computer screen becoming the only source of light, Lin Mo turned his head and glanced out the window. Outside, thousands of lights decorated the city's night scene. Glanced at the time, it seemed to be already 7 o'clock in the evening. Time flies by so fast, only, Lin Mo suddenly felt a little empty in his heart, and that beautiful figure appeared in his mind uncontrollably. Quickly shook his head, strange, why did I suddenly think of her? Lin Mo said to himself. Oh, it must be because the boss asked me to do so. I was wondering why I suddenly thought of Su Qingyun. I should give her a call and ask her what she is doing now. I found a reason for myself, like self-hypnosis. He picked up the phone and dialed Su Qingyun's number. Chapter 67. Lin Mo starts to miss me. Look at the name displayed on the phone. Su Qingyun had a tired look on her face, but a sweet smile hung on the corner of her mouth. He muttered, calling me? Could it be that you missed me? I was a little excited, but soon, Su Qingyun suppressed the excitement in her heart, took several deep breaths, and pretended to be normal. Then he pressed the answer button and said calmly, hello, this is Su Qingyun. Hearing Su Qingyun's voice, Lin Mo actually felt better. But corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily as he asked, what are you doing now? Hey, asking me what I'm doing, isn't that just thinking about me? Su Qingyun, feeling proud, bit her lower lip with a smile, leaned back on the chair, and then responded, I've been busy in the studio all day and haven't finished yet. What about you? What are you doing? Lin Mo asked. I've been typing and just finished. Have you had dinner yet? To dinner? Su Qingyun's eyes lit up. and she immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to meet. However, she was waiting, preferably waiting for Lin Mo to speak first. Not yet, Su Qingyun said with some anticipation. Then I'll bring you something. I haven't had dinner yet. Lin Mo said. Yay. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Su Qingyun excitedly clenched her fists and waved them in the air a few times, then said in a very calm voice, well, okay, I'm a little hungry too, become. Lin Mo nodded and said, then I'll pack the food and come find you. Wait for me, good. Hang up the phone, yes. As soon as the phone was hung up, Su Qingyun stood up excitedly, her face full of joy, and she said excitedly, hey, I haven't seen him for only 1 day, and you miss me so much already? You're so clingy. Wakakaka, it's exciting. The office door was pushed open and Zhao Xiaoya walked in carrying 2 large bags of takeout. He looked at Su Qingyun happily spinning in circles with a strange look on his face and asked curiously, Qingyun? What are you doing? I saw that it was Zhao Xiaoya who came out. Su Qingyun boasted with a smile, Lin Mo starts to miss me. Zhao Xiaoya put 2 large bags of takeout on the table and asked, how did you know? Because he just called me. Su Qingyun said cheerfully, looking at the takeaway on the table and waving her hand, hey, Xiaoya, why did you buy so much food? What else can I do? Zhao Xiaoya rolled her eyes. I heard that you've been busy all the time, only had a simple lunch, and haven't had dinner yet, so I bought some things to reward you for your hard work, right? Hee. Su Qingyun laughed foolishly for a moment, then said sheepishly, Xiaoya, you can take these things home and eat them yourself. I won't eat them. What? You want to cultivate immortality? Zhao Xiaoya looked at Su Qingyun in confusion and complained, don't worry, Ha Qingyun, you don't need to lose weight with your figure. Zhao Xiaoya thought that Su Qingyun was preparing to go out for an inspection with Lin Mo, and was starving for a few days to make herself thinner. No, you misunderstood. Su Qingyun smiled sheepishly and said, it's because Lin Mo called me just now. Knowing that I didn't have dinner, he said he would pack some takeout for me. Oh. Zhao Xiaoya nodded in sudden realization. Looking at Su Qingyun, who was still pretending to be shy, she said mercilessly, look at your slutty face. It turns out that you don't need sisters anymore since you have a man. Oh my god. Su Qingyun felt even more embarrassed by what she said. She said coquettishly, my dear sister, for my lifelong happiness, I have to put you in a difficult position. She patted her chest and said proudly, I'll reimburse you for these meals. Oof. Zhao Xiaoya arched her nose and asked, are you sure you don't want to eat some? These are all your favorite dishes I bought. No more. Su Qingyun looked at the food and swallowed her saliva. She touched her flat belly with her small hand and shook her head, saying, actually, my sacrifice was huge. I'm also very hungry, but I just want to eat with Lin Mo. Zhao Xiaoya shrugged, I suggested you eat some. Why? It's very simple. Zhao Xiaoya reminded, eat only until you're half full now. That way, when Lin Mo comes, you can still eat some more. Otherwise, you'll be so hungry that you'll start to wolf down the food. What if that affects your image? That makes sense. After hearing this, Su Qingyun thought it was really possible. Otherwise, what if your stomach growls with hunger? How embarrassing, but if I eat a little and then wait for Lin Mo to come over, I will pay more attention to my image while eating. That, Su Qingyun didn't struggle much. After hesitating for a moment, she said, then I'll eat a little, just a little, become. So the two of them opened their food and started eating. The other side, Lin Mo went to a Sichuan restaurant, ordered some dishes, and asked the boss for some ingredients. When I first opened the bronze lottery, apart from one god-level skill, most of the others were just basic recipes. These recipes are basically the same as those on the market, except that after integrating them, Lin Mo can make them with ease. I guess this is why the bronze lottery is so cheap, because there is really nothing good in it. It is more like a process for you to experience what a lottery is like. Silver players can now draw out advanced skills. Gold has a chance of giving out special items, such as the bad luck charm, which is one of the special items. As for the god level lottery, there is no need to say more. You will definitely win a skill that you don't have. It can be said that there is a profit, but it can also be said that there is a loss. After all, not all skills can be used. For example, Lin Mo saw a god level skill in the store called God Level Days. What's the use of this?
do I need to use skills when I am in a daze? Therefore, it would be a huge loss to draw such a useless skill. But similarly, for example, the skill of God-level speed recording that Lin Mo has always wanted is sold at a price of 3 million in the mall, but if you draw it for 1 million, then it would be a big profit. Everything depends on luck. I'll come over to get it later and pack it up. Lin Mo said as he carried some meat and other ingredients. The boss nodded and asked, "Okay, you really don't want to work for me?" "No need, I'm just making a dish. I won't bother you anymore." Lin Mo refused. Chapter 68. I really can't eat anymore. He owns the shop and has other customers here. I just saw the boss operating 2 pots by himself in the kitchen. If I were to work there too, I would definitely have to occupy 1 pot, which would delay the boss's business anyway. I can just take the ingredients and cook it at home. Back home, Lin Mo easily made a dish of crispy pork, put it into the takeaway box he got from the boss, and went downstairs. The boss had already prepared some of the dishes that Lin Mo ordered. Lin Mo said hello and left. Belch, inside the office. Su Qingyan touched her stomach and burped loudly. She wiped the greasy residue from her mouth with a tissue and looked at Zhao Xiuya with a resentful look on her face. "Why did you order so many dishes? God and heaven are my conscience." Zhao Xiuya, who was standing next to him, said with a look of grievance, "At the beginning, you said you only needed to eat until you were 50% full, but you couldn't stop eating once you started. I told you to stop, but you argued that you wanted to have one last bite, and you ate it all." Alright, because the food Zhao Xiuya bought were all her favorite foods, and she hadn't eaten anything all day. So once she started eating, Su Qingyun really couldn't control herself. There was only one thought in her mind, which was to fill her stomach first. Result, naturally, my flat belly has become slightly bulging due to the food I ate. Thinking that Lin Mo might come over with food later, Su Qingyun said with a sad face, "Don't worry about it, Xiuya, please think of a solution for me." "Lin Mo will come over with food later, and I," touching her stomach, Su Qingyun said miserably, "I really can't eat anymore." "Well," Zhao Xiuya thought for a moment and asked, "How about I go out and buy you some digestive tablets?" "It's useless." Su Qingyun shook her head. "Wait, she still has to continue eating. What use are the digestive tablets? Then why don't you eat the staple food later and eat some other dishes instead? That should be okay, right? If Lin Mo asks, just say you're on a diet. It seems that this is the only way. I regret it so much. If my willpower had been stronger just now, I wouldn't have encountered such a difficult situation now." "Okay, then I'll pack up now and then I'll be leaving soon," Zhao Xiuya said as she cleared the empty boxes on the table. "Don't lie down all the time. Get up and walk around. It'll help your digestion. And spray some air freshener while you're at it, or the room will smell like food." "That's very thoughtful," Su Qingyun teased with a smile. While talking, a message came on WeChat. It was from Lin Mo, saying that he would be at the studio door in a few minutes and hoped that she could come out to pick him up. After all, Lin Mo had never been here before. He only knew where the place was, but didn't know which door to enter from. Oh no. Su Qingyun, who had just had the leisure to tease Zhao Xiuya, immediately stood up and said, "Lin Mo will be here in a few minutes, hurry up and pack up." Moment, the whole office was in a state of chaos. Those who need to clean up the mess, clean up the mess. Those who need to spray air freshener, spray air freshener. A few minutes later, Su Qingyun, who was standing at the door of the studio, saw the car lights and focused her eyes. When she saw the license plate, she knew it was Lin Mo's car. He quickly waved his hands. Here, hiccup, here. Oh no, why am I still hiccuping? I'll have to drink more water later. Lin Mo in the car also saw Su Qingyun standing at the door. At a glance, My originally calm mood actually had some ripples after seeing her. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Parked the car. He walked over with a bag of food and said, "I brought you some food. Let's eat together first. Look at the bag full of food." Su Qingyun was crying silently in her heart, but on the surface she forced a smile, looking joyful and happy. "That's great, I'm starving." "Then let's go in first," Lin Mo said. "Good." Su Qingyun led the way in front, and was not in a hurry to take Lin Mo to the office. Instead, she began to introduce him slowly. "Look, this department is our publicity and promotion department. Generally, things like external PR are released by them. For example, aren't we filming Demigods and Semi-Devils right now? They're responsible for generating hype online, connecting with other companies, and casting." "Yeah, not bad. Lin Mo nodded. For studios in the entertainment industry, this department should be a very important department. Hot topics and connecting with other companies are very important. Walking to the next place, Su Qingyun began to introduce it again. Don't underestimate it because it's just a small studio, however, although the company is small, it has all the necessary functions. There are quite a lot of departments, and each of them is responsible for different things. It can be said that it runs very well, however. Lin Mo had some doubts in his heart. Didn't you say you were hungry? Why don't you eat first? You're almost taking me to the studio bathroom and showing me which is the men's and which is the women's. That, Lin Mo picked up the food in his hand and said, how about we eat first? Ha! Su Qingyun smiled awkwardly, feeling a little anxious. How come I haven't felt hungry yet after walking for such a long time? Just hold on a little longer, so he quickly said, well, it's almost done. There are only a few departments left. Let me tell you, the department in front is ours. Hiccup, finished. As soon as the burp came out, the entire corridor was obviously plunged into an excessively quiet atmosphere. No, Su Qingyun, you have to calm down. Who knows, maybe Lin Mo didn't hear the burp, right? You must not have heard it. Su Qingyun pretended to be calm, as if nothing had happened, and continued, the department in front is our music department. That? Lin Mo said in a low voice. Su Qingyun turned to look at Lin Mo with a smile on her face and asked, what's the matter? Lin Mo asked, are you really hungry? Yes. Su Qingyun nodded affirmatively. Then it's hunger burps. Before Lin Mo could finish, Su Qingyun immediately explained, I must have been hungry for too long, so I got a stitch in the side, and that's why I burped. After saying that, he nodded in self-assurance, then looked at Lin Mo seriously and asked, why? You don't believe me? Let me tell you, I can't wait to eat 2 bowls of rice right now. Are you sure? Lin Mo raised the bag in his hand. There were exactly 2 bowls of rice inside. Chapter 69. This inexplicable tacit understanding. As soon as the words came out, in fact, Su Qingyun had already said not good in her heart. As a result, he saw 2 boxes of rice in Lin Mo's bag, which made him feel even more desperate. Okay, I'm already very full. How can I finish these 2 bowls of rice? Looking at the 2 boxes of rice, Su Qingyun swallowed guiltily and said hesitantly, I'm trying to lose weight recently, so, okay, I'll eat the rice. You have some vegetables. Lin Mo took the initiative to speak. If it's a little strange at first, he clearly said he was hungry, so why didn't he eat quickly? Instead, he went to introduce himself in each department of the company. Until that burp just now, although Su Qingyun still wanted to argue, Lin Mo already understood in his heart, maybe it's because I came too late and others have already eaten up, that's all, or just eat it by yourself. Hey, Su Qingyun also vaguely understood in her heart that her secret might have been exposed and had been guessed by Lin Mo. He smiled sheepishly and asked quietly, you're not going to be angry, are you? Why should I be angry? Lin Mo shrugged. Well, where can I eat? Come into my office. Su Qingyun, who felt that she was not very authentic, hurriedly led the way and took Lin Mo into her office. Once I came in, I was not idle. He quickly took the tissues and mineral water and placed them on the coffee table, then said, come, sit on the sofa. Good. Fortunately, Lin Mo's appetite was not bad, and he was able to finish only 2 boxes of rice. Lin Mo placed the crispy pork in front of Su Qingyun. He didn't mention that he made this dish himself, but said subtly, take a look at how delicious this crispy pork is. Good. Unable to eat any more rice, Su Qingyun picked up a piece of crispy meat with chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and slowly chewed it. This shouldn't be done by the boss, right? Su Qingyun felt it at once. Lin Mo lowered his head, not looking very concerned, while eating the food in front of him, but his ears perked up, and he asked nonchalantly, how does it taste? Su Qingyun nodded. It tastes pretty good. It feels very homely. Then he added, it would be even better if there was sauce. Yes. Lin Mo put down his chopsticks, took out a small box of sauce from the bag, opened it and placed it in front of her, then said casually, if you like it, eat more. You don't want to eat? Su Qingyun looked at Lin Mo in confusion, then looked at the remaining dishes, and suddenly realized, you still prefer spicy food, right? Yeah, that's right. Lin Mo nodded and urged, eat quickly. I know, Su Qingyun asked while eating the crispy pork, I heard that people who like spicy food will find other foods tasteless. Is that true? I'm fine with it. As long as it tastes good enough, I can accept it. Lin Mo said, hold head high. As the two of them talked, they didn't know how to continue. I clearly feel like I have a lot of things I want to talk to the other person, but when I turn around and look at him, her, I don't know where to start. I just felt that the two of them were silent, and there was no feeling of boredom in my heart, and there was even a hint of enjoyment. While eating, Lin Mo remembered that he had not yet told Su Qingyun about the request from his boss. Su Qingyun, who was chewing on some crispy meat beside him, was also thinking in her head, how about taking Lin Mo to Peach Blossom Island for an investigation? Thinking about it, the two of them turned their heads and looked at each other at the same time. Before eyes met, I felt my heart beat twice faster. They opened their mouths and said in unison, I have something I want to tell you. They were both stunned at the same time, and then said, you go first. Hey, the two were amused by this inexplicable tacit understanding. They all started laughing. Su Qingyun's originally fair and tender face turned slightly red. She lowered her head slightly, with a shy smile on the corner of her mouth. He said softly, you should speak first, I'll talk about mine later. Well, here I say. Lin Mo picked up the water cup and took a sip, then said, tomorrow is Yanzi's birthday, that little girl. I want to ask you to write a few words to her, wishing her a happy birthday and asking her to study hard, etc. No. Su Qingyun shook her head and said with a smile, she has helped me after all, how can I be so perfunctory? I'll bring a gift and give it to her tomorrow. That's fine. Lin Mo nodded in response. Su Qingyun asked, will you go tomorrow? Lin Mo thought about it and decided that since Su Qingyun had gone, he should go too. He replied, I guess so. Then, shall we go together then? Can. After finishing his own story, Lin Mo asked, what about you? Do you have anything to tell me? Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Su Qingyun took a deep breath, glanced at Lin Mo secretly, and then quickly lowered her head. Finally, he closed his eyes and said with a fearless attitude, let's go to Peach Blossom Island together in a few days? That is, to check out the site, is that okay? After saying that, Su Qingyun kept her eyes closed and never opened them. She was waiting for Lin Mo to give an answer. I just felt my heart beating so fast, and my nervous little hands were clenched into fists. Aside, may I? Lin Mo thought quietly. If it had happened 2 days ago, Lin Mo would have refused without hesitation, thinking, why is this female hooligan so obsessed with taking advantage of me? But in the past 2 days, Lin Mo suddenly realized in his heart that he seemed to be beginning to fall in love with her. It's not that I don't have the confidence to date a female celebrity. After all, although Su Qingyun is a female star, she has always been clean and has never had any scandals, which is enough to show that she is not that kind of casual person. The reason why Lin Mo had been somewhat resistant before it mainly comes from one's own heart. If you are together just because of appearance, then as time goes by, even the most beautiful appearance will lose its appeal. Lin Mo just doesn't want that kind of fast food relationship. If Lin Mo is really that kind of person, to be honest, he can easily find a woman just by relying on his appearance. Not compromising does not mean lack of confidence. The reason why Lin Mo is hesitating now is very simple. Since he was sure that he was attracted to Su Qingyun, why not take this opportunity to spend some time with her? This way, I can better understand whether I simply like her appearance, or whether she is still attractive to me regardless of her appearance. Chapter 70. The Most Mysterious Second Generation, Brother Lin Good. After much thought, Lin Mo also wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Su Qingyun better. What's more important is to understand your own heart. If, putting aside Su Qingyun's appearance, he still had feelings for her, then Lin Mo could be sure of that feeling in his heart. Su Qingyun, who had originally closed her eyes and dared not open them, immediately opened her eyes after hearing Lin Mo's answer and said with a look of joy, you agree? Yes, I agree. Lin Mo nodded in response. Hey, after hearing Lin Mo's affirmative answer, the smile on Su Qingyun's lips never stopped. The crispy meat in the bowl in front of me tastes even better. After dinner, Lin Mo said goodbye. There was still a thick stack of documents on Su Qingyun's desk, so she probably still had a lot of work to do. He drove straight back to his home. Since he was going to be away for a few days, he naturally needed to prepare more drafts. Therefore, as soon as Lin Mo returned home, he started typing immediately, but this time, my enthusiasm for typing seemed to have become even more motivated because of the inspection over the next 2 days. Inside the Magic City Club, many people gathered in a meeting room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the video on the big screen, which was the process of Lin Mo running in the mountain near noon today. It's perfect. I watched the car pass a U-shaped curve at an extremely fast speed. Everyone's eyes lit up. In the eyes of these people, watching Lin Mo's drifting video was a kind of enjoyment. There are no unnecessary movements, only constant acceleration and roaring engine sounds. These things are integrated into the video on the screen, which is simply an art film in the eyes of these racing enthusiasts. After watching the 10-minute video, Chen Miao looked at Bai Hao, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "You were sitting in the passenger seat of Big Brother today. Did you see his movements clearly?" "Well," Bai Hao shook his head helplessly and said with a wry smile, "we've known each other for more than a day or two. Have you ever seen me vomit in a car? That's really not the case, really." "Boss Bai, is your brother's car really that difficult to ride in?" Bai Hao waved his hand. "It's not difficult to sit, it's extremely difficult to sit." Recalling the feeling of sitting in the passenger seat today, Bai Hao became a little frightened. He explained, "From the passenger seat, you feel like you're losing control every time. But from my brother's perspective, it's like the car isn't slowing down at all, just intermittent, small brakes, followed by even more rapid acceleration." As he spoke, Bai Hao's eyes revealed undisguised admiration. His movements were incredibly fast, and the coordination between his hands and feet was almost perfect. "I tried hard to memorize some of his moves today, but to be honest, they were so fast that I couldn't quite remember them. Even the moves I remembered weren't necessarily what I could perform." Chen Mao asked curiously, "How does Big Brother's driving skills compare to yours?" "Compare with me?" Hearing this, Bai Hao's mouth was filled with bitterness. He said frankly, "Compared to Big Brother's driving skills, I'm just a kindergarten kid, while he's a top student with a master's and doctoral degree." After hearing Bai Hao's words, many people had shock on their faces. Bai Hao is the kind of driver who has been playing with cars since he was a child. If he didn't need to inherit the family business, he would have become a professional racing driver long ago. I can't say about other places, but at least here in Shanghai, Bai Hao is at least in the top 3 in underground racing. But even such a person would admit that his driving skills are not as good as others, and the gap is almost as big as heaven and earth. Is it really that scary? Many people are confused and feel that it is somewhat exaggerated. Even Chen Miao felt the same way, thinking that Bai Hao was exaggerating. ABITI and the entire audience, Bai Hao was the only one who knew that. Far from exaggerating, he had even been bragging a bit. After all, he was the only one who saw Lin Mo's operation while sitting in the passenger seat. That kind of reaction speed. At least Bai Hao had never seen this on anyone else. Chen Miao sat up straight and pressed the remote control in his hand, and Lin Mo's photo appeared on the big screen. Then he looked at everyone and said seriously, "In short, what I want to inform you today is that this person is now my big brother. You all remember what he looks like. Don't be so blind as to offend him in the future, or don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes, right?" Bai Hao nodded. "He is also my eldest brother. To offend him is equivalent to offending me. Not only you, but also let some of the people below remember this clearly." "Understood. Boss Bai, Brother Shui, what should we call him then? Big Brother?" "Pfft, change it." Bai Hao responded, "My eldest brother's surname is Lin, so you can just call him Brother Lin from now on." "Okay. I'll post it on my moments right now." "Hey!" Chen Miao waved his hand to stop the man and reminded him, "You better be careful. My eldest brother is not the type to like to be in the spotlight. Just inform the right people and don't spread it outside." "Don't worry, I'll just let those second generations see it." "That's possible." Then, today, the second-generation circles in Shanghai are discussing Brother Lin. Those who can attend the meeting are almost all top figures among the second generation of Shanghai people. These people actually posted on their moments together, saying that no one is allowed to offend our Brother Lin. Good job. This has aroused the curiosity of many people, but when they asked people around them, "Who is Brother Lin?" not many people knew. "I only know what Lin Mo looks like, but not his full name, age, or even what his family does. Sorry, I don't know anything." In just one night, Lin Mo was dubbed the most mysterious second generation in the circle of the second generation in Shanghai. Even a few days later, some rumors began to spread in the circle, saying that Lin Mo's family was very powerful. Don't ask about it unless there is something important. Just know that when you see him in the future, you should flatter him if you can, and stay away from him if you can't. In short, don't offend him, otherwise you will die without knowing how. The diligent Lin Mok had no idea that he was inexplicably labeled as the mysterious second generation by all the second generations in Magic City Code until late at night. He took a shower, washed up and went to bed. I took another look at the monthly ticket list before going to bed. The distance to the third place is getting closer and closer. It seems that I don't need to wait until the end of the month. Maybe when I wake up,
I will have entered the top 3 of the monthly ticket list. Chapter 71. Meet Su Qingyun again. Hurry up, old man. Today is Yin Zi's birthday. Early in the morning, she put on the new clothes she had bought a few days ago and was in a good mood. Here I come. The boss was wearing his usual clothes early in the morning. The two of them closed the store, put up a note saying closed today, and then went to an internet cafe not far away. They planned to video chat with their mother and son who were still in their hometown. Compared to those who get up early, Lin Mo stayed in bed for a while, which was rare. It was not until after 8 o'clock that he slowly got up and washed up. I took breakfast to the computer. After taking a look at the monthly ticket list, it turned out to be just as I expected. The Demigods and Semi-Devils has successfully entered the top 3 of the monthly ticket list, although the gap with the 4th place has not widened yet and it seems like he will be overtaken at any time. Lin Mo has no worries about this at all. The IT has only been a few days and I have already made it into the top 3. Even if the enemy really counterattacks, it will only be a last-ditch struggle. There is no way to compare it with my new book, which has unlimited potential. Then I uploaded all the tens of thousands of words I wrote yesterday to the website. After breakfast, Lin Mo continued to prepare his writing to prepare for tomorrow's trip. Time flies. Before opening his eyes, he took a deep breath. After a while, Su Qingyun turned over, her hair messy, and opened her eyes a little. She glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table and murmured, "It's past 11 o'clock. Finished checking the time, she turned over again, thinking about taking a nap. Yesterday, Su Qingyun finished all the work overnight, even screening the actors. A major character, you may have to screen out 4 or 5 resumes from hundreds of resumes, which is actually a lot of work. Otherwise, Su Qingyun wouldn't have to work so hard until late at night before coming back to sleep. Moreover, she missed the chance to have dinner with Lin Mo yesterday, which made her feel like she had missed an opportunity. The combination of the two. Although she came back and lay in bed late at night, she was tossing and turning because of this matter in her mind. She didn't fall asleep until dawn this morning. Just when she was about to go back to sleep, the phone rang. Hate it, who is so annoying? Without opening his eyes, he just reached out and casually touched the bedside table in the direction of the sound. After a few fumbling attempts, he found the phone. I swiped my finger and clicked to answer the call. Hello? Su Qingyun said in a voice that sounded like she was still asleep. I'm Su Qingyun. Hello? Is it Lin Mo? My eyes, which were originally unable to open, opened immediately after hearing the sound. I looked carefully and found that it was indeed correct. It really was Lin Mo calling, so he quickly woke up, his voice brighter. It's me, I'm Qingyun. Well, you haven't woken up yet? Lin Mo asked doubtfully. No. Su Qingyun quickly denied it. I'm already up. You want to tell me something, right? I just wanted to ask if you have time this afternoon. Lin Mo explained, isn't today Yin Zi's birthday? I don't know what gift to give her, so I called you to ask, do you have any good suggestions? This matter. Su Qingyun nodded, glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table, and asked, we need to discuss this slowly. Have you had lunch? Not yet. Nice. Su Qingyun's lips curled up and she secretly clenched her fists in celebration. Then he said, I haven't eaten yet either. Why don't we have lunch together? We can think of a good gift while we eat. That works. Lin Mo had no objection. But the Sichuan restaurant is closed. Do you have any recommendations? After a pause, he continued, how about I just go to your house and pick you up? Yeah, okay. Su Qingyun quickly nodded and agreed. After the two talked for a few more words, they hung up the phone. The phone just hung up. Su Qingyun threw back the quilt and jumped up and down on the bed excitedly. Oh God, thank you so much. I know you must be rewarding me for my hard work yesterday, so you gave me such a big reward today. No, we need to prepare quickly. After touching her hair, Su Qingyun didn't have time to be happy for a moment and quickly jumped out of bed. He didn't even have time to put on his slippers before running to tidy up his appearance. Lin Mo had been to Su Qingyun's house before, but he didn't go in. He just stopped at the gate of the community, watched her enter the community, and then left. She doesn't live in a villa area. It is an upscale residential complex that provides 24-hour private butler service. Zhao Xiaoyao also lives in this community, and the two of them live across from each other. Parked the car. He got out of the car with his cell phone in hand and prepared to call Su Qingyun to ask where she lived. Lin Mo? Following the sound, I saw Zhao Xiaoyao wearing slippers and holding a garbage bag. Hello.
Lin Mo nodded and greeted. What a coincidence to meet you.
I was just about to call Su Qingyun to ask where she lives.
Now that I've met you, there's no need to call her.
You too. Zhao Xiaoya looked at Lin Mo with a meaningful smile, and said with a smile, okay, Su Qingyun lives across the street from me. I'll drop off the trash and then go up together.
That's fine. The speed at which these two people develop is really fast. Zhao Xiaoya was secretly delighted. It seems that her secret to picking up guys really works.
Su Qingyun, a young girl just beginning to fall in love, learned a few tricks and actually won over her idol Lin Mo. If I meet my other half in the future, I will do the same. After taking out the trash, Zhao Xiaoya took Lin Mo back. This time, a man in a suit and tie came up from behind, holding a large bouquet of roses.
Xiaoya, what a coincidence.
Zhao Xiaoya took a look, a flash of disgust in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it, and asked with a polite fake smile, why is Mr. Chen here today?
Harmful, the man gathered the roses in his hand and said with a smile, I came here for only one reason. If others don't know, don't you know it too? Your pursuer? Lin Mo asked in a low voice. No.
Zhao Xiaoya shook her head, but I was secretly anxious. Qian Xiao is not my suitor, but he is Su Qingyun's suitor.
Chapter 72, Will the two of them fight? Hearing that he was not Zhao Xiaoya's suitor, Lin Mo thought that this Mr. Qian just knew her but was not familiar with her. Seeing some arrogance in his eyes, Lin Mo was reluctant to pay attention to him. Then he said, okay, I'll go lock the car, and then we'll go back together.
Zhao Xiaoya nodded solemnly, yeah. Young Master Qian naturally saw Lin Mo as well, but in his eyes, Lin Mo was just handsome. Although the clothes he wore were of good quality, they were not luxury brands. He seemed to know Zhao Xiaoya, so he was probably a newcomer in the entertainment industry, right? He curled his lips in disdain. What's the use of being handsome? I am not bad either, and I am also a second-generation rich man. I have money. With money, I have confidence. Lin Mo returned to the car and locked it. When Qian Xiao saw the car Lin Mo was driving, he felt even more disdainful. Still driving an Audi, how does it compare to my Lamborghini? But when I got closer, I saw that the RS6 was using a temporary license plate and no license plate. Qian Xiao frowned and thought to himself, strange, where have I heard of this before?
Where is it?
Sometimes it's like that. Suddenly I want to think about something or find something, but all of a sudden my mind forgets everything and I can't remember anything. Three people walked into the elevator and pressed the floor button. Qian Xiao still frowned and turned to look at Lin Mo in confusion. Strangely, he felt that the person in front of him was somewhat familiar. Right, circle of friends. Suddenly remembering something, Qian Xiao immediately took out his mobile phone and opened his circle of friends to look at it. Yesterday, those top second generations all posted the same message on their moments, stating that no one was allowed to offend a certain person, whose name was unknown, only known to be Brother Lin. Today, almost all the second generation people in Shanghai have received this news, and Qian Xiao has naturally also seen this circle of friends. First, he wanted to find out what Brother Lin's identity was. As a result, after asking for a long time, others only told him not to ask questions that he shouldn't ask and just be obedient. Otherwise, Brother Lin wouldn't even have to do anything, because the people in the club would take the initiative to get rid of him. After hearing this, Qian Xiao's heart trembled 3 times. Later he heard that Bai Hao and Chen Miao from the Magic City Club called that man Big Brother. This completely gave up Qian Xiao's idea of finding out Brother Lin's information. I thought to myself, wow, how much power does this have? You know, anyone who can enter the Magic City Club must have a net worth of at least hundreds of millions, and anyone who can enter the club's meeting room has other bonuses besides their net worth. In the conference room, the two people who were regarded as leaders by everyone were Bai Hao and Chen Miao. It is almost the best of the best among the second generation. Is it possible to just ask around about the person these two big guys call Big Brother? Inside the elevator, Qian Xiao's face was full of nervousness. He held the phone in trembling hands, glanced at the photos in the circle of friends, and then secretly glanced at Lin Mo. That's right, absolutely right, exactly the same. The man in front of me is the legendary Brother Lin. At this moment, Qian Xiao was extremely grateful that he had not said anything rude just now, otherwise he would have offended this gentleman and would not even know how he died. Feeling the gazes from the side, Lin Mo looked back in confusion. Their eyes met. Qian Xiao smiled awkwardly and quickly turned his head away, his heart pounding as he sighed. As expected of Brother Lin, he's so imposing. Just one look at him makes me so nervous I'm about to break out in a sweat. Besides, Zhao Xiaoya was also extremely nervous. He quickly and secretly took out his cell phone and edited a text message to Su Qingyun. I brought Lin Mo up here, and young Master Qian is here too.
Hurry up and get ready, or they won't start a fight. After sending the text message, Zhao Shoya took a look and found that Qianxiao was actually looking at Lin Mo, then he smiled strangely and turned his head away. What's the meaning? Zhao Shoya's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that young Master Qian already knew that Lin Mo was here to find Su Qingyun? Given Qianxiao's somewhat arrogant personality, he might attack on the spot, and then the two of them would wrestle with each other. It's over, it's over, what is going on? At home, Su Qingyun, who was thinking about what to wear, saw the text message and became extremely anxious. This Qianxiao has been pestering me all the time. Even though I have rejected him countless times, he is like a dogskin plaster, appearing in front of me every now and then to express his love to me. In fact, Su Qingyun has never had a good impression of him, and even dislikes him very much, but I am afraid of scoundrels like him and everything. It's shameless, but I always feel that this makes me appear affectionate. It's over, it's over. What if young Master Qian gets so angry that he beats Lin Mo? No, Su Qingyun didn't care about her outfit, she just put on some casual clothes and ran to the kitchen. When she came out, she was holding a pot lid in one hand and a rolling pin in the other. After thinking for a while, she ran back to the room and put on two hats. If young Master Chen dares to touch Lin Mo, then don't blame me for being rude. Looking at herself in the mirror, Su Qingyun began to practice her ferocious expression as much as possible. Inside the elevator, Qianxiao was extremely nervous. How unlucky, I must have not checked the almanac before going out today. How come I met such a great god as soon as I went out? The key point is, he seems to be very familiar with Zhao Shoya. Although he is usually shameless, Qianxiao actually knows very well in his heart that neither Zhao Shoya nor Su Qingyun likes him very much. After all, he usually doesn't treat me well. It's just that I always stop at the right time and leave immediately when I'm rejected, so they can't do anything to me. But what if this matter gets to Brother Lin's ears? Thinking of this, Qian Xiao secretly glanced at Zhao Shoya again, his eyes full of anticipation, hoping that Brother Lin didn't know about this yet. Zhao Shoya frowned, thinking to herself, why is young Master Chen looking at me like that? Is he warning me? Bite. The elevator door opened. Qianxiao hid in the corner and didn't dare to come out first. After Lin Mo and Zhao Shoya came out, Qianxiao walked out slowly. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Qianxiao's heart sank even more, because Brother Lin did not go to Zhao Shoya's door, but came to the door of Su Qingyun, who lived opposite her. I rang the doorbell. Qingyun, it's me. Hiss. Young Master Qian took a deep breath. This Brother Lin actually called Su Qingyun so affectionately? There are only two households on one floor. One is Su Qingyun and the other is Zhao Shoya. Qianxiao, holding a large bouquet of roses, looked extremely awkward at this moment. At this moment, he only felt a little dizzy. If he was stimulated anymore, he might faint on the spot. Chapter 7399 Rosesno, if I turn around and run away now, wouldn't it be too conspicuous? Qianxiao only felt his little heart beating rapidly, and his brain was working rapidly, trying to find a way out for himself. Lin Mo pressed the doorbell again, then looked towards the elevator with a strange look on his face. Who is this man? Why do you keep staring blankly as soon as you get out of the elevator? I don't know what you are doing. Little did they know, Lin Mo's puzzled look made Qianxiao, who was already nervous, even more flustered. It's over. Brother Lin was ringing Su Qingyun's doorbell while looking at me. What does this mean? This shows that Brother Lin obviously already knows about my previous affairs. Even if he didn't know the whole process, he must have heard something about it. Otherwise, why would he look at him specifically? But Brother Lin didn't say a word. He probably isn't really angry yet, and is waiting for me to take the initiative and make amends. That must be right. Qianxiao thought about it for a while and felt that he had understood Lin Mo's meaning. Call. I took a deep breath and tried to relax as much as possible. He forced a smile on his face and walked over with a somewhat stiff body. Zhao Shoya, who was standing next to him, had actually been watching Qianxiao the entire time. She was afraid that Qianxiao would suddenly attack her. Really, in Zhao Shoya's eyes, Qianxiao walked out of the elevator and saw herself and Lin Mo knocking on Su Qingyun's door, so he stood at the stairs in a gloomy mood. Qianxiao's face was bad because of fear. In Zhao Shoya's eyes, he was like a volcano with fury and ready to erupt at any time. Until now, Zhao Shoya saw Qianxiao take a deep breath, then walked over with a sarcastic smile on his face. Oh no, how much anger must one be holding back to make a smile so ugly? This time, Zhao Shoya couldn't wait any longer, and hurriedly stepped forward and knocked on the door, shouting, Qingyun, Qingyun, please open the door quickly and let us in. After shouting, Zhao Shoya quickly looked at Qianxiao, fearing that he would attack her and rush over to fight with Lin Mo. When Qianxiao heard this, he walked even faster. If he let Lin Mo in, he would miss the best opportunity to apologize. He was secretly anxious in his heart. Zhao Shoya, did I provoke you? We don't have such a big grudge. I just want to apologize. There's no need to not even give me this chance, right?
It's over. Seeing Qian Xiao's pace quicker, Zhao Xiaoya became even more panicked. She had already prepared herself to pull some people with her later, but she was afraid that a fight would really break out. Click. Finally, I heard the sound of Su Qingyun opening the door. As soon as the door opened, Su Qingyun, who was already fully armed, jumped out in a flash and protected Lin Mo and Zhao Xiaoya behind him without even looking. Then he used the rolling pin in one hand to knock the pot lid in the other hand. Duong, a sound it echoed in the corridor. Stop! Su Qingyun said fiercely, if you dare take another step forward, don't blame me for tearing my face off and not giving you face. All stupid Lin Mo, Zhao Xiaoya, and Qian Xiao, who had already walked up to them, were all stunned by Su Qingyun's actions. That Lin Mo asked Zhao Xiaoya with a strange look on his face, what's the situation now? Weird. My brain isn't working enough. Zhao Xiaoya knew that Su Qingyun wanted to protect Lin Mo, but seeing Su Qingyun's outfit and the harmless words, it was still a little hard to accept. That I just really want to laugh, but this scene, this atmosphere, is perfect for laughter. It's so uncomfortable. Qian Xiao's eyes lit up. It seemed like they didn't know who Brother Lin was. Qian Xiao is not a fool. When he saw Su Qingyun dressed like this, he knew that they must have misunderstood that he wanted to hit someone. If they knew Brother Lin's identity, they would not have such misunderstandings. Instead, they would understand that they dared not take action at all. The opportunity has come. Qian Xiao immediately stood up straight and cleared his throat, ahem, then said, excuse me, are you Miss Su Qingyun? You. Su Qingyun was also stunned for a moment, looking at Qian Xiao with a strange expression, and secretly muttered in her heart, what the hell is this Qian Xiao doing? Why would he use you as a title? And can't you tell whether I am Su Qingyun? Seeing that Su Qingyun didn't respond, Qian Xiao didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, he handed the roses out gracefully and said, this is from Brother Lin. There are 99 roses in total. Please sign for them. Brother Lin, who is it? Su Qingyun and Zhao Xiaoya were stunned. Lin Mo also asked curiously, do you know Hao and Shui? The reason for asking this is simple, because yesterday Bai Hao and Chen Miao insisted on calling him Big Brother, and later they kept calling him Brother Lin. Apart from the two of them, no one else has ever called him that. It was just an ordinary question, but it made Qian Xiao tremble with fear. Oh my goodness. Qian Xiao's hands holding the roses trembled 3 times with fear. How do others call you? Mr. Bai, Brother Shui. Not many people even call him by his full name, but what about Brother Lin's mouth? How? Shui? That's how brothers call each other. And this Brother Lin is the eldest brother of those two bosses. Qian Xiao quickly put on a flattering smile and said, yes, I'm just not familiar with her. What is the reality? It's more than just unfamiliar. He had heard of the names of Bai Hao and Chen Miao, but it was hard to say whether Bai Hao and Chen Miao had heard of Qian Xiao's name. Although both of them were second generation, they were not on the same level. Yeah. Lin Mo nodded in sudden realization. No wonder he calls himself Brother Lin. Su Qingyun and Zhao Xiaoya were dumbfounded this time. Brother Lin, is that Lin Mo? This flower. Su Qingyun murmured with her eyes lighting up. Just now, young Master Qian said that these roses were given by Brother Lin. Does that mean that these flowers were given by Lin Mo? Young Master Qian was also very clever and immediately said righteously, Miss Su Qingyun, this is a gift from Brother Lin. There are other instructions below. Please accept it quickly. Lin Mo frowned in confusion. Was it me who gave it to him? This shouldn't be the case. I have never done such a thing. Su Qingyun turned her head and glanced at Lin Mo, and found that he looked embarrassed. I was secretly happy. Really? Men just like to keep things to themselves. But I can understand what Lin Mo meant by doing this. It seems that all this was specially arranged by Lin Mo. Chapter 74. Why don't you let me speak? Since young Master Qian calls Lin Mo Brother Lin, that means Lin Mo is definitely more powerful than Qian Xiao, and he is the kind of person that Qian Xiao is convinced of. As for why he brought Qian Xiao here in person to deliver the flowers, the reason is very simple. This is a declaration of sovereignty. In the past, this money shortage had always been bothering me, and I had no way to deal with it. Every time I refused, Qian Xiao would not bother me, but would just turn around and leave without any hesitation. But after a while, the same thing would happen again. Now, Lin Mo asked him to come over and bring the flowers in front of Lin Mo, and these flowers were given by Lin Mo. In this way, it is equivalent to announcing to Mr. Qian that Su Qingyun is mine. Moreover, there may be a greater meaning behind this. For example, Lin Mo knew that Qian Xiao had been pestering him before, And he felt a little jealous. So he was very domineering and asked for less money to come and act as a flower delivery messenger. Hey, thinking of this, Su Qingyun turned around and gave Lin Mo a funny look. It was as if she was saying, if you want to give me flowers, just give me flowers. Why are you going through so much trouble? The point is, I've never been nice to Qian Xiao, and you're still jealous. You're such a childish fool, but I like it. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. I think Lin Mo is so cute. Lin Mo behind him originally wanted to explain that he didn't know this poor man at all. Besides, these flowers were not given by him. Just as he was about to speak, Su Qingyun gave him a look. Lin Mo was stunned. What does that mean? Let me wait and see. So Lin Mo had to slow down and see if there were any other tricks. Hey. Zhao Xiaoya nudged Lin Mo's arm gently with her elbow, raised her eyebrows, and praised, "You're great. That's a very domineering move, very manly." Lin Mo was even more puzzled. What's going on now? What did I do to me? Before Lin Mo could speak, Su Qingyun handed the rolling pin and pot lid to Zhao Xiaoya, then took the rose and said, "Okay, go back quickly. What I mean is that I don't blame you for what happened before, just pretend that nothing happened. There wasn't much hatred between us to begin with, and this is enough for now." But how could Qian Xiao dare to be so careless? When Su Qingyun took the rose, he took the greeting card from it, spread it out, and asked, "Here are the questions Brother Lin wants to ask you." Su Qingyun asked doubtfully, "What's the problem? Your feet must be sore, right?" Qian Xiaoyan said. Su Qingyun blinked in confusion. Huh? No. Qian Xiao reminded quietly, "You should say why?" What the hell is going on? Su Qingyun turned her head and glanced at Lin Mo. She really wanted to know what Lin Mo wanted to say to her. Sov cooperated and asked, "Why?" "Because you've been running around in my mind all day." Qian Xiao said seriously, adding, "These are Brother Lin's exact words." What? Lin Mo was stunned. "You're talking nonsense. My exact words? How come I don't know that? I wanted to explain immediately just now." Puff. When Su Qingyun heard this, she immediately laughed out loud. Holding the roses, she looked at Lin Mo with amusement. Her heart was sweet and she felt a little funny. "If you miss me, just tell me directly. Why do you have to say it in front of so many people?" Really? Lin Mo, who was about to explain, saw the look Su Qingyun gave him and thought Su Qingyun was telling him not to speak for the time being, so he had to hold back his words. There's hope. He smiled when he saw Su Qingyun. Qian Xiao felt relieved. It seemed that this path was feasible. I have to work harder. If Brother Lin and Su Qingyun end up together and I have made some contributions, then I won't be held accountable in the future, right? Thinking of this, Qian Xiao felt that his vision suddenly became clear. As long as the match is made well, forget about settling accounts later. Who knows, maybe I can get in touch with Brother Lin in the future and help my family move to a higher level. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Qian Xiao quickly said, "It's like this. In addition to these roses, Brother Lin also booked my restaurant, which has 900 roses. Add the 99 in your hand, and the total is 999, real?" When Su Qingyun heard the words 999 roses, her eyes lit up a slander. It's pure slander. Lin Mo was very angry. How could he buy so many roses? These were tricks that only country bumpkins would use. Just as he was about to retort, Su Qingyun gave him another look. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. 3 times in total. Why don't you let me speak, etc. Lin Mo frowned and thought to himself, I'm very sure that I didn't do any of this, so why does this young Master Qian keep saying that I did it? He glanced at Zhao Xiaoya and then shook his head. Just now downstairs, I asked Zhao Xiaoya if Qian Xiao was her suitor. Zhao Xiaoya said no, and she even looked confused, so she definitely didn't know Qian Xiao would come. It's neither me nor Zhao Xiaoya, so there is only one person left. No wonder Qian Xiao was holding a rose in his hand at that time. When the three of them walked into the elevator together, Qian Xiao ran straight over and had no intention of going to other floors. After all, there were only 2 households on this floor. I see. After putting all the clues together, Lin Mo understood. I think this so-called Qian Xiao should have been found by Su Qingyun. Su Qingyun knew that I would come to have lunch with her at noon, so she specially found this Qian Xiao, and then asked this Qian Xiao to send flowers to her in my name in front of Zhao Xiaoya, and also talked about something about the restaurant. After all, Zhao Xiaoya's expression didn't seem to be acted out. The most important thing is that every time he wanted to refute, Su Qingyun would stop him in time with her eyes. Well, everything makes sense now, but there is still a question. What is Su Qingyun's purpose in making such an arrangement? Are you hinting at me? Lin Mo is not a fool. He can feel the affection that Su Qingyun occasionally shows towards him, but Lin Mo never responded all this time. He just wanted to wait until he was sure of his feelings before making any plans for the next step. Could it be that it was because of this that Su Qingyun started to feel anxious? There is such a possibility. Lin Mo pinched his chin and nodded. Indeed, no matter what he felt, he should give Su Qingyun a clear answer. He had neglected it before. Beside Chen Xiao, who had been secretly observing Lin Mo, saw Lin Mo nod and thought that Lin Mo was approving of his actions. Suddenly his body shook, more energetic. I said excitedly in my heart, it seems that I am on the right path. No, I need to make some more arrangements. So, he quickly said, after dinner, Brother Lin has other plans. Chapter 75. I have little money. Dating a little genius. Are there any other plans? Su Qingyun looked at Qian Xiao curiously and asked, what other plans do you have? Well, Qian Xiao thought about it, but he didn't know how to arrange it, but he was clever and naturally had a solution. He whispered back, that's the place you've always wanted to go. Amusement park? Su Qingyun asked. Qian Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Su Qingyun to say such a thing, but when you think about it, it seems quite normal. The girls generally like to go to amusement parks, but Su Qingyun is a star, so she naturally doesn't have such an opportunity normally. This was probably the reason why Su Qingyun wanted to go to the amusement park so much. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao secretly made up his mind that he must get these two together today no matter what. So, Chen Xiao simply gritted his teeth and decided to pay out of his own pocket and spend a lot of money. It's like this. Qian Xiao raised his voice a little, Brother Lin specially booked an amusement park for you. There are no reporters and passers-by, so you can play in it to your heart's content. After saying that, Qian Xiao took a special look at Lin Mo and found that Lin Mo had been staring at him, and he couldn't help but straighten his chest higher. He felt proud. Great. Brother Lin has been paying attention to my performance. Looks like I'm really lucky today. From now on, I'll be one of those people who knows Brother Lin. Lin Mo looked at Mr. Chen with a strange expression. As expected, it must have been directed and acted by Su Qingyun herself. Alas! I guess she was too embarrassed to tell me herself, so she specially found such an actor. A real. Su Qingyun's eyes lit up and she turned to look at Lin Mo, her gaze radiating light. She really couldn't believe that Lin Mo, who usually seemed cold and indifferent, had done so many things for her without saying a word. At first, he helped to scare Qian Xiao away. Looking at Qian Xiao now, he no longer looks like a rogue. I think he will never dare to do that again in the future. I also gave myself 999 roses, which will last forever. In the end, he even knew the place he wanted to go the most, and booked the entire amusement park in advance so that he could have a great time. Very nice. There was a sweet smile on Su Qingyun's lips. She had never mentioned these things before, so it seemed that Lin Mo must have put a lot of thought into it to find out. It turns out that Lin Mo has done so many things for him. Hey! Zhao Xiaoyan nudged Lin Mo's arm gently with her elbow and praised him. You're quite good. You're a very careful observer. How did you know Qingyun always wanted to go to the amusement park? Just as Lin Mo was about to speak, Qian Xiao on the other side said, I have finished the matter, I will take my leave first. After finishing speaking, he turned around and walked into the elevator. He even bowed to Lin Mo at the end. Then Brother Lin, let's meet in the restaurant. Miss Qingyun should know the location. The elevator door closed. Qian Xiao immediately sat down and took a deep breath. He patted his chest in fear and sighed. It seems what they said is true. Opportunities and dangers often coexist. Fortunately, I reacted quickly today. It really is one step to heaven and one step to hell. But it's not over yet. Where is the idea of a fully booked amusement park? He just made it up, but now, it has to come true. And it has to come true, otherwise, good things will turn into bad things. And then there's the restaurant thing. Without time to lament, Qian Xiao quickly pulled out his phone and called his restaurant. We're closed for business today. We need to serve a big customer. Everyone, get your act together. Also, go buy 900 roses right now and invite a few musicians over. Got it? Hurry. I thought that if today's arrangements could satisfy Brother Lin, I will definitely be on the rise. Thinking of this, Qian Xiao felt a little proud in his heart. Oh my, Chen Xiaonan, today you have to be an ordinary little dating genius. In the corridor, after seeing that the elevator had gone down, Zhao Shoya asked curiously, "Why does young Master Qian call you Brother Lin?" Just following the others and shouting blindly. Lin Mo was still a little confused, but in my heart, I have already confirmed my previous guess. After all, what kind of restaurant is it? People said that Su Qingyun knew the location, and it was very likely that lunch had already been arranged. Qingyun, actually, Lin Mo still wanted to explain. Before he could finish his words, Su Qingyun, holding a rose, had already come up to him. She looked at Lin Mo with a touching expression and said softly, "Lin Mo, thank you." "Thank me?" No, Lin Mo wanted to explain, but suddenly realized that Zhao Shoya might not know about this yet. If I expose it now, wouldn't Su Qingyun be humiliated? Zhao Shoya blinked and asked curiously, "No what?" "No." Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "I mean, isn't this what I should do?" "That's amazing." Zhao Shoya raised her eyebrows and secretly gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. "I can't believe it. I used to think Lin Mo was a taciturn person. It turns out that he is a very talented person. If he doesn't make a move, it's fine, but once he does, it's amazing. Well, how about we go have lunch together?" Lin Mo quickly changed the subject. "No, no." Zhao Shoya was quite sensible. She didn't want to be a light bulb, so she quickly shook her head and yawned. "Oh, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to take a nap. I'm warning you guys not to wake me up, I'm very irritable when I wake up." After saying that, he opened his door and slipped in. As soon as the door closed, Zhao Shoya hurriedly observed through the peephole, muttering, "You really can't judge a person by appearance. Isn't Lin Mo too strong? Come on, Xingyun, jump on him and kiss him." In the corridor, Lin Mo felt a little uncomfortable under Su Qingyun's fiery gaze. He smiled and said, "Well, actually, I think you don't have to say it." Su Qingyun shook her head with emotion. "I know what you mean." "Know what I mean? Does this mean she understands that I've seen through her tricks?" All the girls said so. Lin Mo didn't want to continue discussing this topic in depth. After all, he should have given a clear answer before. So he nodded, "As long as you understand what I mean." Now Lin Mo felt a little complicated for a moment. What a nice girl. She even created such a scene just because I didn't give a clear answer before. Anyway, we are going to Peach Blossom Island together tomorrow. By then, I should be able to make up my mind. At that time, I will definitely give a clear answer. Su Qingyun was also moved. "Lin Mo, you have done so much for me. Not only does he make me fall in love with him, but he is also so nice to me. Is this the legendary mutual love?" No, I have to discuss it with Zhao Shoya when I get back in the evening. At worst, I can confess to you when the time comes. Chapter 76, Hug a Thigh. What I'm wearing now is definitely not suitable. Su Qingyun asked Lin Mo to wait in the living room for a while she went back to her room to change her clothes. "Wait until she comes out." Lin Mo was stunned. "Did you choose a color similar to mine on purpose? When two people stand together, they look like a couple." Seeing Lin Mo in a daze, Su Qingyun realized that Lin Mo had seen through her little thoughts. With a sweet smile on her lips and a rosy face, she said happily, "Okay, let's go." The other side, Xian Sinan was directing the waiters in his own restaurant. Yes, the flowers are placed here. Over there, I'm talking about you. Hang the lanterns higher and make them more symmetrical. And, where's the pianist? Get him in right away. I don't want to see him late. Hey, violinist, could you please tune up faster? The guests might be arriving soon. The restaurant manager next to him stood beside Chen Xian and with a puzzled look on his face, watching him direct everyone to quickly set up the entire restaurant. Normally, Chen Xiao rarely comes here, and the manager is the one who manages this restaurant. Come over occasionally. In addition to auditing. In fact, most of them come here with friends to have a meal, brag, etc. This is the first time that something has been done in such a grand manner as today. The manager asked curiously, "Chen Xiao, what kind of important person is coming to our restaurant today? It's very big." Xian Xian patted the manager's shoulder earnestly and said, "Oldly, you've been working so hard managing this restaurant. If you can serve this customer well today, I'll triple your year-end bonus." Really? The manager's eyes lit up. That must be true. Xian Sinan nodded affirmatively, then he clapped his hands, asking everyone to focus on him, and waited until all eyes were on him. Xian Sinan then said, "Everyone, pay attention. We're only entertaining one table of guests today. As long as you serve this guest well, everyone's salary will be doubled this month. Don't worry, the money is small, we will definitely take good care of you.
That's right, absolutely professional.
When they heard about the salary increase, everyone perked up and worked harder. Good job. However, many people were also wondering who was coming today and why young Master Chen was so concerned. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Qian Sinan took a look and saw that it was a call from his best friend, so he quickly picked up the phone. Without waiting for the other person to speak, he hurriedly asked, "How is it?
Have you found the place for the amusement park? It's hard to find. There's not enough money. Stop talking nonsense.
I owe you a favor this time, so go find it quickly,"
Qian Sinan urged. Who makes you so obsessed with Qian Xiao? Is that girl pretty? Qian Sinan said angrily, "Stop slandering me. Speak politely.
If this gets out, I won't be able to survive, and neither will you." Hiss. After hearing Qian Xian's words, the person on the other end of the phone immediately quieted down. After several seconds, he asked cautiously, "Mr. Qian, what kind of person is he?"
Qian Sinan said seriously, "Don't ask me nonsense. I can't tell you too much. I can only tell you that I am helping Brother Lin. Do you understand? Brother Lin?"
There was a cry of surprise from the other end of the phone.
"Keep your voice down. You want to die, but I don't," Qian Sinan said quickly.
Yes, yes." The person on the other end of the phone confirmed again, "Mr. Qian, please don't frame me. The Brother Lin you are talking about, is he the Brother Lin who is so popular now?" "Nonsense,"
Qian Sinan said impatiently, "Of course it's him. Can you tell me how it feels?"
Qian Sinan couldn't help but recall the feeling of pressure he felt in the elevator. He couldn't help but say with some fear, "Brother Lin is low-key and doesn't like to talk much, but he has a very strong aura." I broke out in a sweat just standing next to him. I didn't have this feeling when facing my dad.
It's so scary. How could someone with such an aura be an ordinary person?
The person on the other end of the phone could tell that Qian Sinan was not joking, he was serious.
"All right, hurry up and help me find it," Qian Xian urged. "If you do this well, I might become rich."
The person on the other end of the phone immediately said, "Actually, there is a place, but they just finished building it.
It's a small amusement park. Is that okay? Where are the safety facilities?" Qian Sinan asked. "We just bought some equipment, but we don't have any employees yet. I'll help you find some." The person on the other end of the phone smiled and said, "How about I contribute to this?" "Okay." Qian Xian nodded. "We're all good buddies. If there's someone close, we can hug each other. But don't spread the news. Brother Lin doesn't like being too high profile." "Yes, I understand."
Get in the car. Every once in a while, Su Qingyun would turn her head and stare at Lin Mo, and the smile on her lips became sweeter and sweeter. Lin Mo felt that he could no longer concentrate on driving after seeing this. Just arrived at a traffic light, Lin Mo stopped steadily, turned his head helplessly to look at Su Qingyun and asked, "Why do you always look at me like that?"
"What?" Su Qingyun didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, she said confidently, "You're good looking, but you don't want people to look at you?" Lin Mo retorted, "You are good looking, so if I keep staring at you, will you feel comfortable?" "Comfortable,"
Su Qingyun said with a smile. So helpless, Lin Mo took a deep breath silently, then said, "Don't look at me, I can't concentrate on driving." Unexpectedly, Su Qingyun did not restrain herself at all. Instead, he leaned closer and teased, "Are you nervous or shy?"
"Ah."
Female hooligan, Lin Mo secretly complained in his heart. Puff. Seeing Lin Mo's helpless look, Su Qingyun sat up straight with a smile. Okay, I won't stare at you anymore, is that okay?" But I was very proud in my heart.
"Hey, Lin Mo must be so nervous and shy, that's so cute."
But I remembered that we were about to reach the restaurant. Su Qingyun began to look forward to it again. There were still 900 roses, and the scene would definitely be beautiful. I don't know why. If this kind of scene was captured by paparazzi, scandals would probably be all over the place the next day, but once the target changed to Lin Mo. Su Qingyun had no such thoughts at all. She even had a terrible thought in her mind: I really want to have some scandal with Lin Mo. Chapter 77. Is she going to confess to me? Following the navigation instructions, the two soon arrived at the door of a restaurant. Here it comes. A doorman had been standing at the door for a long time.
When he saw the car approaching, he ran in and said to Qian Xianen, "Young Master Qian, the car you mentioned is here." "It's RS6, doesn't it have a license plate?" Qian Sinan asked hurriedly. "Yes." The doorman nodded affirmatively. So Qian Xianen quickly put down what he was doing and called out, "Hurry, hurry, the guests are here. Follow the instructions we just rehearsed." A moment's effort, everyone started running to the door and then formed into two lines. Qian Sinan quickly stood at the door, took a look through the glass door, and confirmed that it was indeed Lin Mo's car. He then quickly turned around and asked the manager, "Oldly, is there anything wrong with my appearance?" "It's okay, the money is less." The manager confirmed. That's good, that's good." Xian Xiao nodded nervously. He stood there, took several deep breaths, and waited for Brother Lin and the others to come in. "Park the car," Lin Mo asked. "Is this the restaurant?" "Yeah, that's right." Su Qingyun said with a smile, "The decoration looks pretty good. This place is close to the suburbs and the flow of people is not very high, but the restaurant in front of you is very nicely decorated and has a bourgeois atmosphere." Su Qingyun explained. "Chen Xiao's restaurant has a small number of customers, but most of them are reservations. The food here is quite good." "Pre-booked," Lin Mo nodded with an expression that said, "I knew it would be like this," and said, "Okay, let's go." Two people got out of the car. So they walked inside together, just walked to the door. Qian Xian and opened the door himself and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, Ms. Su Qingyun, welcome to my restaurant. Please come in." The 2 rows of employees standing behind him were not idle either. Instead, they immediately bowed and shouted, "Welcome Brother Lin and Ms. Su Qingyun." "What's going on?" Lin Mo looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Su Qingyun, who was standing next to him, was secretly amused. She rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and thought to herself, "Really? Why such a grand arrangement? Isn't there going to be a piano accompaniment or something later?" The 2 of them just stepped in and the piano hasn't sounded yet. The person next to him immediately took out his violin and started playing music. At first glance, more than 900 roses make the entire restaurant look like a sea of flowers. The scene, something seems wrong. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, "Did Su Qingyun arrange all of this? Will she confess to me later?" Although he hadn't said it out loud yet, Lin Mo had already planned it in his mind. We should take advantage of the time on Peach Blossom Island to get to know each other. If we are really suitable for each other, we can confess our feelings to each other at that time. But now this scene, Lin Mo was actually a little scared. What should I do if she confesses to me later? Accept? What if it's not suitable? But if I don't accept, it's going to be such a big deal. Wouldn't it be so embarrassing for a girl like her? Lin Mo. Su Qingyun pulled Lin Mo's sleeve. Lin Mo came back to his senses. He didn't dare to look directly at Su Qingyun. He simply looked around and asked, "What's wrong?" "What else?" Su Qingyun looked at Lin Mo with amusement, thinking to herself, "You've arranged the scene like this, aren't you going to confess your feelings to me?" No. After thinking about it, Su Qingyun felt that she understood Lin Mo has always been a shy and reserved person. Isn't everything he's doing now a metaphor for his feelings for me? 999 Roses Romantic Violin Performance in addition, the 2 of them are wearing matching outfits at the moment. What else is there to say? Isn't this very clear? Su Qingyun looked at Lin Mo with joy in her eyes and said emotionally, "Even if you don't say anything, I understand what you mean. I believe you should understand what I mean too. Right? Do you understand what I mean? Do you understand what I mean?" Lin Mo shouted in his heart, "I don't understand what you mean. Do you understand what I mean?" Let's change the subject quickly. Fearing that Su Qingyun would confess her love next, Lin Mo quickly changed the subject and said, Are you hungry? Let's eat first." Su Qingyun nodded, her heart already filled with joy. She made up her mind, "When I get home tonight, I must pull Zhao Shoya over to have a good discussion." Lin Mo has already taken 99 steps towards her, and only the last step is left. Su Qingyun plans to take the initiative to take it forward. After all, she also wants to invest in the relationship, and sitting back and reaping the benefits is not what she wants. Confession is imperative. The 2 of them sat down facing each other, each with their own thoughts. Qian Xian immediately brought over 2 menus. "You 2, feel free to order whatever you want. Would you like some wine? I have authentic 1982 Lafite. No, I'm driving. Lin Mo shook his head and refused, then asked Su Qingyun, would you like something to drink? I don't want to drink anymore. Isn't there an amusement park later? Su Qingyun said. Yes, yes, yes.
Xian Xian quickly said, please rest assured, everything about the amusement park has been arranged.
You two can order your food first. I'll go to the kitchen and keep an eye on it. Our ingredients here are very authentic. I believe Miss Su should know this. Yeah, I know.
Su Qingyun nodded in response. She had heard that the ingredients here were all airlifted from their places of origin, and were mainly made to order. That's why I brought Zhao Shoya here to have dinner together. It is for this reason that I got to know Qian Xianen.
Then I'll take my leave first. Qian Xianen stood up straight and waved to the manager not far away. Lao Li, come here. It's a small amount of money.
The manager came over. Qian Sinan lowered his voice and said, please treat them well for me, and don't neglect them.
I'm going to make a phone call in the back, and you can't mess it up for me. I understand.
The manager nodded quickly, then he stood not far away and watched Lin Mo and Su Qingyun, ready to go forward and serve them at any time. No wait, he is nervous too. I thought today's guest would be a business tycoon or something like that, but I didn't expect it to be a young man, and a stranger at that. But Qian Xiao's attitude towards others was too flattering. The more so, the more frightened the manager became. He wondered how high a position the person had to hold to make the usually arrogant
Qian Xiao becomes so cautious?
Chapter 78. When you are weak, she is strong. When you are strong, she is weak. I ordered a steak, and other appetizers and the like, and just ordered some random dishes.
Just eat this first. I've ordered too.
Su Qingyun said. The manager quickly came over and took the menu, nodding, okay, please wait a moment, we'll prepare it for you right away. After saying that, he took the menu and went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Qian Sinan was talking on the phone.
200,000 a day? That's a bargain. Guaranteed.
As he was talking, he saw the manager coming over and quickly said, wait a minute, don't hang up yet, I want to tell someone something. Then he shouted, Lao Li, come here.
The manager walked over and asked, Mr. Qian, what do you want to tell me? Have Brother Lin and Miss Su finished ordering their meals? Qian Sinan asked. Yes. The manager handed the menu to Qian Xianen. Here, these are the menus for Brother Lin and Miss Su. Qian Sinan took a look and asked, is there any problem with the ingredients? There will definitely be no problem.
The manager was very confident about this and said, we just picked up the goods from the airport today, so there will definitely be no problems.
That's good. Qian Xianen felt a little relieved, but still reminded him, but don't let your guard down. Go and check it yourself. Have you neglected them outside? Don't worry, that won't happen. There are so many waiters here. I asked them to wait a few meters away so they can't hear the conversation between the two of them.
This ensures privacy, but they can still come over to serve at any time. After listening to the manager's words, Qian Sinan finally felt relieved. He grinned and patted the manager's shoulder. Okay, Lao Li, I trust you to do the job. Go ahead and get on with your work.
Hey. After the manager left, Qian Xianen picked up the phone again.
Where were we just now?
Oh, right, 200,000 a day, I'll take it.
Lin Mo picked up the water glass and took a sip uncomfortably. The atmosphere around here is really subtle. There was a sea of flowers all around, and there was even a rose on the table for both of them. Not far away, the melodious sound of a violin could be heard slowly. In addition, Su Qingyun, who was sitting opposite him, was looking at him with shining eyes. The pressure is so great, this made Lin Mo keep his eyelids lowered, not daring to look directly at Su Qingyun, for fear that she would confess to him if they made eye contact. Su Qingyun, who was sitting opposite, was in a completely different mood from Lin Mo. In her heart, she thought that all this was arranged by Lin Mo specifically for her. Roses, violin music, all that's missing is the I love you. However, when she saw Lin Mo's evasive expression, she understood in her heart that it would be too difficult for Lin Mo to say these words. Shy, this must be shy. Hey, Su Qingyun raised the corners of her mouth and smiled secretly. She was convinced in her heart, Lin Mo must be a shy person. So he can't say such direct words. Instead, he expresses his feelings through actions. However, Su Qingyun's eyes flashed with light, and she said firmly in her heart, Lin Mo, I understand what you mean. When I got home in the evening, I went to discuss it with Zhao Xiuya. You told me your feelings so grandly, so I will also tell you in a grand way how important you were in my heart. No, Lin Mo couldn't stand being stared at. He felt so aggrieved. As a grown man, you can't be so weak. As the saying goes, when you are weak, she is strong, and when you are strong, she is weak. Look back. So Lin Mo put down the water cup, raised his head, and looked directly at Su Qingyun. However, Su Qingyun's gaze did not dodge or evade. Instead, it became even more passionate as she met Lin Mo's gaze. Good. Lin Mo was furious. You bitch. You've been staring at me all day. Do you think I'm scared of you? Su Qingyun. Lin Mo said seriously. I do. Su Qingyun said quickly. Huh? Lin Mo looked at Su Qingyun in surprise and asked, what are you willing to do? Su Qingyun's originally fair neck gradually turned red, and she felt her ears becoming hoti. In fact, she was not looking at Lin Mo just now, but was fantasizing about something in her mind. Since Lin Mo has already done this, what should I do if Lin Mo confesses his feelings to me before I do? Just as she thought of this, she heard Lin Mo calling her name. Subconsciously, Su Qingyun blurted out the 3 words I do. When she came to her senses, she was naturally very embarrassed, especially when she saw Lin Mo's surprised look. Su Qingyun felt even more regretful. Oops, Su Qingyun, you were so stupid. Can't you just be patient and let Lin Mo finish what he wants to say? Now, Lin Mo looked so serious just now, he must have made up his mind to confess his feelings to me, but after what I did, he must have backed off again. Oh my god. If I hadn't considered Lin Mo being in front of me, I wouldn't be at home now. Otherwise, she would grab the doll's ears and twist them to her heart's content. If she still wasn't satisfied, she would roll on the bed to vent her anger. See, Lin Mo is still staring at him. Su Qingyun quickly explained, what I mean is, aren't we going to the amusement park after dinner? Otherwise, ask the boss to take Yanzi with him. Hold head high. Lin Mo pretended not to notice anything unusual and nodded. Okay, I'll call the boss later and tell him. As for Su Qingyun's explanation, Lin Mo didn't believe it. It was clearly said that I was willing. So, what do you want? I am willing to take care of you for the rest of my life. Lin Mo dismissed this thought as soon as it arose. This was usually a confession between a boy and a girl. Even if Su Qingyun wanted to confess, she wouldn't say such words to him, right? Anyway, she won't confess again, right? The 2 people were sitting together, but they were thinking about the same things in their minds. Lin Mo thought Su Qingyun was going to confess her love. However, Su Qingyun thought that Lin Mo wanted to confess his love. The biggest difference is that Lin Mo wants to go to Peach Blossom Island to get to know each other better before thinking about whether to be together. Su Qingyun also thought that Lin Mo had already done so much for her, and she wanted to further their relationship by herself. Of course, if Lin Mo could come all at once, she would be absolutely willing to do so. The 2 looked at each other and said in unison that, hey, well, it's quite embarrassing. Fortunately, Jen Sinan came over at this time with 2 plates of food. Here it is, Brother Lin, your caviar, and Miss Su, your butter chicken puff pastry box. Call, the timing is just right. Jen Sinan's appearance broke the awkward atmosphere between the 2 people. Just wondering, when does your winter vacation start? I don't mean anything else, I just want to update more during your winter vacation so that you don't have time to do your winter vacation homework. Smiley face. Chapter 79. Will you cry if I don't accept you as my younger brother? The dishes are served. Qian Sinan immediately put his hands behind his back and waved them at the pianist. The pianist immediately understood the meaning and began to play slow music. Qian Sinan smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself, this kid is quite clever. I'll give him some more red envelopes later. Young Master Qian, right? Lin Mo didn't know his name yet, so he followed Su Qingyun and the others and called him no. When others called him Young Master Qian, he would still respond. But when Lin Mo called him, he didn't dare to respond. He quickly said, my name is Qian Xin. Brother Lin, you can just call me Little Qian, but don't call me Young Master Qian. Qian Sinan thought to himself, it's better if you call me Xiao Qian, but calling me Xiao Qian makes me feel scared. Lin Mo looked at him with a puzzled look, feeling a little confused. This kid, what happened? I don't remember having any special props. Why do so many people want to be my subordinates these days? However, Bai Hao and Chen Miao could still explain it because they were impressed by his god-level driving skills, but as for Chen Xianen, why did he do that? Lin Mo planned to ask clearly. So he said, yesterday, Ahao and Ashui insisted on calling me Big Brother. I told them not to, saying we are all brothers, but they still insisted. He frowned and continued, I can understand a little bit why the two of them recognized me as their big brother. What about you? When Qian Sinan heard this, he felt very disappointed. What does Brother Lin mean by this? Naturally, he had to tell himself that people like Mr. Bai and Brother Shui could only recognize him as their big brother. So who was he? Did he want to follow Brother Lin? Well, that's right. Although his family has assets worth more than 10 billion, in the eyes of ordinary people, he is already a rich second generation. However, with such wealth, he is just an ordinary second generation person in the circle of other second generation people. As for the Magic City Club, a fortune of over $1 billion was just that of an ordinary member. Those in the meeting room all had families worth tens of billions or more. A single business deal could net them $1 billion. Bai Hao and Shen Miao's families were even closer to the terrifying hundreds of billions, an unattainable existence. Thinking of this, Qian Sinan felt a little bitter at the corner of his mouth. He laughed at himself. Alas, Qian Xanan, aren't you a little too arrogant? You're lucky enough not to have offended Brother Lin today, but you're actually dreaming of becoming Brother Lin's younger brother. You're really thinking too high. Thinking of this, Qian Xanan had no choice but to put on a sad face, nodded dejectedly, and said, Brother Lin, I understand what you mean. I was delusional, actually wanting to be your little brother. Oh my god, looking at Qian Sinan's expression, Lin Mo was even more surprised. Is it that so? I just wanted to ask why you wanted to be my little brother, but you made me look like you were about to cry. Alright. Lin Mo waved his hand. Then you'll be my little brother from now on. Is that alright? Hiss, surprise. It came so suddenly. Qian Xanan, whose heart was in hell the previous second, felt as if he had flown to heaven in the very next second. He nodded excitedly. Thank you, Brother Lin. I will definitely behave well in the future and will never embarrass you. So proud, thinking that he would become Brother Lin's younger brother in the future, Qian Xanan's chest straightened even more. So what? Lin Mo looked at Qian Xanan with a strange expression. I have never seen such a person. I have heard of people who like to be the big brother, but I have never heard of anyone who actively wants to be the younger brother. I have learned a lot today. Su Qingyun next to her was even more certain of her previous inference. Really, Lin Mo did all this for himself, but I don't know how Lin Mo made Chen Xiao so convinced. I was very curious, but I also felt that Lin Mo worked so hard to do all this but didn't tell anyone. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing for Lin Mo if I asked, so I had to suppress my curiosity in my heart. Soon Qian Sinan continued to work as a waiter. Unlike Chinese food, the more important thing about Western food is the sense of ritual. The appetizer is served first, followed by the soup, and then the side dishes, such as foie gras or lobster, which are all side dishes. Next comes the main course, steak. After eating the main course, there are desserts and hot drinks. Some people will add a salad after eating the main course. How is it? What do you think it tastes like? Lin Mo asked curiously. Su Qingyun nodded and said with a smile, it's delicious. Originally, Qian Sinan's business was customization. Both the ingredients and the chef's skills are very famous. In addition, with Lin Mo sitting opposite her and the surrounding atmosphere, it made people feel even more cheerful. Su Qingyun naturally enjoyed her meal very much. After dinner. So we prepared to set off for the amusement park. Qian Sinan quickly handed the address to Lin Mo. Brother Lin, this is the address of the amusement park. Then he raised his eyebrows at Lin Mo and said, everything has been arranged over there. Is everything arranged? What's the meaning? Lin Mo understood after a little thought. It seemed that Su Qingyun not only decorated the restaurant, but also made some arrangements in the amusement park. It seems that I still need to make some mental preparations. Thinking that the younger brother he had just recruited was actually risking being discovered by Su Qingyun to secretly inform him of the news, Lin Mo nodded, patted his shoulder gently, and said, well done. I'll remember your kindness. When Qian Xanan heard this, he immediately said, no, you are my big brother, this is what I should do. That's what I said, but at this moment, Qian Xanan's heart was filled with joy. He worked so hard to do so many things. Wasn't he just waiting for Lin Mo's affirmation? Now hearing Lin Mo's affirmation of him, Qian Sinan decided that he must continue to work hard and become a qualified younger brother. First, call the owner of the Sichuan restaurant and tell them to come to the amusement park to play together. Then, according to the address, Lin Mo drove the car and took Su Qingyun there. In the car. Su Qingyun's face was filled with excitement. Actually, I've wanted to go to the amusement park for many years, but I was too busy with work before. Besides, as a public figure, it's really not convenient for me to go to a place with so many people. As he spoke, he turned around and looked at Lin Mo, his gentle gaze like the warm sun.
But now it's all right. I feel even happier playing with you.
Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat.
He swallowed hard and muttered to himself, "No way, sir, is this a confession of love?" Chapter 80. I give you my wish. Fortunately, Su Qingyun didn't seem to continue talking about this aspect, but asked excitedly, "Lin Mo, do you like sports like roller coasters?" "Yeah, I like it very much," Lin Mo replied. "Then let's play together later,"
Su Qingyun said with a smile. Good.
Half an hour's drive. Lin Mo and Su Qingyun were not as fast as Boss and Yan Zi, who took the subway. When I arrived, the two of them had already been waiting at the door for a long time. When she saw Su Qingyun, Yan Zi's eyes lit up and she immediately ran over and said sweetly, "Sister Qingyun." After calling out, he turned around and looked at Lin Mo, who came down from the driver's seat, and said with a smile, "Hello, brother Lin Mo." Lin Mo greeted with a smile, "Hello," and then nodded to the boss standing at the door. Su Qingyun also raised her hand and touched Yan Zi's head with a smile, "Happy birthday." As she spoke, she took out an exquisite greeting card from her bag and said, "This is a letter for you. Please don't think I'm too long-winded." "No problem, no problem."
Yan Zi took the greeting card with excitement. How could she dislike something given to her by her idol?
Even a random autograph would make her happy for a long time, let alone a letter? The boss watched the scene with a smile, and thanked Lin Mo, who came to his side. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, Yan Zi would have been very happy today."
Lin Mo quickly waved his hands and said, "Oh, I just mentioned it casually."
"If you want to say the credit, it has to go to Su Qingyun."
Don't worry, I understand." The boss squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Mo, and the smile on his face always had a different taste. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat bewildered by the stare, asked, "What are you looking at?"
"It's weird."
The boss smiled, raised his eyebrows, and shook his head with a smile. It's okay. Then he called out to the swallow in front of him, "Swallow, come on, I'm going to take you out to play."
"Hey, here I come," Yan Zi responded, but did not go back immediately. Instead, she waved at Su Qingyun, indicating that she should put her ear close to her. Su Qingyun was also a little curious about what the little girl wanted to say to her, so she bent down and said, "Go ahead." Yan Zi stood on tiptoe, put one hand to her mouth, and whispered, "Sister Qingyun, don't worry, I will help you." "Help me?" Su Qingyun blinked doubtfully and asked curiously, "Help me with what?" Yan Zi said in a very serious tone, "My birthday wish today is that you and brother Lin Mo are together, huh?"
Su Qingyun quickly straightened her back and looked at Yan Zi in surprise. "This little girl," she said embarrassedly, "don't talk nonsense, brother Lin Mo and I are not together yet."
"Sister Qingyun, my birthday wishes have always been accurate," Yan Zi said seriously. Su Qingyun nodded helplessly. Okay, thank you then."
If Zhao Xiuya had said this to herself, Su Qingyun would have discussed it with her, but the person who said this was Yan Zi, and Su Qingyun would not discuss any emotional issues with the child.
"Swallow, hurry up," the boss behind her urged her again. Yan Zi turned around and shouted, "I understand, old man, don't rush me." She turned around and waved to Su Qingyun, "Then I'll go play first, Sister Qingyun." After saying that, she skipped off to find her father. Lin Mo walked over and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Yan Zi? She looks very happy." "It's nothing. I just gave her a greeting card to make her happy,"
Su Qingyun said with a smile, looking at Lin Mo's face. Su Qingyun suddenly wanted to believe Yan Zi's words.
Who knows, maybe it will work. Seeing Yan Zi was about to enter the amusement park, Su Qingyun hurriedly shouted, "Yan Zi, thank you for your wish." Swallow, who was about to go in, heard the sound, turned around and waved with a smile, shouting, "I won't forget, don't worry." "Thank you Yan Zi for your wish?"
Lin Mo muttered with a puzzled frown. "Oops." Su Qingyun grinned and said, "Don't think too much, that's just a little secret between her and me, let's go have fun."
"What do you want to play?"
Lin Mo asked curiously. "Roller coaster." Su Qingyun clenched her fists and waved them in the air a few times, as if to encourage herself, saying, "I've always wanted to try a roller coaster, become." A few minutes later, the two of them got on the roller coaster. Lin Mo was quite calm throughout the whole process, but Su Qingyun screamed desperately, holding Lin Mo's hands tightly with both hands. The strange thing was that after sitting there, Su Qingyun asked to sit there again. After, the two of them experienced several exciting sports. Su Qingyun was still the same, holding Lin Mo's hand and screaming throughout the whole process. Although Lin Mo appeared calm on the surface, he was actually very nervous. It's not because of these stimulating sports, it was because he found himself in such a happy mood when he was accompanying Su Qingyun. At the beginning, it was Su Qingyun who was holding Lin Mo's hand tightly. Later, before anything started, Lin Mo had already taken the initiative to hold Su Qingyun's hand every time. At this time, Su Qingyun would cast her eyes over, and Lin Mo would pretend nothing happened and look away, but would hold Su Qingyun's hand even tighter. Every time I let go, deep in my heart, I feel a sense of reluctance. A complex emotion flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He seemed to gradually begin to understand his own heart. Even if he put aside Su Qingyun's appearance, deep down in his heart, he would still feel happy because he was with her. This feeling is quite good. As he thought about it, a smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips, and he felt really happy. Do you like holding it? A voice came from his ear, and Lin Mo nodded subconsciously. I like it. Before he finished speaking, Lin Mo already sensed something was wrong and quickly came to his senses. When he turned around, he saw Su Qingyun covering her mouth with her other hand and laughing. I felt my heart beat twice. Quickly, Lin Mo quickly let go of Su Qingyun's hand and said guiltily, I'm sorry. Why let go? As soon as Lin Mo let go, Su Qingyun took Lin Mo's hand again, and then said delicately, you hold it, I'm scared. Lin Mo pursed his lips and thought to himself, we're riding a carousel now, what can you be afraid of? Chapter 81. I'm scared, but I want to play. Although he thought so in his heart, Lin Mo's hand never loosened, but instead secretly held it tighter. Accompanied by soft music, the carousel rose and fell. Lin Mo said nothing and held Su Qingyun's hand quietly. He felt that her little hand was a little cold, so he held it tighter, thinking to himself, if he covered it completely, she should be warmer, right? I felt my little hands being wrapped by a pair of warm big hands. The corners of Su Qingyun's mouth curled up sweetly. Although her hands were still cold, her heart was already warm. The two of them were silent, quietly enjoying the passing of time. Unconsciously, the Trojan horses stopped, but Lin Mo seemed not to notice and continued to hold it, turning his head away and not looking at Su Qingyun. With a little dissatisfaction in his heart, I sighed in my heart, time passes so quickly. Several minutes later, it felt like Su Qingyun looked at him several times. Lin Mo finally couldn't pretend anymore and pretended to come to his senses. It stopped. The moment I let go, I felt a little empty inside. However, Lin Mo did not show any reluctance on the surface, but asked calmly, so, what do you want to play next? Are you afraid of ghosts? Su Qingyun asked with a smile. I'm not afraid. Lin Mo shook his head and asked, what about you? Su Qingyun raised her chin and said matter-of-factly, I'm scared. But I want to go play. Lin Mo got off the wooden horse, put his hands in his coat pockets, and said calmly, then I'll go with you. Hey, Su Qingyun stretched out her hand, winked playfully, and said, I want to play, but I'm scared. I'm so scared that I can't get through. Can you help me? Looking at the little hand stretched out in front of him, Lin Mo is not a fool, so he naturally understands that this means he wants to hold the hand inwardly. He quickly said, don't show your happiness. Lin Mo, calm down. Then, even though his heart was in turmoil, Lin Mo remained calm on the surface and said calmly, really, you are so timid and yet you like to play these exciting projects. As he spoke, he shook her hand, and then complained, your hands are very cold, you know? What can I do about it? Su Qingyun said with a smile, girls' hands are just colder. What a hassle. Lin Mo curled his lips, took her hand, and put them both in his pocket. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and asked in a calm voice, will it be warmer now? Su Qingyun was stunned at first, then he looked up at Lin Mo and saw that he looked normal, as if he had done something insignificant, but when he looked more closely, he found that Lin Mo's eyes were wandering left and right, as if he didn't dare to look at him at all. A puff. Su Qingyun secretly laughed in her heart, she's so nervous, yet she's trying to act like nothing's wrong. But, it's quite cute. Without exposing Lin Mo's words, Su Qingyun did not retreat but moved forward, and simply hugged Lin Mo's arm with her other hand. Then he said with a smile, is this okay? This way my hands won't be cold. Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly, I really can't do anything about you. So, let's go to the haunted house. Looked at the sky. It was already getting dark when we arrived, and now it is completely dark. Holding Su Qingyun's hand, Lin Mo absent-mindedly led her towards the haunted house and asked, is that enough after playing in the haunted house? Not enough. Su Qingyun hugged Lin Mo's arm and shook her head with a smile. We haven't ridden the Ferris wheel yet, it will be enough after we finish riding it. Okay, Oklahoma. For some reason, when Lin Mo heard Su Qingyun say that it was not enough, he felt secretly happy in his heart, but after hearing that riding the Ferris wheel was enough, Lin Mo started to feel anxious again. He always hoped that time could go slower and slower, so slow that it would stop, so slow that this moment could last forever. That would be the best. When Lin Mo and Su Qingyun were playing in the haunted house together, the other end looking at the vast expanse of fireworks in front of him, Chen Xian grinned and nodded with satisfaction, then said to the workers, "Let's put it in this position." Then he shouted to a young man who was also directing the group not far away, "Yuan Zheng, come here." "Yes, yes, yes, set them up carefully. Everyone remember to light the fireworks on time later and don't forget your own echelon." While he was explaining, he heard Chen Xian calling him from behind, so he hurried over and said, "Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Are you sure this is the best place?" Chen Xian glanced at the Ferris wheel in the distance and asked, "Isn't it a little too far?" "Oops." Fang Yuanzheng patted his chest and said, "Mr. Chen, you're watching from the ground, so of course it seems far away. But Brother Lin will be watching from the sky. If we get too close, we're afraid he'll be scared. This distance is just right. We can see the entire fireworks show clearly, but it won't be too sudden and startle Brother Lin." After hearing Fang Yuanzheng's words, Chen Sinan nodded. "That makes sense. The perspective on the Ferris wheel is definitely different from that standing below. If you are too close, you may not be able to see the entire fireworks show." "Okay then. I'll do as you say." Chen Xian raised his hand, patted Fang Yuanzheng's shoulder and said, "Work hard. Once I get to know Brother Lin better, I'll take you with me." "Hee, thank you, Mr. Chen, for the promotion." Fang Yuanzheng said happily with anticipation. He still believed in Chen Xian's words. Although Chen Xian's personality may be a bit arrogant, he has a good reputation in the circle. Unless it is really impossible to do something, he is still very honest. But Fang Yuanzheng looked at Chen Xian with some doubt and asked, "Young Master Chen, how can you be so sure that Brother Lin and Miss Su will ride the Ferris wheel together? What if they don't? Then all our efforts will be in vain." "Hey!" Chen Xian frowned and said seriously, "Yuan Zheng, your mentality is wrong. We are Brother Lin's subordinates, so of course we have to prepare in advance. Otherwise, when Brother Lin is about to sit down, how can we prepare in time?" He shook his head and sighed, then continued, "You still have to learn this well. Otherwise, how will you work for Brother Lin in the future? You know, with Brother Lin's status, the things he'll be doing in the future will definitely be huge. We have to keep the words 'take everything into consideration' etched in our hearts, understand?" "I understand, Mr. Qian." Fang Yuanzheng looked ashamed. "I sighed in my heart. No wonder Qianxiao could become Brother Lin's younger brother. It seems that there is indeed some gap between him and others at the moment, and he needs to pay more attention." Chapter 82, Psychological analysis is also needed in haunted houses. In the haunted house in the dark corridor, there are closed rooms on both sides, and skulls are scattered on the ground. The red, blue and green lights illuminate the entire road, making people feel that this place is a little cold. Occasionally, when I walked by, the door would open automatically with a creaky sound. But when I looked closely, I found the room was empty, with nothing and no one. Such an atmosphere, coupled with the occasional cool breeze, made Su Qingyun shiver involuntarily. She leaned against Lin Mo in fear, and occasionally turned her head suddenly. Seeing that the road she was walking on had fallen into darkness, she became even more scared. The voice began to tremble. "Lin Mo, Lin Mo." Su Qingyun hugged Lin Mo's arm tightly and said, "Do you think there will be a ghost coming out from the back later?" "Don't worry." Lin Mo comforted him. "Even if there really is a ghost running out, it's fake, it's just the staff pretending to be one." "I know that." Su Qingyun forced a smile and encouraged herself, "Well, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid at all. There are no ghosts in this world. They're all fake, all fake." "That's what I said." He just hugged Lin Mo's arms tighter and tighter, and it was obvious that he was very nervous. Crackling, the door next to her suddenly opened inexplicably. Su Qingyun was startled and looked over immediately. There was no light in the room, it was so dark that nothing could be seen. The only way to see was half a meter away with the help of the faint light in the corridor. Inside, nothing could be seen or originally, Su Qingyun had gradually become accustomed to this situation, but suddenly, there was the sound of dripping water in the room. In this empty atmosphere, it is extremely catchy. Su Qingyun shuddered, and said with a hint of grievance in her crying voice, Lin Mo, I'm scared. Listening to the tone, it seems like she is about to cry. Lin Mo understood that this was a genuine fear, and quickly comforted him. Don't worry, if anything comes after you later, don't be afraid, I won't abandon you. Real? Yes, really. Lin Mo nodded affirmatively. Crackling, suddenly, another sound came from the dark room. It sounded like someone was turning a rusty faucet, and the sound of water inside gradually became louder. Lin Mo, look at the ground. Su Qingyun said, pointing at the door of the room. Lin Mo looked down and saw that a liquid similar to blood was gushing out from the floor of the room and flowing out from the room to his feet. Judging from the sound of water, it should be deep in the room. So even if it is flowing water, it should take a long time for it to flow out of the room. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Mo figured it out. I guess there is a small water pipe inside, and the water from the faucet flows directly to the door through the pipe or something. It seems that this is the exit. Lin Mo said with a smile. Really? Su Qingyun, her entire body pressed against Lin Mo's, asked doubtfully, how did you know for sure? Psychological tactics. Lin Mo analyzed, the doors ahead also opened inexplicably, but there was nothing strange about them. Only this one had these things. They're trying to scare us forward. I guess there's an NPC dressed as a ghost hiding in one of the rooms ahead. After a pause, he continued, so this place is very special. Think about it carefully, what does the room in front look like? Su Qingyun thought for a moment and replied, it's empty. What about this room? Lin Mo continued to ask. Su Qingyun replied, it's pitch black. I can't see what it looks like. That's right. Lin Mo smiled and said, although the room in front was dim, we could still see the whole thing. There was nothing but dust. But this room is pitch black. We can only see half a meter away from the door. Beyond that, we can't see anything. This shows that this room is different from the others. Before, they showed us the room to let us know that it was empty. Now that we see the pitch black room, we naturally subconsciously think that it is empty and there is nothing inside. Besides, people are most afraid of the unknown. They didn't let us see the whole room, and they blocked the door with something that looked like blood to scare us. What was their purpose? To discourage us from even thinking about entering the room, and to create a sense of terror so that the ghost dressing staff up front could be more effective in scaring people. Listening to Lin Mo's analysis. Su Qingyun said, Boss, what did you say? I don't quite understand. But, it looks very impressive. Yes. Su Qingyun nodded firmly and said, I believe you. Then he added, but I'm still scared. Simple. Lin Mo lowered his voice with a smile, bent down slightly and whispered, do you want to go to the front? Aren't we going in? Su Qingyun blinked in confusion. I was confused. Didn't Lin Mo say that this was the exit? Lin Mo asked with a wicked smile. Of course we have to go in. Now that we know the exit, we can get out at any time. Let me ask you, are you interested in scaring ghosts? Scary ghosts? Su Qingyun exclaimed. Shoo! Lin Mo quickly covered Su Qingyun's mouth with his hands. When he touched her soft lips, Lin Mo felt something was wrong and withdrew his hand. Said, listen to my plan, let's do this, yeah. Yeah. Su Qingyun listened carefully to Lin Mo's plan, her eyes becoming brighter as she listened unconsciously. The fear in my heart disappeared, and only excitement remained in my eyes. He quickly said, let's do it. Just do it. The two men picked up some objects like skulls from the ground, then dipped them in the red liquid that flowed out of the room, and strung them together with things like bones to form a strange thing. What's important is that red liquid is still flowing from it, dripping down drop by drop. Okay, you take these things, I'll walk in front, and once a door opens, you rush in with these and shout. Lin Mo instructed. Yeah. Su Qingyun nodded while suppressing a smile. When I thought about the fact that I was about to scare ghosts, I no longer felt the fear of ghosts that I had at the beginning. The two people began to walk forward slowly according to the original plan. Really, Lin Mo walked through a few rooms when a door next to him was unlocked with a click. As he got closer, it slowly opened with a creak. As soon as the door was opened a crack, Su Qingyun rushed over excitedly with the assembled monster. Here I come.
Please click on the update button, brothers and sisters.
Chapter 83. Which cadre can withstand such a test? The staff inside the door was just about to come out to scare people. I never expected that. What caught my eye was a pile of floating skulls, with something like blood dripping from them. I was startled for a moment and shouted, "Ah," and subconsciously closed the half-open door. There was a bang, the skull was stuck on the door, and the staff inside were so scared that they screamed.
And outside. Su Qingyun also let out an ah.
Then, she covered her nose, looked at Lin Mo with tears in her eyes, and said aggrievedly, I bumped my nose, let me see." Lin Mo quickly walked over and took her hand away, because the light was a little dim. Lin Mo leaned over and got closer to observe carefully. Before I could take a closer look, a nosebleed started flowing.
"Oh no, my nose is bleeding," Lin Mo said quickly. "Lift your head up. Let's stop playing and go out first."
Of course, you can't see the road if you raise your head. So Lin Mo put his arm around her shoulders and said softly, "I'll lead you."
"Okay."
A fleeting smile appeared on Su Qingyun's lips. It was hidden in just a moment, then, his head fell and rested on Lin Mo's arm. As soon as Lin Mo lowered his head, their faces became extremely close, as if they could feel the heat from each other's breath. The four eyes met. Su Qingyun blinked innocently and asked, "What's wrong?
What happened?"
What hit my nose was the scent of jasmine from Su Qingyun, which seeped into my nostrils bit by bit. I just felt that my heart seemed to be beating a little faster than usual. What surprised Lin Mo even more was that when facing those lips so close to him, he actually had an urge to lower his head. So Lin Mo quickly moved his face away and said, "That." Before Lin Mo finished speaking, Su Qingyun explained in his sweet voice, "It's easier to walk this way, otherwise my neck would be too tired." I feel so sad. Lin Mo pursed his lips and thought to himself, God, tell me, which cadre can withstand such a test?
Lin Mo.
Su Qingyun in his arms said coquettishly, "Hurry up, I'm still bleeding from my nose." Okay.
Who can stand this?
Lin Mo was distracted by the delicate voice, fearing that he would surrender in a moment. So he quickly said, "Don't talk, I'll take you out." The corners of Su Qingyun's mouth inadvertently rose, a triumphant smile flashed in her eyes, and she leaned her head against Lin Mo's arm and nodded, then said, "Well, I won't talk anymore."
What a fairy! Lin Mo swallowed and didn't dare to continue talking. He took her back. The two people successfully found the exit through the bloody room. There happened to be two staff members at the door. Lin Mo reminded them, "Hey, hurry up and save your colleague." The colleague dressed as a ghost must have been scared by us. After saying this, he left the stunned staff with his bag and found a bench on the roadside to sit down. After sitting down, Lin Mo looked at the head that had not yet left his arms, feeling a little lost. Do you have any tissues in your bag?"
"Yes." Su Qingyun handed the bag to Lin Mo and said, "You can find it if you look for it, and you." Lin Mo turned his head slightly to look at Su Qingyun. "It's hard for me to find you if you're like this." When he lowered his head, the first thing he saw was not his bag, but Su Qingyun's face that was so close to him.
How could he possibly remain calm?
"Oh, okay." Su Qingyun seemed to understand what Lin Mo said, so she leaned her head slightly outward, but did not leave, but just moved it from his arms to his shoulder. Then he said, "Well, this way it won't block your view, right?" "I don't mean whether it blocks the view or not, but it seems like I'm quite happy about this in my heart." Lin Mo quickly took the bag and opened the zipper in the middle as Su Qingyun instructed. There were some scattered things inside. After a quick rummage, he found the tissues. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to Su Qingyun. "Hey, plug your nose first." "Oh." After the blockage is completed. Su Qingyun had no intention of moving her head away, she just looked at the dark sky quietly. Only by looking carefully can you see a few faint stars dotting the sky.
"Lin Mo, it's a bit cold,"
Su Qingyun suddenly said. Lin Mo responded, "Then get up first, I'll take off my coat for you."
Su Qingyun shook her head. "Then wouldn't you feel cold too?"
That, Lin Mo knew very well in his heart that he should reach out and hold Su Qingyun in his arms at this time. However, I really haven't made up my mind to date her.
"Why don't we go ride the Ferris wheel together?" Lin Mo said. "Don't you want to ride the Ferris wheel?
It shouldn't be too cold if you sit inside." "Deadwood, stinky idiot." Lin Mo's answer made Su Qingyun furious.
She thought to herself, wasn't my hint obvious enough? In this situation, shouldn't you hug me and ask me if I'm still cold, and then I'll fall into your arms? There was a similar scene in the film edited by Zhao Shoya, Snort. Su Qingyun thought bitterly, Lin Mo, wow, Lin Mo, you really have no moral principles and don't play by the rules. But no matter what you think in your heart, when it was her turn to speak, Su Qingyun could only helplessly say, okay, I'll listen to you. He didn't get up immediately. Instead, they sat for a while, and only after Su Qingyun's nose stopped bleeding did the two of them officially get up. At this time, Su Qingyun's head did not continue to rest on Lin Mo's arm, but before Lin Mo could react, he took the initiative to reach into Lin Mo's coat pocket and grabbed Lin Mo's hand tightly. As soon as Lin Mo turned to look at her, she said confidently, my hands are cold. If you don't believe me, just touch them. They are icy cold. I don't care if you're cold, Lin Mo said nothing and immediately held Su Qingyun's hand tightly, thinking to himself, even if your hand is warm, I still want to hold it. Yeah, it's really cold. Lin Mo nodded calmly, and without saying anything else, he pulled her towards the Ferris wheel. Chapter 84 Eye contact on the Ferris wheel. Little money. Little money. Fang Yuanzhang hurried over, panting heavily for several seconds before stammering, it's incredible, Mr. Qian. The staff said that Brother Lin really did take Miss Su to ride the Ferris wheel. Hey, hearing this, Qin Sinan smiled and said, see what I said? As younger brothers, we have to help the big brother prepare in advance. If we hadn't prepared before, we would definitely be in a mess now. Fang Yuanjing nodded quickly, looked at Qian Xianen with admiration, and said, I've got this. From today on, I'm going to learn to be thorough. Qian Xianen nodded with satisfaction, looking like a teachable child. He raised his hand and patted Fang Yuanjing's shoulder, saying, all right, hurry up and get ready. We can't neglect Brother Lin's guests. I understand. I'll say that this was specially prepared for them by Brother Lin. I've also prepared food and drinks, and a 3-layer cake. Wouldn't this just make the little girl happy? After hearing Fang Yuanjing's arrangement, Chen Xianen felt relieved and said, that's good. You did a great job. No. Fang Yuanzheng quickly shook his head and said, compared to you, Zhen Xiao, I still need to learn a lot. Come on, you go up first. The Ferris wheel will not stop, but it rotates slowly, so it is not difficult to get on it. Lin Mo held Su Qingyun's hand, let Su Qingyun go up and down first, and then he went in himself. The staff member closed the door again and watched the two people slowly rise up. After they had already ascended, the staff hurriedly took out the intercom and said, hello, Mr. Fang, your eldest brother's eldest brother is already on the Ferris wheel. Russell, after a few ripples, Fang Yuanjing's voice came, okay, set the Ferris wheel to its slowest speed. When it reaches the highest point, stop it immediately and notify us. Okay, we know what to do. The staff responded. Work hard and serve my eldest brother's eldest brother well. You will earn more in one day than in a month, yes. Inside the Ferris wheel, the two of them were supposed to sit, one on the left and the other on the right. As the altitude slowly increased, Su Qingyun immediately stood up, ran to sit next to Lin Mo, and naturally put her arm around Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo quickly asked, what are you doing? Acrophobia. Scared. Su Qingyun said as a matter of course. After finishing speaking, he lowered his head and leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder. A smile flashed across his lips, and then he muttered, oh my, it's so high, I'm starting to feel dizziness, I think you want me to faint, Lin Mo secretly complained in his heart, but he did not push away Su Qingyun who was leaning on his shoulder. He just turned his head silently and looked at the scenery outside the window without saying a word. Seeing that Lin Mo ignored him, Su Qingyun's cheeks puffed up with anger. Her eyes rolled around, and a plan came to her mind. She leaned closer and whispered in Lin Mo's ear, breathing hot air, Lin Mo, it's a bit cold. The first thing that hits your nose is the scent of jasmine, which makes you feel relaxed and happy. It was the heat in my ears again that made my heart beat faster. This made Lin Mo confused. He quickly turned around and saw Su Qingyun's face close to him. Her eyes were big and bright, meeting his gaze straight ahead, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. The four eyes met. Su Qingyun's originally fair little face had a visibly flushed face, which not only did not make her look dull, but instead added a touch of attractive color. If it had happened before, Lin Mo's heart would have been beating faster and he would have been in a state of panic. Now, Lin Mo's brain had lost all ability to think. He just stared blankly at the woman in front of him. His heartbeat stopped for 2 seconds, and then started beating at an extremely fast speed. It's really
beautiful beyond words. Lin Mo's situation is like this, let alone Su Qingyun. She rested her chin on Lin Mo's shoulder, suppressing the shame that welled up in her heart, and stared at Lin Mo boldly. This man in front of me. At first, she just found out that after the celebration party, there were paparazzi in the alley who wanted to take pictures of her and create a scandal. She, as always, stayed away from scandals, so she turned to Lin Mo, who walked into the alley for help. Leaning on Lin Mo, she felt very at ease even though she was already 8/10 drunk. She even fell asleep leaning on him in the car. When I regained consciousness, Lin Mo was carrying me back to the room. At that time, she closed her eyes tightly, feeling extremely nervous and secretly anxious. Could it be that she had escaped from the tiger's mouth and walked into the wolf's den? She was a little scared and continued to pretend to be asleep, thinking that she could deal with all kinds of changes by remaining unchanged. What she never expected was that the man actually laid her on the bed quietly, took off his shoes and covered her with a quilt. Su Qingyun is very confident in herself. Even someone as beautiful as her has been pursued by countless people since she was a child. However, she knew very well in her heart that those people were only attracted by her beauty. Su Qingyun would not be attracted to such men. After such a long time, 25-year-old Su Qingyun realized that she had never fallen in love with any man, but she knew very well that she was not attracted to women. She just had not met a man who made her heart beat. Until that night, she met Lin Mo, a man who did not do anything inappropriate to her because of her beauty. This was enough to make Su Qingyun remember Lin Mo in her heart and make her want to see what kind of person Lin Mo was, but I don't know if it was because of drunkenness or a whim. She didn't know where she got the courage from at that time. She took the initiative to hug Lin Mo and gave him her first kiss. At that time, Su Qingyun wanted to die. This is my first kiss. This is my first kiss. How could she just hand it over like that? And to a man she didn't even know, someone she didn't even know what he looked like? And what she feared even more was that by doing this, wasn't she tempting others to commit a crime? But what she didn't expect was that the man's reaction was completely different from what she feared. Instead of taking advantage of her, the man quickly pushed her away, hastily covered himself with the quilt, and ran out of the room. It's like, thinking of this, Su Qingyun felt a little amused and secretly said, it's as if he is the one who suffered the loss. Chapter 85. My heart is full of you. My heart is broken. That night, Su Qingyun's mood began to become chaotic. I wonder what kind of man this is. What surprised her even more was that she actually fell asleep that night in such an environment. She woke up early the next day and found that the man was sleeping on the sofa. At that time, she didn't dare to walk over and take a look. After all, she is a female star, and such a thing is ridiculous enough. What's more, she remembers her bold actions last night very clearly in her mind. However, she still seemed to be possessed by some ghost. Instead of putting on his shoes and leaving immediately, he started preparing some breakfast in the kitchen. Although she was not good at cooking, she heated up the bread. She ate the 2 blackened ones herself and kept the ones that were slightly less dark. Although it doesn't look good, she really tried her best. While cooking, she would occasionally glance at the man sleeping on the sofa. I am both afraid and looking forward to it. I was afraid that the man would wake up, looking forward to it, and also looking forward to that man waking up. In her heart, she had already distinguished this man from those men who had only coveted her beauty before. This man is different. But unfortunately, Lin Mo had just arrived in this world that day and had gone out to get drunk, so he naturally slept very soundly. Therefore, even after Su Qingyun finished making breakfast, Lin Mo did not wake up from his dream. She walked over and saw Lin Mo's face facing the back of the sofa. She couldn't see his whole face, only his side profile. She knew that this man should be about the same age as her, but she was still unwilling to give up and wanted to get to know this unique man, even if they could just be friends in the future, so she left a note before leaving. Since then, I began to miss Lin Mo in my heart. At first, there was only a vague figure. Later, after I went to meet him with Zhao Xiaoya, the vague figure became clearer gradually. The two gradually began to get in touch. From then on, things were out of control. I and the Ferris wheel. Su Qingyun quietly looked at the face in front of her that had haunted her dreams. She felt as if she was soaked in a honeypot at this moment, and her heart was full of sweetness. Lin Mo, my heart is all about you. Even the words I talk about in my sleep are all your name. Facing Su Qingyun's gaze, Lin Mo's heart began to sink gradually. This gaze was like a flood or a beast, breaking down his last line of defense and leaving him with no ability to resist at all. I really want to be with you. As the two of them were looking at each other silently, they felt their bodies shake and took a closer look. It turned out that at some point, the Ferris wheel they were riding on had reached its highest point, and at this time, the Ferris wheel actually stopped. Lin Mo frowned and muttered in confusion, "What's going on?" Hey, Su Qingyun was not afraid. Instead, she gently leaned her head on Lin Mo's shoulder and said with a sweet smile on her lips, "It's okay.
She used her cool little hand to hold Lin Mo's warm big hand and said, "With you here, I won't be afraid." Under the staff member said on the intercom, Mr. Fong, we've stopped. We're right in the middle. Russell, listening to the words on the intercom, Fong Yuanzhang immediately shouted to Qian Xianen, who was not far away, "Xian Xiao, it's okay." Okay. Qian Xianen nodded, picked up the loudspeaker in his hand and shouted, "Team 1, light the fire immediately, Team 2, get ready." The other side of the amusement park, the boss looked at his daughter sitting on the carousel with a smile. He didn't sit on it himself, but walked beside it, fearing that his daughter would fall off. Yan Zi was holding a mobile phone in her hand and video chatting with someone. The people on the other end of the phone were her mother and brother. Yan Zi smiled cheerfully and said, "Old lady, Huzi, did you see that? I'm riding a wooden horse." "Oh, look how happy you are." "Where is your husband?" asked Swallow's mother. "Hey," Yan Zi handed the phone to the boss and said, "Old man, the old lady is looking for you." The boss took the phone and said with a smile, "What's up, woman? When are you coming back? We can't always rely on Yan Zi to help in the store. It's almost done. We're just waiting for the transfer paperwork to be completed." The woman in the video laughed. "Take Yan Zi and have fun. Don't worry." "I see." Chatting, the carousel also stopped at its scheduled time. Swallow originally wanted to ride it again, but suddenly she heard a sound. Looking into the distance, she saw a ray of light breaking through the silent night and rising into the sky. Then, 2, 3, 4, soon it became impossible to count how many there were. Bang! Bang! With loud bangs, brilliant fireworks decorated the originally dull night. "It's so beautiful." Su Qingyun stood up and looked at the gorgeous fireworks in the sky through the glass, and said involuntarily. Lin Mo also stood up and quietly watched the beautiful moments of the fireworks in front of him. "Lin Mo." Su Qingyun suddenly turned around and called Lin Mo's name. "Whom?" Lin Mo lowered his head and looked at Su Qingyun in confusion. Before he could react, Su Qingyun had already stood on tiptoe, put her arms around Lin Mo's neck and kissed him. But he secretly said in his heart, "The last time doesn't count. I didn't do it willingly. Lin Mo, this time, I am willing." "Whom?" Lin Mo was startled by Su Qingyun's sudden attack. He stared at the face so close to him with wide eyes. She had her eyes closed tightly, and her long and curled eyelashes were particularly conspicuous. The hot air exhaled from her nose sprayed on his face, making him feel confused. He raised his hands and subconsciously wanted to push away the woman in front of him, but when it fell, it was different from the beginning. At the beginning, I pushed Su Qingyun away without hesitation, but today, Lin Mo found that the hand he raised actually gently embraced her shoulders, with no intention of pushing it away. In fact, he even hoped that this scene would last forever. Gradually, Lin Mo also closed his eyes. "There is no longer any resistance in my heart. I can't help but hope that time can pass more slowly so that I can stay in this moment for a while longer. It turned out that I didn't realize it. I can no longer resist you. Ah." Yan Zi jumped for joy and urged, "Old man, let the old lady and Huzi take a look. It's so beautiful." In the fireworks, although Yan Zi is thousands of miles away from her family, she still cannot stop the warmth of family love. Lin Mo and Su Qingyun also secretly gave themselves to each other in this fireworks display. The author is in the south, where there is no heating. "It is so cold that my hands can't feel anything. I shiver even when typing on the keyboard, so I write very slowly. I am still sick now. It's so miserable. So everyone should keep warm and be careful not to catch a cold like me." Chapter 86. Some things don't need to be completed in one day. I don't know when it started, but the fireworks in the sky began to gradually disappear, and the Ferris wheel that had originally stopped started to turn again. Lin Mo and Su Qingyun just sat together. This time, Lin Mo held her hand tightly, his face seemingly calm, but the hand he was holding occasionally trembled, revealing the unrest in his heart. Su Qingyun also lowered her head. Her ears were red, and her originally fair and smooth neck and face were now painted pink with shame. "System! Get out here!" Lin Mo roared in his heart. "Is it you who did this again?" "That's not the case, dear." "Shut up. You are not allowed to say the word kiss." Lin Mo questioned. "I can't hit you anyway, tell me the truth, is it you?" "Absolutely not," the system said affirmatively. "Last time I was testing you, but now there's no need to test you. I won't interfere with your daily life." Then why did she kiss me suddenly?
After a pause, the system complained, "You idiot, there's definitely something wrong with your brain. If you have the ability, don't ask me, ask Su Qingyun next to you. What's the point of bullying me?" Depend on, Lin Mo found himself speechless at the hands of the system. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that this probably had nothing to do with the system, he just wanted to find an excuse for himself. Now, Lin Mo had to confirm one thing in his heart, that is, during the contact just now, I not only did not feel any rejection in my heart, but felt happy instead. If I'm not mistaken, my heart has probably been filled with her a long time ago, right? So what should we do now? Confession, Confession. At the same time, Su Qingyun lowered her head, but instead of feeling any regret after the contact, she was secretly happy about her own courage. After the last kiss, she was actually a little bit unacceptable in her heart, feeling that it was just an impulse after being drunk, so she didn't dare to mention this matter to anyone, not even her good friend Zhao Shoya. And this time, after the kiss, Su Qingyun felt only happiness and joy in her heart, without any regrets at all, and was even still savoring the scene that had just happened. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. She thought to herself, "This time, Lin Mo didn't push me away. Instead, he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. If the last time he pushed me away meant he didn't like me, then the fact that he didn't push me away now, what that meant was very clear. What should I do next?" Su Qingyun thought sweetly in her heart. I want to confess my feelings to Lin Mo. I need to discuss it with Zhao Shoya tonight." What Su Qingyun didn't expect was that Lin Mo, who was beside her at the moment, had the same idea as her. Having secretly made up his mind, Lin Mo tightened the little hand in his palm and said, "Qingyun, I have something to tell you." Su Qingyun raised her head slightly, with 4 parts of shyness and 6 parts of affection in her eyes, which made people indulge in it when they saw her. Lin Mo opened his mouth, but no words came out. The words seemed to be stuck in my throat. Turn out to be a few simple words, when you say them with great seriousness, seem to carry a lot of weight. That's unnecessary. Su Qingyun had a smile on her lips, and she leaned her head forward again, gently touching Lin Mo's cheek, leaving a moment of tenderness. Then she leaned her head on Lin Mo's shoulder, held Lin Mo's hands with both hands, and said sweetly, "I understand what you mean, it's okay. Anyway, we still have a lot of time, and nothing needs to be done all at once. I am very happy and satisfied with today's situation." Hearing this, Lin Mo was slightly stunned, and then he laughed. Yes, there is still a lot of time in the future, and nothing needs to be done now. Why not just stick to the original plan and express your feelings after arriving at Peach Blossom Island? I have to buy a musical instrument later. Lin Mo had already made up his mind. A few days ago, he had won the song Love Is Not a Choice. He also had advanced singing skills and advanced guitar skills, which came in handy. Although the words were not said, his head also tilted down and rested on Su Qingyun's head. He. Su Qingyun laughed foolishly. Lin Mo didn't feel strange at all. Instead, he seemed to be infected and started laughing. Got off the Ferris wheel, the staff drove a garden car and took Lin Mo and Su Qingyun to the dining place. The boss and Yan Zi had already been brought here by the staff. Seeing Lin Mo and Su Qingyun walking hand in hand, the boss couldn't help but smile, and said happily in his heart, "I knew that these two would be together sooner or later. They were pretending to be stupid in the beginning, but the old ones are still the wisest. I saw through them all." When Yanzi saw Su Qingyun, she immediately jumped over. Halfway through the run, she realized that Su Qingyun was hugging Lin Mo's arm. After seeing the situation clearly, she stopped abruptly, turned around, and ran towards the boss. Old man. Pulling on the boss's sleeve, Yanzi said with shining eyes, "I found that I am really amazing." The boss smiled and lowered his head. "How amazing is that?" "I can't tell you, it's a secret." Swallow covered her mouth mysteriously. I secretly calculated in my heart, my birthday wish is too awesome, right? I once wished to get first place in the exam, and I really got first place. This time I wished that Sister Qingyun and brother Lin Mo would be together, and they really did get together. Good job. I was like, wow, seriously, I'm scared myself. Yan Zi's imagination ran wild. Could I be a fairy from heaven? Otherwise, how could my wish come true? I have to think carefully about what wish to make for my next birthday. I can't waste my time. Boss, Swallow. Lin Mo smiled and waved, and asked, "How are you? Are you happy today?" "Happy." Yanzi happily nodded vigorously and asked excitedly, "Sister Qingyun, you should have seen it too, right? The fireworks just now were really beautiful." With a whoosh. Su Qingyun's face, which had originally returned to normal, suddenly turned red to the fireworks. I'm doing something else.
Su Qingyun nodded shyly and said, "Indeed, it's very beautiful."
After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Lin Mo and asked, "What do you think? There are cold wave warnings every day in the south these days. Without heating, my hands are shaking as I type on the keyboard. Plus, I haven't recovered completely from my illness yet, so updates are usually late." Chapter 87 The temperament only a large family can cultivate. Why are you asking me suddenly? Lin Mo looked around and laughed. It's quite nice, not bad, quite good. Puff, seeing Lin Mo's somewhat flustered expression, Su Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, at this time, Qian Xian walked over with Fang Yuanzheng, brother Lin. Then he introduced, "This is Fang Yuanzheng. He helped a lot today." Help? Oh, this should be the same role as Qian Xian, right? Qian Xian is in charge of the restaurant, while Fang Yuanzheng is in charge of the amusement park. Well, Lin Mo sighed inwardly, glanced at Su Qingyun beside him with emotion, and thought to himself, this woman, in order to make me sure of her feelings, really put a lot of thought into it. Fortunately, I have now completely confirmed my inner thoughts, and I will confess my feelings tomorrow. After all, he had helped quite a bit, so Lin Mo was naturally very grateful. He took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hello, thank you so much for today." Fang Yuanzheng was so flattered that he quickly bent down, held out his hands, and said solemnly, No, these are all what I should do, and it was mainly Qian Xiao's idea." Little money. Lin Mo glanced at Qian Xian and said cheerfully, "That's right. I am really satisfied with his work." Lin Mo was talking about the entire day's itinerary, whether it was the 99 roses, the atmosphere in the restaurant, or the amusement park. Lin Mo was indeed quite satisfied with these things. After hearing Lin Mo's affirmation, Qian Xian immediately straightened his chest, raised his chin proudly and said, "It's nothing, brother Lin. I can't say much about other things, but I definitely do things in a comprehensive manner." The boss next to him also spoke up, "Well, it's true. This man has been taking care of Yan Zi and me today. There are many things I don't understand, and it's all thanks to him." Chen Xian grinned and waved his hand, saying modestly, No, you are brother Lin's friends. Brother Lin is busy, so as his younger brother, I naturally have to entertain you on his behalf. Yeah, not bad. I have to say, this guy has done an amazing job in this regard. It is exactly what he said, it covers all aspects. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's start celebrating Yan Zi's birthday. Good. Xian Sinan immediately clapped his hands and said to the staff next to him, "Light the candles and turn off the lights." The staff nodded and immediately picked up the intercom to start working. Light the candles and turn off the lights. Then we cut the cake and had dinner. There was a lot of food, and it seemed a little dull with just a few people eating. Lin Mo consulted Yan Zi and the boss, and after getting their agreement, he simply asked today's staff to come and eat together, so that the scene would be more lively. I in the corner of Fang Yuanjing looked at Lin Mo in the distance with a look of emotion, and said to Qian Xian and beside him, "I really didn't expect that brother Lin is so young and so handsome. Most importantly, the aura he exudes, wow. How big a family must it be to cultivate such temperament?" Shoo! Qian Xian quickly raised his hand to silence her, saying, "I don't know about that either, but I won't ask. We just need to get things done properly. You can see, brother Lin isn't the kind of person who looks down on us." Fang Yuanzhang had an expression that said that's right and nodded in confirmation. If it were someone else, a second-generation person of my status would not be taken seriously at all. Even after knowing the help I had given them, they might not be grateful but start to be wary of me, fearing that they would ask me for help. How does he look like brother Lin? He did not doubt himself at all, and instead had no airs at all, condescending to thank a little-known person like me. You really are worthy of being brother Lin. In Fang Yuanzheng's mind, Lin Mo should be from a big family, and this family must have been passed down for several generations. Only in a place like this can Lin Mo's temperament be so rich, and every move seems to give people an appropriate feeling. But if you observe carefully, you will feel some majesty from it. Fang Yuanzheng smiled sheepishly and scratched his head. I'm so sorry, Mr. Haqian. To be honest, before I met brother Lin, I was quite suspicious. I always felt like you were deceiving me, or maybe you were being deceived yourself. Hey, Qian Xian grinned, patted Fang Yuanzheng's shoulder, and said cheerfully, I saw it a long time ago. How could I not see it with your absent-minded look? Anyway, now I completely believe it. As a second-generation rich man, although Fang Yuanjing's status is lower than Chen Xianen, he has also seen the photo in the circle of friends. Combined with on-site contact, Fang Yuanjing knew that this was definitely not wrong. This moved him even more, and he said excitedly, "Mr. Chen, I was too narrow-minded before, and just now you were trying to take credit for it." Sigh. I'll listen to you from now on. Hey! Don't say that. Chen Xianen said with a smile, "We all work for Brother Lin. Why should we be so clear about the distinction? We are good brothers after all." Yes. Fang Yuanzheng nodded with emotion. "From now on, you will be my big brother. Let's work hard for Brother Lin." After dinner, Qian Sinan volunteered to take the boss and Yan Zi back. "Brother Lin, don't worry, I will take them to their doorstep, and you can take Miss Su home with peace of mind." Okay then. Sorry to trouble you again. It's okay, you can trust me to do the job. After watching Qian Xianen leave with his boss and Yan Zi, Lin Mo turned around and said to Fang Yuanzhang, "Yuanzhang, I'll take Qing Yun with me and leave first." "Thank you so much for today." "No way." Fang Yuanjing's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, "Brother Lin, you still remember my name?" He quickly stood up straight and said, "Brother Lin, please don't say such things again. This is all our honor. And just call me Xiao Zhang." "Okay, you're welcome. I'm leaving now." Lin Mo got into the car and waved. "Goodbye, Brother Lin." Watching the RS6 going further and further away, Fang Yuanjing still stood straight, feeling deeply moved. In fact, the circle of the second generation is very realistic. Xian Sinan's family is worth more than 10 billion after all, so he can be considered to have some strength. I am even lower, my family only has hundreds of millions of assets. It sounds like a lot, but in the second generation circle in a financial city like Shanghai, the number of hundreds of millions is really small, and they can go bankrupt at the slightest recession. But where's Brother Lin? Brother Lin, who was of such a high status and position, actually remembered his name and gave him full respect from beginning to end. Fang Yuanzhang was not stupid. He could clearly feel that Lin Mo's thanks to him were not hypocritical or polite, but natural and sincere. This is why Fang Yuanzhang was so moved. "Brother Lin, I will follow you." Fang Yuanzhang secretly made up his mind and then began to clean up the mess that he needs to take care of the staff's wages for today, as well as the rental of the amusement park for a day. Chapter 88. I hope this second will pass slowly, and I hope tomorrow will come soon. In the car, Qing Yun rested her elbows on the window, supporting her head with her palms, and looked at Lin Mo with a half smile. If it were before, Lin Mo would probably feel something was wrong with him, but this time, Lin Mo occasionally turned his head to look at her, smiled, and said nothing. Wait until the traffic light. He would even take the initiative to hold Su Qingyun's hand and find an excuse to say, "Your hands are still so cold." Su Qingyun did not expose Lin Mo's little thoughts. Instead, she enjoyed it and cooperated, saying, "You will feel much warmer if you hold it for a while longer." Since the Ferris wheel, there is always a faint emotion between the two. Unconsciously, the car had already arrived downstairs of Su Qingyun's building. After parking the car, neither of them got out. Lin Mo turned his head and looked out the window without saying a word, but his hand was tightly holding Su Qingyun's hand. "I'm home," Su Qingyun said in a low voice. "Yeah, I know." Lin Mo didn't even turn his head, but said in a very calm voice, "Your hands are still cold, let me warm them up a little bit?" Su Qingyun winked playfully and said, "I'm cold too." Lin Mo still didn't say much. He just silently stretched out his arms, passed them across her back, and hugged her shoulders. With his head still tilted, he asked calmly, "Are you feeling warmer?" "Hey." Su Qingyun chuckled, rested her head gently on Lin Mo's shoulder, and said softly, "It's much warmer." Then the car became quiet again. In the car, the faint jasmine scent on Su Qingyun's body seemed to turn into wisps of green smoke and seep into every breath of Lin Mo. Lin Mo's reluctance to leave became stronger after hearing this. "The time around me seemed to slow down. It was so quiet that it seemed as if one could hear each other's heartbeats." The moonlight poured down and shone into the car. Su Qingyun's hands passed through Lin Mo's hands, and looking at their interlocked fingers, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. The two of them stayed like this for more than half an hour. Even though we didn't say a word, we felt like our hearts were closer than ever. "Why don't you take me upstairs?" Su Qingyun said in a low voice. "Yeah, okay." Lin Mo nodded lightly, but his body did not move at all, and his hands were still clenched. "Xing Yun."
Lin Mo suddenly said.
Su Qingyun raised her head slightly to look at Lin Mo's profile and asked, "What's wrong?" I hope this second will pass slower, and I hope tomorrow will come soon. I feel really conflicted. In the end, Lin Mo didn't say this out loud. Instead, he smiled and shook his head.
It's okay. I'll take you home. See you tomorrow.
Get off. They held hands again, naturally entering the elevator. The two of them enjoyed their time together in silence. Arrived at the door, the two stood quietly again. I don't know what to say, and I don't want to be separated so soon. Both of them felt strange about this. We can still meet tomorrow, but I still feel reluctant to part. It would be great if there was a way to skip time. Then, the two fell silent again. Are you still cold? Lin Mo asked in a low voice, then he added, I'm not talking about whether my hands are cold or not.
If you're not talking about the hands, then you're naturally referring to the body.
A little.
Su Qingyun lowered her head and nodded slightly, saying shyly, Can you help me again?
Yeah, okay. This time, without any hesitation, Lin Mo opened his arms and hugged Su Qingyun in front of him, burying his head gently in her neck. The jasmine scent that filled his nose seemed to carry a hint of warmth, making Lin Mo even more immersed in it. He tightened his arms around her, and the feeling of reluctance in his heart surged out like a flood that broke through a dam, unable to be resisted. What the two didn't know was at this moment, through the peephole of the opposite door, a pair of eyes were secretly watching everything the two did. A hiss. Seeing the two people hugging each other, Zhao Xiaoya quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. Her eyes widened with shock. He muttered quietly, These two are making amazing progress.
It's strange. I haven't even figured out any new Pei secrets yet. How did Qingyun take down Lin Mo? No.
Zhao Xiaoya quickly reminded herself, this must be a powerful move.
I have to ask Qingyun to tell me when the time comes.
Who knows, maybe I can use it in the future. After saying that, Zhao Xiaoya nodded with certainty, and quickly leaned over the cat's eye to continue looking. I was secretly looking forward to it. They've already started hugging, so who knows, maybe they'll kiss each other later. In the corridor, Lin Mo took a deep breath, then reluctantly let go of Su Qingyun. With a forced smile on his face, he said lightly, Okay, you should go back and rest soon. Good. Su Qingyun nodded and slowly took out the key from her bag, opened the door. He looked at Lin Mo reluctantly again. Well, I'm going to rest first.
Send me a message when you get back. Lin Mo nodded and responded softly, Yeah.
Closed the door. As if he was still craving for the lingering fragrance in the air, Lin Mo stood there for another 10 seconds before silently turning around and entering the elevator. After closing the door, Su Qingyun leaned against it, holding her heart with both hands and breathing heavily. What happened today? These were all her first experiences. Although she seemed very bold, from the proactive kiss on the Ferris wheel to the hug at the door, she seemed very calm, but in reality, her heart never calmed down. Although her face looked calm, her heart was already surging with rage. After taking several deep breaths, Su Qingyun recalled the scene on the Ferris wheel. No, we can't let Lin Mo go like this. Su Qingyun hurried to the window and looked down. Lin Mo's car was still there, so he should not have left yet. So she quickly turned around, opened the door, rushed to the elevator door and pressed the button. She was secretly anxious in her heart. Lin Mo, go slower. I want to kiss you one more time. Bite. The elevator door opened. Lin Mo was standing in the elevator. Su Qingyun was stunned when she saw this. Lin Mo? You haven't left yet?
Lin Mo nodded firmly and said, There's one more thing I want to do. What's the matter?
Su Qingyun asked. Lin Mo did not answer. Instead, he walked forward, naturally stretched out his arms to hug Su Qingyun's slender waist, and lowered his head. Su Qingyun widened her eyes, startled by Lin Mo's sudden attack, but the next second, she reacted and felt extremely sweet in her heart. She closed her eyes quietly and felt the emotions that Lin Mo gave her. The two didn't notice, there was a tiny crack in Zhao Xiaoya's door, and a pair of eyes were seeing this scene through the crack. Oops, the author is going to be frozen to death. Chapter 89, Love depends on your own feelings. My mind went blank. I felt that my breathing was gradually becoming difficult. When I came to my senses, Lin Mo had left. Su Qingyun leaned against the wall, thinking about the scene for a long time. This should be the first time that Lin Mo takes the initiative, right? The feeling of gentleness mixed with strength made Su Qingyun wish she could feel it for a while longer. It was not until she heard some noise around her that Su Qingyun woke up from her dazed state. Hello?
Beside her, Zhao Xiaoya poked Su Qingyun's arm with her index finger. Hey! Su Qingyun, are you okay? Ah, I'm fine. The corners of Su Qingyun's mouth curled up naturally, and it was obvious that she was in a very happy mood. Zhao Xiaoya pinched her chin, looked left and right, and then asked, leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. What tricks did you use today? You actually took down Lin Mo in one fell swoop. How could I? Su Qingyun rolled her eyes. Not yet. Zhao Xiaoya's face was filled with disbelief as she said, don't think I didn't see it. Good man, I always thought Lin Mo was a straight man. I didn't expect him to be so proactive, but, thinking of the scene she had just witnessed, the smile on Zhao Xiaoya's lips gradually became more unbridled. Wow, that's incredible. You actually took down Lin Mo so quickly. You're really amazing. Hurry. Hand over the secret. As he said that, he actually took out a notebook and a pen from his pocket, blinked his eyes, and looked like, just tell me quickly, I'll write it down right away. Oh, there's really no secret. Su Qingyun's face flushed slightly. She glanced at Zhao Xiaoya shyly and asked, did you see everything just now? Zhao Xiaoya didn't hide anything and said bluntly, I've been waiting for you to come back today. I originally wanted to ask you how things were going, but I didn't expect that I would end up eating a big mouthful of dog food. From the affectionate hug at the door to Lin Mo coming back later just to give Su Qingyun a deep kiss, not to mention Su Qingyun, the person involved, even Zhao Xiaoya, a bystander, could see that Lin Mo must be truly in love. Every move and every look is enough to make people feel it, you know. When the two of them walked together this morning, Lin Mo didn't show it so obviously. How come after just one day, the barrier between the two people seemed to be suddenly broken down? We must look into this. Further, Zhao Xiaoya shouted anxiously in her heart, sister. It was fine if we were single together before, but now that you're no longer single, you have to let me, a little genius in love, find a way out of being single too, right? Xiaoya. Su Qingyun leaned against the wall, her hands behind her back, her head lowered, looking at her toes, and whispered, tomorrow, I want to confess my feelings to Lin Mo. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoya was stunned for a moment. It's not that she was stunned because Su Qingyun wanted to confess, but she thought that the two of them had already confessed their feelings. Otherwise, how could there be such rapid progress and break the barrier between them? Could it be, when in love, can the order be disrupted? Frowning, Zhao Xiaoya picked up her notebook and wrote, in love, follow your own feelings, don't be limited by procedures. At the end, I specifically used 3 exclamation marks and put a check mark to indicate that this is feasible. What are you writing? Su Qingyun leaned over in confusion to take a look as Zhao Xiaoya quickly closed her notebook and smiled awkwardly. It's nothing. It's not convenient to talk here, let's go back first. Tell me what happened today later, and I'll analyze it for you. Yeah. Su Qingyun nodded quickly to it. Just so happened that she also wanted to discuss with Zhao Xiaoya how to confess her feelings, so she did not refuse and pulled her towards her home. The other side, Lin Mo did not drive home, but turned on the navigation and started looking for musical instrument stores one by one. But now it's already late at night, except for some nightclubs and late-night snack stalls. Many shops have already closed. Lin Mo didn't give up either. It's closed again. I took a look and found that this was the 5th store I had found, but unfortunately the store was already closed. I glanced at the time and it was already past 1 in the morning. If we keep looking, I'm afraid there's little hope. That's right, Lin Mo suddenly thought that when he went to Qian Sinan's restaurant for dinner, weren't there a lot of musical instruments in his restaurant? I don't know if I can borrow it from him for a few days. Exactly, Qian Sinan is in the restaurant at this moment. The restaurant was naturally closed at this late hour, but he was discussing something with Fang Yuanzhang. Even though he is a rich second generation, the pocket money he gets every month is actually not that much. Generally speaking, when wealthy families like this say they are rich, they do have money. 10 billion is not a small amount of money. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are definitely wealthy. However, that money also belongs to the company, and Qian Xian is not the one in power, so his family cannot give all the money to him. Usually, a family fund is set up, and 100,000 yuan is transferred to him from that fund every month for living expenses. With today's planning, the amusement park alone has cost 200,000 yuan, plus the employees' salaries. Today's consumption has reached 350,000 yuan. This number is not fatal to him, but it is quite troublesome. He exhaled lightly and asked, how much money do you have? You know me, I only have 50,000 yuan a month. I spent some of it the past 2 days.
Fang Yuanzheng smiled awkwardly, opened his phone to check the balance, and confessed, "There's only a little over 30,000 left." Qian Sinan nodded that he understood that Fang Yuan would not lie to him in this regard. They usually look very wealthy, but they are actually very short of money, unless you start taking over the family company. To put it bluntly, many employees in the company are richer than you. As for those second-generation rich people who can easily spend tens of millions, they only exist in TV dramas. If they were that stupid in real life, how many generations of wealth could their family last? I'm afraid they would have gone bankrupt long ago. How about? Fang Yuanjing thought for a moment and said, "I mortgage the car. The money will definitely be enough, but if the money is insufficient, you have to help me redeem it. Otherwise, my family will beat me to death if they find out. It's useless." Qian Xianen shook his head. "Our cars are all registered under the name of our family company, and the mortgage money hasn't arrived yet. I'm afraid my family has already known about our actions. This won't work." "What should we do then?" Fang Yuanzheng asked with a headache. "It really doesn't work." Qian Sinan took a deep puff of the cigarette, then pressed the cigarette hard into the ashtray and then exhaled, said, "If it really doesn't work, I'll just embezzle the restaurant's reserve funds." While we were talking, the phone next to me rang. "It's Brother Lin's." Fang Yuanzhen was sharp-eyed and saw the name on the note at a glance. Chapter 90. What are you going to do next? Pick up the phone. "Hello." Qian Xianen asked modestly, "Brother Lin, do you want to ask about the boss and Yanzi?" "Don't worry, I sent them downstairs and watched them go in before leaving." "Oh, that's not it." Lin Mo's voice came from the other end of the phone, explaining, "I originally wanted to buy a guitar, but it's so late and I haven't found one in several stores. I wanted to ask if you have one? Can you lend it to me for 2 days as an emergency?" Borrow a guitar. Although he didn't know what Lin Mo was going to do, Chen Xianen immediately said, "Yes, I happen to be in the restaurant right now. How about I send it over to you now?" When sending the boss and the others back, Chen Sinan also found out where Lin Mo's current address was. "That's not necessary. I'll go to the restaurant to find you now," Lin Mo asked. "Okay, I'll wait for you here." After saying that, then he hung up the phone. If Fang Yuanzhang, who was sitting opposite, thought about it and suggested, "Chen Xiao, why don't we talk to Brother Lin? You know, using a restaurant's reserve fund is a big deal, but it's also a small deal. After all, the restaurant is not a company, and it belongs to the Qian family. From a personal point of view, if Qian Sinan took the reserve fund, he would be taking it from his own family, but from a public perspective, the restaurant's reserve funds are of the same nature as the company's reserve funds. If Qian Xianen took the reserve fund, he would not go to jail, but he would not be able to escape being punished by his family. No. Qian Xianen immediately shook his head and rejected the proposal, saying, "Please, what is Brother Lin's status? Don't forget, what level are Mr. Bai and Brother Shui? Their businesses are worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and the least is tens of millions, but why do they call Brother Lin? He calls him Big Brother. Just thinking about it, I feel that Lin Mo's status must be extremely high," he said with admiration. "If we ask Brother Lin for help just for a few $100,000, then we shouldn't be his younger brothers anymore. It's shameful." "That's true." Fang Yuanzheng actually agreed with this. This kind of mentality is actually easy to understand. For example, although they only spend tens of thousands of yuan every month, their family members are also billionaires. If someone who earns 3,000 yuan a month comes to them and asks if he can borrow 200 yuan, they will look down on him in their hearts. This is the psychology of class oppression. Well, it seems that I can only use the reserve fund. 30 minutes later, when Lin Mo arrived at the restaurant, Qian Sinan had already prepared the guitar and even a table of food, wanting to invite Lin Mo to have a meal. However, Lin Mo was in a hurry to go home to practice, so he declined both of them. Until they left, neither Qian Sinan nor Fang Yuanjing spoke about their current difficulties. The other end, Zhao Shoya pinched her chin, frowned, and looked thoughtful. "You mean, Lin Mo first asked Qian Xiao to give you 99 roses, then decorated the restaurant with more than 900 roses, and finally, in the amusement park, he was still quietly accompanying you the whole time?" "Yes." Su Qinyan nodded with a smile and said, "I felt at the time that although he didn't say it out loud, from his arrangements for today, I could tell that he must have put a lot of thought into today's date." "Yeah." Jashodia nodded in approval.
both of them believed that everything that happened today was arranged by Lin Mo, and they believed it without a doubt, nothing else. Xian Xiao is a rich second generation after all, and neither Su Qingyun nor Zhao Xiaoya can do anything to him, but looking at Xian Xiao's attitude today, it is obvious that he is afraid of someone, since neither he nor Su Qingyun can do anything to him. The only person Xian Xiao is afraid of is Lin Mo. If that's the case, then doesn't. Everything that happened today makes sense. Thinking of this, Su Qingyun and Zhao Xiaoya became even more certain in their hearts that everything today was arranged by Lin Mo. Lin Mo has already taken the initiative to express his feelings, so I decided to tell him that I will be the one to confess my feelings during our trip to Peach Blossom Island. Su Qingyun said seriously, we can't let Lin Mo do it all, right? Actually, I think it's not that important whether you two confess your feelings or not. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoya held a pillow in both hands and began to imitate, and said in a deliberately rough voice, "Are you cold?" "I'm not talking about my hands." Then the voice returned to normal, "Well, I'm cold." Then, he hugged the pillow in his arms, "Woo, woo, woo, it'll warm you up just by hugging." Pooh. Su Qingyun's face flushed as she rushed forward, shouting, "Hey! I'm not going to hold you accountable for peeking, but you're actually going so far as to imitate me. You're courting death, oops." The next second, a huge ha-ha-ha sounded. Zhao Xiaoya quickly grabbed Su Qingyun's hand that was tickling her waist and begged for mercy. Okay, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go, snort. Su Qingyun wrinkled her nose viciously and threatened, "Do you dare again, dare?" Su Qingyun looked over. "I don't dare anymore." Zhao Xiaoya quickly changed her words, but then he added, "But I'm serious. Look at you two, you're holding hands, hugging each other, and even kissing." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth rose and he raised his eyebrows. "What are you going to do next? What are you looking at?" Su Qingyun's face immediately turned red. She picked up the pillow and threw it at Zhao Xiaoya. "That's it. What else can we do?" "That's hard to say." Zhao Xiaoya said with a smile, "You still have 2 days and 1 night of travel to Peach Blossom Island. What do you think? Just say what you want to say." Su Qingyun glared at Zhao Xiaoya. "I'm talking about confessing my love now. Why are you telling me such nonsense? Even if I did confess my love, it was only when we first got together. How could I do such a thing? It's hard to say." Zhao Xiaoya put her head in front of Su Qingyun and asked in a low voice, "What if Lin Mo wants to do this?" "Shut up." Su Qingyun pushed Zhao Xiaoya away, her fair face already turning red as she retorted, "No way. Lin Mo is not that kind of person." Although I say so, but in fact, Su Qingyun was also a little worried in her heart. If Lin Mo really did that, what should she do then? Although she had feelings for Lin Mo, she did that kind of thing right after they got together. There are still some things in my heart that I can't get over. While she was struggling, Lin Mo had already returned home with his guitar. Chapter 91:3, Should that be enough? His fingers gently plucked the strings. The guitar that Qian Sinan lent me was pretty good. It wasn't top-notch, but the tone was pretty good. He possesses advanced guitar skills. Although not at god level, he is considered a first-line singer in the entertainment industry. I'll never forget the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. Your image is lingering in my mind. After just a little adaptation, Lin Mo became more and more proficient. A few minutes later, it has been completely integrated into my mind, just like driving skills. Although it has been integrated into your genes from the beginning, the second time will always be smoother than the first. Singing this song, love is not a choice. Lin Mo's mind gradually began to recall the scenes that happened today. My heart was even more touched. I didn't expect Su Qingyun to go to such lengths for me. I asked a friend to send her flowers in his own name. She also took the initiative to create opportunities to have dinner with me and took me to the amusement park to play with her for a day. The thing that Lin Mo can't forget the most. Of course, it was Su Qingyun's bold scene on the Ferris wheel. A girl has done this for herself. As a grown man, wouldn't it be too unkind of me if I didn't show any appreciation? Especially today, Lin Mo has already made clear in his heart how he feels about her. Therefore, when they finally separated, Lin Mo hugged Su Qingyun so deeply, and even went back specially to give Su Qingyun a kiss. Thinking about these scenes in my mind, I am even more looking forward to tomorrow. Confession. I have to confess, This is what Lin Mo wants to do most at this moment. I look forward to going to Peach Blossom Island tomorrow, and finding an opportunity to play love is not a choice for her and tell her how I feel about her. The other side, Jia Shoya finally stopped talking about that matter and instead discussed the confession with Su Qingyun in a serious manner. If you ask me, it's better to be direct. Jia Shoya said seriously, don't mess around with anything. Just boldly express your feelings for Lin Mo. Su Qingyun was a little confused and muttered, how should I put this? Is this difficult? Jia Shoya rolled her eyes and asked, just tell me whether you miss Lin Mo or not. Su Qingyun nodded, I do. So, do you love him? Su Qingyun nodded again, love, nonsense. As a female star who has never had any scandals, she naturally attaches great importance to this aspect, but even though she values him so much, she is unusually proactive in front of Lin Mo. It must be because after spending time with him, he was sure that he was really in love with Lin Mo. Just one eye contact was enough to make her blush and her heart beat fast. Just holding hands can make me happy for half a day. With a hug, everything in the world seems beautiful. Such emotion, how can I not love you? That's easy. Jia Shoya said, as for you, don't rush to confess your feelings when you meet him tomorrow. Just spend some time with him first. In the evening, when you two are chatting and the atmosphere feels right, you can tell him how you think of him and how much you love him. Wouldn't that be fine? Su Qingyun blushed and said shyly, is this okay? Why not? Jia Shoya rolled her eyes and asked, then don't confess your feelings. You two have already developed to this point anyway. That won't work. Su Qingyun quickly shook her head, although I feel a little shy when I think about speaking out what's in my heart, but when I think about it carefully, Lin Mo has already done so much for me. Isn't it just shy? I'm shy, but I have to say it out loud. Okay. Su Qingyun said firmly with an expression that said, I'm going to risk it all. Then I'll listen to you and tell him everything in my heart. Oh, it's not as exaggerated as you think. I've seen this happen a lot. Jia Shoya said casually, wait a minute, I'll go home and get my computer. The last clip was the sweet one, but I've also edited a lot of clips of the hero and heroine together. You should study hard tonight, good. To express my feelings, I risked everything. Su Qingyun agreed without hesitation. Jia Shoya returned home, ran to her room, picked up her computer, and took another look at the medical bag next to her. When she opened the medical kit, besides some simple items for treating colds and fevers or cotton swabs and gauze, there was also a small compartment where Jia Shoya had put 3 brand new condoms. 3 should be enough? This was bought by Jia Shoya when she bought dinner for Su Qingyun last night, in case someone turned into a werewolf. Well, my best friend is really worried about me. After thinking about it, Jia Shoya took the medical kit and ran back to Su Qingyun's home. Come, look at the computer. Jia Shoya turned on the computer and played the confession video she had edited for Su Qingyun. She then said, Qingyun, aren't you guys going to Peach Blossom Island? There aren't any hospitals around the B&B, so I prepared a medical kit for you. In case you catch a cold or something. Su Qingyun took the medical kit with a smile and said cheerfully, thank you, Shoya. You are truly my good sister. You are so thoughtful. I didn't even think of bringing this with me. As he said that, he opened the medical kit. Su Qingyun took a look and saw some medicines for treating colds, some for treating fevers, and some potions and gauze for treating abrasions. Jia Shoya next to her kept glancing at Su Qingyun's movements. In my heart, I was actually hoping that Su Qingyun could discover what I had placed in the interlayer by herself. It's just a pity. After Su Qingyun finished looking at the medicines, she casually picked up the medical bag, threw it aside, and hugged. Jia Shoya, you are so kind of fool, you haven't seen the most important part. However, Jia Shoya didn't dare to say this, and she forced a smile on her face. Come, watch the video first. I muttered in my heart, I'll text Su Qingyun tomorrow to tell her. Let her speak out now, please, she is a virgin herself. It is very bold for her to buy such things. She would feel embarrassed. Okay, so, Jia Shoya explained to herself in her heart, since Su Qingyun didn't notice it just now, it means that God also agrees with me sending a text message to tell Su Qingyun tomorrow. Chapter 92 The Qian family's accident. The next day, Lin Mo sent all the remaining chapters in his computer to the backend early on.
1/3 of them were published directly, and the rest were divided into two halves and set to scheduled release, to be released in 2 days. On the other side, Soo Ching-yoon was also yawning and hurriedly trying to tidy up her appearance. Trip to Peach Blossom Island to IT was something that both of them were looking forward to, and since they had almost made their relationship clear yesterday, it made them want to meet each other sooner. As the saying goes, there are those who are happy and those who are sad. Lin Mo and Soo Ching-yoon are naturally happy people. On the other hand, Shen Xan is the worried person. In order to settle the wages of the staff and pay the final payment for the amusement park, he embezzled the reserve funds in the restaurant last night. Restaurants contact suppliers from the place of origin to place orders every day. So it didn't take long for the use of the reserve fund to be discovered, and the news was soon reported to the family. So Chen Xan was in trouble. He was called back home by his father early in the morning. Inside a villa in a wealthy area, Qian Sinan sat on the sofa with his head hung down. In front of him was an energetic middle-aged man wearing a suit and tie. There was no expression on his face, but a hint of majesty emanated from him. The middle-aged man didn't speak for a long time, making the whole atmosphere even more silent, and the silence made people feel a little depressed, until a middle-aged woman dressed in jewels came over, holding a fruit plate and placed it in front of Qian Sinan. Come, eat some fruit first. Don't make your father angry. Talk to him nicely. Snort. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, glancing at Chen Xian with dissatisfaction. He then said, "The family fund gives you 100,000 yuan every month. Isn't that enough for you? You're usually not doing your job properly, and I won't say anything. Now you dare to use the restaurant's reserve funds? I need it urgently." Qian Sinan said in a low voice. "What urgent need can you provide?" It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. But as soon as Chen Xian spoke, the middle-aged man's eyes widened even further. He asked angrily, "You spend every day eating, drinking, and having fun with those bad friends. What urgent need could you have that would require you to embezzle 350,000 yuan? 350,000? The middle-aged woman quickly sat down, took Chen Xian's arm and asked lovingly, "Tell us, what did you do with all that money?" Qian Sinan said in a low voice, "I'm going to pay my respects to Big Brother." What? Hearing this, the middle-aged man felt so angry that his hands began to tremble slightly. "Worship Big Brother," the middle-aged man shouted. "What kind of ambition do you have? With 350,000 yuan, you actually go out and worship someone to be your big brother? That's what I mean." At this point, even the middle-aged woman was a little indignant, and she said anxiously, "Xian, I'm not saying anything. If you said you used the money to date someone, I wouldn't say anything. But why did you go to pay respects to Big Brother? Who is that person?" "I can't say." Qian Xian shook his head and said coquettishly, "Mom, that man is very powerful. Others who want to be his younger brother are not qualified. Anyway, I, your son, am not stupid. I won't suffer any loss." "Oh, never mind." The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "It's only 350,000 yuan anyway, but you can't do this again in the future, understand?" Snort. The middle-aged man next to her snorted coldly, looked at the middle-aged woman with dissatisfaction and said, "Did I say forget it? This is how you spoiled your son. I let it go before." Although he was not very motivated, at least he knew the priorities. "What about now?" The middle-aged woman glared back, "What's wrong now? Everything is fine now. We are at peace and have never caused any trouble for you. If he dares to use the restaurant's reserve funds now, he will dare to use the company's working capital in the future," the middle-aged man said angrily. "This matter won't end so easily. I'm telling you, if I don't deal with you today, my surname is not Qian." "Okay." The middle-aged woman's eyes instantly filled with tears. She grabbed Qian Xian's arm and yelled, "Pick it up. Show me how you clean it up. I'm telling you, Xian is our only child. Our family isn't particularly short of money. What's wrong with 350,000 yuan? It's ours." As she spoke, tears began to flow, and she cried, "They say a mother's status is determined by her sons. Now that you treat your son like this, will you also change your wife in the future? You. What nonsense are you talking about?" The middle-aged man was somewhat frustrated by this.
I'm talking about Xinn's reserve fund. No matter how rich you are, there will be a day when it's all gone. Isn't this just a lesson for him?
You didn't educate me before, but you had to wait until I was old and ugly to educate me.
Qian Guozhong, what do you mean? The middle-aged woman roared. Qian Sinan quickly pulled out a few tissues and said, Mom, don't cry. I was wrong about this. I was prepared before I did it, so no matter how Dad wants to deal with me, I will accept it. Good son. Hearing Qian Sinan's sensible words, the middle-aged woman was even more moved.
Instead of her tears stopping, she cried even harder.
Why, Qian Guozhong sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose with his hand, a little tiredly, and then said, Xian, Fongjing, I have something to confess to you.
I'm afraid the company has encountered some troubles recently.
What's wrong, Dad? Qian Sinan asked.
Some of our investment projects have run into problems, and I'm afraid our funding chain will be affected.
I've been looking for solutions these days, but, thinking of this, Qian Guozhong smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Originally, I didn't intend to tell you these things. We won't go bankrupt, but I'm afraid our assets will have to be sold off. Our family's wealth will probably shrink by more than half. As he spoke, he looked up at Qian Xian, his eyes filled with a hint of disappointment.
He sighed and said, I can't count on you anymore, but the good thing is that although you're not serious about your job, you're a good person at heart and never cause any trouble for me.
I'm relieved about that.
I'm telling you all this today because I hope you can prepare yourself mentally in advance.
I'm afraid our family's life will be worse than before.
I heard my father say these words to me so seriously. Qian Xian's heart trembled.
He understood that his father was not joking with him. In fact, the situation might be more serious than what he said. It is very likely that the survival of your family has now come to a matter of life and death. But no, I have to do something. Just you wait.
Qian Sinan stood up resolutely, picked up the car keys on the table, and said, I'll go find my eldest brother.
He will definitely be able to help our family.
After saying that, he walked out of the house without looking back and drove to find Lin Mo.
Chapter 93. Everyone came to the door. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Lin Mo, sitting on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes and muttered, I'm almost at 500,000 reputation points. I have to find time to do a silver 10 draw today.
Then he stood up and shouted to the door, I'm coming.
After opening the door, a graceful figure flashed in and threw herself into his arms. Looking down, he saw Su Qingyun's smiling face. She put her arms around Lin Mo's neck like a spoiled child and asked, Did you miss me?
Lin Mo had a faint smile on his lips and looked at her softly, You're here so early.
Yeah. Su Qingyun nodded and asked again, Tell me. Do you miss me?
This time, Lin Mo nodded gently, patted Su Qingyun's back with one hand, and said, I miss you.
Let me go quickly.
I'll get your luggage for you.
Hey. Su Qingyun shook her head like a spoiled child, I won't let go. Well, if it was in the past, it would be fine. However, Lin Mo, who had confirmed his feelings yesterday, found that he had no ability to resist at all when faced with Su Qingyun's attitude today. Even, I feel a little happy in my heart. Lin Mo simply put his arms around Su Qingyun's slender waist, lowered his head, and moaned. Then he coaxed her, Be good. I have guests coming over later, it would be bad if they saw us.
Su Qingyun's face turned slightly red after being kissed, and she let go of her hand with a bit of shyness, but after hearing Lin Mo's words, he asked curiously, Do you have a guest?
Yes.
Lin Mo nodded and explained, My car still has a temporary license plate.
I think it will be issued today or tomorrow. I need to find someone to help take a look at it. Oh, Su Qingyun walked in with her suitcase and saw a guitar on the sofa. She asked curiously, Can you play the guitar? I didn't know you could play the guitar before. Lin Mo closed the door and explained, I borrowed it. Borrowed?
Su Qingyun held the guitar in her arms, fiddled with it casually, and nodded.
The tone is pretty good.
Then he looked at Lin Mo playfully, blinked, and patted his side. Lin Mo, come sit here. As soon as Lin Mo sat down, Su Qingyun quickly came over, next to Lin Mo, and handed the guitar to Lin Mo's arms. Play it for me.
Okay.
Lin Mo did not refuse this, his fingers gently plucked the strings, and the melody of Love Is Not My Only Thing slowly floated throughout the room. Su Qingyun raised her eyebrows, surprised to find that Lin Mo's guitar skills were so strong. If only the sound quality was bettered. I'm afraid he is definitely a top-tier singer with real talent. And, Su Qingyun asked curiously, what's the name of your song? I don't think I've ever heard it before. Yeah, I wrote it myself. Lin Mo said without blushing or beating his heart. You can write songs? Su Qingyun's eyes lit up and she asked, have you decided on a name for this song? Lin Mo nodded, it's ready. What's your name? Keep it a secret. Su Qingyun pouted, raised her hand and gently patted Lin Mo's shoulder. Damn it, you have to keep a song title secret from me. It didn't take much effort, instead, it seems more like she is acting coquettishly to herself. Lin Mo put down the guitar, gently hugged her and leaned against the sofa, slowly burying his head in her neck. I'll tell you later, okay? Smelling the faint scent of jasmine, Lin Mo felt himself sinking deeper and deeper into it. It seemed that this fragrance, mixed with Su Qingyun's tenderness, made him relax all over. Such an action. Naturally, Su Qingyun's face flushed red. She felt the hot air from Lin Mo's every breath, which made her neck itchy, but she enjoyed it extremely. The two were chatting. The doorbell rang again. Ding dong, on the sofa. Do I need to step aside? Su Qingyun asked in a low voice. No need. Then, you go open the door first, I'll go to your room. Su Qingyun said. What's wrong? Lin Mo said, are you worried that they will go out and spread rumors? You can rest assured that they will definitely not do that. No, Su Qingyun shook her head embarrassedly, pointed at her face, and said coquettishly, it's all your fault. My face must be very red. I will wait until my complexion is better before coming out. You won't know unless you tell me. As soon as he said that, Lin Mo realized that when he first came, Su Qingyun's face was still fair and tender, but now it seemed as if it was painted with a layer of blush. Is this? Are you shy? Lin Mo grinned in amusement. You're still making fun of me. Su Qingyun rolled her eyes at Lin Mo in annoyance. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Although he said he wasn't laughing, Lin Mo was obviously smiling when he said this. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again, and a man's voice came from outside the door. Brother, it's us. Su Qingyun, who had originally wanted to take revenge, gave up the thought and said, go open the door quickly. We still need to leave. I'll go to your room first. Become. After Su Qingyun returned to the room, Lin Mo opened the door and said, Ahau, Ashui. Two people walked in and saw Su Qingyun's suitcase at a glance. They asked curiously, brother, are you going on a long trip? Ah. Lin Mo nodded. I'm going out to play. I'll be back in 2 days. Then he said, my car hasn't been registered yet. It will probably be available in the next day or two. When the time comes, I need you two to do me a favor and find someone who knows about this business to take a look. Hey, I thought it was something serious. There's no problem with this. It's up to us too. Bai Hao patted his chest and agreed to this matter. This kind of thing, it was just a piece of cake. If they hadn't recognized Lin Mo as their big brother, they would have just asked a younger brother to do this kind of thing. Chen Miao also asked, brother, where are you going to travel? We have some friends in various places. If we encounter any problems, I can ask them to help us. That's not necessary. Lin Mo waved his hand and refused, explaining, I'm going to Peach Blossom Island. There aren't many people there, so there won't be any problems. Talking, the door of the room opened. Su Qingyun walked out of the room and saw Bai Hao and Chen Miao. She was immediately shocked. Boss Bai? Brother Shui? Bai Hao and Chen Miao were also stunned and asked in surprise, Su Qingyun. Chapter 94, a step late, Brother Lin sets off. When Su Qingyun heard that Lin Mo's friend was coming over, she quickly took a few deep breaths to calm her agitated mood. Before coming out, he even adjusted his collar. After all, although he and Lin Mo had never said it out loud, they had already tacitly agreed in their hearts that they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. As the future hostess, she naturally hoped that her first appearance in front of Lin Mo's friends would be graceful and elegant, but after coming out and seeing Bai Hao and Chen Miao, she was still a little shocked. Although she was not familiar with them, she had heard of their names many times. After all, they are the two top second generations in Shanghai, so it is very normal for them to know each other. But she didn't expect that Lin Mo actually knew them. In comparison, Bai Hao and Chen Miao were no less shocked than Su Qingyun, as the second generation. Although both of them have always been obsessed with racing, there are more or less some friends around them who are in love with female stars in the entertainment industry. Therefore, I am very familiar with people in the entertainment industry. They know very well that many female stars' public personas of pure and innocent girls are actually not good to look at. For ordinary people, those contents are unimaginable, but for people in a circle, they are quite transparent. But there is an exception here, that is Su Qingyun. This is exactly why the two of them were shocked. Su Qingyun's personality is that she has never had any scandals with other men. The reason why she is an exception is that in private, Su Qingyun is the same as Su Qingyun, who was not famous at the time, naturally attracted the attention of countless second-generation men. Many people ran to pursue her and handed luxury cars and famous watches to her, just asking to have a meal with her. However, without exception, they were all rejected by Su Qingyun. Over time, not many people pursued her anymore, and there were even rumors in the circle that Su Qingyun didn't like men. Certainly, most people just laughed when they heard about this kind of thing. These are just excuses that losers make for themselves. How can they be trusted? It was precisely because they knew so much about the inside story that Bai Hao and Chen Miao were both stunned when they saw Su Qingyun actually walking out of Lin Mo's room. No way. Big Brother and Su Qingyun, Bai Hao and Chen Miao looked at each other and saw shock in their eyes. Lin Mo was very generous and waved to Su Qingyun, "Come here." When Su Qingyun walked over to him, Lin Mo naturally took her hand and introduced her with a smile. "Let me introduce you, this is Ah Hao, this is Ah Shui, you all know Qingyun, right?" "I know you." Bai Hao and Chen Miao nodded quickly, but there was still a sense of unreality in his eyes. Bai Hao looked at Lin Mo, then at Su Qingyun, and finally asked cautiously, "Brother, the travel you mentioned, isn't it?" "Yes." Lin Mo admitted generously, "I'm going to Peach Blossom Island with Qingyun for 2 days. Su Qingyun next to him lowered her head, looking shy, and had no intention of refutation at all. Hiss, Bai Hao and Chen Miao both gasped. In his heart, he secretly gave Lin Mo a thumbs up and thought to himself, "Awesome. Big Brother is worthy of being the Big Brother." Without saying a word, he actually won over the woman who had been rejected by all the second-generation Modu people. It's amazing. Su Qingyun, who was sitting next to him, also became curious. Does Lin Mo have any other identities besides being an author? Otherwise, why would Bai Hao and Chen Miao call Lin Mo Big Brother? Note, I'll have to ask when I get a chance. However, no matter what Lin Mo's identity is. Su Qingyun looked down at her own hand. Lin Mo had been holding her hand when he introduced himself. My heart was filled with sweetness, and I thought to myself, no matter who you are, I love you as a person, not the wealth and glory behind you. Okay. Everything has been explained almost completely, and Lin Mo is planning to officially set off with Su Qingyun. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Qingyun and I will leave first. Okay. Bai Hao and Chen Miao nodded quickly. Another suitcase was dragged out of the room. This one belonged to Lin Mo. After closing the door, the four of them took the elevator downstairs together. As soon as you go out, then I saw an Alpha parked at the door, and the driver hurried over to take the 2 suitcases. Yanzi also ran over. Sister Qingyun. Swallow. Su Qingyun smiled and touched Swallow's head, greeting, "Good morning." Yanzi smiled and waved her fist at Lin Mo again. "Brother, you are not allowed to bully Sister Qingyun, understand?" "Hey, okay." Lin Mo said happily. After the luggage is packed, Lin Mo and Su Qingyun said goodbye to everyone. Bai Hao and Chen Miao watched the car go away, still feeling a little surprised. Mainly, I still can't figure it out. Many of those who pursued Su Qingyun at the beginning were the best of the second generation, and even now many of them have begun to take over the family business. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a young talent, but so many excellent people were rejected, only Lin Mo took it down. Without a word and without any warning, how could these two not be surprised? Just at this moment, a Lamborghini stopped in front of the Sichuan restaurant and a man hurriedly got out of the car. Yanzi immediately recognized that this was the person who celebrated her birthday yesterday, so she waved and called out, "Brother Qian." Swallow. Qian Xin and walked over with a forced smile on his face. As he approached, he recognized Bai Hao and Chen Miao at a glance, and nodded quickly, greeting them, "Boss Bai, Brother Shui." Driving a Lamborghini, I guess he must be a second-generation car. However, although they are both Lamborghinis, Bai Hao's is the 6th element, while the one in front of him is the basic model. The class gap can be seen from this. So Bai Hao and Chen Miao were not very enthusiastic. they just nodded and didn't say anything. Qian Sinan didn't say anything about this. He knew very well in his heart that although they were both second generation, he could not compare with them. So he smiled awkwardly, looked at Yan Zi and asked, is brother Lin here? My brother just left not long ago. I'm afraid it will take several days for him to come back. Yan Zi blinked in confusion. What do you want to talk to my brother about? Qian Sinan sighed inwardly, shook his head with a wry smile, and said, it's okay. I'll talk to brother Lin when he comes back in a couple of days. Bai Hao next to him frowned and asked, do you know my eldest brother? Chapter 95. The real reason why Big Brother asked me to come. Bai Hao's sudden question made Qian Xian's heart beat fast. The reason is very simple. As mentioned before, Bai Hao and Chen Miao are both top second generation, and they both have to call Lin Mo big brother. Qian Sinan was just a person who had just entered the second generation circle. He just seized the opportunity and successfully became Lin Mo's younger brother. From a certain perspective, Qian Sinan, Bai Hao, and Chen Miao have become of the same status. Therefore, Bai Hao suddenly asked, and Qian Sinan thought that the two of them were very dissatisfied with this and felt that they had lowered their own value. But this matter cannot be concealed. Chen Xian had no choice but to nod and said frankly, yes, I am brother Lin's younger brother. Chen Miao and Bai Hao looked at each other and felt a hint of curiosity. Could it be that Lin Mo has some other identity that they are unaware of? Yan Zi greeted with a smile, Brother Chen, have you eaten yet? Not yet. Qian Sinan shook his head with a wry smile. Early this morning, he was scolded by his father for embezzling the restaurant's reserve funds. Later, when he heard that something had happened in his family's company, he hurried over to ask Lin Mo for help. Naturally, he had no time to eat. Then come to my house and have dinner together. Xiao Yanzi urged, different from Bai Hao and Chen Miao. The last time the two of them came to find Lin Mo with so many people, Yan Zi was so scared that she thought they were going to fight. Qian Sinan accompanied her throughout her birthday and even sang a birthday song for her. As a result, Yan Zi became more intimate with him and invited Qian Sinan to her home for dinner. Qian Xian didn't dare to stay in front of Bai Hao and Chen Miao for too long, so he agreed and said, okay, let's go. Mr. Bai, brother Shu Wei, I'll leave first. Qian Sinan smiled awkwardly, and after saying that, he hurriedly followed Yan Zi to the Sichuan restaurant. Bai Hao and Chen Miao were left looking at each other in bewilderment. After watching the two of them leave, Chen Miao asked, Xiao Bai, what do you think? Bai Hao pinched his chin, frowned, and said, it seems that our previous calculations were correct. Chen Miao nodded in agreement and said, let's get in the car first. I'll have someone check the background of this Qian. They are all from the same circle. It was not too easy for Chen Miao to know the general situation of an ordinary second-generation person. Just make a phone call, let his younger brother ask the second generation of other families with assets worth tens of billions. It won't take long to get a general idea. Brother Shu Wei, that person's name is Qian Xian. He's nothing special. He wasn't very good at studying. Later, when he was in college, he went to a European university to get some experience. He came back after that and didn't take over the family company. He currently just manages a restaurant. This is a very simple process, and it is quite common in the second-generation circle. However, when it came to Qian Sinan, it had to attract Chen Miao's attention. I quickly asked, do you know how long he's been overseas? I stayed there for 4 years, which was pretty normal. Okay, I understand. Then tell me about his character? Chen Miao paused, then continued, and tell me about the Qian family. So the person on the other end continued. How should I describe Qian Xian? He's loyal and honest. He never causes any major trouble, but he does get into some minor trouble every once in a while. All in all, he's a pretty good person. As for the Qian family, apart from his parents, Qian Xian is the only one left. He's the only son in the family, and there's been talk recently that they're having a major liquidity problem and are about to go bankrupt. When that happens, I'm afraid things will get tough for them. I understand. I'll hang up now. After listening to the simple information, Chen Miao and Bai Hao looked at each other, and their previous guesses became more and more certain. Bai Hao said, before, I boldly speculated that Lin Mo was traveling overseas, but I didn't know which country he was in. But now I can guess that he is in Europe. Chen Miao nodded in agreement, narrowed his eyes slightly, and tapped lightly on the car window with his fingers. He asked Bai Hao beside him thoughtfully, Xiao Bai, did you understand anything from the information just now?
I heard it.
Bai Hao analyzed, look, anyone who plays racing must have grown up in a wealthy family. Especially since my eldest brother has such rich mountain racing skills, which requires accumulated experience. From this, it can be seen that my eldest brother's family is probably also a giant.
After a pause, Bai Hao continued, thinking about Qian Xian's situation, I roughly deduced that most of Big Brother's family's influence is in Europe, right?
Hey, Chen Miao smiled and nodded, praising him, not bad, you've analyzed this far now.
Anything else?
What else? Bai Hao asked puzzledly. Well, Chen Miao said happily, you only saw the first floor, but not the second floor. What are the first and second floors? Bai Hao looked at Chen Miao with some confusion and said, don't keep me in suspense.
Hurry up and explain yourself.
So Chen Miao began his analysis. What you said before was all very good, but I just noticed a piece of news.
I wonder if you took it to heart.
Chen Miao turned to look at Bai Hao and said, they just said that the Chen family's liquidity chain might have a big problem recently.
I heard that. What happened?
Bai Hao asked. Chen Miao shook his head and smiled, think about it carefully.
Since Qian Xian is Lin Mo's younger brother, why did Big Brother call us instead of Qian Xian when he was trying to get the license plate? Bai Hao thought about it carefully and said doubtfully, you mean, Big Brother wants us to help the Qian family?
Yeah. Chen Miao nodded affirmatively and said, think about it, it's just a license plate.
Did Big Brother specifically ask you and me to come here today? And as soon as we got here, Qian Xian happened to show up.
I'm afraid this was all part of Big Brother's calculations. He was hinting that we should help him.
No way?
Bai Hao scratched his head and asked, somewhat confused.
Brother, what a fool. Why does he have to hint at something like this when he can just say it openly? If I'm not mistaken, it's because Su Qingyun doesn't understand Brother Lin's identity yet, and Brother Lin doesn't want to expose his family background at this moment. Chen Miao boldly speculated. I see.
Bai Hao nodded in agreement. The other side I and the CAR.Su Qingyun asked doubtfully, Lin Mo, is it necessary for you to call Bai Hao and Chen Miao over just for a license plate?
Hey, it's okay.
Lin Mo explained with a smile, I saw that they both knew a lot about cars, so I asked them to do it.
This way I feel more at ease.
Chapter 96. Don't thank us, thank Big Brother. After all, this is the first car he bought, and he hasn't even got a license plate yet, so Lin Mo is naturally very concerned about it. It would be reasonable to ask two friends who know cars to help keep an eye on it. The other side, there was a loud bang. Bai Hao knocked on the steering wheel and exclaimed, I understand. It turns out that all this was arranged by Big Brother.
Of course.
The expression on Chen Miao's face clearly showed that he had great confidence in his analysis. He analyzed, because he doesn't want to reveal his identity, and the Chen family's problems are just a small problem in front of people like us, so Big Brother doesn't want to reveal his strength, but instead arranges this chance encounter to hint that we should help the Chen family. The more I think about it, the more likely this is. After all, it is not too easy to arrange a chance encounter. Lin Mo was able to control when he came over, and he was also able to control when Qian Xian would come over. In this way, Lin Mo only needs to leave at the critical time and let the people on both sides meet, so that it can become a coincidence. Even if he didn't understand Lin Mo's meaning, he believed that when Lin Mo came back in a few days, he would be able to solve the Qian family's trouble easily. Through my own analysis, Chen Miao couldn't help but lean back in his chair, his face full of emotion. It seems that Big Brother is consciously trying to connect us together.
Ah, Shui, I was actually a little weird before.
Bai Hao said seriously, I wanted to say this before. You said that the two of us are both billionaires, but I feel that we are not as noble as my eldest brother.
That's right.
Chen Miao nodded in agreement. I have to say, Lin Mo's temperament is so attractive. True nobility gives people a feeling of being born with it. This kind of temperament is not possessed by ordinary people, Chen Miao speculated. This has little to do with how much money one has. I think the most important thing is the family's heritage.
We are at most the second generation, but I'm afraid that eldest brother's family has been around for 3 generations or more.
The more the two people analyzed, the more they felt that they might be getting closer to the truth of the matter. However, no matter how much he guessed, he could not really guess which family Lin Mo came from since Lin Mo wanted to hide his identity. Bai Hao and Chen Miao didn't pursue the matter any further. No matter what Lin Mo's identity was, with their current situation, there was no need to curry favor with him. They just wanted to make friends. Since Big Brother has made such arrangements, let's help the Qian family become. After the two of them discussed it, they reached a consensus. Get off, walked into the Sichuan restaurant. Chen Xianen was eating breakfast with a gloomy face. When he saw Bai Hao and Chen Miao walk in, he was so scared that he stood up quickly and greeted them. Boss Bai, Brother Shui, I couldn't help but wonder in my heart, are these two big guys here to settle accounts with me? Qian Xianen, right? Chen Miao walked over and calmly sat down opposite Qian Xianen, waving his hand. You should sit down too. There's no need to be so nervous. Hey. Xian Sinan quickly sat down. They say there's no need to be nervous, but how can you really not be nervous? I don't even dare to eat it. He placed his hands on his knees, lowered his head and looked at the table, not daring to breathe. Chen Miao smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he asked, I heard that there have been some problems in your family recently? How did Brother Shui know about this? Qian Sinan's heart skipped a beat. Even he himself only found out about it after his father told him this morning. Knowing that this matter could not be concealed, Chen Sinan forced an ugly smile on his face and nodded. Yes, I know. Bai Hao next to him interrupted. Is this the reason you came to see our eldest brother today? As expected, Chen Sinan felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Why little thought was seen through in an instant. Since he was seen through, Chen Sinan had no choice but to nod and admit it. Yes, something happened at home. So I thought of coming to Brother Lin to ask for mercy. It seems that my previous guess was correct. Bai Hao and Chen Miao looked at each other, and both of them were more convinced in their hearts that Lin Mo was not simple. To understand. If a company really has problems, it was obvious that a large sum of money was needed, and Qian Sinan subconsciously came to Lin Mo, which meant that he knew Lin Mo had a way to solve this problem. He is indeed from a noble family. Chen Miao thought for a while and winked at Bai Hao. Bai Hao nodded, took out a business card from his pocket and placed it on the table. He then pushed it in front of Qian Xianen and said, take it home and have your dad make this call. My company just happened to have an order. I can pay you first, but the quality of the project must be guaranteed. Qian Sinan was shocked. I picked up the business card and took a look at it. It was Haoyu Company. This is a company founded by Bai Hao himself. It has billions of assets and is a giant. Mr. Bai, you. Qian Sinan was a little confused. Hey. Bai Hao immediately stopped Qian Xianen from saying anything else and said, don't thank me. I've heard that your Qian family is quite honest in this regard. I feel at ease handing the project over to you. Besides, if you really want to thank someone, you don't have to thank me. No need to thank him. But Qian Sinan looked at Chen Miao in confusion. Since it wasn't Bai Hao, it must be Chen Miao. You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Big Brother. These are just his arrangements. Chen Miao said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he stood up, raised his hand and gently patted Qian Xianen's shoulder, and said with emotion, you really met a good brother. He takes care of you in every aspect. In Chen Miao's heart, Lin Mo probably already knew about the Qian family's crisis, but why did Lin Mo design such a plan? It's very simple. Isn't it just to protect Qian Xianen's self-esteem? Asking for help is a very uncomfortable thing, especially for people of Qian Sinan's class. Asking Lin Mo or people like yourself would inevitably be a form of currying favor. That's why Lin Mo specially designed this plan. He left before Qian Sinan asked for help, and did not tell himself and Bai Hao, but let himself and Bai Hao find out. In this way, the debt of favor will be owed to Lin Mo himself, Bai Hao and Chen Miao. The classes of these three people are truly equal, which protects Qian Sinan to the greatest extent. Well, when they thought of this, Chen Miao and Bai Hao secretly gave Lin Mo a thumbs up in their hearts. So loyal. Obviously Qian Sinan was just a younger brother of Lin Mo, but Lin Mo took care of him in every aspect. He recognized him as his elder brother and he didn't make a mistake. Chapter 97, Incident Resolved. First arrival at Peach Blossom Island. Watched Bai Hao and Chen Miao drive away. Qian Sinan, standing at the door of the Sichuan restaurant, was still thinking about what Chen Miao had just said. Don't thank us. You found a good brother who has thought of everything for you. Who is the good brother? That's naturally Lin Mo. So touching. Chen Sinan held the business card in his hand, and was so moved that he was speechless. It doesn't matter if I didn't know it before, and now that I know that all this was arranged by Lin Mo, I suddenly understand a lot of things. Brother Lin must have known about the crisis our family was facing in advance, so he specially called Bai Hao and Chen Miao to come and help him. Considering his wealth, what happens at home is nothing more than trivial matters. So Lin Mo doesn't even have to do it himself. He just needs to use the company created by Hao.my. Heart feels warm. Holding the business card, Chen Sinan said goodbye to his boss and hurried back to his home. Give the business card to your dad. Chen Guozhong frowned as he looked at the business card.
How you company? Isn't this the company run by the eldest son of the Bai family?
Are you still in contact with them? No way. My family only has assets worth tens of billions, but Bai Hao has built billions of assets through his own business. The strengths of the two are simply not equal. I've never heard of my son playing with other people, so why would they suddenly come to help?
It's my eldest brother.
Qian Xianen lay on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the chandelier, and he said with emotion, my eldest brother arranged this personally.
Sigh. I've been such a failure as a younger brother. It's only the second day, and I have to ask my eldest brother to take action personally. How embarrassing.
The middle-aged woman next to him brightened up when she heard this, and she couldn't help but boast, look, you were scolding Xianen this morning, but now you're fine.
I'm saying our Xianen is smart. How could she be easily fooled?
It's only 350,000 yuan, and with such a backer, we're really getting a great deal. Xian Guozhong pursed his lips, feeling that this was a bit of a dream, but now that I have the business card, I have to give it a try. When the call was connected, Bai Hao on the other end had obviously greeted him. As soon as Chen Guozhong gave his name, the person on the other end directly said that there was a project to be given to him and asked him to go in person to sign the contract today. The construction period was long, but the money would be credited immediately. In this way, Chen Guozhong can use the money to plug the hole first, and after collecting the money, he can finish the work of Haoyu Company. It's just a capital cycle that can bring the company back to life.
Okay.
I'll be there this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Chen Guozhong finally believed it and said with emotion, that's great.
Think about how to thank your brother. How about some more money, suggested the middle-aged woman.
Oh, Mom. Xian Xianen said with a smile, even if we put all our wealth in front of others, it's just a small amount.
It would only be embarrassing.
Don't worry, I know what to do about this matter. What else can I do? The money is not enough, I just need to be a better little brother in the future, taking everything into consideration. These 4 words describe my attitude towards Brother Lin. There is no impenetrable wall in this world. That afternoon, shortly after Qian Guozhong signed the contract, the news that the Qian family's crisis had been resolved spread like wildfire.
This matter is no secret. In the second-generation circle, rumors began to spread that Qian Sinan was actually brother
Lin's subordinate, and this time when the Qian family encountered a crisis, Brother Lin didn't even have to say a word. By how it already helped solve it. Many people enviously said, Chen Xianen doesn't have any special abilities, but he's lucky to have such a good brother. Regarding this rumor, Qian Sinan smiled when he heard this, and did not deny it. Instead, he said proudly, that's right, I am indeed a little uneducated, but I have never committed any crime.
Apart from anything else, I am really lucky to have found a good brother.
The news about the Magic City was widely spread. Lin Mo, who got off the plane and then took a car and a boat, knew nothing about this. This place has not been fully developed yet. It's just the wrong season. Peach blossoms bloom in March and April, but now there are only green buds. Su Qingyun blinked in disappointment and said distressfully, no wonder when I booked a B&B online, the prices were so cheap everywhere.
I forgot to check the date.
I originally thought that Lin Mo and I could have fun in Taoyuan. Now I see, well, not being completely bald is already giving myself face.
Hey. Lin Mo didn't care.
He walked over to her with their suitcases and said with a smile, it's okay.
Do you know what kind of travel can make people happy?
What?
Su Qingyun asked doubtfully.
There are many kinds of travel, but this time, I think the focus is not on the scenery, but on the people who accompany you. Lin Mo said happily. The person who accompanies you. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Su Qingyun's face flushed. She bit her lower lip, arched her nose, and said playfully, I didn't expect Lin Mo to be so sweet.
You don't know whether it's sweet or not?
Lin Mo joked, with a whoosh. Su Qingyun, who had been so bold before, actually turned red in the face. She shyly rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said, hateful. I thought you were a blockhead before, but I didn't expect you to be so slick. After he finished speaking, he quickly turned around and ran into the yard, pushed open the door, and waved to Lin Mo, take your time carrying it. I'll go see if the host has prepared everything I want. Mainly look at some dishes and the like. After all, the two of them would be staying here for 2 days, and they would have to ride an electric bike to go to the nearby stores, so the first thing they did was to look at the ingredients. Looking at her disgraceful figure, Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly, looking a little proud. He muttered quietly, humph. I just wasn't sure of my feelings before, so I pretended to be stupid. Do you really think I'm a piece of wood? He shook his head and walked in carrying 2 suitcases. This house is really nice. There are 2 floors, and a large yard surrounded by a fence. Because it is a homestay, the decoration is in a pastoral style, which is quite romantic. It is not like a hotel. Such decoration gives people a home feeling. Put down your luggage. Lin Mo looked at the room to the side and shouted, how is it? Have you finished looking? Yeah, I've finished reading it. Su Qingyun came out with a glass of water and said with a smile, come here, you've worked hard carrying the luggage, drink some water and take a rest. Let me speak my mind. It's impossible to have dog food in every chapter, that's for sure. Some people say I'm off topic, but I probably didn't think carefully when I chose the title. I wanted to start from the moment they get to know each other, but many people thought the story started with the wife. Then there's the protagonist's power. Although it's all just imagination at the moment, it will slowly benefit those who recognize him as their big brother. Finally, let's talk about entertainment. The tone of my book is entertainment plus emotion, and it's still in the first volume, especially since we're about to reach the finale. You can tell from the title of the first volume, right? How can I like you that much? Obviously, the main focus of this volume is on emotion, not entertainment, so I'm not off topic or anything. It's just that the entertainment articles I write follow a different development path from the entertainment articles you've seen written by others. That's all. Chapter 98. The first time they get along. Lin Mo, sitting on the chair, is now enjoying the life of an emperor holding the water. Su Qingyun, who was behind him, smiled and massaged his shoulders, asking, how are you, Lin Mo? Are you feeling comfortable? Lin Mo took a sip of water and nodded comfortably, saying with emotion, it feels good. Your technique is pretty good. I'll order you next time. Pooh. Su Qingyun was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. She patted Lin Mo's shoulder and complained, well, I didn't realize you were a regular at that kind of place. You look very familiar with it. Oh, then you're really short-sighted. Lin Mo laughed and teased, I have a nickname for this. People call me the Magic City Bathing King. Go out and ask around. You'll find no shop on Bath Street where I don't have a membership card. Puff, it was the first time that Su Qingyun discovered that Lin Mo had such a poor mouth. In the past, he was silent for a long time in front of me, but now he suddenly becomes slick and talkative. In fact, such a change mainly comes from Lin Mo's mentality. Before, Lin Mo had never been sure of his feelings, so when he was with Su Qingyun, he was more often thinking about how their relationship should progress. In this way, a sense of alienation will naturally arise, and now, Lin Mo had already made up his mind and had even decided to confess his feelings today, so at this moment in front of Su Qingyun, he had no thoughts in his mind and was just relaxed. You say it as if it were true. Su Qingyun teased with amusement, raising his hand and gently covering the small hand on his shoulder. Lin Mo asked, you have been on the road and haven't eaten. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Don't worry, let's look at the house first. After all, this is the place where we will be staying tonight, so we should take a good look at it. As soon as you walk in from the yard, you will see the living room, the kitchen on the left, and the tool room and toilet on the right. Walking up the corridor, I arrived at the second floor. On the second floor, it is divided into 2 rooms. The bathroom and toilet in each room are separated. The overall decoration is not luxurious, but of a light and elegant pastoral style. There is also a string of wind chimes hanging on the window. When the wind blows, the wind chimes start to ring ding-dong, which makes people feel relaxed physically and mentally. You have good taste. Lin Mo praised, the decoration here is very good. Isn't that right? Su Qingyun raised her chin proudly. I muttered to myself, of course I have to. I carefully selected this place. Not only is the decoration style good, but more importantly, there are not many people or shops around here, so we can be alone and quiet. When Su Qingyun thought that she would be able to be alone with Lin Mo in the future, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Just at this moment, Lin Mo saw this scene and lowered his head and moved closer.
What are you doing? Su Qingyun reacted and quickly hid her smile. Lin Mo smiled and asked, if it's not me, then what are you doing? Me?
Su Qingyun lied with her eyes wide open. I didn't do anything, don't look at me like that. Because Lin Mo was bending over, their faces were parallel, and there was an area restriction at the door, so the distance between them was also very close. Lin Mo looked at it carefully. Let's be honest. Su Qingyun deserves to be called the national goddess, whether it is the exquisite facial features or the cool and graceful temperament, they are extremely consistent with the aesthetic of Oriental people, giving people a feeling of being pure and elegant, a lady from a noble family, and looking at Lin Mo's face. Su Qingyun's fair face also began to flush, and she muttered in her heart, Lin Mo's skin is really good, without a single blemish.
I'm jealous.
What she didn't seem to expect was the blush on her face at this moment made her look even more charming and beautiful. She felt that Lin Mo's gaze, which had originally been deep, gradually ignited into a flame that made her blush and her heart beat faster. Su Qingyun's eyes were filled with shyness as she asked, Lin Mo, don't look at me like that. Oh, Lin Mo also quickly retracted his gaze, stood up straight, and turned his head away. I also felt a little confused just now. I suddenly felt an urge in my heart, wanting to take a step forward and kiss her. This kind of idea came out for the second time. The first time was when I said goodbye last time. As soon as I went downstairs, I had this impulse in my mind. That time, he couldn't control himself, so he went back directly and kissed Su Qingyun in the corridor. If Su Qingyun hadn't spoken just now, he would have made the same mistake in just a few seconds. Lin Mo looked at the wind chimes by the window, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Qingyun, I want a hug. Before Lin Mo finished speaking, Su Qingyun took a step forward, opened her arms and hugged Lin Mo. She rested her head gently on Lin Mo's chest, and seemed to be able to hear the strong heartbeat in her ears. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he smiled. Lin Mo, your heartbeat is so fast.
Yes, is there?
Even if it wasn't the first time I was hugged, but when Lin Mo faced Su Qingyun in his arms, he still felt very nervous. Have.
Su Qingyun smiled and said jokingly, it seems that after I finished speaking, you danced even faster.
Lin Mo didn't continue talking. Instead, he raised his hands and gently hugged Su Qingyun, buried his head gently in Su Qingyun's hair, and sniffed the fragrance of jasmine. Opened his mouth. Lin Mo wanted to confess his feelings, but before he could utter a single word, he kept the words in his heart. Hold on, you must hold on. I practiced love is not a choice so many times last night. Wasn't it just to express my feelings? I'll have to find a chance to play it for her later. In Lin Mo's heart, he had actually already regarded Su Qingyun as his girlfriend, and he believed that Su Qingyun felt the same way. However, for Lin Mo, this kind of thing still requires a sense of ritual. It needs to be said out loud to be formal enough. Gurgle, we just hugged each other for a while. Su Qingyun's stomach suddenly growled. In this quiet atmosphere, it is very obvious. With this sound, Su Qingyun buried her head even deeper. Although she didn't look at Lin Mo's expression, she said, don't laugh. Hey, how did this girl know that she was laughing? Lin Mo grinned and nodded while suppressing his laughter. Okay? Hey, okay. I won't laugh. Chapter 99 Ordinary clear soup noodles. How can there be no laughter here? Su Qingyun patted Lin Mo's chest and said coquettishly, don't laugh at me. Okay, okay. Lin Mo grinned and gently kissed her smooth forehead.
He raised his hand and touched her head and asked, are you hungry?
I'll go cook for you. Being treated like this by Lin Mo. Su Qingyun's ears turned red visibly, but when she heard Lin Mo wanted to cook for her, Su Qingyun quickly said, no. Having said that, he immediately let go of Lin Mo and ran downstairs. Before Lin Mo could react, he had already disappeared into the stairwell. A voice came from downstairs, wait a moment, I'll make you something to eat right away. When Lin Mo reacted, only the lingering fragrance of jasmine in the air remains to commemorate the tenderness that just passed. In the kitchen. Su Qingyun rolled up her sleeves, ready to show off her skills. Why did she choose a B&B in the first place, even choose this kind of place? Renting the whole house without a waiter, isn't the purpose to use his own skills to first capture Lin Mo's stomach and then conquer his heart? Although the two of them are now together in heart, Su Qingyun still hasn't given up on her stomach. Su Qingyun encouraged herself, keep going, keep going.
Don't be complacent just because you've won. It's easy to conquer an empire, but it's hard to keep it. The road ahead is long and arduous, Shin Yun. Lin Mo shook his head. Since they are preparing lunch, I might as well tidy up my room. He dragged the 2 suitcases up to the second floor and then called out, Shin Yun, there are 2 rooms. Do you want the one inside or the one in the hallway? Whatever. Su Qingyun replied. Lin Mo thought about it and decided to just live in the room closest to the corridor. If anything happened, he would be the first to protect Su Qingyun inside. So he put Su Qingyun's luggage in the room inside and took out his own luggage. In fact, it only took 2 days and 1 night. So I didn't bring much stuff, just a simple tidy up and that's it. Not long after, Su Qingyun's voice came from downstairs. Lin Mo, come down for lunch. So fast, Lin Mo went downstairs and saw Su Qingyun wearing an apron and a simple ponytail, with a few strands of hair floating out casually. This style not only does not give people a feeling of being unkempt, but instead has a very homely feel. Su Qingyun raised her hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her wrist. She looked at Lin Mo with a smile and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Is my current image too bad? Won't. Lin Mo shook his head and walked in front of her. He raised his hand to help her push a few strands of hair that were stuck to her forehead due to sweat behind her ears and said, you look very beautiful like this. Not sure if it was because of Lin Mo's gentle gaze or because of the intimate actions at the moment, Su Qingyun lowered her head slightly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, looking unusually sweet. With a slightly flushed cheek, she whispered, there's another bowl in the kitchen that I need to get. Please sit down and eat first. After saying that, he lowered his head and hurried back to the kitchen in small steps. Hey, looking at her disgraced back, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Before, Su Qingyun was always more proactive, and he thought of her as a female hooligan in his heart. Unexpectedly, now that I took the initiative, she became shyd. Is this the same as a spring? If you are strong, she is weak? If you are weak, she is strong. Lin Mo nodded with a smile, feeling that this made sense. It seemed that he should be more proactive in the future. In the kitchen. Su Qingyun bit her lower lip lightly, and the smile on the corner of her mouth never stopped. If it weren't for the fact that he had feelings for Lin Mo given her personality, how could she possibly take the initiative? But Lin Mo just acted like a piece of wood before, very dull. In order to make the relationship between the two of them go to the next level, she had no choice but to take the active role, and now, Lin Mo was so proactive that she returned to her original role and naturally became a little shy and embarrassed. He walked out slowly carrying the noodles. When he came to the dining table, he didn't sit opposite Lin Mo, but sat next to him. When their elbows touched, Su Qingyun raised her head and looked at Lin Mo and laughed foolishly. Silly girl, what are you so happy about? Lin Mo said with a smile. I'm just happy. Su Qingyun didn't care at all, and even felt that this was not enough. She moved her position so that she was closer to Lin Mo, as if she couldn't wait to stick together to be happy. Then he urged, Lin Mo, try this clear soup noodle. Good. Lin Mo took a look at the clear soup noodles in front of him. A poached egg, some vegetables, and then noodles and clear soup. He picked up the soup spoon, blew away the hot steam, and then took a sip of the soup. Praise, not bad. This is the truth. Whether it was the meal Su Qingyun cooked at home last time or the bowl of clear soup noodles today, both were cooked to a very high standard. The important thing is, it doesn't smell like the one in the restaurant, but the way you eat it gives you a homey feeling, a feeling that is hard to describe, not only in terms of cooking skills, but more in terms of the heart. After hearing Lin Mo's praise, Su Qingyun's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and she said proudly, I'm not bragging. I told you before that my cooking skills are very good. Well, that's in fact, as for noodles, she currently only knows how to make clear soup noodles, but it doesn't matter, Su Qingyun muttered in her heart, I'll play it first, and then continue to learn when I get back. One day I will be able to cook a lot of delicious food and cook for Lin Mo in different ways every day. Whenever Su Qingyun saw Lin Mo eating the food she cooked, she felt very happy in her heart. This feeling can only be felt when Lin Mo eats something sweet. When she was alone before, Su Qingyun ordered takeout every day. She never thought that one day she would go into the kitchen, and not for herself, but for another man. Lin Mo turned his head suspiciously and looked at Su Qingyun, who was in a daze. He urged her, why are you staring at me? I can't eat. You should eat your noodles quickly. Yeah, okay. Su Qingyun nodded with a smile and started eating. It's just an ordinary bowl of clear soup noodles, but when eating it with Lin Mo, it seemed to taste a little sweeter. Hey, it's delicious. Su Qingyun said with a smile. Silly girl. Lin Mo said jokingly.
Chapter 102 More Tendra combos after lunch. Su Qingyun still wanted to wash the dishes, but this time she was driven out by Lin Mo.
Go, 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 you can't let me do nothing but cook and wash the dishes, right? Go and take a rest.
Actually, it's just 2 bowls and a pot. Su Qingyun, who had been driven away, stood at the door, looking at Lin Mo's back as he washed the dishes with a grin, and said cheerfully, "Where is this rule from? How come I've never heard of the rule of cooking without washing the dishes?" Lin Mo said firmly without even turning his head, "Then I've booked it now. Also, I don't want to wash the dishes tonight, so I'll cook tonight."
Oh, so domineering. Su Qingyun grinned and teased.
Hey! This time, Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Su Qingyun, who was leaning against the doorframe.
An idea came to his mind. He flicked his wet hands at her and water droplets flew towards her. Ah!
A few drops of water flew onto her face, frightening her so much that she cried out in dismay. She wiped the water droplets from her nose, puffed up her cheeks, and said coquettishly, "You are so annoying.
You are bullying me." Ha! After seeing her reaction, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't stand here, go and clean up your room.
The suitcase has been carried in for you.
It's in the room inside."
Yeah, okay. Su Qingyun nodded and turned to leave. In a few seconds, his head popped in again, and he fiercely threatened, "Damn Lin Mo, I will take revenge." After saying that, he ran away without waiting for Lin Mo to retort. This girl. Lin Mo grinned and shook his head, washing the pot in his hand and glancing at the refrigerator. The food inside was quite filling, with both meat and vegetables, and it was very well prepared. Back to the living room, Lin Mo didn't go upstairs, but sat at the door without a care in the world, thinking to himself, "System, how much reputation do I have now? Ding, the host now has 511,786 reputation points. It looks like we can start the lottery now." In the morning, Lin Mo had already checked his reputation points, which were almost reaching 500,000. Silver players can draw once for 50,000, while gold players can draw once for 100,000. 500,000 is enough for a 5-draw golden streak. A silver can unlock advanced skills, and gold, in addition to advanced skills, has a chance to unlock special items. Lin Mo had already considered this point before. He didn't need any special items now. It would be more practical to have more skills. Even if it is not a god-level skill, it is worth it to draw out a high-level skill. Thinking of this, Lin Mo started the lottery according to his plan without hesitation. System, let's do a 10-draw silver lottery. In my mind, still, the familiar turntable began to spin. A faint silver-white light began to emanate, gradually becoming more and more dazzling. Ding, the host has obtained the music sheet. It is shameful to be lonely. Ding, the host has obtained advanced skills, advanced piano skills. Ding, the host has obtained advanced skills, advanced dance techniques. Ding, the host has obtained the music sheet. Ding, the host has obtained the song sheet, rooftop. 10 consecutive draws. Lin Mo acquired 2 advanced skills, and the rest were some song scores.
Is this the rhythm for me to prepare to release a song?
Lin Mo muttered as he looked at the item he drew. Regardless, seeing that he still had over 10,000 reputation points, Lin Mo continued, "Give me another bronze 10 draw." Ding, the host has obtained the recipe for lychee meat. Ding, the host has obtained the recipe, scrambled eggs with green peppers.
Ding, the host gains attribute points, strength +1. Sure enough, my luck wouldn't be that good every time.
This time, the reward for drawing bronze was 2 attribute points added to strength and endurance, and everything else was recipes. Seeing that he only had 786 reputation points left, Lin Mo said to himself, "Withdraw all of them." Warm currents flowed through his body, and in an instant, Lin Mo felt that a lot of knowledge had appeared in his mind, and it felt as if he had mastered these skills for a long time. In general, it's not a big profit, but it's not a big loss either. Lin Mo concluded, "First of all, my current occupation is still an author, but this time I didn't draw any literary works, but only some song scores. Even the advanced techniques are piano and dancing. At present, Lin Mo has no plans to go public. He hopes that he will not attract too much attention and enjoy his life. Of course, such a dream will certainly be shattered in the future." Lin Mo was mentally prepared for this. After all, his other half was Su Qingyun, the national goddess. It would be fine if they were in love, but if they got married in the future, he would probably have to appear in front of the public. Harmful, Lin Mo shook his head in amusement and said to himself, "We've just gotten together, why are you overthinking so much? You're just asking for trouble. Why are you looking for trouble?" Su Qingyun's voice suddenly came from behind. Before Lin Mo turned around, a pair of jade arms passed through both sides of his neck and then gently embraced him. The fresh scent of jasmine filled my nose, stronger than before. Lin Mo turned his head and saw that it was indeed Su Qingyun, the girl, who was hugging him from behind. I saw that Su Qingyun had changed into a new set of clothes, with a towel wrapped around her head and a few drops of water hanging on her forehead. "Have you just taken a shower?" Lin Mo asked with a smile. Su Qingyun nodded, her arms around Lin Mo showing no sign of loosening. Instead, she slid even closer to him. She arched her nose and pressed forward. "Don't change the subject. Tell me. Why are you looking for trouble?" She sighed again, blinked at Lin Mo's gaze, and said seriously, "Lin Mo, don't lie to me. Let me tell you, girls' intuition is very accurate. Look into my eyes and talk to me. I can tell whether you are lying or not at a glance." Lin Mo said with a smile, "I'm worried. If the food I cook is so delicious, will you come over to eat with me every day? Are you really worried about this?" Su Qingyun asked innocently. "Really?" Lin Mo nodded affirmatively. "What?" Su Qingyun suddenly leaned forward and kissed Lin Mo gently. She knew in her heart that Lin Mo was definitely not worried about this matter, but seeing that Lin Mo was unwilling to say it, she stopped asking, touched it lightly. He buried his head behind Lin Mo and said nothing, but in her heart, she said with a little grievance, "Lin Mo, you can share any troubles with me. I want to be with you no matter what happens, whether it's good or bad, I will be with you." Chapter 101. I am Tony Lin, the hair director. Although he didn't look back, Lin Mo could feel Su Qingyun's depressed mood at the moment. It can't help but feel a little funny. I really don't have any problems. It's just that it's difficult to talk about the things that bothered me just now. Could it be that, I haven't even confessed my feelings to you yet, but you're already worrying about getting married? This is obviously not possible. He turned around with amusement and looked at Su Qingyun. Sure enough, there was a hint of grievance in his eyes, and he looked pitiful. He was immediately amused and jokingly said with a grin, "I really didn't lie to you. There's nothing to worry about. I'll tell you later." "Real?" Su Qingyun blinked her eyes. She could feel that Lin Mo was not lying. "Of course it's true." Lin Mo raised his hand and gently pressed her fair forehead, saying with a smile, "What are you thinking about in your little head all day long?" Ouch! Su Qingyun quickly covered her forehead with her hands, as if it was very painful, but in fact, Lin Mo didn't use any force at all. He just pressed it, but it made her cheeks bulge. He wrinkled his nose viciously. "You bully me. Good girl, people who don't know would think I did something to you." Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh when he saw her playful side. "No matter what, compensate me," Su Qingyun said with puffed cheeks. Lin Mo smiled and cooperated. "Then how do you want me to compensate you?" Su Qingyun rolled his eyes mischievously and said with a smile, "Then as punishment, you must tell me the name of the song you played this morning." "That won't do." Lin Mo refused without hesitation. "That was the song I was going to sing to confess my feelings. How could I tell her in advance?" "Humph." Su Qingyun tilted her head and said angrily, "You bullied me and still cheated." Although his head was turned to the side, his eyes were still stealing glances at him. When he saw Lin Mo looking at him, he quickly retracted his gaze. After a few seconds, he started stealing glances again. "Hey, looking at her like this," Lin Mo grinned with joy. "Come closer." With a sound, he kissed her round cheek, then he grinned and said jokingly, "Are you satisfied?" Su Qingyun puffed out her cheeks and raised the corners of her mouth, but she was trying so hard to hold back her laughter that her face began to turn red. After a while, he shook his head and said, "No." "What about this?" Lin Mo put his arms around her shoulders, leaned forward, and kissed her directly on the lips. "Well, the cheeks are gone." The suppressed smile disappeared. However, her cheeks, which were already slightly red, now turned redder. Several minutes later, Lin Mo opened his eyes, a smug look in his eyes, and said viciously in his heart, "Humph. Are you playing tricks on me? I've wanted this for a long time." "You." Su Qingyun's cheeks were very red, and she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. He breathed heavily, blushing and stammering, "You only know how to bully people." "Hey." Lin Mo ignored her words, grinning cheerfully and said, "Do you have a hairdryer? I'll blow dry your hair for you." "Yes, I brought it." Su Qingyun nodded slightly with a blushing face. Su Qingyun ran upstairs to get a hairdryer. Lin Mo simply moved a chair to the door and found a power strip to connect it. Then he sat quietly at the door, looking at the endless peach forest outside the yard. Although the peach blossoms in this season have not yet bloomed and are full of tender buds, the smile on Lin Mo's lips has been hanging from beginning to end. Perhaps the peach blossoms in his heart have already blossomed. Be with the one you loved. It seems like a very strange feeling. Some ordinary things seem to become interesting. After a while, Su Qingyun came over with a hairdryer in her hand. Hey, a hairdryer. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze from Taohua, took the hairdryer, and said with a smile, "Come, Miss Su, sit down. I'm Tony Lin, the hairstyling director here. I'm happy to serve you." Puff. Su Qingyun was amused by Lin Mo's words and sat down with a smile. Cough, cough, cough. He cleared his throat, then pretended to be a customer and said, "Teacher Tony Lin, what kind of hairstyle do you think is suitable for me?" Wait a minute. Lin Mo first plugged in the hairdryer, and then untied the towel tied around Su Qingyun's head. The smooth hair fell down. Although it was a little wet, not much water was dripping. Holding the hairdryer in one hand, she gently ran the other hand through her hair. Lin Mo nodded seriously. Yeah. Miss Su must be a very fashionable person, right? Yes. Su Qingyun responded while suppressing her laughter. Then I want to change your hairstyle. I guarantee you'll be able to stun everyone. Lin Mo said seriously, and this hairstyle will definitely suit you. When Su Qingyun heard this, she actually believed it a little bit. She quickly turned her head to look at Lin Mo and asked, "What hairstyle is it?" Bald. Lin Mo said with a laugh. Hearing this, Su Qingyun knew that Lin Mo was teasing her. He was so angry that he wanted to get up and chase Lin Mo. Fortunately, Lin Mo reacted quickly and comforted her. "I'm just kidding, Miss Su. What I meant is that even a beautiful person like you looks prettier with a bald head." Snort. These words made Su Qingyun very happy. She wrinkled her nose with a smile on her face and said, "You are good at talking. Come on, sit down." While fixing her hair, Lin Mo asked, "Miss Su, would you like to consider getting a card? I haven't even experienced your skills yet, and you're trying to trick me into getting a card?" Su Qingyun said with a smile. Right away. Lin Mo had just finished combing his hair, so he turned on the hairdryer and began to blow his hair slowly. But after all, it's still unfamiliar. Blow it for a while, and after a while, some places need to be smoothed again. Su Qingyun suppressed her laughter. Even if he didn't turn his head, he could imagine Lin Mo's panic at the moment. He said jokingly, "Since you've worked so hard, after I blow dry my hair, I'll get a membership card from you. How much is it?" Lin Mo smiled and bent down, put his mouth close to Su Qingyun's ear, and whispered, "Wow, it's our store's anniversary, and with just a kiss, you can get a membership card." Is this a rogue shop? Su Qingyun asked with a smile. Then do you want to try it? Lin Mo asked. Su Qingyun felt her ears tingling from the hot air that came out when Lin Mo spoke, so she turned her head away. The two of them happened to look into each other's eyes. "You have feelings, I have intentions, and it seems that sparks are about to fly." Hiss. Su Qingyun suddenly gasped, shrank her neck, and almost jumped up, shouting, "Hot!" Chapter 102. The secret in the medical kit. When you lift up her hair, you can see that a patch of skin on Su Qingyun's neck has turned a little red. After blowing on it, Lin Mo asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It's a bit embarrassing. This hot air is fine when used to blow hair, but I forgot about it just now and kept blowing it at one place, and almost burned Su Qingyun." Su Qingyun shook her head and said, "It's okay now." "No, it's already red." Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll drive out and buy some medicine and apply it on you." "Medicine?" Su Qingyun quickly said, "No need, I brought a medical kit with me and left it on the bedside table." "I'll get it. Just sit down, I'll get it," Lin Mo said. "That's fine." Su Qingyun didn't insist. She nodded and said, "But I don't know if there's anything useful in there. Most of them are for treating colds and fevers." "It's okay, I'll just look for it. If it's not there, I'll just go buy it." Watching Lin Mo going upstairs, Su Qingyun had a smile on her face, but in fact, her neck didn't hurt much. After he shouted, "It's hot," Lin Mo reacted immediately and the pain is gone now. However, she still felt warm in her heart and was very happy because Lin Mo cared about her so much. So he took out his cell phone, opened WeChat, and told Jia Shoya, "My dear sister, you are really awesome. Who knows, it might be useful. By the way,
is there any medicine for burns in the medical kit you brought me? Jia Xiaoya, who was far away in Shanghai, was curled up on the sofa, leisurely eating pizza and watching idol dramas. When I saw the message on my phone, I clicked it and took a look. It's Qing Yun's. Shouldn't this girl be lovingly affectionate with Lin Mo right now? Curious about why Su Qingyun was looking for her at this time, Jia Xiaoya quickly opened the message and started reading. When Jia Xiaoya saw the 3 words, medical kit, she finally remembered and slapped her forehead in annoyance. He said in distress, "Oh, Jia Xiaoya, look at your memory. Yesterday I reminded myself to send a message to Su Qingyun after she left, but you completely forgot today?" But he still asked with concern, "No medicine for burns, who's burned?" "It's okay." Su Qingyun responded, "Just asking. Anyway, my condition isn't serious, so I won't talk about what just happened." But soon, Jia Xiaoya sent another long message. Su Qingyun took a closer look and immediately stood up. I opened my mouth, not daring to scream, but in my mind I exclaimed, "What? There's a condom in the medical kit?" Turning her head and looking upstairs, Su Qingyun felt like crying. Lin Mo was rummaging through the medical bag. If he found out, I would be so embarrassed that I wouldn't be able to face anyone. Upstairs, Lin Mo walked into Su Qingyun's room and saw the medicine bag with a cross on it on the bedside table. So I walked over and opened it. "Hey, it said that girls are more careful than boys." Lin Mo took out the medicine inside. "I never thought about bringing a medical kit when I go out before. It's quite rich. For treating colds, treating fever, there are also gauze, medicine, cotton swabs." I took out a lot of things, but didn't see anything for treating burns. Strangeness? Lin Mo frowned and muttered, "No?" Not giving up, I searched again and found a small pocket in the bag. I touched it and felt that there was something inside. Out of curiosity, Lin Mo took it out. Looking at the 3 individually packaged condoms in his hand, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Or is it said that girls are more careful than boys? I had never thought of bringing something like this before. He glanced at the downstairs door with some surprise. Lin Mo really didn't expect that Su Qingyun would be so bold. "Do you want to eat yourself?" Forget it. Lin Mo shook his head and silently put the things back to their original place. I thought to myself, I'd better pretend that I didn't find anything. As a grown man, I'm not afraid of this kind of thing. I'm just afraid that Su Qingyun will be shy if I say it out loud. It's better to wait until she feels the time is right and take the initiative to bring it out. This time, Lin Mo was certain that there was indeed no medicine for treating burns in the medical kit. Downstairs. Su Qingyun quickly sent a message to Jia Xiaoya, "Sister, you are trying to trick me. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have let Lin Mo go looking for medicine." "Oh, don't worry," Jia Xiaoya comforted. "I put it in the smallest pocket inside. It's very secret. Lin Mo may not be able to find it. I'm not afraid of 10,000 things, I'm just afraid of one." Su Qingyun added an angry expression. Jia Xiaoya quickly offered a suggestion. "Then, when Lin Mo comes downstairs, observe his expression carefully to see if there's anything wrong." "What if there is?" Su Qingyun asked. "If there is, just be honest and say that you are not ready yet and it was all my own decision." Jia Xiaoya explained. Anyway, this was something she did on her own initiative. If she hadn't told her, Su Qingyun might not have known that there were 3 condoms in the medical kit she brought. Therefore, Jia Xiaoya did not resist at all when it came to contributing herself. This is the fact, and we dare to take responsibility for it. Su Qingyun was about to say something when she suddenly heard footsteps coming from the stairs. He quickly said, "Let's talk about it later, Lin Mo is coming down." After sending the message, I quickly put the phone in my pocket as if nothing had happened. Call. Lin Mo, who was about to come down the stairs, took a deep breath and quickly pretended that nothing had happened. Call. Su Qingyun, who was sitting at the door, also took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, and the footsteps behind him became more and more obvious. Only after feeling her complexion had returned to normal did Su Qingyun turn around. This time, Lin Mo had just walked downstairs. Su Qingyun asked, "Have you found the medicine?" After saying that, he stared at Lin Mo, wanting to see if there was anything wrong with Lin Mo's expression. Lin Mo, who had already made preparations, shook his head calmly and said, "No, there are only medicines for colds and fevers, and some medicines for scrapes. How about this? I'll go out and buy them for you." Lin Mo's expression didn't look strange. It seemed that he hadn't discovered that thing. Su Qingyun felt relieved. Lin Mo was secretly wondering, why is Su Qingyun looking at me like that? Is she expecting me to discover those 3 condoms? If so, wouldn't my answer disappoint her? Chapter 103 Blue Sky, White Clouds, and You at this moment no need. Actually, I don't feel any pain now. Su Qingyun said quickly. Really? Lin Mo looked at her strangely, then hid the doubt in his eyes. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. He walked over, lifted Su Qingyun's hair and took a look. Sure enough, the red mark had become lighter. It would probably disappear completely in a few minutes. Lin Mo blew gently and touched it with his index finger. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Su Qingyun said with a smile. That's good. This kind of thing happened to Lin Mo didn't want to play with her anymore. His hair happened to be about 70% dry. He blew it casually and waited for it to dry naturally. Want to listen to guitar? Lin Mo asked as he took out a guitar from his guitar bag. Okay. Su Qingyun's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked, Is this the song you played for me this morning? No. Lin Mo shook his head and said, I want to sing a song for you called It's Shameful to Be Lonely. Okay. No matter what song was played, Su Qingyun was happy to listen to it. He moved the chair to the side, ran into the house and got 2 cushions, placed them on the steps, sat on one, and then patted the other cushion and said, Lin Mo, come sit here, let's bask in the sun and enjoy the breeze, become. Lin Mo adjusted the guitar to make sure the pitch hadn't changed due to the bumps on the road, then sat down. As Su Qingyun rested her head on his shoulder, looked at the peach forest outside the yard with a smile, and said, Let's start, you do enjoy it. Lin Mo smiled and didn't say much, but started playing. His fingers lightly swept across the strings and he began to hum some tune. With the help of advanced guitar techniques and advanced singing techniques, Lin Mo's strength is also extremely powerful, but that's not the point. At this moment, Su Qingyun was the only listener, so Lin Mo sang with more emotion, putting aside the techniques. Music is a way to express human emotions. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Mo's combination of stable skills and deep emotions can be said to be an extraordinary performance. This is the season for love. The air is filled with the smell of lovers. It is shameful to be lonely. This is the season for love. Everyone should smile at each other. Just hug and hug, that's all. Listening to Lin Mo's singing, Su Qingyun slowly closed her eyes. In just a moment, she had caught the change in the melody and began to hum along with Lin Mo's singing. The corners of his mouth gradually rose, even her body began to sway slowly with the rhythm. With a look of happiness on her face, Lin Mo continued to sing. A proud heart dances in the wind and falls at people's feet. Shameful people, they are against life and boredom. For beauty to wither in the wind and in the eyes of men. After singing a song, Lin Mo glanced at the sky. There was plenty of sunshine today, but the temperature was not very high. With the gusts of wind, it still felt a little cold. I estimate that in another hour, once the weather turns cloudy, it will be even colder. Fortunately, both of them were wearing thick clothes, so they were not afraid of getting cold. He turned his head slightly to glance at Su Qingyun. The sunlight was pouring down, illuminating half of her body, her long and curled eyelashes, the upturned corners of her mouth, and the tune she was still humming. Lin Mo was stunned. Su Qingyun was so beautiful at this moment. Do you like this song? Lin Mo asked in a low voice. I like it. Su Qingyun swayed her body in response and began to hum the tune again. After humming a few lines, she said, It's really beautiful. Can you sing it again? I can learn it quickly. Lin Mo looked at Su Qingyun without blinking. I feel a little emotional. It's so nice to meet such a beautiful woman with a good personality. Thinking back to yesterday, Su Qingyun had arranged so many things to make him understand her feelings, and she even took the initiative to wear a hat when she came here today. Well, so shameful. As a man, I really haven't done enough. Su Qingyun, who hadn't waited for Lin Mo to speak for a long time, opened her eyes and gently blocked the dazzling gaze with her hands. It took her several seconds to adapt, asked, What's wrong? Fine. Lin Mo shook his head, slowly moved his head closer, and gently pecked her lips. Just a light touch. Lin Mo had already sat down again, looking at the sky, and sighed in his heart, the blue sky, the white clouds, and you at this moment, I love them all. Although Lin Mo didn't say it out loud, but Su Qingyun seemed to understand his heart. From his movements and expressions, as well as his tender eyes, she could understand the love that Lin Mo was emitting at the moment. So she laughed even more happily, smiling. She nudged Lin Mo with her head and said, Sing it again. I've memorized a few words and want to sing with you. Lin Mo nodded and continued playing. Sure enough, Su Qingyun should also have a good talent in singing. I just heard it once. The second time Lin Mo started playing, she had already started humming, finding the right entry point. This is a season for love. Then Su Qingyun also took the guitar and showed off her playing skills to Lin Mo. Only then did Lin Mo realize, hey, so you can do it too? That is, Su Qingyun smiled proudly and said, I have learned it too, but I'm not as good as you. If divided according to strength, Lin Mo has advanced skills, while Su Qingyun has intermediate skills. However, her voice is a big advantage, and people can tell it is her voice as soon as they hear it. After singing the song, Su Qingyun suggested, let's go fishing together. I saw a fishing rod in the tool room. We can catch some fish and cook them for dinner tonight. Become. The two hit it off immediately. Su Qingyun ran to the tool room to get a fishing rod. Lin Mo put down his guitar and rode his electric bike out of the shed in the yard. Lin Mo. Su Qingyun came out with a fishing rod and shouted, there's no bait. It's okay, we can just dig some earthworms when the time comes. Lin Mo replied. Oh, yes. Su Qingyun nodded, thinking it was feasible, and then she took the fishing rod and a bucket, smiled and got on the electric car, and shouted excitedly, let's get it. Lin Mo rolled his eyes and said, hold the head, give me the bucket, I'll put it in the front. It's okay, I'm carrying the same thing. Su Qingyun said excitedly, Lin Mo looked to the left and said, you are holding the fishing rod here, there is nothing wrong. Then he looked at the person on his right who was holding the bucket and said, this side should be holding me. It's not safe to hold a bucket. Third update. Chapter 104 Strange Fishing Method. Two people rode electric bikes all the way to the shore. Su Qingyun held the fishing rod in one hand and put the other hand in Lin Mo's shirt pocket. Just got off the bus, he quickly threw the fishing rod aside and began to rub his hands to breathe out warm air. His cheeks were already red from the cold. Hey, Lin Mo smiled, parked the car, and said with the bucket in hand, you can do it first. Bring the fishing rod to the shore later. I'll try to dig up earthworms. Yeah, okay. Su Qingyun nodded. Earthworms generally prefer to stay in moisture soil. Fortunately, the shore is nearby, therefore, the soil is relatively moist. Lin Mo found a place with some water stains, took a stone and dug a few times, and found some earthworms. After catching a few, he carried the bucket and walked towards the shore to find Su Qingyun. There is a small pier on the shore, which is where the two of them came from. There is also a small boat tied to the wooden pile. Su Qingyun threw the fishing rod onto the boat, then clapped her hands, and jumped onto the boat with a hay dot. Ouch, the boat was prone to swaying, and Su Qingyun was not mentally prepared. When she jumped, the boat swayed and she couldn't stand firmly when she landed, so she knelt down on the spot. Su Qingyun's knee hit the boat and she gasped in pain, it hurt so much. Su Qingyun muttered, but she was very strong. She sat down casually and rolled up her trouser legs. I saw that my knee had been scraped off a layer of skin, but only a few drops of blood had come out, so it didn't look too serious. So Su Qingyun blew on it and reached out to tear off the broken skin. Just at this time Lin Mo came over with a bucket. Seeing Su Qingyun rolled up her trouser legs, she called out curiously, what are you doing? Aren't you cold? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Su Qingyun looked in the direction of the voice and found that Lin Mo had returned. She had just looked strong and thought there was no big problem, but suddenly her expression changed and a look of grievance appeared in her eyes. Shouted, Lin Mo, come quickly, I bumped into it. What's wrong? Lin Mo walked over, holding onto the water and got on the boat steadily. After putting the bucket aside, he bent down and glanced at Su Qingyun's knee and asked, does it hurt? Su Qingyun nodded quickly, with a look of grievance in her eyes. There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice as she spoke, it hurts. It would have been fine if Lin Mo hadn't come. When Su Qingyun was the only one around, she didn't feel aggrieved at all. Instead, she handled things in an orderly manner, but now Lin Mo came in front of him. Suddenly, she felt a sense of dependence in her heart. Su Qingyun patted the chair beside her and said, Lin Mo, come and sit here. Okay. Lin Mo stood up, sat down next to her, and asked, put your trouser legs down and bear with it for a while. I'll apply some medicine on you when we get back. Remember there's medicine for abrasions in the medical kit. Yeah, okay. Su Qingyun nodded, without lowering her trouser legs, and put one hand in her pocket and the other hand in Lin Mo's pocket. Then he blinked at Lin Mo with an innocent look. Lin Mo pursed his lips and said helplessly, didn't I tell you to put your trouser legs down? It hurts when I put it down.
Su Qingyun leaned her head on Lin Mo's shoulder like a spoiled child. It's more comfortable when the air blows.
Not cold? Lin Mo asked. Cold.
Well, it seems I have to do it myself to avoid catching a cold. So Lin Mo helped to slowly lower her trouser legs. When he took a closer look, he found that her legs were also very white and tender, and looked very smooth. I couldn't help but mutter, why don't I see any leg hair?
You're so stupid. Although it was a low whisper, the surroundings were very quiet.
Su Qingyun could naturally hear Lin Mo's words clearly. She rolled her eyes and said, I'm too lazy to talk to you, who looks at a girl's legs and thinks about how she doesn't have leg hair. It's really weird. Then, Lin Mo started fishing. In this regard, Lin Mo himself is actually a novice, but he is still clear about the general steps. First, hook the earthworm on the bait, then cast the rod and watch the changes of the float above. A few minutes later, Su Qingyun couldn't wait any longer and asked, Is the fish hooked?
Lin Mo shook his head. I don't know. The buoy hasn't changed. How about we take a look? Su Qingyun suggested.
Okay. Lin Mo lifted the fishing rod and found that the bait on the hook had disappeared, leaving only an empty hook.
Strange, when was it eaten?
Lin Mo frowned and muttered, I took it back and put another earthworm on it. A few minutes later.
It's been eaten again. Lin Mo said depressedly as he looked at the empty fishhook.
It's okay, it's okay. Su Qingyun encouraged, this fish is quite smart, but I've already eaten two, so I'm sure I can catch the third one.
I hope so.
Lin Mo continued with the previous method, hung an earthworm on it, and threw it again. A few minutes later, Lin Mo.
Don't be discouraged. There must be something wrong with the fish here. Otherwise, how could it be like this?
As the saying goes, things never happen 3 times. Lin Mo's bait was gone again. Su Qingyun stared at the empty fishhook in a daze, fearing that it would affect Lin Mo's self-confidence. Furious, she grabbed her fishing rod and fiercely shouted towards the lake, You fish!
You're going too far. Don't you know that the Qin Empire doesn't allow animals to become spirits anymore?
While saying these harsh words, he took the fishing rod and smashed it hard on the water surface as if to vent his anger for Lin Mo. Clatter. Suddenly, water splashed everywhere. A few seconds later, a fish floated on the water. Lin Mo naturally would not lose confidence just because of 3 failures. However, he really wants to cheat. He didn't say anything, not because he was discouraged, but because he was strolling around in the mall in his mind, trying to find a fishing skill to buy. Finally, I found it, and the basic fishing skills are very cheap, requiring less than 20,000 reputation points. It was just that Lin Mo had just finished the lottery, and his reputation points had only recovered to a little over 3,000. If he wanted to buy something, he would probably have to wait for several hours, and it would be dark by then. Well, Lin Mo sighed and thought to himself, I have to save some for emergencies in the future. When I looked at the lake again, I was shocked. Are you kidding me? I worked so hard digging for earthworms and casting the line, but I couldn't catch a single fish. Su Qingyun hit you to death with one stick? Not to mention Lin Mo. Even Su Qingyun herself was stunned when she saw this scene. Not in a way. Am I that powerful? Holding the fishing rod and rowing the fish in front of her, Su Qingyun asked doubtfully, Is this fish dead?
No.
Lin Mo also took a look and guessed, maybe he was knocked unconscious by you.
Am I that strong? Su Qingyun asked in confusion.
Chapter 105. Going home to treat wounds. There wasn't much bait to begin with, so Lin Mo tried a few more times. Looking at the empty fishhook, Lin Mo clapped his hands.
Alright, 1 fish is enough.
I'll make you some fish soup tonight.
So embarrassing. Lin Mo had never thought before, how could fishing be so difficult?
Although I have never fished before, I have seen it and it seems quite simple. Now that I have tried it, I find that it really requires a lot of skill. As a novice, he was confused even when he failed and didn't understand where the problem lay. Just right now the sky is beginning to darken, the wind blowing off the lake is chilly, so it would be better to go home and stay comfortable.
Come, hold my hand.
Lin Mo went up to the dock first, turned around and stretched out his hand and said. Su Qingyun took Lin Mo's hand and came up with some force.
How is it? Is your foot better now?
Lin Mo asked with concern. Su Qingyun, who was originally fine, immediately limped when she heard Lin Mo's words. She nodded weakly, it still hurts a little. As he spoke, he opened his arms, looked at Lin Mo aggrievedly and said, I want a hug. Puff. Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand amusedly, tapped her on the forehead, and teased, are you still pretending with me?
You're not pretending at all.
You were fine just now, but when I asked you, you started limping. Oops, Su Qingyun, who was exposed, stuck out her tongue, then she hugged Lin Mo's arm with a smile and said coquettishly, I was wrong.
It doesn't hurt anymore. It really doesn't hurt anymore?
Lin Mo said with a smile.
Yeah. Su Qingyun nodded seriously and took a few steps seriously. Look, it's okay, it doesn't hurt at all.
In fact, it was just a scratch on the skin. After resting for such a long time, I no longer feel anything. As for pretending to be in pain, it was nothing more than that she liked the feeling that Lin Mo cared about her.
Okay.
Lin Mo nodded in relief, put the bucket in front of the electric bike, and said, come on up. I'll take care of your wound when we get back. Even though it's just a little scrape, it still needs to be bandaged to prevent bacterial infection.
Yeah.
Su Qingyun agreed with a smile. Get on the electric car. The two returned to the small house they rented. All right. After Lin Mo parked the car, he put the bucket and fishing rod aside, helped Su Qingyun sit down in the living room, and said, sit here for a while. I'll go get some medicine for the abrasion from the medicine bag upstairs.
Medical kit? No.
Su Qingyun shouted hurriedly. It would have been fine if she didn't know what was in the medical kit before, but now that she knows, she naturally doesn't dare let Lin Mo touch the medical kit again. He quickly stopped Lin Mo and said, I'll go get it myself.
I also need a break.
How about this, let's go up together and bandage it directly in the room, then you can take a rest and I'll make dinner. Lin Mo suggested.
All right.
In short, Lin Mo couldn't be left alone to rummage through the medical bag, so Su Qingyun agreed readily. So Su Qingyun spread out her hands and said coquettishly, hug me. You, Lin Mo looked at her with amusement. This is also a bit strange. In front of outsiders, Su Qingyun is like an iceberg, giving people the feeling of a cold goddess. In front of Zhao Xiuya, there is a cheerful and self-reliant woman. Now that she was in front of him, the iceberg had melted, and she had become a cheerful and strong woman, or even a girl who loved to act coquettishly. However, facing Su Qingyun's coquettish behavior, Lin Mo seemed to be completely helpless. He could only dote on her and carried her like a princess, saying with a smile, I noticed.
You've become so childish.
Su Qingyun put her arms around Lin Mo's neck, not caring at all. She rested her head on Lin Mo's arm and said with a smile, hey, just this once.
Watch your head. I know.
He carried Su Qingyun back to her room and gently placed her on the bed. I was just about to reach for the medical kit. Su Qingyun rolled over and grabbed it first. The speed was so fast that even Lin Mo was stunned. Well, Su Qingyun smiled and quickly explained, let me get it. What does this mean? Lin Mo was a little confused. She had let herself come up alone to look through the medical bag, which made her realize that she had brought condoms with her. Now you won't allow it? Oh, I guess he would be shy to see it in person. Lin Mo nodded, that's fine. Su Qingyun opened the zipper on the medical kit, carefully opened a small opening and took a look. She thought to herself, Xiuya had told her before that it was in the small pocket inside, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? He flipped through it, seemingly looking for medicine, but actually he was touching the small bag with his hand and found that there was indeed something inside. I felt a little relieved. In that case, Lin Mo might not have noticed it just now?
Have you found it? Lin Mo urged. Found it.
Su Qingyun quickly took out disinfectant alcohol and mercurochrome, and also took out cotton swabs and gauze.
Well, is this enough? Su Qingyun asked. That's enough.
Lin Mo squatted down and took off her shoes. He asked curiously, I know girls' feet are smaller, but why are yours smaller than the average girl's? Su Qingyun smiled as she looked at Lin Mo, who was taking off her shoes, and said, maybe it's genetic. My mom also has bound feet. Hold head high. Can this be worn by children? Lin Mo muttered to himself, and after taking off her shoes, he rolled up her trouser legs, revealing a pair of smooth and white jade feet in front of him. This time, no blood had seeped out, just some scratches. Lin Mo stretched out his hand and said, come, bring the things over and I'll take care of them for you.
Hey. Su Qingyun placed all the things where Lin Mo could easily reach them and asked softly, will it hurt?
Or should we just forget it?
No, it will heal faster if you fix it. As he spoke, Lin Mo began to treat the wound. He first wiped the wound with a cotton swab dipped in some alcohol, and then changed it to mercurochrome. After all, he was treating a wound, so there would be some stinging sensation when he touched it. Lin Mo blew air on it while carefully wiping it with a cotton swab, just beginning. Su Qingyun's foot shrank in pain, but was quickly caught by Lin Mo, and when she saw Lin Mo concentrating on blowing air and carefully wiping her wound, attention gradually dispersed. He didn't pay any attention to the pain in the wound, but bit his lower lip, feeling sweet and happy in his heart. Chapter 106. Some bad thoughts began to arise. Let's make a hearty meal tonight. After treating his wound, Lin Mo returned to the yard and brought the fish in the bucket back to the kitchen. This guy is now full of energy. He was indeed knocked unconscious by Su Qingyun just now, while taking care of the cooking. I was thinking about tonight's plans. After dinner, I played Love Is Not My Choice for her, and then, simply say I like you? Will you be my girlfriend? No. As soon as this thought came to mind, Lin Mo shook his head to deny it. I have to think of a more creative sentence to express my feelings. The other side. After Su Qingyun heard the sound of Lin Mo coming downstairs, she quickly poured out all the remaining contents of the medical bag, and then began to rummage through the small pocket inside. 1, 2, 3, pinching her chin, Su Qingyun narrowed her eyes and began to mutter in her heart, Xiaoxuya, why did you give me this? He quickly took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Xiaoxuya. Tell me the truth, besides those 3 things, there's nothing else, right? Xiaoxuya, who was watching an idol drama at home, quickly replied. I promise, there are absolutely no others besides these 3. Then, before Su Qingyun could reply, Xiaoxuya sent another text message, are 3 not enough? Su Qingyun was so angry that she kicked her legs and gritted her teeth, making an angry expression. She said, Xiaoxuya, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll punish you tomorrow. I'll punish you by making you eat my failed products every day. Ding dong, seeing the news coming, Xiaoxuya frowned and muttered, why such a big reaction? I was just asking out of curiosity. But 3 should be enough. So he advised, Qingyun, this kind of thing should be tried only once. If you do it more than 3 times, it will be harmful to your body. That's not what I meant. Su Qingyun sent out 7 or 8 exclamation marks in a row. I explained, what I mean is, Lin Mo and I don't have any plans in this regard. What if Lin Mo finds out that I brought something like this with me when traveling with him? What if he thinks I'm just some random girl? Well, I'm just in case. If something happens, it's good to have something to protect myself. Xiaoxuya asked, by the way, did Lin Mo find anything? Probably not. I found it in that small pocket. Su Qingyun said. That's it. Xiaoxuya comforted him, then just hide it. It's best if it doesn't happen. But when it does, remember to use it. Shut up, accompanied by a whole row of bomb emojis, such lewd and cruel words. This is simply the words of a tiger and a wolf. Su Qingyun found that her heart was almost confused by what she said. Before coming, she vowed that Lin Mo would not be that kind of person and that such a thing would never happen. But now, she found out that she was wrong. She wasn't sure whether Lin Mo was that kind of person, but some bad thoughts seemed to be starting to grow in her mind. No, I can't continue chatting with this girl. Xiaoxuya. Su Qingyun, who was originally quite angry, found that her face began to turn red as they talked. Even in my mind, I can't help but start to have all kinds of thoughts. Yes, don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. What if Lin Mo wants to do this after I confess my feelings tonight? Do you want to refuse? But, will this make Lin Mo's body hurt? And what's even more frightening is that his willpower doesn't seem to be as strong as before. Who knows, maybe if Lin Mo coaxes him a little more, he will agree. But I still have some concerns in my heart. If I agree so quickly, will Lin Mo think I am a very casual woman? This was only their first day together, and she even brought a condom with her. What if Lin Mo found out and thought she was an experienced woman? Wouldn't that mean I'm being wronged? As for what Xiaoxuya said, even if she told the truth, Su Qingyun felt that there would still be problems. This kind of thing is like brothers cooperating with each other, and the same is true between best friends. What if Lin Mo thinks that this is something he and Xiaoxuya prepared in advance? So worried, Su Qingyun fell on the bed, messing up her hair out of annoyance. Qingyun, the meal is ready, come down and eat quickly. It wasn't until she heard Lin Mo's voice downstairs that Su Qingyun hurriedly got up, packed all her things back in one go, and then hurriedly replied, coming. When Su Qingyun came down, she found that Lin Mo had already prepared a table full of food. Lin Mo was walking out of the kitchen carrying fish soup. Seeing her coming down, his face flushed again, so he asked curiously, why are you so red? Su Qingyun quickly covered her face with her hands and asked guiltily, is it very red? Then he explained himself, yeah, maybe I got too hot from resting under the quilt just now. After saying that, he quickly sat down, looked at the steaming food in front of him, took a deep breath, and said, His eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Lin Mo, your cooking skills are so good. This was such an unexpected surprise. When I went to Lin Mo's house before, I found that the refrigerator was basically empty. Usually when it was time for dinner, he would go to the restaurant downstairs to eat. I thought she couldn't cook, but I didn't expect that she could cook quite well and the food looked delicious. Hey, Lin Mo came over with 2 bowls of rice this time. Without Su Qingyun telling him to do so, he sat down next to her, pointed at the crispy pork, and said, try this, good. Su Qingyun didn't think much about it. She picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of crispy meat, put it in her mouth and started chewing. As Su Qingyun chewed, she frowned and said thoughtfully, I feel like I've tasted this somewhere before, right? Lin Mo looked at her with a smile and nodded. How about you dip it in the sauce and eat another piece? You never know, you might remember it. Dipping sauce? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyun's eyes widened immediately, and she said in surprise, yes. That night when you brought food to the studio, the crispy pork I ate tasted exactly like this. A light bulb went off in my head. That day, most of the things Lin Mo brought were packed from the Sichuan restaurant, so Su Qingyun didn't think much about it and just thought that the crispy pork was also packed by the store. After all, they were all packed in takeout boxes, but now obviously there are not many shops around, but at this moment I am eating the same flavor of crispy pork again. Did you make the crispy pork that day? Su Qingyun said in surprise. Bingo! Lin Mo snapped his fingers and said with a smile, congratulations, you got it right. As a reward, I'll play a song for you after dinner. 3 more updates. Tomorrow we will enter the confession plot. Chapter 107. I can't forget the first time I saw you. Although Lin Mo does not have god-level cooking skills and is only at the beginner level, because he has the recipes, the meals he makes are of home-cooked quality. Such food has a unique flavor and is not bad. The food on the table was swept away in no time. Su Qingyun covered her slightly bulging belly and leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder with satisfaction. She sighed and complained, you've done too much. I'm definitely going to get fat tomorrow. It would be better if you were a little fatter. Lin Mo turned his head and watched Su Qingyun touching her belly. As if possessed by a ghost, he reached out his hand, put his hand on her belly and squeezed it gently. Oops. Su Qingyun quickly slapped Lin Mo's mischievous hand away, blushing and pouting. Don't mess around after you've just eaten. Fine. Lin Mo smiled and teased, I was just wondering when I can feed you enough to make a little belly. It must be very comfortable to pinch it. Go. 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 Su Qingyun rolled her eyes and said, we actresses can't eat too much, because in the camera, people will naturally gain weight. If they gain weight, the camera won't be able to fit them fine. Lin Mo stretched out his hand again, placed it on her belly and rubbed it gently. Her skin felt cool, smooth and comfortable to rub. He smiled and said, I will support you from now on, so you don't have to worry about whether it's on camera or not. Hearing Lin Mo say that he would support her, Su Qingyun felt sweet in her heart and smiled foolishly. Then he happily tapped Lin Mo's head with his head and asked, who asked you to raise it? I didn't promise you that. Lin Mo grinned, knowing in his heart that Su Qingyun was speaking in a sarcastic way. Yet he didn't say anything else, but instead said, haven't you always wanted to know the name of the song we played this morning? Yeah. Su Qingyun nodded quickly and asked, can you tell me now? Although her main job is an actor, she has also dabbled in singing and is quite talented. This could be seen when Lin Mo sang It's Shameful to Be Lonely to her today. Therefore, she clearly felt that the song Lin Mo played this morning was very warm and even had a feeling of love just from the melody. Lin Mo nodded, hummed softly, and then said, let me play it for you again. This song is written for you. Written for me. Su Qingyun couldn't help but smile. I vaguely understood something in my heart, but I'm not sure. Etc. Su Qingyun suddenly remembered what she had prepared last night, so she quickly stood up and said, Lin Mo, wait a minute, I'm going upstairs to get something. Okay, then you go faster. Lin Mo agreed. Without even having time to put on slippers, Su Qingyun ran to her room barefoot, opened her suitcase and took out an envelope. Su Qingyun wrote this last night and planned to hand it over to Lin Mo today. It seems a bit messy due to some deletions, but every sentence is from her heart. She bit her lower lip, her eyes flashing with 3 parts of shyness and 7 parts of affection, her heart full of joy. Then he carefully placed the letter in the pocket of his coat, and patted it solemnly, as if this would make him feel more at ease. When she went downstairs, she saw Lin Mo holding a guitar and looking at her with a smile. Her face flushed immediately, and she ran to Lin Mo's side in small steps. Sat down shoulder to shoulder, and said, okay, I'm ready. Lin Mo asked with a smile, aren't you going to get something? What did you get? Oops. Su Qingyun lowered her head embarrassedly, bit her lower lip, reached into her pocket, took out the letter and handed it to Lin Mo. Don't open it now. Wait until you go to bed tonight before opening it. Looking at the letter in his hand, Lin Mo had a feeling in his heart. Could it be a love letter from Su Qingyun to him? Then he said, really? You want me to wait until before bedtime? I can't wait any longer. Anyway. Su Qingyun lowered her head, her face flushed, and her fair neck gradually turned pink. As if she was drunk, she said shyly, anyway, you can't open it in front of me. Then she added tenderly, please, Lin Mo hiss, who can stand this? Listening to her coquettish tone, he felt his bones soften. How could Lin Mo refuse? He smiled and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Okay, then start playing. Su Qingyun urged expectantly. In his heart, he had begun to understand vaguely that Lin Mo's idea was probably the same as his. They both wanted to make a solemn promise to each other in this peach blossom forest. Lin Mo nodded and said, Qingyun, this song is called Love Is Not a Choice. After saying that, the fingers began to play on the strings. Advanced singing skills, coupled with Lin Mo's rich emotions at the moment, made the song sound like a god-level song. I'll never forget the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. In my mind, your figure can't be dispelled. Hold your hands and feel your tenderness. It's really a bit suffocating. I want to cherish your innocence, and it breaks my heart to see you being wronged. As Lin Mo sang, Soo Ching-yoon's mind seemed to gradually recall the moments when they met at first. I just wanted to avoid the paparazzi, but I didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, I would meet the man in front of me. That time, under the kiss that was brought about by some strange coincidence, I actually started to miss a man for the first time in my heart. Then, the two began to gradually get in touch. Lin Mo's figure in his mind became clearer and clearer. All of this made Soo Ching-yoon feel that Lin Mo was her destiny. Lin Mo's mouth corners also turned up happily. The singing became louder and louder. In his mind, he gradually thought about the process of how he and Soo Ching-yoon met, got to know each other, and fell in love. I'm just afraid I might fall in love with you. Don't dare let yourself get too close. At first, I just thought she was a female hooligan, but I don't know when my heart has been occupied by her, and every move she makes can affect my emotions. Chapter 108. I crave your tenderness every moment. When exactly did you start to fall in love with Soo Ching-yoon? Lin Mo actually had the same question in his mind. Was it that time she made herself lunch? No, Lin Mo quickly began to deny this idea. That time, he must have begun to realize that he had not simply regarded her as a female hooligan in his heart. The source cannot be traced. Lin Mo was a little distressed. He couldn't tell when he fell in love with Soo Ching-yoon from the bottom of his heart. He could only trace back to when he gradually began to realize this fact. I'm afraid I have nothing to give you. Loving you also takes a lot of courage. I'm just afraid I might fall in love with you myself. Maybe one day I won't be able to help myself. During that lunch, Lin Mo realized for the first time that the girl whom he had always called a female hooligan in his heart could actually make him blush and his heart beat fast, and make him look forward to continuing with her in his heart. Before that, Lin Mo's heart was like a deserted, calm and ripple-free lake in the forest. Afterwards, a girl named Soo Ching-yoon came. She came to the lake, picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the lake, causing ripples on the calm surface of the lake. Missing you only makes you suffer. I had no choice but to fall in love with you. Since then, in my heart, I began to miss this girl. When you calm down, in my mind, her figure always appears, her smile always appears. For a long time, Lin Mo would suddenly stop typing and look into the distance outside the window. With an inexplicable sadness in my heart, I sighed. I see the wind is wind, the rain is rain, but I only look into the distance, and I miss you so much in my heart. Why do I meet you again? Just like that, I fell into the trap of love. Oh, I'm afraid I might fall in love with you myself. Don't dare let yourself get too close. And then, what really made his emotions burst like a flood was when Soo Ching-yoon mustered up the courage to stand on tiptoe and kiss him on the Ferris wheel. At that moment, Lin Mo's head buzzed and turned blank in an instant. I only know, he had completely lost his ability to resist the woman in front of him. She seemed to have penetrated into my mind through every possible means. The fresh scent of jasmine immersed him in the tenderness of that moment, and his hands gradually embraced her, as if embracing a warm light. Missing you only makes you suffer. I had no choice but to fall in love with you. I had no choice but to fall in love with you. After singing a song, the whole room was immersed in it. Soo Ching-yoon leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder, lowered her head, and said nothing. Lin Mo also sighed slightly when he was singing this song. His thoughts started to wander uncontrollably and he began to recall all those little details. Put down the guitar. When I turned my head, I found that my shoulders were already feeling a little wet. Actually, you've already been in my heart for a long time. Lin Mo said in a low voice. Soo Ching-yoon nodded gently. Me too. Speechless, Lin Mo pursed his lips, raised his hand, held Soo Ching-yoon's tearful face, and slowly moved closer. My original hesitation was not because I was cowardly. I just want to be more clear about my heart and want to understand whether I still love you this much regardless of your appearance. Now, I can be sure of my own heart. Lin Mo gently kissed the girl in front of him, with only one affirmative thought in his mind. When I confess to you, I have confidence in giving you a future. Soo Ching-yoon silently opened her arms and hugged Lin Mo. Although there were 2 tear marks on her face, those tears were of joy and a kind of determination for the future. A moment later, the two slowly separated, opened their eyes, and saw the tenderness in each other's eyes. The shy Soo Ching-yoon didn't have the slightest initiative at this moment. She lay half paralyzed on Lin Mo's chest, as if she had no bones in her body. She spoke softly, her cheeks flushed, listening quietly to Lin Mo's heartbeat, which was up and down due to nervousness. A sweet smile played on the corner of his mouth. That's great. Lin Mo raised his arms, which were a little stiff from nervousness, and gently hugged her, whispering softly, Ching-yoon, yeah. Soo Ching-yoon in his arms responded softly. One hand held Soo Ching-yoon in his arms, and the other hand gently held her cool hand tightly. Lin Mo continued, when I think of you, the corners of my mouth always turn up. If you are willing, be my girlfriend. Hey. Soo Ching-yoon grinned and nodded excitedly, yeah. Waiting for this moment, she has been waiting for a long time. To others, a day consists of only 24 hours, 1,440 minutes, and 86,400 seconds, but for Soo Ching-yoon, every second, every minute, and every hour was a torture of anxiety, and she waited for this moment to come as if every day was a year. So, she interlocked her fingers with Lin Mo and whispered a promise. Lin Mo, I'm serious too. In the past 25 years, you're the only person who's made my heart flutter. So, if possible, I'll make you happy for the rest of your life. Lin Mo knocked her head with his head in amusement, and then said, "Nonsense, I think you are excellent, and don't say things like I will make you happy for the rest of your life in the future. It's really weird. I think you should change it to let us become happy together for the rest of our lives, that's better." The two hugged each other gently. Occasionally they would kiss each other gently to eye in the air, accompanied by the fresh scent of jasmine. It seems that every wisp is filled with a gentle and graceful touch. Of the two people who were immersed in it didn't feel the passage of time at all. I just feel that at this moment, we can't get tired of looking at each other and can't love each other enough. Many moments have passed. The two of them gradually came to their senses. "I'll go wash the dishes." Su Qingyun shyly left Lin Mo's arms, stood up and wanted to clean the table. "Let me do it." Lin Mo wanted to help. "Hey." Su Qingyun stopped him and whispered, "Didn't you say that? You cook but don't wash the dishes. You should take a rest." "I'll wash it." Lin Mo walked behind Su Qingyun, put his arms around her slender waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, closed his eyes and buried his head behind her ear. He whispered, "Then stay with me for a while before going." "Hey." Su Qingyun bit her lower lip shyly and asked jokingly, "What? Wasn't what you just said enough, not enough?" Lin Mo responded, "As a matter of course, it's just not enough. I just want to stay with you for so long." As he spoke, he buried his head deeper behind Su Qingyun's ear. She whispered, "Qingyun, I crave every moment of your tenderness." Chapter 109. Su Qingyun's letter. The two people who had just confirmed their relationship felt like they had completed some important ritual in their hearts. If Lin Mo had been trying to hide something before, then at this moment, he would bravely express his inner thoughts. As Su Qingyun, I crave every moment of your tenderness. Hearing this, Su Qingyun's heart was filled with joy, and her heart was almost softening. She didn't expect that Lin Mo would suddenly change his usual behavior and say such intoxicating words to her. For a moment, she was overwhelmed. "I just felt my little heart beating like a little deer." Too embarrassed to bear it, she quickly said, "Lin Mo, let me wash the dishes first." "Good." Lin Mo took a deep breath reluctantly, then released his hand that was holding her slender waist and said with a smile, "Then go ahead." He also wanted to see what was written in the letter Su Qingyun sent to him. The moment Lin Mo let go of his hand, Su Qingyun felt a little reluctant in her heart, and she wanted to put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands immediately and be affectionate with Lin Mo for a while. Feeling the impulse in her heart, Su Qingyun hurriedly cleaned up the dishes on the table and ran into the kitchen. Listen to the sound of running water in the kitchen. Lin Mo glanced in the direction of the kitchen and smiled knowingly, knowing that the girl was shy. "I never thought that the female hooligan in my mind would become shy now." Fortunately, Su Qingyun doesn't have the ability to read minds. Otherwise, if she knew that she had always been a female hooligan in Lin Mo's mind, she would probably be so angry that she would pounce on him and bite him to death. He took the letter out of his pocket. When I opened it, I saw 2 sheets of paper filled with writing. The letter was full of scribbles and corrections, which made people feel at a glance how complicated Su Qingyun's heart was when she wrote it. On the letter, "I remember that alley. I called out to you for help, hoping you could help me through this difficult time. Later, when I was in the car, hiding on you, I strangely felt very safe with you. It's funny, this kind of thing shouldn't have happened to me, but when I smelled your scent, I felt inexplicably at ease and actually fell asleep leaning on you under the influence of alcohol. When I woke up, I found myself being placed on the bed by you, Lin Mo. At that time, I was extremely nervous, fearing that I would just escape from the tiger's den and fall into the wolf's den." Hey, looking at the contents of the letter, Lin Mo couldn't help but touch his nose with a bit of amusement, secretly complaining in his heart, "What do you mean by just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den? It's obviously you who was being a hooligan to me." However, Lin Mo found out the next day that the hooliganism was actually caused by the system. Although the system had only affected someone at one time and had never done anything to affect other people's emotions since then, in the final analysis, that was not what Su Qingyun really wanted to do. Read on. "I'm a little proud. I've had many suitors since I was a kid." Amazing, right? Actually, not really. This actually makes me feel extremely distressed because I know that those people are only interested in my looks. I have never been moved by them until later. I met you, that time on the Ferris wheel. I kissed you with all my heart. I couldn't wait to tell the whole world, I love you. My heart belongs to you. I have always believed that loving only one person in this life is enough. So, Lin Mo, can you be my boyfriend? Don't have too much pressure. Even if you reject me, I will still love you. This is my business. Don't feel burdened. If you stay with me because of this, you will not be happy. If you are unhappy, I will also be very sad. So, think about it carefully. Signed, Su Qingyun smiley face. Hey. Seeing the smiley face drawn behind the signature, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. This girl, carefully fold the letter again, put it back into the envelope, and then put it back in your pocket. This letter should be kept carefully. I stood up and walked to the kitchen door. I saw Su Qingyun wearing an apron and washing dishes attentively. Lin Mo's heart moved, and he walked behind her, reaching out and gently hugging her slender waist. Sudden attack. Su Qingyun trembled all over, and when she realized that it was Lin Mo who was hugging her, she was left with only shyness. "I'm almost done washing," Su Qingyun said in a low voice. Lin Mo nodded with a smile, buried his head in her hair again, sniffing the elegant jasmine scent, and said softly, "I've finished reading your letter." Hear this. Su Qingyun lowered her head shyly, secretly delighted but also filled with embarrassment. "I've seen it, so what? Anyway, the two of them are already together. Su Qingyun doesn't care about this, really don't care, no way. There are no words in this world that can describe the panic in her heart at this moment." Leaning back slightly, almost leaning on Lin Mo, Su Qingyun said softly, "Lin Mo, I want to post a Weibo about my relationship with you." "Yeah, okay.
Lin Mo had no objection to this. As Su Qingyun just said, this is not something shameful. Seeing that Lin Mo agreed so readily. Su Qingyun turned around and looked at Lin Mo in surprise. She blinked and said, I thought you didn't want others to know. Lin Mo asked doubtfully, why do I feel this way? That's right, I feel like you like quietness. Su Qingyun explained. Usually, Lin Mo's life has always been very quiet, so Su Qingyun naturally thought that Lin Mo liked that kind of life. Lin Mo explained, it's okay, I dare to be with you, why should I be afraid of those rumors? What? Su Qingyun kissed Lin Mo's lips like a chick pecking at rice, and said with a smile, how about this, I'll say that I'm in love, but I won't announce your identity yet. As a star, she knows those paparazzi too well. They can be described as omnipresent. If Lin Mo's identity was exposed, I'm afraid that Lin Mo will have no privacy in the future, and Lin Mo doesn't have much experience in dealing with paparazzi. In the end, if they put in a little effort, I'm afraid that this relationship will be over. In the entertainment industry, it is not uncommon for a relationship that was originally good to turn sour and end in a breakup after being exposed. Su Qingyun, who had just found love, still wanted to stabilize this hard-earned relationship, so the first thing she thought of was to protect Lin Mo. Yeah, that's fine. Lin Mo nodded and said, I'll listen to you. I'll teach you another song later, and then we'll release it. Then will Love Is Not a Choice and It's Shameful to Be Lonely also be released? Su Qingyun asked. Send. Lin Mo said affirmatively. Compared with Su Qingyun, Lin Mo also wants to protect Su Qingyun. For this, he must start developing in multiple areas.